Creighton at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Vasquez is giving you. Ground ball clubbed by Walker. They could turn two. Ball game over. What a visit by Josh Miller. They get a double play on the very next pitch. Tigers getting aggressive in the ninth. Go home run, single, double play on 3 consecutive pitches, and the Astros win it 2-1.
That was a great visit. What a game.
Yeah, we promised. If they came in, Seth, if we awoke this morning.
We did awake.
Inside the velvet rope of the postseason by 1/1000th of a percentage point, we would play our music. And here we are. If the season were to end today, if Rob Manfred came down from on high from the negotiations of labor that are going on right now and said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to end the season today, and the playoffs shall start tomorrow. The Houston Astros would be a playoff team, my friend. They would be a playoff team.
That's it's by virtue of having played, because unlike some stupid teams, we can afford a roof. That's right. By the quirks of the schedules and by owning a roof, the Astros have foisted them up above those pathetic teams like the Rangers, and the Rangers
and the A's,
and the A's can't even afford a stadium
because we're 40 and 43, and they're 39 and 42.
Except for a gleaming brand new stadium in Las Vegas.
But not yet. It's not done yet.
Have we seen plans for that, by the way?
Yeah. They're building it right where the Tropicana used to be.
Yeah, I'm such an idiot.
They started it. They
just
better have a plan.
I haven't seen it. I'm like, hey, if they got, I know they're planning on moving in a couple of years, but have they bothered drawing anything up yet?
They're just building it as they go along. They're seeing what it turns into.
I was just catching up on looking at the new Bills Stadium yesterday.
It's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice. Yeah, it's
very
nice.
steep. Very steep.
Very steep, and they've got an overhang now that protects people, right, from the snow. It's not indoors, but it's got kind of a...
It's like a larger version of the God's window to the Cowboys.
The old Cowboys deal, yeah.
So, anyways, but back to the Astros, the team that actually matters.
Right.
In MLB or the NFL.
Yep.
Because they're everybody's favorite young upstart.
Yep, they are. If you missed it last night, you heard the final play right there. Todd Callis and Jeff Blum on the call. They beat the Tigers 2-1.
Imai.
And Imai was the big story last night, man. Okay, so Imai last night, just to give the numbers out here real quick, 6 shutout innings.
Yeah.
6 innings, 2 hits. The biggest thing for me, honestly, Seth, the biggest thing for me isn't all these strikeouts that he's getting. He's got 21 strikeouts in his last 2 outings, which covers 12 innings. That's an amazing number. That's great. To me, he's not walking guys anymore.
Yeah.
He had 1 walk. I think he's had 1 walk over the last 2 starts. That to me, and I'm a big strikeout guy. The control to me is the big thing right now with Imai. He's very much in control right now.
Well, yeah, and I think they obviously go hand in hand somewhat. It's just sometimes you throw a bunch of strikeouts because you're throwing strikes, but you also give up a bunch of home runs or something.
Yeah.
One thing that they just keep coming back to is his confidence, which is weird because. It's credit to him for having maybe too much respect for major league hitters. You watch this slider, which defies everybody's experiences. It defies StatCast's ability to name it, and you just wonder, like, why did he think that this wasn't a good thing? Why did he think this wasn't gonna just crush things? And you know what? Maybe some of that goes back to figuring out with the Astros analytics people just what his pitch selection should be.
Yep.
What what was he doing yesterday? He was throwing fastballs and sliders. We were kind of taking him to task a few weeks ago or a couple months ago for saying that he would prefer to throw just fastballs and sliders. And lo and behold, that's what he's doing, and he looks really, really good. One thing about yesterday, too, the Astros overcame whichever the Greek god of weather it was. What was it? Which one was that?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
That BS. What kind of BS was it?
Thanos. The Greek god of weather. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw the first couple innings, Sean. Okay, when the Astros were at the plate, The shadows were ridiculous. They were absurd. You talk about the old Texas Stadium where there used to be the light and the dark. It was like that. And then you go to commercial break, come back, Tigers are at the plate, and it's just nothing but
just
a nice,
fine. It's
overcast, even lighting everywhere.
I
You're
miss,
like, all right, well, cool. Okay, maybe, I don't know, did the sun go down over the stadium or whatever? You come back the next inning, and same damn thing.
I actually did miss the first couple innings of the game. Were they pointing that out on the broadcast?
Yeah.
It
was pissing me off.
That's understandable.
It was, because and honestly, in the first half inning, you're like, okay, this is going to suck for both teams. But then the Tigers are at the plate, and it was just not. It looked like they had a roof and they put the roof over it. Yeah. And I thought, well, okay, well at least now this is what it'll be like for everybody else. Yep. And then no, it switched again. Yeah,
it's funny you bring up his slider. I'll pull the audio on this for later in the show. But I'm reading the quote right now from the Tigers announcers. Apparently, they were marveling at Imai's slider, and they said, quote, "It's a pitch with its own personality. It's got multiple personalities." And then they said it's 3 different pitches, all with the same name, like George Foreman's kids. I love that.
Good.
Yeah.
That's a good reference that a lot of the audience isn't going to understand.
The audio is available. I'll send it to Ben so he can snag it for us. We'll play it later when we talk about Imai. But this is...
There's a lot of people, those just because somebody's going to hear that and somehow, because then it's going to be like, hey, what's that supposed to mean, Buster?
George
Foreman named all his kids George Foreman.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
Yeah, it's not an insult.
Yeah.
It's not insulting the late, great George Foreman, so no. Taylor Trammell with another moonshot last night. That was fun.
Yet another. Going back to the last series and this one, we've had so many right field home runs where it seems like everybody in the ballpark is confused about where it's even going or what is it. Maybe my eyesight's going, but I would say the Joey Loperfido one the other day and the Taylor Trammell one a couple days ago, they were both ones where Callis didn't know exactly what was going on. You didn't pick it up. I love the suspense of trying to figure out whether something's going to be wildly foul or in bounds.
Yeah, I think they're probably looking at the reaction of the hitter. Like in all 3 of those, in the one that Taylor Trammell hit that was, they said it was 420 feet. It looked like it was 820 feet. That one, I think he was just marveling at it. I think we knew that one was fair because they knew because we played the cut
one.
Of that.
We
that
did
was
know
off the bat. They knew that one. The other 2, the Loperfido one to win the game in extras, and then the one last night to break up a perfect game in the 6th inning. They had a perfect game going, the Tigers against the Astros, and the first hit was that Taylor Trammell home run. Those, I think, were that's on the hitter. Okay, I knew I got all of it. It's just a question of is it fair or foul. The one last night with Trammell waiting to see if it was fair by a pretty substantial amount. He could have started his trot if he wanted to, but if he wanted to marvel at it.
Eyesight check. Yeah, maybe I'm just I don't know.
Do you wear glasses or contacts? I've never seen you with any sort of.
I got 20/20, bro.
Do you?
Well, 20/15.
Natural.
At least I used to.
Yeah.
Is this what bad eyesight is like? I can't live in this world.
I can't tell if it's a home run off the bat. All the people out there with poor vision suffering. What's the worst part?
I'm not going to find out if there's a solution to this bad eyesight thing. I'm just going to exit stage left.
Kick it down.
That's it for me.
Kick it. This is it.
I'm gonna get on a raft and push myself out to sea.
Yep. This was Joe Espada last night. Opening statement of his press conference talking about Tatsuya Imai's amazing performance.
That was good pitching. It was hard to see too early in the game. I thought I couldn't even see the balls when balls were put in play. Really good pitching. I was 2 great starters getting after it. Not many chances to score runs. We prevailed because Trammell, big homer, and then we created that run there in the 8th, insurance run. But that was a well-pitched game by Imai. That's 21 punch-outs in the last 2 starts. Ton of fastball, his slider just continues to get dirtier and dirtier. He's a really tough pitch to hit. That pitch does so many different things that, it blends so well with his fastball. He's been tremendous.
Yeah, Dana Brown said on the flagship a few weeks ago when Imai was coming back from his arm fatigue that he was not worried one bit about Tatsuya Imai. And a lot of people think us like, you're not worried at all, dude? You're not like this is when Imai was, he hadn't gone on this stretch that he's gone on where he's had one bad start out of 6. And
I was more in the boat of okay, this is what he has to say, he's got a voice, but I didn't really believe him, and other people were angry about him.
Well, not worried at all he is a little extreme. Like there are reasons to be worried about him at that point. I mean, you just sent the guy down basically because his brain needed to be checked. Like that never happens. And I think sometimes with general managers, when you make statements like that, it turns into an adjudication of your entire body of work as a general manager, which for Dana has been very hit or miss. So if it were Jeff Luhnow saying that back in the heyday, then I think we would have just whistled past the graveyard on it. But it was a pretty embattled general manager at that point, at least, that was saying it. So on behalf of everybody who took Dana to task, I give a moderate Sports Talk Radio apology.
Well, there's also, we've just been through these last few years where they were saying the same thing about Jose Abreu.
About everybody,
So when they're giving you that message about how he's just fine, he's just down in rookie ball, like lots of all-star caliber players do.
Nobody
you send him down to rookie ball. Not worried about him a bit.
Yep.
It just starts to lose its impact after a while.
Yeah. Okay. Updates on the rehab starts. The American Idol, Seth. The tryouts basically going on. The Astros is American Idol right now, especially after Imai, who wasn't getting, I think, dropped from the rotation, but Burrows especially. There are going to be guys who get squeezed out of this thing. Lance McCullers was really good at Sugarland last night. 3 innings pitched, 2 hits, no runs, no walks, 4 strikeouts. All right. Ronel Blanco in Corpus, 3 1/3, no earned runs. Couple good rehab starts last night to go with Christian Javier, who may be starting this weekend. I've not seen confirmation, yes or no, if he's going to be starting a game. So the starting rotation is getting crowded. Someone is going to get squeezed here in the near future, especially if Javier comes back and pitches well on Saturday.
Guess this is where I'm getting so uncomfortable with this is I think about, okay, cool. It's fun to envision the possibilities if everybody comes back and you've got this problem all of a sudden where, man, Imai's pitching the way they hoped he had pitched. Maybe Burrows has figured things out a bit. All of these things, and yet at the same time, there's just so little margin for error.
Right.
Like we said, a 1/10 of a percentage point on being in the wild card race right now. And just having your backs against the wall really from here until the end of the season, or at least the trade deadline, of just running these experiments where we say, hey, let's see exactly what we have with Blanco. Hey, maybe Javier's figured it all out. That I get nervous about that dynamic of you're running an open experiment in the middle of trying something out new on your car in the middle of the Indy 500.
Yeah, look, Javier was one of the top 3 guys in your rotation at the beginning of the year, and he wasn't good. Yeah. I'm not trying to stick up for Javier here. You're right. If you give Javier a start in the middle of this run that they're having right now, it's a damn good run. Since the Payne and Pendergast reset, they're now at a 98 win pace at 23-15. You're right. If they come back and they plunk him in there and he gives up 6 runs in 2 innings, then you basically just forfeited a game to see what you got in Christian Javier. The reality of it is he's making $20 million, and they're not going to bring him back up to throw the 6th inning of games they're getting blown out in.
Plus, I got to settle down a little bit, okay? Okay, Seth, little Sparky, just settle down a little bit. Not Sparky,
Right.
Sparky,
No, we love that
just
Sparky.
Me, Sparky.
Yeah.
None of these guys are going to be taking the spot of anybody in any point that you feel awesome about either.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. I got to accept it. Sometimes I got to accept the cliche, the tired old saying, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And at some point, maybe just by virtue of the competition, not to mention just guys, it'll be nice, even if you don't have the perfect solution with any of these guys, that, man, every single one of them almost has had injury concerns and maybe could use a little break here or there or getting moved to the bullpen.
Sure.
And you're going to have to get creative in the second half of the season on how you allocate the innings pitch.
Well, you kind of alluded to it yesterday. We've had multiple junctures over the last few years where we've been they're getting all these guys back and they're just going to have this plethora of starting pitching, and then you get to the end of the season and you're hanging like 3 guys that you trust. Just because it's a bunch of available bodies doesn't mean they're all good bodies. But I just think, and McCullers too, just his standing with the organization, the money he's making, especially if he pitches decent in these rehab outings. I think they're going to want to see what they've got with him too. So, but I think a lot of these guys, Seth, I think other than maybe 3 or 4 guys, there's a lot of guys with very short leashes right now. I think they're going to be mixing in a lot of guys, but I don't think they're going to give a Christian Javier, if he has a bad start, I think he's got maybe 1 or 2 starts at the most to figure it out after that. And then it's like, man, we got a playoff spot we got to go chase. We can't just try to work you back in or see if you figure things out. The fact of the matter is, with McCullers and Javier, it's been years since they've figured things out on any sort of multi-start basis.
Yeah.
They just haven't been. Ronel Blanco's the only one out of these 3 guys we just mentioned that's had an extended period of really good pitching over the last 2 or 3 years.
Well, I mean, part of it with Javier is he just hasn't pitched all that much. The last time he pitched more than 32 innings in a year was 2023.
Right.
It's just we've seen so little of him that you kind of forget, that's in there.
Yeah.
But the problem was in 2023, he also had a 4.56 ERA.
Yeah.
You bring this up all the time. The last time that he looked the way he looked that got him paid was in 2022.
Yes, yeah.
And part of it, a lot of that due to injury, though, too.
Yep. Absolutely. All right, so the Astros win last night. They are in a virtual tie, but ahead by 1/1000 of a percentage point of the A's and the Rangers.
It's a 1/10 of a percentage point.
Well, if we go,
I only bring that up because when I was working my way through it yesterday, I was like, I call it's 1/1000 of a point, but it's anyway.
So they're
it's a 1/10 of a. I'm saving you from the text line.
We'll see. The baseball does it by thousandths. They got that decimal all the way over to the over to the. But
which is 1/1000th of 1. But if you do it, if you move the decimal point to the right,
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. And throughout the years in baseball, they've referred to it as 1,000. That's
okay.
Yeah.
Also, use the text line for this because I refuse to go to a doctor. I'm going to go to the doctor for the rest of my life.
Eyesight?
Because you know what happens when you go to a doctor? You end up getting diagnosed with something.
I know.
I refuse to go to a doctor. So I want to know from the text line, was anybody else, because you seem to think that, as soon as Trammell hit it, I knew that was a home run. I thought it was going foul. Does anybody on the text line share what I did? If everybody says, no, I knew immediately, then maybe I'll go to an eye doctor.
Let me clarify what I said. I should have been more clear. On the replay when they showed it, I was with you when he hit it. I'm like, is this...
okay.
When they showed it on the replay of like how far it was from the foul pole, that's when I looked at it. I'm like, boy, I'm surprised he sat there and looked at it. There was never any doubt that this was going to be a fair ball. Yeah.
So you were.
I was with you on that. I was with you on that. But I was when they showed the replay box from like his point of view. I'm like, that thing was never going foul.
You've saved me having to cancel a doctor's appointment.
Don't go to the doctor, dude. No, don't go.
I wasn't going to go regardless.
For anything.
Now I'll do it with just
for anything. Just mental healing, that's all.
There's one thing I could tell the guys my age out there is never go get your butt checked out, okay? It just deal with it as it comes along. That's what I would say.
All right.
Don't bow down to big colonoscopy.
Right, big colon. All right.
That's Roberto Colon should do ads for colonoscopy.
Yes,
Has he never done an ad for a colonoscopy? He's missing out.
Bartolo Colon. Yeah.
What did I call him?
Roberto. Yeah.
That's his younger brother.
Roberto,
he's better looking. He's more.
A lot of people better looking. Okay, let's
get... No. In all seriousness, guys, go get your butt checked out.
Yes, do it.
Once a year.
Yep.
Or at least poop into a cup the way they want.
Yeah, they got a new service that'll do that for you. Yeah. So, okay, couple former Texans doing interviews that said interesting things over the last few days at their mini camps. They were very recent Texans, actually. One of them. We will get to what they have to say, including. Okay, we'll get to it coming up next.
Hey, get to this. This is another thing you should do every year.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, I would say that as far as shows in the market or any market that like to check in on how former athletes from our city are doing, we skew to the far end of liking that. We like to check in. You know, we do frequent check-ins on how are things going with Deshaun Watson in Cleveland. We were following the James Harden playoff saga quite a bit. Hell, we'll do segments on all these Astros that have left through the years and just check in and see how they're doing. So I say all that to say that there's an article on The Athletic about C.J. Gardner-Johnson's new team that he's with, his new chapter in his journey with the Bills. He signed a one-year deal with the Buffalo Bills, and there's an article out on NFL.com about Laramie Tunsil taking Josh Connerly, the second-year tackle, under his wing. Show him how to be a vet, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly what the Commanders need, right? What they need is that, and they need Brandon Ayuk.
Yes.
And I think then the culture will be solidified.
That'll get him back to the NFC title game that they were in before both of those guys will have gotten there. So the C.J. Gardner-Johnson one, Seth, you sent this to me this morning. And it's talking about a lot of the things that you would expect in a C.J. Gardner-Johnson article, just how he's been misunderstood in so many places and why he's been on 10 different teams or whatever it is in the last however many years. Literally 4 teams in the last calendar year.
Well, he's never after his rookie contract, he's never spent more than a year in any one place.
Right.
He's been back. He's had a couple one-year stints with the Eagles, but he's never just been able to stay in one spot for more than a year. Yeah.
So the part in here that's interesting if you're a Texans fan is this. And I encourage you to go find the article. Tim Graham is the Bills beat reporter, and he literally mentions in the article they didn't sit down for the interview. They walked around the field for 30 minutes. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson, if he got animated, would stop and make his points.
Yeah, he didn't want to sit. He wanted to walk.
He wanted to walk. Yeah, he wanted to walk. So the article says this. When the Texans dumped Gardner-Johnson after Week 3, ESPN reported that he had struggled to learn DeMeco Ryans' defensive scheme, and he was at fault for several costly coverage breakdowns and, quote, refused to take responsibility for his mistakes, rubbing his teammates the wrong way, according to KPRC Channel 2. So that's Aaron Wilson that they're quoting there in that article. Gardner-Johnson, the Channel 2, Wilson, reported Gardner-Johnson exhausted the team by complaining about his role, requesting a trade, and criticizing teammates, notably the size of one player's contract, which we all kind of assumed to be Jalen Petrie. Jalen had just got for $13 million a year, which was more than what Gardner-Johnson was making.
Which is, it's funny. Yesterday we talked about this with Brandon Ayuk, man. It's having a guy around who's just always pocket watching other people, and just whenever anything good happens or another player makes a good play, you can just see the jealousy seething out of that the guy, and it feels like C.J. Gardner-Johnson is that guy. Yep. And with each new trip. He's saying all the same things in Buffalo that he said when he got to Houston. And I knew we would talk pretty openly about well, this could be good. We'll see how it goes. And it turns out it was not good.
No.
And, but going into it with eyes wide open, that there's a reason the guy's been with different teams every single year.
Absolutely. So Gardner-Johnson's quote in this article talking about what the reports were of him in the 3 games as a Houston Texan, that's a lie. I never said bleep about nobody's contract. I'm on a $33 million deal. Why the bleep would I talk about somebody's contract? This is the interesting thing right here, okay? Gardner-Johnson said his experience with the Texans began to go south at training camp in West Virginia, where he said he got into a confrontation with, quote, the GM's friend.
End GM's quote. Friend.
Doesn't mention Caserio by name in the article. Yeah. Just that's the extent of it is he said he got into a confrontation with, quote, the GM's friend, end quote.
I don't think I've ever heard of anything like that in the history of my time in the NFL since 1997.
Yeah.
That somebody got into a confrontation with the GM's friend.
Yeah.
And C.J. Gardner-Johnson says that the friend doesn't have anything to do with the team, right? He says he was an outsider or whatever.
Does he? I haven't read past that. I'm not sure. Yeah.
My first thought was, is there a chance that the guy that C.J. Gardner-Johnson thinks is the GM's friend is actually somebody that's actually involved in the team, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson was it Cal McNair? Was that is there a chance it was actually Cal McNair?
There is more about this, so let me read that, and then we can try to contextualize this. If y'all going to cut me, but I'll give nobody reasons to cut me. I haven't. I'm not a cancer. He says that, refers to himself in the third person. That's how I got cut in Houston. One person that's not technically a part of the organization called me a B word.
A B word
at the Greenbrier.
Okay, so
I get out my body. He says something to the GM, and the next thing I know, I'm cut. End quote.
Well, the next thing you know, I mean, okay, if it happened in West Virginia, it wasn't the next thing you knew. It was over a month later in 3 regular season games where you got cut. It wasn't okay.
Okay, and real quick,
plus remember, whatever allegedly this person calls him the B word.
Yeah.
Just out of nowhere, apparently.
Right.
Because C.J. Gardner-Johnson tells it. Yeah. Like, oh, yeah. Well, like as if he was just minding his business at the cafeteria.
Some guest of the organization called the starting safety the B word at the Greenbrier. And next thing you know, in October, I'm cut. By the way, the Texans declined to comment for the story. So did try their side of the story.
I get out my body. Yeah. He says something to the GM, and the next thing I'm cut.
Next thing.
Is there a chance that this is just a common acquaintance of Nick Caserio and CJ? Like, is this a chance this is just a hotel, like a housekeeper at the Greenbrier?
There's a chance. There's a chance it's a figment of C.J. Gardner-Johnson's imagination.
I think it's like a big imaginary friend or something.
It's as good an explanation as any.
Did you ever see that old James Stewart movie, Harvey? Where James Stewart's best friend is a 6'3" invisible rabbit.
Okay, I think there's a remake in the works for that.
There's a good chance that C.J. Gardner-Johnson thought that there was an invisible rabbit out there, a 6'3" invisible rabbit, and he thought that's definitely Caserio's friend.
And he called me a B word.
Yeah. I ain't putting up with this no more.
Oh my God! All right, the other one, so that we get to it here. It's a good article. Go find it. If you subscribe to The Athletic, go find it. Laramie Tunsil is taking Josh Connerly under his wing, Seth. They're working out together. He's educating him on diet and on workout routines. And apparently, according to this article in NFL.com, I don't know if you've heard, but Josh Connerly is a dog.
Oh.
Yeah. He's
like Davis Mills?
He's a dog, just like
every
Davis
other single
Mills.
person
just
that
like
Laramie
Davis
Tunsil
Mills.
was ever asked about?
Laramie
Tunsil,
they're a
dog, yeah.
Yes, Laramie Tunsil asked about Josh Connerly at last week's minicamp, said, I see myself. I don't want to sound cliche. I see a dog. I see somebody who wants it. He wants to be great. Now, this is funny. I went and found some Laramie Tunsil footage from their camp. Yeah. And apparently they didn't show the whole media scrum. They only showed about a minute of it. But apparently, like he used to do here, he called so many people a dog that finally a reporter had to ask, what exactly is your definition of a dog?
Speaking of being a leader, this is year number 3 for Jaden. Have you noticed any type of growth in terms of him being more of a leader?
Absolutely, dog. I really don't have to say much about 5, man. He's going to get it done.
You said dog a lot this press conference, so can you explain dog for all of us?
Somebody who wants it. Somebody who's dying to be great each and every day, 1% better. That's why I think a dog is.
No, by virtue of him saying that everybody's a dog that he's ever been asked about, including with the Texans, I think he's basically just saying he's a mammal. He's a warm-blooded vertebrate animal with an ability to produce milk for their young in the presence of hair or fur. That's what they are, man. He's just he's a warm-blooded vertebrate. Mm-hmm. That's what I would say.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's the ultimate compliment right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as I saw this article, I'm like, how many times is the word dog going to show up in this article? What are the things that Laramie Tunsil could show Josh Connerly about?
Oh, no, a lot on that. I mean, Laramie Tunsil's a really good football player.
Yeah.
But he's just not – it's like he's the exact opposite, though, of the great of the really good offensive tackles in the league. He's not the guy that you would call a dog, because he's got very little appetite for the physical part of the game. He's a technician. Like, he's with his pass blocking ability. Like, he is really, really good in that element. But dog is not his game.
No. And I'm not asking the question with that tone of what can he show him. I'm not, I'm not doing a Jeremy Fowler like he did to the Texans at one time.
I thought that when the Commanders drafted Connerly, I thought, yeah, that makes sense. Connerly kind of moves in a similar way to Tunsil. There's a smoothness about him.
Yeah.
Like where it's tricky when you start talking about athleticism with offensive linemen. It's more about just how well they move. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a lot of that to Connerly where Tunsil will be a good mentor for him.
Yeah, no question. He'll be a good mentor in that aspect, but I would warn Commanders fans, if Josh Connerly, if he's not already, if he's got all of a sudden has a new wardrobe, if he's really into whatever his luggage is and his man purses and things like that, just know that run blocking might become optional. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
It might be, if he starts, talking about hiring Sade for his birthday party and all that.
Yeah. That's right. It was funny in that press conference that he did. They asked, Laramie apparently had some quote about doing things his way. And they asked him, what exactly does that mean? And I was expecting, something about actually playing football. He's like, being my own agent, having my own company. It's all this.
Did he?
Oh, yeah.
He actually did that?
Yeah.
I thought, wow.
Yeah.
Really?
They said, what does it mean when you say you do things your way? And that was his answer. I'll go get it. It's part of it.
Yeah, that's the most damning one right there. I'm going to take him under and teach him how to great business person.
Yeah, well, the question wasn't about Connerly.
No, yeah. I know, but that's what I'm thinking about. You kind of.
That's what I'm saying, dude. There's some red flags about this if you're a Commanders fan,
Yeah.
Do we get the best?
Commanders fans are so delusional right now. They are. I see so many Commanders fans that are gung-ho about Brandon Ayuk's, supposedly coming to their team, where meanwhile, Brandon Ayuk keeps... I saw somebody yesterday say this, because remember, the Commanders haven't said anything about this. No. Brandon Ayuk keeps saying, I'm going to sign with the Commanders as soon as the 49ers cut me. And meanwhile, the Commanders have said nothing. Somebody yesterday said it's getting to the point where the Commanders are going to have to file a tampering charge on Brandon Ayuk.
Brandon Ayuk, yeah.
You're like, listen, man, this is your... we're not. We don't want this level of discussion right now.
Tampering or a restraining order. One of the
restraining order might be more... It's getting a little creepy.
Well, you know what? I've actually got some more Commanders Ayuk audio from yesterday. Let's hit it in headlines. We'll do that in headlines coming up next. Men's T Clinic brings you headlines. We'll get to the Astros World Cup. I stayed up for the whole game last night. Thanks a lot, United States. We'll get to that as well coming up next.
Trades and wealth. You can get to this right now. Maybe you were up all night last night, not watching soccer, but worrying.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Cowboys, the game about to start. This ball hit well deep down the right field line, hooking, and it's hooking fair. Home run, Taylor Trammell. He had to wait just like the other day in Toronto. That ball stayed just fair, and Trammell connects on the first hit of the game for the Astros. Their first base runner circles the bases. It's 1-0.
Good job, Taylor Trammell. The outfield been getting it done of late. Ever since that Chandler Rome article about how bad the outfield has been offensively this year, the outfield's done some nice things. Trammell with a couple home runs, Cam Smith with a little bit of pop.
The outfielders have a big placard, full-size picture of Chandler Rome.
Yeah.
And every time an outfielder hits a home run, they take off an article of clothing.
So that he'll be naked by the end of the season.
This picture of Chandler Rome, like buck naked at a bachelor party or something. Yeah.
I don't know if that's a big incentive to go hitting home runs, but it's them,
Isn't that what they did at Major League?
They did.
Well,
the owner was a hot female, so there was that, yes. But that's exactly what they did, Seth. Yeah, Major League. Cleveland Indians did it. And maybe the Astros outfield doing it too. Taylor Trammell with the home run last night. This was Joe Espada on the Taylor Trammell home run.
Yeah, the last two swings he's gotten, he's big homers. So those guys are making the best out of those opportunities. Those young players are really doing a nice job, giving us a boost.
All right. Tatsuya Imai, the big story last night. 6 shutout innings, just 2 hits, just 1 walk. He was outstanding. In what was a legit pitcher's duel. As good as Imai was through the first 5 innings, Melton was even better. Till that home run, Melton was even better than Imai. He had a perfect game going.
The only thing, and I didn't bring this up earlier because I didn't want to be a Debbie Downer or anything. I mean, there was that element last night where Imai's slider is really, really good, and he's been a much different version of himself since he came back from the mysterious IL. That was a very good night. It was a very good environment for pitchers last night. The shadows were really bad. It was hard to see the ball, really whether the sun was shining or not. It was just because of the time of day. So that's the part where I'm like, I don't want to get over the moon necessarily about that performance, but it was a really good performance.
Yeah, why do you gotta bring the downer like that, man?
I don't know, because I feel like that's an accurate representation.
No,
you have to mention that.
Yeah, no. We're operating in a delusional world right now, man. I played the celebration music.
I'd say this is why the Astros didn't score more runs.
Okay.
This is why it had to be as tight a game as it was.
There you go. I like that. Yes.
It was hard, but they were the ones who were scrappy enough to do it.
Yeah, I like that. That's better. If for the standings purposes here, yes, the Astros, as of this morning, are in. They would be the last playoff team by a fraction of a percentage point. They would be in the playoffs right now. So that's been a nice climb back. They're 3 games under 500. And they're 23-15 since you and I reset the season a few weeks back, about a month ago. So they play again tonight against the Tigers, and it'll be Spencer Arrighetti on the mound. Need to see a nice one from Spencer tonight, Seth. It would be good to see him. He's not been great the last 4. He's got an ERA of about 6 the last 4 outings.
This is where, we've seen this with Spencer Arrighetti. He'll go through long stretches of awesomeness and then long stretches of what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
I trust that he's going to reel it back in.
I hope so. Last bit of Astros news. Yordan Alvarez is one of the 2 finalists for the designated hitter position for the AL All-Star team. They do a runoff of the top 2 at each position, top 6 among outfielders. That'll happen in the next few days. But Yordan and George Springer are the 2 finalists at DH for the American League. I would expect Yordan to win that battle of the vote. He was one of the leading vote getters in the American League.
Canada's really coming in strong this year with the extreme devotion to the All-Star.
They are.
The All-Star. The entire nation of Canada is trying to prop up the Blue Jays as much as possible.
They are. You see what happens with that. World Cup late last night, and I stayed up for the whole thing. The U.S. lost to Turkey. That is how they pronounce it these days. That's how it was being pronounced on the broadcast last night. Turkey. 3-2, the final score. Turkey had lost both of their previous 2 games. The U.S. had won both of their previous 2 games. So the game meant nothing in the standings. It was just painful to stay up and watch literally the U.S. lose on the last play of the game. The winning goal was scored. They didn't even have a kickoff to follow that goal. It was the closest thing to a buzzer beater that you're going to see in soccer.
That's one thing I do appreciate about soccer is just not ever actually knowing when the game's going to end.
Yeah, it's very suspenseful.
Yeah.
So it was in stoppage time. They added on 8 minutes at the end of the game, stoppage time, and the goal was scored at like the 97-minute 58-second mark, something like that. So they lose 3-2. Doesn't matter. They could have won 8-0. The outcome still would have been the same in terms of the knockout round. The U.S. will face Bosnia-Herzegovina on Wednesday night next week, July 1st. So they get a few days off here, and then the knockout round begins next week. Saudi Arabia and Cabo Verde, Seth, your Cabo Verde, tonight at Reliance Stadium.
Who's favored in that game?
I would guess Saudi Arabia, just because Cabo Verde has been touted as a Cinderella, and Saudi Arabia is
everybody keeps counting us out.
Us, right?
Yeah,
first person.
Us.
Yeah. I'm
my countrymen, my island men.
Ooh, let's see. Yeah, Cabo Verde is the underdog in this. Yeah, Saudi like a minus 200 favorite in this game. So you and your boys are going to have to battle from beneath again, Seth, and just try to get that elusive draw against.
How much longer do we have in this World Cup?
The World Cup, it goes till July 19th. The knockout round begins this weekend.
It's really long.
Yeah.
This is a long time.
I like it. I
do. I'm just I vaguely know the dates and everything, but I guess I wasn't really prepared for just how long this was going to be, including going back to when the World Cup was in the U.S. before. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, 94.
You and I were just sprightly teenagers, and but you know what? You didn't necessarily have it just. You weren't inundated with it all the time back then.
Yeah.
You'd read it in the paper or see it on the nightly news.
Correct. Yeah, soccer's just more popular here now than it was back then.
Well, no, I mean, we have smartphones and a 24-hour news cycle.
Yep, that too. I'm going to miss having like 3 or 4 soccer games a day on the TV in my house. I've enjoyed going out and watching it with people. It's been a whole lot of fun. And by all accounts, I haven't been to the Fan Fest, but by all accounts, the Fan Fest has been a big hit in Edo. So, yeah, kudos to everybody involved with the Houston portion of the World Cup. It's been great. Brandon Ayuk, we said we would mention this. We just talked about this in the previous segment. Brandon Ayuk went on social media again yesterday, had 2 posts on his Instagram. One was just him walking into his closet with a backpack in there and just shoveling money out of it and throwing it on the floor.
Yeah.
He emptied the backpack with thousands of dollars on the floor, put the backpack on, and then walked out of his closet. Whatever, send it.
He's acting exactly like the diva wide receiver that I thought had kind of gone by the wayside.
He's taking it next level.
Well, he's at the point now where Antonio Brown I almost looked at because he wasn't even like the normal diva wide receiver of the 80s and 90s. This is just a different – this is somewhere in between that and Antonio Brown. But like he's not helping himself whatsoever.
No, let's play the audio here. There's a post he had on Instagram with some audio encouraging people to go buy tickets to Washington Commanders games.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Beaky. I'm back in action and back on tour this fall. Go to www.commanders.com to get your tickets and watch us rock out.
I don't know if he realizes how much damage he's doing when he does these videos. There's no way he does, or else he wouldn't do them.
I guess he does it. Florio had a piece where he's like, where is his agent in all of this? If his agent is advising him to do this, that's bad advice. Or why can't his agent stop him from doing this? And it's one of these moments where I'm like, Florio, do you understand how human beings operate?
He's an adult.
Like, obviously his agent is not telling him to do this.
Right.
It's athletes first. It's Mulugeta's crew, Like, he's obvious, like, Mulugeta and his staff are not telling him to do this.
No.
And B, it's, where does... you know what? I feel like it's a fundamental disrespect for the athletes themselves that he thinks that an agent telling a guy what to do is like, then the player's going to be like, oh, okay. Oh, well, I'll operate exactly the way you tell me.
Yeah.
They don't have their own personal freedom or whatever. Like, he's acting against his own best self-interest. Nobody would advise him to act this way, and yet he's still doing it. And the ironic thing is, I don't know if he actually wants to go to the Commanders or not, but he's making it almost impossible for the Commanders to actually sign him if they ever get the opportunity to do so, because, like, the Commanders are going to have to prove.
Yeah.
Think about this. they're going to have to prove that there was no tampering.
Yeah, they sign him, there's going to be an investigation.
Right.
Yeah.
And so to the point where any kind of casual, the Commanders are going to have to do an investigation into their own organization and be sure, like, hey, any of you guys, have any of you texted, like maybe you had a prior relationship with him? We need to know if you texted him at any point, because that's going to look like tampering.
Yep.
Like the GM might not have a clue about any of it, but they're going to get investigated if they sign him.
All right, the Giannis trade this weekend, Milwaukee, I think there's a lot of sadness that it's the end of this chapter and Giannis is on his way to Miami. I want to localize this. We've seen some athletes in Houston demand trades before. Which Houston athletes demanding a trade, current Houston athletes, would hurt the most if that were the headline to pop out today? Yeah, well, I've got a short list, and we'll see. And text in your thoughts, 713-572-4610. We'll do that coming up next.
I've got a demand for you to make. I want you to march right over to Easy Honda. Drive your
Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
People already weighing in on this question. In the wake of Giannis Antetokounmpo getting his trade to Miami, which I would imagine Bucks fans are, just sad about probably more than anything else. I don't think they're upset at Giannis, but they're sad. Which Houston athletes demanding a trade would hurt the most? Just to level set, these are the ones that I came up with, Seth, as far as our recent experience with Houston athletes demanding trades. We don't have that many of them, and most of them were from a few years ago when things weren't that great here.
Well, and this is it's kind of a gauge for how you feel about the organization.
Yes.
So I think when JJ I can't ever remember what was reported and what wasn't, but basically it felt like, okay, JJ was really cool with being released because he didn't demand a trade, but like they released him. And it seemed like that was the best for both parties. We widely looked at that as, the Texans organization is a mess. And then Deshaun Watson, when he requested a trade, we largely, before we found out about all the assault allegations, we largely looked at that as, makes sense. That's how bad you felt about the organization.
Yes, yeah. No, I remember the day that Deshaun made his trade requests official. And if I'm not mistaken, there were rumors of it right after, and then it became a news item, reported within minutes after the Texans announced, not the Texans announcing, but the reports that they were going to hire David Culley. And the reports were the Texans are hiring David Culley to be the head coach. And that happened during our show back in late January on a Thursday. I remember it, at 8 o'clock. And by 9 o'clock, Deshaun was making his trade request official, Sports Center official. And I remember going off on that, just railing on the Texans after that. And you're right. And the Texans were not in a good place organizationally. It's way better now, obviously.
So I think there's also kind of looking at this as, okay, who would hurt the most, but then also who would instantly turn the fans against the organization if this came out.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be as mad at it's either going to hurt, but then you either get mad at the player or you get mad at the organization.
No, there's a correlation. You're 100% right. There's a correlation between the requesting trades and where the organization's at. The only three names I could come up with that were requesting a trade over the last few years were Deshaun Watson, James Harden, within days of each other. That was a bad time, man, back in January of 2021.
Yeah.
And James just did it by getting fat and saying the team sucked. That's
a good, people were mad at James Harden by and large. I would say the majority were just because we'd seen it, the slow roll with his rotund, slow-rolling body towards, whatever the hell was going on there, that people were pissed. I would say the majority of people were pissed at James Harden in that situation.
I agree, and I'll tell you why. And the organization, like the Texans, was not in a great place at that point. They were descending for sure.
Yeah.
They're mad at James because they feel like James's fingerprints were on all of the moves that led to James wanting to get up and out of here.
They did everything that James Harden wanted them to do, and then when it didn't work out, he just wanted to jet out of there.
Yep.
Because it wasn't a good environment.
And I think there's still people that are mad at him about that. James Harden, Deshaun Watson. The only one I could think of was Brandon Cooks.
And he was one where he said, well, screw you anyway. At that point, it felt like, all right, because people largely looked at him as Jack Easterby's guy. And there was his permanent scowl, all of those things. It's just people had enough. At least I did. I had enough of Brandon
And
Cooks.
he had just signed a contract extension also.
Yeah.
And so the Texans are going to take a big cap hit, like a hickey on the salary cap to trade him. But they traded him. So who are the ones that would hurt the most to request of current? I'm getting some people saying Earl Campbell and Hakeem Olajuwon. I'm talking about current Houston athletes. The very first text that came in was the very first name that came to mind for me because it would mean probably that we may be back at the same place with the Texans where we were when Deshaun Watson requested a trade, and I think this guy is even more beloved than Deshaun Watson was at the time. If Will Anderson Jr. requested a trade, I don't know what I'd do with myself.
That would be the most confusing one, though, too, because it wouldn't make any sense. It would end up being okay, there's something going on here.
Right.
There's more. I don't think you couldn't have a reaction right away. You'd have to say, what the hell happened? Yeah. It's like when you know a married couple that you think are just perfectly happy with each other. It seems like they have the perfect life, and then all of a sudden they get divorced. The hell?
Yep.
It rocks the foundations of everything you believe.
Yep.
That's what would happen if Will Anderson did that.
Yeah, I don't know what I'd do, man. I'd probably have to take a week off if Will Anderson requested a trade. He's my favorite.
That would be a horrible career move.
I'd find an excuse.
I got to take a week off. The ratings are going to be too good.
Yeah, that's true.
Boy, people are really going to want to hear about this on the radio. I don't know if I can handle that.
Shows you how emotional it would be for me. Yordan Alvarez. That one would hurt. That one
would hurt. I don't. But
that one would hurt. That one would hurt because Yordan just feels like a guy who just wants to come in and be a good teammate and hit dingers every day.
All right, this is what Yordan Alvarez feels like. If I hear that Yordan Alvarez demands a trade, this is my exact reaction within the course of 20 seconds. Oh no, not Yordan.
What did we get?
Boy, wow. They might. Whoa. Yeah. What are they going to get for Yordan? Yeah. I would go through the 6 stages of grief into opportunism real quick, I think. Yeah. I would be really upset about it, but I'd be incredibly intrigued by what they could get for him.
Well, this is the one that's the most sort of on our front porch here. I'm not saying Yordan demanding a trade. I'm saying the potential of it happening. And to be clear, I think all the names I'm going to give, I think there's a near 0% chance any of them get traded anytime soon or if ever. But Yordan is, let me put it this way. Yordan is the one that we've actually had conversations about this with. Not because he's demanded a trade, not because the Astros want to trade him, but because the Astros this season, the last couple weeks, notwithstanding baseball team this year, and the topic at least needs to be entertained as to what he might fetch in a trade.
Yeah, no, and I think sometimes when you start to enter into any kind of discussion about Yordan Alvarez, there's that part of you where you're torn because you know, like, okay, you know where the Astros are and what they, at some point they just got to figure out a way to just bolster their farm system and their younger talent. But you have the emotional and the rational side of you that says you can't part with Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah.
This kind of gives you a pass to do all those things.
That's true.
It's like if I object to MMA fighting. I don't think it's morally wrong. Yeah. But my boss is making me go to the fight.
Making me go to UFC.
And I can't look like I'm having a miserable time while I'm there.
Right.
So I'm going to enjoy this MMA fight for the good of my job and my family.
Yep. Yeah, so we've talked about what a Yordan trade might look like. The question is, how would you feel if this person demanded a trade? That would hurt. That would hurt if Yordan did. Just for the sake of keeping it one with each team before I get into some maybe lower-level names here, I think the one Rocket, I was having a hard time figuring out which Rocket I'd get upset about demanding a trade, and I don't know why that is, but I would guess it'd be Amen Thompson, who, I think Amen Thompson's a really good player. He's a young player. He's got, other than a consistent jump shot, he's got everything you want in a guy, both on and off the court. Yeah. It seems like he's all about basketball. He's very likable. I don't know that there's another Rocket where if they requested or demanded a trade, I'm getting overly upset about, including Kevin Durant.
Would be right. Yeah, I guess
I almost expect it to happen with Durant at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, Durant on here is a guy that the guy who realistically might be the most likely based on his history and age and everything else to request a trade.
This is which ones would hurt the most.
Right,
yeah,
right.
And that wouldn't hurt me if Kevin.
It wouldn't hurt you at all.
Yeah, well, not enough to put it on this list. I mean, it's
also notable that you don't have C.J. Stroud on this list. It wouldn't hurt you one bit. I mean, people would turn immediately on C.J. if he demanded a trade.
Right. Yeah,
it would be lightning fast how quick most people would turn on.
Yeah, that's I would side with the team on that. If it were to happen right now, that's the question. If it were to happen right now with CJ, I would side with the Texans on that one. Mm-hmm. So that one, it's which ones would hurt the most, and that one, and Durant. I like Kevin Durant fine. I want him on the team. But if he all of a sudden started pulling Durant things, part of me would be like, all right, this is just what he does. He's done it in 2 other places.
I think, okay, who's the next guy?
Kamari Lassiter. That would hurt. Yeah. That would hurt. I like Kamari a lot. And Kamari seems to be the guy that, in addition to Will Anderson, embodies what the current iteration of the Texans are about.
It might get to it's going to get potentially a little finicky. I know people wring their hands over stuff that's 2 or 3 years off in the future a little too much sometimes when it comes to this, like, well, how are you going to pay all these guys?
Yeah.
But sometimes it is time to pay the piper and you have to make hard decisions. Like when the Texans had to let go of Mario Williams and Eric Winston and those guys because they just couldn't pay everybody. You're going to get to a point where Kamari Lassiter Kalen, maybe a couple of these young offensive players. At some point, it's going to be hard to squeeze them all onto the same roster. I think Kamari Lassiter, that would be a tough one because I think I look at him, and I know you do, as the guy that the Texans probably are least likely to ever make that hard decision.
I think he's their favorite player.
The Texans were like, when the Texans had to choose between, okay, do we keep Arian Foster or Mario Williams? I think it was kind of an easy decision for him.
Yeah.
And I think with Kamari Lassiter, it's going to be an easier decision of, okay, do we keep this guy versus a few other guys? I think they like Kamari Lassiter.
I do too. I think there's a better. I said this before, and I don't think this happens. But if you were to put a gun to the head of the organization and said you can only keep one of these cornerbacks, Kamari Lassiter or Derek Stingley, I think there's a chance it's Kamari, just based on all the behind the scenes. D'Amico brings him up unprompted, repeatedly, about what a great leader and teammate he is. And that's not to say Stingley is not a great teammate or, kind of leads in his own way probably. Kamari's a lot more demonstrative than Derek Stingley Jr. is. But I think they love Kamari Lassiter to the point that that's a guy they make accommodations on other parts of the roster to keep. That's my gut feeling with it. And that's why I feel like that if he were to demand this isn't if they trade these guys. This is if these guys were to demand a trade like Giannis did.
It would hurt.
It would hurt, yeah.
I'm going to have one that this doesn't hurt me one bit.
Yeah, give me one of yours.
Your next name on this list. No, I'm going to go with yours.
Okay.
The list you started with. This wouldn't hurt me at all, and if you added a selfless gesture, if Jose Altuve demanded a trade.
Yeah.
I would say, you know what, man? That's probably the most selfless thing that anybody's done for the Astros. If Altuve were to kind of release Jim Crane from the obligation of, treating him like he's a lifetime Astro and being loyal to him and all that, while also still the Astros maybe getting back more than you expect from an Altuve trade, and helping to, kind of restock the organization, that might end up actually, I would feel good about that, as long as it wasn't because of just some weird reason.
Yeah. No, is this with the assumption that what we're seeing right now is kind of who he is going to be as a player, like that he's never going to be an all-star again?
I think that it's very unlikely that all of a sudden in the next 3 years he's going to improve substantially as a baseball player.
That's a yes. Yeah. So gotcha.
I mean, it's just generally that's the way aging generally works when you're 36 years old.
Right.
Yeah.
Like if all of a sudden he were an all-star again and he's demanding a trade, then I'd be like, I don't know. And, although you might get something decent for him at that point. I mean, I don't think you'd get much for him right now if you were to trade him. I don't
know. Yeah, baseball's so weird though too. And just by steadily, I don't. He's an average. He's been an average baseball player this year, and I think I don't know.
He's making $30 million a year.
That's a good. Yeah, if the Astros maybe in buying a little bit of your future, still paying part of his salary.
Yep.
I mean, if you look at Altuve, it's been kind of impressive how he's just aged the way you might expect somebody to, like very gradually year over year. If you just go by his OPS plus, you go back to 2022, and it was one of the best OPS pluses he'd had in a long time.
Yeah.
He was 32 years old. His OPS plus was 161. So for those who don't know, OPS plus 100 is the average baseball player. Yep. So they kind of standardize it.
Yep.
So 161 is awesome in 2022. The next year, 151. The next year, 124.
Yeah.
The next year, 113.
Yeah.
This year, 94. It's been, as you might expect as a guy enters his late 30s, it's really hard for me to think, okay, wow, with 5 years of just a gradual decline that all of a sudden he's going to skyrocket upwards, unless he discovers some, as of yet not illegal PED.
Yeah.
Which I totally approve of if that's what he does.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't get caught. Yeah. Whatever. Boy, your view on that one is really interesting. I think it's a great point. I have him on this list of it would hurt just because it would probably feel a little like what Giannis is feeling, like what the Giannis people are feeling in Milwaukee, although Giannis is much closer to his prime than Altuve is to his prime right now. My feeling in putting him on this list was this would just hurt emotionally because Jose Altuve is my favorite Houston athlete of all time. He's my favorite. Will Anderson's my favorite current iteration of the athlete, but like by and large over the course of the entire body of work, There is I've more than Jose Altuve. So that part would make it sad that it was the end. You're looking at it through a more pragmatic lens, both emotionally and functionally for the team, which I think is a good way to look at it. You know,
I guess the only thing for Altuve where I would feel bad is that I think he's the one player because ESPN very unfairly made him the face of the being better than everybody else scandal, that I don't know where the gentle landing spot is for him as an aging player who's not going to be in his prime. Yeah. It's like, that part of it. That's where I think if Altuve went to Jim Crane and said, listen, I think the best thing for the organization is if you trade me, you guys can start fresh and you get some assets back, you can relieve yourself of some salary. I think Jim Crane is like, no, I'm not going to do that to you. I refuse.
Yeah.
And I respect bad business decision, but I respect it by Jim Crane. Like that, I like that there's that certain level of devotion that Jim Crane has that's kind of old school in a way, where it's like there's something about the core values of the organization, and you can do this for one player, but you can't do it for a bunch of them.
You can't. I think there's two things I think when you bring that up. One, I don't think you'd get anything for him. The main benefit you're getting is you're getting out from underneath his contract. Again, if this is who he is moving forward, if he's just going to be an average or slightly below average baseball player. That said, if he does hang around and compile for a few years, I think there's part of the Astros that want to see Jose Altuve get his 3,000th hit in an Astros uniform. Yeah. I don't think they want to see him getting his 3,000th hit as a New York Yankee or a Tampa Bay Ray or something like that. You know, like I think the big painful thing for a lot of Red Sox and Yankee fans with Wade Boggs is a lot of the milestones he ended up hitting. He was a Tampa Bay Ray at that point of his career.
Yeah, I think also with Altuve, it still does happen in sports every now and then where even though people are just so cynical and quick to turn on people, I think in baseball, if you go back to Bagwell in his last couple of years where he couldn't even throw the ball to second base. Yep. People just you hold your tongue, you know. You just that's Jeff Bagwell out there. Yeah. We're just gonna, you're not gonna. I think people still have the capacity to treat some of the legends gently. So I don't think it's ever going to get really annoying or awkward or anything.
No. Here, you mean, like with Altuve?
Like with the fan base or anything.
I don't think so.
And we've had a lot of practice with Altuve because of his base running through the years.
Right. And we still love the guy.
Kind of just turned a blind eye to a pretty glaring thing.
Still love the guy. I'm going to read some texts here in a second on this topic. Again, if you're just getting in your car, in the spirit of the Giannis trade in Milwaukee and how they're probably feeling about that, who are the Houston athletes currently that if they were to demand a trade, it would hurt you in your gut, in your heart the most? A couple more here. I've got a category of lovable role players. And I'm not saying these guys would demand trades, but it just might hurt just because I like them. Mm-hmm. If Tank Dell demanded a trade, that would hurt me a little bit. I like Tank Dell. I know he has one leg that might not be working at full capacity, but I just like Tank. Yeah. Tank is like pizza. Having him around,
That would be, and it would be out of nowhere, and it would be weird because the teams really just stood by him and thing. There's a lot of guys. It's
Hey, I have a scenario where they might turn on Tank though.
Oh, okay. What is it?
What if CJ demanded a trade and then the next day Tank demanded a trade?
Oh, it was a package deal.
They would turn on Tank.
And then all of a sudden, man, and that would suck because then we'd turn on Tank and hoping for the we'd say some ugly things.
Yeah,
we'd go into dark places there. That was
that's the one scenario.
Yeah, I can't handle that just because I can't come face to face with it. What a deep down ugly person I am.
Yeah, Tank Dell. Yeah, come on. Steven Adams. If he were to demand a trade, I like Steven Adams too.
How would you respond to it?
It would be hurtful. It would hurt. I like Steven Adams. He's fun. He's kind of like the big, tall version of Tank Dell for the Rockets. He's fun to have around. He's hurt quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I want him to be around forever. I like the guy. Yeah. Steven Adams.
What if Jake Myers demanded a trade?
Good riddance.
Okay.
Yeah.
It wouldn't hurt you.
I'm not a huge.
I'm kind of thinking of the people you'd feel most petty about. If
okay. If
I feel like Jake Myers would be a big petty one.
You know what that would get? Who do you think you are, Deacon Jones?
Who do you think you are?
Right.
Yeah.
The Bill O'Brien response to the defensive lineman that'll go unnamed.
That's Sean Pendergast saying the temerity of this guy.
Who do you think you are, Mike Trout? Yeah, that's what I would say to Jake Myers. I'm ready for the Jake Myers era to be over with the Astros has been conceded to him over the last 5 years when he's a below-average baseball player. I know he covers a lot of ground in center field, and that's all well and good. He's got no arm, and he's a bad hitter. So I'm ready for this to be done. So, yes, I would be very petty if he were to demand a trade, 100%.
Okay, the pettiest guys for if they demanded a trade, I would say it goes in order from C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
Jake Myers.
I love the Jake Myers.
Yeah, it really is. It is because you know what it is? It's because Jake Myers he's teased you so many times.
Yeah.
With like, oh, all right, he's turning the corner.
Well, they've handed him the job like 4 straight years, and he's not a good player. Yeah.
If Titus Howard had demanded a trade, then I would have gotten pretty petty about that, I think.
Yeah.
There's like a little bit of the whole just – feeling you're better than the organization or whatever. Like if anybody feels like they've been disrespected, where I feel like the Texans just really put in the time with Titus Howard. But as far as we know, he didn't demand a trade.
No. If any of the offensive linemen on the Texans demanded a trade, I would be petty. Right, as of right now, it might wind up being a good offensive line, but until I see
right now, I wouldn't have that necessarily with any of the guys right now because I don't really have any reason to have a grudge against those guys. The Texans, you know what? I think if there's any testament to how the Texans have turned the roster over enough in a good way, it's that I don't really see any guys right now that I would be petty about if they demanded a trade.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
There's somewhere I'd be like, what are you doing, man? Yeah. But I wouldn't necessarily be petty about it. The last 2 years, though, there are multiple different offensive linemen. I would have been petty as hell if they had demanded a trade.
They demanded a trade. Here's the people weighing in. Will Anderson's getting a ton of run on this topic.
That would hurt, not petty.
It would hurt. If he demanded a trade, it would hurt. Amen Thompson is the Rocket that's getting a lot of run on. He's the only Rocket that's getting any run on here. Altuve and Jordan. This is Champ Slice says, Will Anderson, Jose Altuve, or Jordan asking for trades would break me. Yeah. Daniil Hunter. Kalen Bullock is getting a vote on the text page here. Daniil Hunter. That Daniil Hunter would hurt just because it feels like Daniil Hunter doesn't get bothered about anything. He's so stoic.
Well, and it's also like he's just got the dream contract for an older defensive lineman
in his hometown.
Just take it or leave it as he goes. Yeah. That would be one of the ones where, kind of like it is with Will Anderson. It would hurt with Will Anderson, but it would also be a big canary in the coal mine.
Yes.
And it would be like the canary just dropped dead out of nowhere.
Yep.
You had no oh boy, we're all about to get the carbon monoxide.
Yep.
Because I had no inkling that there was any issue whatsoever. So if Will Anderson or Daniil Hunter demanded a trade, I would really, especially because both guys have really big contracts, so there's not like they're unhappy about the money side of things. It would mean there's something really bad going on.
Yeah, something's wrong. Okay. Good point by this texter. Some of the fans want Durant gone anyways right now. Fair point.
Yeah, Durant, it would be petty. You get petty real quick.
Yeah.
You would just say, all right, yeah, see what, and you would join back in. This is what happens when a guy like Kevin Durant comes to the city. You set aside all of the things that you might have tweeted about previously, and you say, "Oh yeah, I was wrong. I didn't know Kevin Durant the way I know him now." And then as soon as anything goes sideways, you don't worry about being a hypocrite or anything. You go back immediately to where you were back when you were tweeting about Kevin Durant in the year 2023.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Cut and paste. Let's go.
Don't waste any time examining yourself over it. Okay.
Text message. I wonder how many people feel this way. Altuve is my favorite of all time. I'd rather lose with Altuve than win or lose without Altuve.
You'd rather lose with Altuve than win with Altuve.
No. I'd rather lose with Altuve than win or lose without Altuve. Yeah.
Yeah. The win or lose part is weird. That's the part that threw me. So, if you're losing without Altuve, you prefer you'd rather lose.
Okay, let's eliminate lose.
You'd rather lose with Altuve
than win without him.
Yeah.
Throwing lose in there confuse things. Yes. They'd rather lose with Altuve than win without him. I disagree with that, and I love Altuve, but I don't think people remember how miserable a summer of really bad baseball is. We've had summers, the last few summers haven't been great. It's ended okay. They ended with 88, 87 wins, whatever. But I think anytime you say, I'd rather my team lose, blah, 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 but you just don't remember what 2012 and 2013 were like. Probably because you were ignoring it, like most people were. Or you couldn't see it because it was on Comcast Sports Network. Mobile will retire before he asks for a trade. I agree with that. I don't think Altuve ever walks into the GM's office and says, "Hey, get me up and out of here." Even if it were for benevolent reasons.
It's also, though, it is, you got to, whatever it works into, though, the problem is you have these awkward years where you're, am I going to retire or I'm going to make $30 million?
Yeah.
I guess I'll take the $30 million, I guess.
30. There's not a lot of jobs out there paying that right now. I was on Indeed.com looking for jobs in the $30 million a year range, and there aren't that many out there.
Are people going to be mean to me on social media while I'm making $30 million a year? Dude, oh no! I guess I'll retire.
People could say to me on social media for me to make $30 million a year. Oh, say whatever you want about me, my family.
Stephen A. Smith about that.
Oh yeah.
Just ask if he cares about the rough treatment he gets on social media.
Does not care. Hey, let's shift gears for a second. That was a good topic. Keep texting in. We'll read some of your texts. We didn't get to this audio yesterday. Wyndham Clark, the golfer who won the U.S. Open this weekend. This is a good lesson that, especially when you go on with the guys on Barstool. I think Barstool and the Pardon My Take guys might have they might have an intern that is solely dedicated to going back through the social media accounts of the guests they have coming on.
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah. So Wyndham Clark, who just won the U.S. Open in golf. They went back and found a tweet of his. He went to Oklahoma State back in the day, not OU. But they found a tweet where he just said, "I hate Baker Mayfield." That's all it said in 2016. Here's why Wyndham Clark hates Baker Mayfield.
Just take back to December 3rd, 2016. We were talking. You said haters going to hate on Twitter earlier in this interview. You did tweet, "I hate Baker Mayfield," and I was just curious if you still feel that way. Maybe your thoughts on that. Maybe that hate in your heart's gone away, or what? Maybe where you're at on that.
I'm trying to decide if I should tell the story.
Yeah.
All right, screw it. I don't care. People already hate me. So. No, it's not that bad. My PR team's here.
Listen, your PR team's on the hot seat because we're coming up with ideas they never thought of.
No, they didn't. They prepped me for everything. They didn't prep me for this one. My girlfriend at the time cheated on me with Baker Mayfield.
Oh! That's a fair tweet.
Okay, yeah.
But here's what I will say. Everyone's dying. As I have come to, I'm actually a Baker fan now. I think he's a homie. That's your initial response.
Right.
Like, screw that guy, but really screw the,
Yeah, your girlfriend, yeah.
But, yeah, so I'm a Baker fan now. But, that's where it came from.
Okay. He's a fan. Baker, that whole thing, it may have saved him from a toxic relationship, if she's willing to go cheat with
Baker Mayfield saved him.
Yeah.
That's the immediate thing I thought of is all right, I wonder what Baker Mayfield's relationship status was like in 2016.
It's a good question. Oh, yeah.
They've
got the date, December 3rd, 2016.
He met his wife in 2017.
Okay.
So he's skated by there, hopefully, he doesn't have any, he did his wife in 2017.
Yeah.
So if he had met his wife, I looked up, when did he meet his wife?
Yeah.
If they had met in 2016, that could be dicey, man.
Just outed
throwing that story out there. I know 2016 feels like forever ago, but who knows what Baker Mayfield's relationship status was at that point.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit. He says he loves Baker now.
Yeah.
Did you kind of check with him? If you love him now, did you check with him before you disclosed that?
Have you met him?
That funny little nugget?
Yeah. Have you met Baker? Have you and Baker? Does Baker know? Was Baker just finding out by seeing this cut on Pardon My Take that was your girlfriend that he hooked up with?
There's sometimes now women will lie about having cheated on a guy just because they want to hurt him.
Right.
So there's a chance that he might have hated Baker Mayfield because Baker Mayfield was the Oklahoma quarterback, and his girlfriend was like, "Well, screw you. You know what I did? I slept with Baker Mayfield."
Right.
And because she knew it would hurt him.
Yeah.
And that maybe she'd never actually met him before. I know this because I knew this. This happened in high school once. I knew a girl who's She was a basketball player.
Okay.
And she's playing basketball against this town from a few towns away from us.
Yeah.
And this girl on the team was going after her, hard fouls and stuff. And she was like, "What the hell?" And the girl's like, "I know you slept with my boyfriend." And she's like, "I've never met this guy in my life. I don't even know what this girl's talking about."
Yeah.
And the girl wouldn't believe her. And it was just that was that this guy just knew that like this was the best basketball player on this one girl's team.
Yeah.
And my friend was the best basketball player. Like they're kind of like the MVPs. That like her boyfriend, like to hurt her, basically said, "Yeah, I slept with such and such." Just to spite her somehow.
Wow, and it got an amazing version of her, at least a violent version of her on the basketball court.
Yeah,
that's
but messed up from my girl, my high school friend's sake. It's kind of like she's being painted as some hussy,
well,
you know,
not just
like
being
going around and sleeping with other girls' boyfriends.
It would be wrong even if those two girls didn't play basketball. But the fact that he put her in physical harm's way.
Oh yeah,
like she could have gotten hurt.
That's wrong on like 18 different levels.
Yeah. You know what? What it turned into in that basketball game is like in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. When Jefferson's brother and Spicoli crashed Jefferson's car, and then they made it look like the opposing team did it, and he ended up having like 25 tackles in that game.
You know what it would be in modern times? It would be that girl's boyfriend took the over on personal fouls on his girlfriend.
Oh, yes! I gotta hit this parlay, man.
Right before you wanna affect the outcome of a game for gambling's sake. All right, I'm gonna take the over on my girlfriend's fouls, and right before the game, I'm gonna be like, hey, I cheated on you with that point guard.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Yeah. Oh,
now go break a leg.
Oh,
literally.
Dude, yeah. Oh, you'd hit that prop court. That'd be great. You'd be laughing. The other thing I want to know about this Baker Mayfield thing, if it's true, I'm going to assume that it's true for a second here, that Wyndham Clark's girlfriend cheated with Baker Mayfield. Wyndham Clark, if I'm not mistaken, went to Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Baker was at OU. I don't know how far Stillwater is from Norman, but it's a drive. Who went to see who? Where did they meet? Was one of them
probably like at a party? You got the girl, her friends from high school were at Oklahoma, so she goes
probably at OU,
frat
right?
Party or something.
Baker's probably not showing up in Stillwater and going to a party.
Be like, give me your women.
Yeah. She probably.
I don't know. Baker does feel like the kind of guy that might do that.
Oh, that's true. He didn't get when he got chased down by police. It wasn't in Norman, Oklahoma. It was in Arkansas somewhere. So it's
only an hour and 20 minutes away.
Okay, that's close. That's I think a lot of people out there have driven further for something like that.
You think? Well, especially in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I gotta go grab some groceries. I'll see you in 16 hours.
Yeah. There's everything's at least an hour and 20 minutes away. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Some more texts weighing in on the topic of the athletes that it would hurt to see them demand a trade. Altuve has 3.5 years to get 558 hits to end with 3,000. Will he get to the milestone? That is one of the overriding questions in Houston sports is will Jose Altuve, Seth, watching Jose Altuve on a nightly basis, do you think that he's got 558 hits in him over the next 3.5 years?
Next 3.5 years. I mean, not based on the pace that he's been going in the last 3 years. I mean, it's just like if we take the last 3 years when he was 33 through 35 years old, he's had 453 hits in that time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that would be in 3.5 seasons. Could he do that? It's going to be a tight one.
It is, and he's only getting older, and he's only getting more injury prone. I would say, I didn't
include this year's in that hit total. That was just the three, but
Yep. If I had to bet, forced to bet, I'd bet no, but I would not bet that because I bet on most of the time I bet on things that I don't bet against things I have a rooting interest in. So,
well, Corey, you know what? We're at the midpoint of the season. That was dumb of me not to look at it. So just factoring in all of just in the last 3.5 years, including the time, he's missed some time due to injury or whatever.
Yep.
He's had 507 hits in that time.
Okay, so he's in the neighborhood.
But he's going to be 3.5 years older at the end of this stretch.
Well, and people would say, well, he missed time this year with the oblique injury. He's going to miss time over the next few years probably with injuries if we're handicapping the thing, All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday here. Hey, let's circle over to the Rockets. I was in on the Jaylen Brown thing, but are the Rockets into Jaylen Brown? We'll also hear from the newest Rocket and one hilarious outcome from the LaMelo Ball trade to the Minnesota Timberwolves that we will get to. We'll do that coming up next. When we got home last night, Amy and I, we were out watching the
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A little Rockets talk here for a few minutes. If you want to text in 713-572-446. Zach Lowe of the Ringer. He's got his own podcast, and he's brought up the name Jaylen Brown, and I think Jaylen Brown, having not gotten moved in a Giannis trade, he's still with the Celtics. Celtics are reportedly floating him out there in some trade talks. They're trying to kind of play the middle and play nice with Jaylen Brown, but at the same time, it seems like they're shopping him as well. But I was a little surprised by this. Zach Lowe saying doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of smoke between the Rockets and Jaylen Brown.
Houston just keeps surprising me that they don't come up in any of this talk. I frankly have not heard that they're super into Jaylen Brown. That could change, but that's what I've heard for now.
Yeah, and I was more the Jaylen Brown thing is kind of part and parcel, Seth, of the bigger broad point it felt like he was making at the beginning of that cut, which is like he's just not hearing the Rockets being in on a lot of this stuff right now. It seems all the talk of running it back, at least based on the outside smoke. I mean, they were talking about running it back last year too, and then they trade for Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
So these things can change at any time, obviously, but at least from what Zach Lowe, the guy's pretty plugged in, is he's not hearing the Rockets in any of this stuff.
I think the whole thing about what the Rockets plan to do or who they're interested in, I think that Rafael Stone, by and large, has taken that part of Daryl Morey's strategy, I think, and followed it where, like, it doesn't, you don't have to be proactive in a lot of stuff as long as you're always out there and listening and willing to listen, and you kind of see things develop as they. You don't need to be the team that's eager to find out or inquire about Jaylen Brown to the point where Zach Lowe knows about it and all of that. I mean, can you remember, even as it became clear that the Rockets were one of the teams that might make a trade for Kevin Durant, I feel like there was still from the insiders a lot of skepticism that it was going to be the Rockets.
Yeah.
It felt like until really right up, and maybe I'm misremembering that, but I felt like up until the last, final moments or days of that people were skeptical of the Rockets being the team.
Yeah, I think you kind of nailed it, which is that they were definitely on the list of teams. They were a team that made sense.
Right.
They made and so they wound up on a lot of those lists, but they were the Rockets, and we had not really entered into an offseason where they were in this type of position with this GM before. So we didn't have any prior working history of this team making big trades, big like draft pick and young guy for big star trades with Rafael Stone. So I think you're right. Like I mean, if I had to think back, I would guess I was probably skeptical just based on I tend to be a bit of a sucker and take this stuff at face value sometimes when I don't have a history with somebody. Like we didn't have a history with Rafael Stone for something like this last year. I'm a little more on guard this year for something happening because of how it went down last year. So I think you're right. I think it didn't come out of nowhere because it made sense.
Right. It didn't. Right. It made total sense.
Yeah.
And yet I'll fact check myself on this at some point. We can talk about it next week. But I think that it's last year. For a long time, people really genuinely thought they were going to run it back because it was all quiet on the Western Front and nobody was saying anything. And then then all of a sudden everything evolves really quickly.
Yeah.
I think the same thing happens with the way Caserio operates.
Agreed.
It's that
100%.
Oh, can't believe they're not doing anything. Can't believe they're not doing anything. And then boom, out of nowhere, there's a Brandon Cooks trade or something like that just really does blindside you. And there aren't even any whispers about it before.
Oh, you mean Diggs probably?
Diggs,
right?
Diggs.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you mean
not
Diggs.
Brandon Cooks.
Yeah,
we talked too much about. We talked way more of Brandon Cooks than we should have.
This morning. No, I agree with you. So no, when you were laying it out before, that's when you were laying out the fact that hey, the Rockets don't have to be showing up on the radar. They're a team that everybody around the league knows is going to take your phone call.
Yeah.
Like if you call them, they're going to take the call. I immediately thought of Caserio. Like they know, like. Nick will never say no to a conversation about something. He may say no at the end of a conversation about something, but I think he'll entertain anything.
At one point around June 17th last year, Phoenix was focused on the best return, not just KD's wish list. NBC Sports Roundup also described the Suns as looking for better offers than what they viewed as lowball Rockets concepts at that stage.
I remember
it was
that.
The Spurs and the Rockets were lowballing them, and they're not going to settle for that. That's where some of the skepticism came.
I got you. Yep. That made sense. I remember. Now that you bring that up, I remember that. So we'll see. It doesn't look like there's anything going right now in the Rockets, but Seth just read an excerpt from a little over a year ago that sounded like there was nothing going on with Kevin Durant and the Rockets.
It was.
Also.
I mean, the Rockets were in the mix, but they definitely weren't. They were a plausible finalist in it, but not like the inevitable team or one of the inevitable teams that he was going to go.
I'd be up for a Jaylen Brown trade. I would be up for that.
Oh, that'd be fun, man.
Yeah, total fun.
That scratches my itch.
Absolutely.
It does. No, and it really does. It does because as multiple people were bringing up, and you yourself, you were not high on Giannis Antetokounmpo trade, largely because of the injury concerns. But then
totally
also,
that,
you do still have, like, okay, great, Giannis is a better player than Şengün, but you're still going to have spacing issues and everything. And, like, so with a guy like Jaylen Brown, you just, boom, in one fell swoop, address all of those concerns and add a better basketball player to your team. Yeah, it does. It makes more sense, and it might end up being a lot cheaper than a Giannis trade.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Bruce Thornton is the newest Houston Rocket. He was drafted with the first pick of the second round. He said after the draft he's happy to be a Rocket.
For me, I'm not picky at all. Like, whoever wanted me and give me a kid from Fairburn, Georgia, opportunity, I would be very blessed and very grateful. I'm so thankful for the Houston Rockets just taking a chance on me, and I'm going to do everything I can in my power to be the best player I can be for the Houston Rockets. I knew last minute that if somebody said I got the wrong hat, I'm like, what you mean? Then I heard Houston Rockets, I'm like, oh, no state tax, so that's even better.
Yeah, had to get that in.
More and more guys referencing that. I feel like NIL has made guys way more educated as they come into the league. I've heard more references from athletes about the state income tax in the last couple of years than I ever had before.
Yeah.
A little bit of a David Culley in that response, and that I'm just happy to be on any team.
Yep.
Yeah, it's great to go to the Rockets, but truth be
30.
told, the Jazz would have been cool too. You know.
I took this job simply because there's 32 of these in this league.
That's basically what he said.
Good job, Ben.
That's basically what he said.
Ben, how'd you know that's where I was going with that?
I've worked here a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ben and I are on the same wavelength.
Simpatico, yeah. My other favorite thing that he did there, Bruce Thornton, was I'm just a kid from fill-in name of small rural town here.
Yeah.
I'm just a kid from Fairburn, Georgia is his hometown. That's the thing you do, man, when you're from kind of a nondescript country town and you're just trying to show that you got grit. Man, I'm just a
guy from the old 30213.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. So
population, it's not that. It's population 17,000.
Yeah, it's
tiny, but it's pretty small.
It's pretty small
city.
Yeah, it's pretty small.
Let me see where Fairbairn. Tell them around here we pronounce it Fairbairn. And he's not that far from Atlanta.
No.
But I'll accept it. I'll accept small town.
Yep.
There you go.
From Fairburn, Georgia. Grew up in Alpharetta, which is a suburb of Atlanta. Alpharetta.
I know somebody from Alpharetta. I know somebody from Alpharetta.
Okay.
I can't remember who it is.
Yeah.
Damn it, I know I do.
Okay, so I pronounced that wrong. It's Alfreda. Huh?
At least the guy I know pronounces it Alfreda.
Okay.
But I know it might. They weigh in. Alpharetta or Alfreda?
Chris in the ATL, you're listening right now. Weigh in. All right. The one other thing I wanted to hit in this segment.
It's only it's 29-minute drive to Atlanta.
Okay.
I reject Fairbairn being small enough to.
Let the man have his moment. All right. He gets immunity on draft night.
Good call.
Yeah. This I laughed at yesterday. I'm not a huge fan of LaMelo Ball. I think he's obviously a very talented basketball player. His dad probably has something to do with that. I don't know that he's a winning basketball player. He was on Charlotte forever. These guys that get these max deals on teams that never make the playoffs rub me the wrong way sometimes. This I like, though. The odds makers kind of backing me up on this. The odds of the Minnesota Timberwolves, who acquired LaMelo Ball, winning the NBA title set before the trade was 25-1.
Mm-hmm.
After the trade, 28-1.
Oh wow!
Yeah, their odds got worse.
He's a team killer.
Their odds got worse. I don't know. But for whatever reason, their odds got worse. Now I was doing some reading. There are report cards on this trade. A lot of the pundits do not like this trade from Minnesota, even though they put together two of the most talented offensive players in their backcourt with Anthony Edwards and LaMelo Ball. They have Rudy Gobert up front, and that's it. They have nothing else up front. So I saw ESPN gave it a D+ for the Timberwolves. The odds makers obviously don't like the trade. So I laughed I got a good chuckle at that yesterday. I'm like, okay, good. I feel better about my LaMelo Ball not being a winning player take. He clearly did not give them, and at least in the eyes of the odds makers, just gives them a worse chance of winning.
Winning takes in general, those are murky waters to wade into. I mean, C.J. Gardner-Johnson would be the first to tell you he's been on a lot of winning football teams.
That's true.
Yeah, and he'll claim personal responsibility for all of them. C.J. Gardner-Johnson in this article in The Athletic, for those who don't know, they're planning on him being one of the solutions up in Buffalo on defense this year. Tell me if you've heard that one before.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of schmucks on radio last year telling you how great it was going to be with C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yep.
But he does the classic twice in that article. He does the whole, I don't know, understand why I've never been a captain. I've never been arrested.
Yeah.
All right. I was like, yep. Yeah. Oh, I see you understand the standards. Whenever you find yourself defending your character by pointing out that you've never been arrested as like it somehow sets you apart from everybody else or something. Yeah.
Well, let's read the excerpts from that in the next segment. That's a good tease right there. If people haven't seen the article, that Seth was talking about one aspect of the article. There is one thing in here, where it started, according to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, where it started to sour with the Texans is one of the craziest things that I've read in a long, long time. And it did not happen in the regular season. It happened, according to him, at the Greenbrier. That is coming up next. But if you are looking to get any
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, real quick text. This is from earlier where we talked about the World Cup briefly in the game last night. If you missed it, the U.S. lost last night 3-2, literally on a last-second goal by Turkey. Morning, guys. I'm not much of a soccer fan. I'm really enjoying the World Cup. I didn't get to watch the game. Did the U.S. hold back some of their starters from playing last night? Thank you. Yes, they did. Several. Anybody who had a yellow card got held out of the game because if they'd gotten another yellow card, they'd be suspended for the game against Bosnia-Herzegovina in the round of 32. So they kept a lot of guys out. Now, Pulisic played last night, and they did get a little – they were trailing 2-1 early in the second half, and they brought him in, and he gave a little bit of a spark. They ended up scoring a goal to tie it at 2. They looked like they had a little bit more pep in their step when he was in there. So, but yes, to answer the question, they held a bunch of their guys out last night. All right, this article in The Athletic by Tim Graham about C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a really fun read, especially now knowing that C.J. Gardner-Johnson is no longer on the Texans.
It's a fun read. It's a little bit disturbing in some ways because, like, C.J. Gardner-Johnson he goes through these waves of taking accountability for the way he's behaved at certain times, but then getting fiercely defensive about himself and acting like everybody else is just creating all these narratives that have led to him never spending more than one season in any one place ever since he got out of his rookie contract.
Yep.
Where he admitted they kept the Saints from wanting to keep him after his rookie contract. Yeah. Yep. He's a lot. He's just a lot. Okay. And the Bills are probably planning on him being a starting safety, just like the Texans did last year.
I want to pay off on the tease first and then get to some of the other hilarious nuggets in this thing. Yeah. But if you're a Texan fan, the part that you need to read is where C.J. Gardner-Johnson talks about when things started to go sideways with the Texans. We know that he was cut after 3 weeks. They went 0-3 in those games. There were reports afterwards that the big mistakes made in those 3 games were mistakes made by C.J. Gardner-Johnson, possibly being selfish or ignoring assignments, whatever it may be. And then reports that it had been bad behind the scenes, too, that he was pocket-watching teammates' contracts and requesting a trade, criticizing teammates. He claims that's all a lie.
Which, to put things in context, there was also a report last year that C.J. Gardner-Johnson tore his ACL, which was an incorrect report. So it's a good reminder that not all reports are accurate.
Fair.
Yeah.
Gardner-Johnson, I'm reading directly from Tim Graham's article now. Gardner-Johnson said his experience with the Texans began to go south at training camp in West Virginia, where he said he got into a confrontation with, quote, the GM's friend, end quote. This article does not mention Nick Caserio by name, so that's it says the GM's friend.
So we have to assume that I guess he knows that Nick Caserio is the GM, but okay, yeah.
That's right. Fair point.
There's so many questions I have about this story you're hearing.
Yep. Continue. This is a quote in the article. If y'all going to cut me, but I'll give nobody reasons to cut me. I haven't. I don't. I'm not a cancer. There's nobody in this locker room that says Chauncey's a problem. Chauncey's his government name. The media loves me. The only thing that'll do it is something that triggers somebody that has a say in the building that can alter somebody else's mind.
Only when there's a conspiracy against him. This doesn't sound crazy at all. That's the guy who continually gets released time after time. Yeah. It's never anything he's done, Sean.
No.
It's always somebody else. Yes.
Continuing, this is Gardner-Johnson. That happens every time.
Every time.
That's how I got cut in Houston. One person that's not technically a part of the organization called me a B word at the Greenbrier.
Uh-huh.
I get out my body. He says something to the GM, and next thing, I'm cut. End quote.
So friend of the GM is the most fascinating thing here.
Yep. Because
the way he tells this story, I don't when you first hear that he says that somebody like a friend of the GM got him cut. I'm thinking like, did one of Nick's college buddies that was visiting or something not like him? It sounds like from the way this story is told that C.J. Gardner-Johnson got into it with somebody.
Yeah.
The guy had called him a B word, apparently out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Nothing to instigate that.
Yep.
And then that person who allegedly called C.J. Gardner-Johnson the B word went and told Caserio about it.
Right.
So I know.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, he's cut.
Next thing you know.
Next thing you know, the next thing you know is 2 months later. What the hell are you talking about?
I got the dates. They were at the Greenbrier. You and I were there. We were there the first week of August. He got cut on September 23rd, 2025. Yeah. Next thing you know.
Yeah,
man.
So he apparently had some kind of an exchange with somebody at the Greenbrier.
Yes, I called him
I don't know what's real and what's an hallucination with C.J. Gardner-Johnson at this point.
Don't either.
But that's because remember though, Sean, it happens every time.
Yeah,
it's never anything he said or did.
No, it's
including
amazing.
This exchange where apparently for whatever reason somebody called him the B word.
Yeah.
It's never anything that he said or did, and yet it happens every time.
Okay,
Do you know how hard you'd have to look to find a guy that's been cut by how many teams? Like, how many times has he been cut or traded away from that?
Well, at least like 5 now, right? 5?
Yeah.
It's like 4 in the last year.
Yeah.
Right?
Just a victim of circumstances in all these scenarios. It's crazy.
In the last year, he's been on the Texans, the Ravens, the Bears, and now he's signed with the Bills on a 1-year, $3.5 million deal that I'm sure will end the way all the other ones have ended. There are some other really funny things in this article. Do you care to pick off of the buffet here some of your favorites of this C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
My favorite is just because multiple times, whenever a guy who's reportedly got character issues, when the way they choose to argue against that is to point out that they don't get arrested. It's just like, I don't need to know anything more. Like, I didn't realize that there were only 2 types of people who have been arrested and people who haven't. And that apparently as long as you're somebody who hasn't been arrested, you can't possibly be a character issue or a locker room cancer or anything like that.
Right.
Let's see, especially when it comes to the captain. So there's a lot of captains in this league, and I want this to come out just for the jersey sales. I can show you 3-4 captains right now that I wouldn't get behind. Why would I get behind anybody that doesn't believe in himself? I played for plenty of false captains, but I got to fake it like, that's my leader. I'll lead by my actions on the field. That C don't make me, because when somebody comes up to me on the sideline and says, we need a play from you, that lets me know everything I need to know. I'm a firecracker, but let's take the body of work. Never legally been in trouble.
Yeah.
Never physically harmed a person.
Right. Why are you so down on this guy, Seth? He's not a felon.
This is the quote. At the end of this long blurb here, this is what he says. Let's take the body of work. Never legally been in trouble. Never physically harmed a person. But I haven't been a captain ever in my life.
That's the bar. That's the bar.
How does a guy go through life never having been arrested or physically harmed a person and yet not been named a captain on his football team?
Yes.
Where he's only been for 6 months anyway.
I like
if you could stick around for more than 6 months in a place, maybe you would become a captain.
I was like when the Texans put out their press release announcing the captains for the upcoming season, and they categorized it as these are the felons on our team right here.
I'll go you one further.
Yeah.
You know who has been arrested?
Who?
Ray Lewis.
Yeah.
All right, now you got. What if I take away your never been arrested thing and say that there might actually be other criteria involved when people decide who the captain is?
Let's see here. I'm going to ask old AI. Was Ray Lewis ever a captain?
Was he ever a captain for a decade?
For the Ravens. Let's see here what it says. It turns out he was the undisputed long-time defensive captain for the Baltimore Ravens.
He's got a foundation now, though, Sean. So
who's CJ Gardner-Johnson?
Yeah. So this is the quote. When I win Walter Payton Man of the Year, I'm going to thank everybody who doubted me.
That's my favorite one out of all of them. I saw your list here. I'm like, we got to get to this one.
There's a couple he's just so delusional. Tim Graham, the guy who wrote the article, points out that, all right, he embellishes a little bit. He says he led the league in interceptions twice, where it's like he shared it once, didn't lead it the other. He's only led it once in the league. He likes to point out that he should have been on 3 Super Bowl winning teams. But remember, he doesn't point fingers or anything.
No.
But he does blame, I can't remember what the bad play was that kept him from winning a Super Bowl one of those times.
Was at the time, it was probably the one they lost to the Chiefs, maybe, the Eagles, and there was that holding call at the end of the game, maybe, that they handed the Chiefs the touchdown. My only glitch with this article with the author of it, Tim Graham, is when he says this. With 5 different defensive coordinators, countless schemes, and all the various ways. Gardner Johnson's teams never have posted a losing record. They've missed the playoffs only once.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we giving C.J. Gardner-Johnson credit for the Texans going 12-5? Are we giving C.J. Gardner-Johnson credit for the Texans going 12-2 after they fired his ass?
Yeah, I think he was the
Last I checked, they were 0-3.
Sean, he was the spark.
Cunningham was the spark.
Yeah. He was the. You know what he was? He was the riding crop. That's what he was. He spurred them on to greatness.
He was the crop hitting the Texans' butt.
Yeah.
The butt that is the Texans' horse. Yeah, they were 0-3, Tim Graham. Get out of here.
Florio laid it out. Let's see, 7 seasons, 6 departures, either by trade or release.
Yeah.
He's made 6 exits in less than 4 calendar years because it started off with the Saints trading him to the Eagles on August 30th, 2022.
Yep.
That part, though, that every time – him saying that that's what happens every time somebody says something about him. It's never his fault.
Getting a raw deal, man. It's getting a raw deal.
This is what I'm excited about for that first week, that first game against Buffalo, is that, man, all right, Nick Cale, you want to show that you've grown as an offensive coordinator? You figure out a way to bait C.J. Gardner-Johnson out of his responsibilities, and it's a path to glory, my friend.
Great story.
I hope they have a steady diet of in-breaking routes. Followed up by a double move, and boom, there you go.
I just hope Nico Collins runs him over like a bus. That's what I hope happens. In the category of other former Texans with other teams, Laramie Tunsil, Washington Commanders left tackle, he is taking their second-year tackle, Josh Connerly, under his wing. In an article on NFL.com, it talks about how Laramie Tunsil, they've been working out together in Alabama. So where Laramie works out in the offseason, I guess. Laramie's been working with him on his diet and his routine. And Laramie thinks that Josh Connerly, honestly, Seth, I don't know if you've heard Laramie talk about this. This is pretty high praise coming from Laramie because he never says this about anybody. Josh Connerly's a dog.
A dog.
He's a dog.
Ooh,
I don't know.
Finally, he's a dog.
I don't know. I don't know if you heard Josh Connerly and Davis Mills in 2022.
I feel bad for a young player that hears that Laramie Tunsil called him a dog. And you're like, oh, you get that little bit of glow about you.
Yeah.
And then you realize, like, oh, okay, this is like being on that list, that Who's Who, that book that they send you. You're like, hey, look at this. It appears they want to include me in a book. Sure, there's some administrative costs.
Yeah.
I have to pay them $97, but I am in the book of Who's Who.
I'm a Who's Who, yeah.
At Victor Central High School.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
She thinks I'm really hot. Oh, no, she's gotten with everybody at the school? Oh,
yeah.
Okay, yeah. This is Laramie. Laramie's actually asked about this at his media availability last week. Like, what exactly? He calls Jaden Daniels a dog as well. And
I was afraid he wasn't.
The reporter, now it's a bigger deal if he doesn't call you a dog. Yeah. A reporter actually asked him, like, what's your definition of a dog?
Speaking of being a leader, this is year number 3 for Jaden. Have you noticed any type of growth in terms of him being more of a leader?
Absolutely, dog. Dog, I really don't have to say much about 5, man. He's going to get it done.
You said dog a lot this. And so, can you explain dog for all of us?
Somebody who wants it. Somebody who's dying to be great each and every day. 1% better. Yeah. That's why I think a dog is.
Yeah, or one might say a vet.
A vet. Somebody that's like when every time you're asked about anybody ever, you say they're a dog.
Call them a dog.
That's a lot of people that are the 1%. Mm-hmm. The guys that just want it. The guys that I would say they need a new slogan.
Yeah.
Dogs, not hogs. In Washington. That should be the slogan for the offensive line in Washington. Yeah,
it's a new era.
Just start talking smack about how stupid and fat and unfashionable those Washington Hogs were back in the day. Yeah, look at those old guys. Yeah,
jeans.
Those guys, like, they didn't even have Instagram accounts. Are you even aware of how stupid Russ Grimm and all those guys look?
Right. Seth, I mentioned this quote from Laramie earlier. I've got the cut now. That same reporter, I think, asks him, "Hey, I saw a quote from you in an interview." Well, we'll let the reporter handle it here.
Now, I was reading a quote from you, I think, last week. I think you said how people, when they look at your journey, that they want to see that you did it your own way. Kind of explain that. Expand that. What is your own way?
My own way, just going no agent. I started doing this no agent and built the team in 2020. The team that I have is Divine Tree. It's a full-service management company. It's tailored to any and everybody, experience, whatever it is, whatever it can be. And that's how I kind of did it. I just kind of became my own agent, just kind of paved the way for these younger guys.
It's funny, when you bring up the Hogs, can you imagine them asking, like, Joe Jacoby or Mark May back in the day? Like,
hey, Jeff Bostic. You hated your own agency?
Yeah.
And is it called something kind of mystical like Divine Tree?
Yeah.
What was the name of the... Okay, Pope Zaza is based on his original... Let me tell you.
St. Omni.
St. Omni.
Is who you're thinking of, yeah.
And is the name of his organization they're called Divine Tree?
Divine Tree, yes.
It's like a little new age culty feel to it.
It's a full service management company. I don't know if you've heard. That's what it is.
There's nothing I love more than hearing that when my veteran offensive tackle is going to take the young guy under his wing and teach him everything he needs to know. And you ask what that is.
Yeah.
It's like how to create your own management agency. That's what I'm going to treat. That's what Josh Connerly needs to be concerned with right now.
A divine tree universally symbolizes a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms. That's what Laramie's company is.
I heard Mark
named.
May talk about that a lot back in
Jeff
the day.
Bostic's a great one. That's a better example.
Mark May and Joe Jacoby were like, hey, guys, how do we become more of a spiritual bridge between entities?
Yeah. We need a divine tree is what we need. All right, Payne and
For the
Pendergast.
kids, the offensive line back when back in Washington was winning Super Bowl after Super Bowl, they were known as the Hogs.
Yep.
So
they were. They did not wear skinny jeans.
They're a tough, gritty bunch.
They were indeed. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. Boy, this Imai experience is getting kind of exciting, I would say. You got to hear what the Tigers announcers had to say about Imai's slider. We've got that for you. And where are the Astros sitting right now in the standings? Well, we'll just let the music do the talking. We'll do that coming up next. Exercise and snoring. That is not sweet music right there, nor is that
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Vasquez is giving you.
Ground ball clubbed by Walker. They could turn two. Ball game over. What a visit by Josh Miller. Play the very next pitch. Tigers getting aggressive in the ninth. Go home run, single, double play on 3 consecutive pitches, and the Astros win it 2-1.
That was a great visit. What a game.
That was a fun game. 2-1 game, fun game. We play celebration because if the season were to end today, the Astros would be in the postseason. And we have not been close to that for a long, long time around here this season so far. So the Astros ascending 23 and 15 since May 15th. The historic, soon-to-be historic Payne and Pendergast reset for the team.
The reset, and let's kick it old school, and let's say if there were only 5 wild card teams.
Yeah.
With
five playoff teams. Yeah, five
playoff teams. Yeah, 5 playoff teams.
Yeah.
Where would the Astros be? They would be
a couple games out, probably. Right?
3 games out, I think.
Yeah. 3 games out. They're
3 games out of catching up to the Guardians.
Yep.
So even let's say a bona fide modern age wild card team, even they're only 3 games out of that. But they're as of now with the expanded playoffs. Someday, none of the leagues have yet achieved their goal of every single team making the playoffs, but we're damn close to it.
We're getting there. We're getting there. So the Astros are 40 and 43 on the season. I tell you what, just listening to that final call right there is kind of a reminder of how valuable Josh Hader is to this team right now. They didn't use him yesterday because he had pitched in the previous 2 nights, so we were wondering if they were going to even use him on back-to-back nights coming back from this shoulder and biceps injury he had. So they've started to do that. I don't think a year ago or 2 years ago, before all the injuries, they'd use him 3 days in a row.
Yeah.
Unless it was the postseason, maybe. But Aniel De Los Santos coming in last night, giving up a home run and making it a 2-1 game and putting guys on base and things like that. It was a good reminder. It brought the ship into the shore. So we got the Astros get the win. But it is a reminder of the hammer that Hader has been since he's come back off the injured list.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Sean, as far as that's the one thing. I think Hader's the guy that's most made me feel like, oh, okay, you know what? If this team just needs it, and this year in the AL, if you just got to be a 500 or a little bit better baseball team, man, there's so many times where Hader's come in where I just feel like I breathe a sigh of relief even before he throws a pitch. Because I feel like, okay, there's a really good chance that they're not going to blow this.
Yeah.
I don't even want to call it a blown save. I just want to screw up the entire season. There's a good chance that in this moment, because if you look at the wild card right now, and you laid this out earlier, I mean, there are 6 teams within a game of a half of each other when it comes to the wild card. And the 4 teams, like the Astros, are in by the skin of their teeth with a 482. Their win-loss record right now is at .482.
Yep.
And then the A's, the Blue Jays, and the Rangers are all at .481.
Right.
So, I mean, it's that close. And then just the Orioles and the Twins are a game and a half behind this big, massive team.
Yeah. It's crazy. And there is starting to get to be a little separation within those teams that are chasing right now, like the Tigers and the Red Sox are 2 teams, Seth, that came into the season with pretty high hopes.
Yeah.
Especially the Tigers. They went and, this is Schoolballs last year there. They went and got Framber Valdez. They brought Justin Verlander back for a reunion here. And they're falling further out, not chasing right now. So,
I feel, what's made me feel old is that A.J. Hinch looks, yesterday they showed A.J. Hinch in the dugout. Yeah. And I swear to you, Sean, my first thought, without thinking about it before my rational brain kicked in, was, what's Jeff Luhnow doing in the dugout? He looked a lot more like Jeff Luhnow than he looked like the old A.J. Hinch.
I got
put on a little bit of weight. His hair is all gray and everything. And I'm like,
he does look older.
I think it maybe took me about a quarter second to be like, oh, no, that's A.J. Hinch.
Yeah. This Imai turnaround has been one of the big stories of this. It's turning into one of the big stories of this season. I mean, everybody was so out on him after the first few starts, and I
never wavered.
All the excuse making, and everything else that he had. I mean, we were doing segments, Seth, listing all the excuses that he was making for his poor performance.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It turns out your lips were moving right there with mine, buddy.
You weren't listening to me. You were so dead set. You were so tunnel visioned in on your view of the world that you didn't hear me screaming, "Give him a chance!"
Defending.
Just give him a chance.
Imai. Hey Ben, let's hit Espada 7 here, if we could. 7 on Imai adjusting recently.
Yes, I think we are in that stage where he knows he belongs, right? He's starting to get comfortable knowing his stuff, knowing the league, the information that we are sharing with him. He's starting to get familiar with it, and that builds confidence. And right now he's pitching with a ton of confidence.
This is a really nice development, man. Like we're starting to get into, now that the Astros are on the, they're just slightly inside the playoff race right now, inside the wild card race right now, inside the velvet rope of the playoffs, then I'm going to allow myself to start thinking this way, Seth, which is if you had to play a wild card round tomorrow, obviously Hunter Brown would be your number one. He hadn't been great since coming back, but he would still start the first playoff game for this team.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly. Imai might be the number 2 right now.
All right, Sean. I don't want to tax your memory too hard.
Yeah.
But do you remember on June 3rd when he made it 2/3 of a way into an inning in a baseball game?
I remember that. It was against the Kansas City Royals. and I you know what, Seth? In this instance, I'm going to choose to back Jeff Blum on this, where I believe Blum on the broadcast is saying, sometimes when your team scores 9 runs in the first inning, it might throw your rhythm off a little bit.
You know what? I know, no, and I feel like that's
every other start other than that since coming back has been really good.
I know. No, and that's one of those things. That's where with Imai, it's the trouble is, I had already heard so many reasonable explanations over and over again that we're like, after a while, it just sounds like a whole bunch of every one of those reasonable explanations could make sense. All right, the change in lifestyle, the balls more slippery, the mounds are harder and steeper, all that. Like you start to hear it. So that's where and you know what I got really upset is when it creeped into my thinking with Hunter Brown's last start. Was it Hunter's? Yeah, it was because the Astros offense had been on the field a long time in that first inning. They had a bunch of hits, but without a lot to show for it. But it was a long first inning, and I thought, oh crap, well, Hunter's going to be sitting there in the bullpen a long time, or sitting there waiting to go out for a long time.
Yeah. And yada yada yada. He throws 85 pitches in 3 innings.
Yeah.
But he might be number 2 right now.
I think that's if I were to cherry pick.
Yeah.
When he came back, he had that rough outing where he allowed 6 runs versus Seattle when he first came back from his shoulder soreness. Since then, including that 2/3 of an inning where he allowed, how many runs was it in that 2/3 inning? 5 runs.
5.
So including that, he's got a 3.93 ERA.
Yeah.
So that's actually, he's including in a very small sample size of 8 games. 7 games.
Yeah.
In a very small sample of 7 games, including one where he just had a ridiculously bad outing, he's still at a sub-4 ERA.
Yep.
And the trajectory is way better. Like if you cherry pick and take out that other one, the one really bad performance.
Yeah.
He's been pretty solid.
Yeah. I'd forgotten about that. This Seattle one. That was after he had come back. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's why we reset the season on May 15th.
Yeah.
Because May 12th, he had that rough outing. It was 4 innings, 6 earned runs. And then the start of that, the Rangers series was May 15th. And they won some games. And then Imai had a good performance. Nothing incredible or anything, but a solid enough performance. And we said, okay, let's reset it. Starting a few days ago after they've won a couple of games on May 15th.
We reset the season, and we reset Imai's season, starting with that Minnesota start. They got cut short by rain. He got taken out after 4 2/3 innings by Mother Nature, not by Joe Espada. The game got cut short, and they had a rain delay, so he couldn't come back in. But, so, all right. I think Imai, Arrighetti, it's a big start for Arrighetti tonight just to get feeling the good vibes again. It's been, it's been like 3 weeks since he's had a good outing, or longer maybe, almost a month. So that would be nice if he could do that tonight. Hey, real quick, here is the Tigers announce team. Jason Benetti, who I know he's a friend of Meltzer's. He's one of these Syracuse guys, really good baseball announcer. He is the Tigers TV play-by-play guy. Here is him and his color commentator talking about Tatsuya Imai's slider last night.
You're not going to do anything with that.
It's got different shapes to it. That one cut down and in to the left-handed hitter. Well, he threw one earlier in the at-bat that had arm side run on it. It's a pitch with its own personality, multiple personalities.
For Outman from Imai. That's there. Strike 3. That's 3 different pitches, all with the same name. It's like George Foreman's kids.
That's good. That was Jason Benetti. Yeah, they're all called sliders. Now, here's the thing. In that instance, they're kind of giving him credit for that.
Yeah.
Early in the season, when he was walking everybody, we would have said, well, yeah, he has no idea where that thing's going when he throws it.
Right. Yeah, that it was, it was, wow, look at how much action it's getting.
Yeah.
And it's all starting well before the strike zone.
You're right. Now it's...
It's almost, it reminds me of, in a weird, like Charlie Morton's fastball was that kind of way. Like Morton didn't know where his fastball was going, so he would just aim dead center of the strike zone and hope for the best. Imai's got a lot more control of that, but it's just the way that the ball breaks and it breaks into the hitter, right-handed hitters and all of this, to where I wonder, even though it's good for Imai right now, he's got such a unique pitch that nobody's ever seen before. That next step in making the adjustment to the adjustment is, okay, cool. He's got control of it and everything now, but as players start to watch it in the simulator and start to get a feel for it and see it more, he's going to have to be that much more precise with it.
Yep. All right, coming up next, Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle did an interview with Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley, kind of looking back at last year where Caley was under quite a bit of fire, at least for the first half of the year. What are some things that he would have done differently? What's our optimism level that year 2 Caley is going to Slowick? That is coming up next. I can tell you how maybe the upcoming month can go better.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Real quick, before we get to the topic at hand, Nick Caley and his conversation with Jonathan Alexander. Texter says, hey, don't forget, Hunter Brown gave up 10 runs in one inning to the Rockies not that long ago. Okay, he's never given up 10 runs to the Rockies. I think the game you're referring to, sir or ma'am, is when he gave up 9 runs in 2 to the Royals back in early 2024, pre-Beast Hunter Brown mode, April of 2024. I remember that game. It was in Kansas City, and it was an afternoon game because I remember being super stoked about sitting down like I always am to watch afternoon baseball, and that thing was over before it started.
Look, Sean.
9 runs in 2/3 of an inning.
A team name starts with an R, and it was somewhere hovering around double digits.
Yeah.
We'll give it to him. Okay, so now you, I think that we read that text, and I think both of us, our initial thought was like, wait, well, is he trying to say Hunter Brown might not actually be that good? I think there's a chance what he actually meant, what the texter meant was, like, because I had been harping on, like, hey, remember, Imai just let up 6 runs in 2/3 of an inning. That you gotta remember this does happen.
Yep, that's exactly what he meant because he just replied to my text. I replied to him and I said he gave up 9 runs to the Royals 2 years ago. What are you talking about? He said, you're right. I just wanted to point out that Imai, exactly what you just said, Seth. Imai could be our ace in a couple years, just like Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. And that's where again. Like, when me pointing that out, it's not like I'm not trying to say, like, see, that's what he is and he's trash.
Yeah.
No, since we reset his season, he's been at so we reset his season on May 18th, and included in that body of work is that game where he didn't even make it out of the first inning. He's still got a 3.9 ERA, which is about like a little bit average than your average major league pitcher, which includes that really bad stretch outing. So, hopeful ends with guys when they're young in the league that he's going to have a few outings like that. But I feel like you got to. I don't want to ride the wave too high or too low here because we're sitting here talking like, oh yeah, Imai's your number 2 guy. Like, all right, let's pump the brakes and let's just see how everything shakes out.
I shall pump no brakes. He will be the number 2 in the wild card round.
Okay. So you feel better about Imai than Arrighetti at this point?
If either of them had to start a game tomorrow, that kind of thing. Like Imai's just that game against the Royals, notwithstanding, where they still won the game, but he was terrible in that game. Imai's just been more on point lately. He's been really good. Like he's, as they say, Seth, he's missing bats a lot of whiffs.
Yeah,
a lot of whiffs.
I guess I would say with Arrighetti, even though the last 4 outings have been very concerning, he's still, even since Imai's reset, Arrighetti's still been, he's got a 3.13 ERA on the season.
Yeah. Okay, so this Nick Caley interview with Jonathan Alexander. What did you like about this, Seth? Did Nick Caley say anything to you that makes you feel better about the upcoming season?
I didn't, to start off, it's not like there's any earth-shattering news or anything in here. It's Jonathan got an interview with Caley. I thought that I think Caley was critical of himself and in a good way, in which I appreciate. But I also think he might have been a little too hard on himself. And this is where this year is going to be interesting for Caley. This is a quote from Nick Caley. After Jonathan Alexander says, Caley admits that perhaps play color, realizing the personnel on the roster didn't fit what he was initially trying to do. So this is what Nick Caley says about that. You always want balance, and each game is a little different. I think we found a way to even that out as the season progressed. So finding a way to do that, and he thought they were a little too pass heavy. They needed to be more balanced.
Yep.
Balance doesn't come necessarily in terms of a 50-50 run pass ratio, but it's also the usage of different players. This is where I give him a break. It's that I think he was trying to adjust to the personnel that he had. After finding out that Joe Mixon wasn't going to be available, that 2 of his tight ends were going to be on IR, Jordan to start the season, and then Stover after the first game, he got injured in the first game. I think that all of whatever his best laid plans would have been were kind of thrown into turmoil by the fact that some of the most key players weren't there, especially with Joe Mixon being out.
Yes,
and I think that whatever he was going to try to do initially wasn't going to look good last year. I think that they were too pass heavy. Cool. Those guys can't run block on your offensive line. And I think
yeah, we lost Seth. We lost Seth. So other things that Kaylee and Jonathan Alexander talked about. The other interesting thing that was part of this article was do we have you now? Seth?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
What the hell happened there?
Yeah. You.
What was I saying when you lost me?
You were talking about Kaylee and the how pass heavy they were to start the season, and when you can't run can't run the football, why try to run the football?
Yeah. So I would tell him to okay. I mean, it's good that he's being self-critical, but I also think that it was a matter of trying to figure out what the hell can this offense functionally do. And some of the things are the things that am I going to fault them for not taking Woody Marks, an undersized pass-catching kid who'd been in a spread offense his entire career? And should they have made him the feature back earlier? You know what? If they'd made him the feature back in week 2, I don't know if he would have made it out of the season.
He wouldn't have lasted the season. He was getting taken out of games on a weekly basis because of little nicks and bumps here and there. I
mean, there was a lot going on that was hard for both CJ and Nick Caley, and I'm not sitting here, acting like, no, they're actually the best in the world at their jobs. It's just if we try to be as rational as possible about it, I don't know, especially for a first-year offensive coordinator, exactly who would have figured out looking at that cast of characters on offense and known exactly how they should have been operating.
Yep.
And I think some of that goes back to the offseason strategy of not aggressively doing, say, what the Bears did with their offensive line.
Yep.
That you ended up having, I don't know what our identity is going to be until we get out there and see what we can and cannot do.
Do you feel better that we know what the identity is going to be going into this year? Because they've made a lot of changes on the offensive line.
I feel better, and I feel better about the tight end room in terms of potential, but there's still a lot of question marks. I mean, they threw a lot of bodies at it, but one of them's a rookie. Cade Stover still isn't the blocker that you hope that he's going to be, and Brevin Jordan just hasn't been able to stay healthy over the last few years. So that part, I like that they threw a lot of numbers at it. I feel like they are going to have more of an identity and likely be more successful in what they're trying to do. But it was interesting for me to hear Kaylee say, well, we had to be more of a run team, where I suspect that going into I suspect that last July, if they didn't know anything about what was going on with Joe Mixon at that point, that they planned on being more of a running football team. And it was like the being more pass heavy at the beginning of the year wasn't because that's what Nick Caley wanted to do necessarily, or that's what his dream of this offense was. It was the lesser of two evils. If we've got a quarterback who can throw, we've got we've got a tight end in Dalton Schultz, we've got Nico Collins, we've got Woody Marks theoretically good out of the backfield. Let's see what we can do with that. And that wasn't the right tactic.
The other thing in this article I just want to hit real quick before we get out is what they talk about the departure of Gerard Johnson. And I want to know what you make of this, Seth. The quote in the article: one source with knowledge of the team's inner workings. And again, Gerard Johnson, quarterbacks coach, really from the time CJ and D'Amico got here. So he'd been the QB coach for 3 seasons. One source with knowledge of the team's inner workings said the Texans never intended to part ways with Gerard Johnson, whom the staff got along well with. A new voice in the quarterback room after Stroud's struggles in the playoffs, and Johnson's role was going to be reduced for the 2026 season, a major factor in his decision to pursue another opportunity, end quote.
Yeah, that felt a little, I don't know, either disingenuous or like I think they're trying to be respectful of Gerard Johnson. But if he was going to have a reduced role, I guess that's a little bit of a, well, what did you expect?
Yeah.
Was he supposed to be thrilled with that? So I guess they weren't going to fire him outright. But I don't think it shouldn't have been a surprise that Gerard Johnson was going to go try to find a different spot where maybe he feels like there's less of a ceiling on him.
Yeah, it sounded like a demotion to me, the way I read that.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. All right, coming up next, Take a Mania. We've got the champ, Ron Slavin, Brendan Sorsby's agent, on media coverage of his client, Brendan Sorsby, is the current champ We actually have some Sorsby stuff in here. We've got some good basketball stuff, too. We've got 5 challengers in our Bad Take of the Week segment, Take-A-Mania. Stay there.
Hey, it's rough out there on the streets in the summer, man. 100 deadliest days of summer.
at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, real quick stat from the text page here. I did not see this graphic last night, but over the last 41 games, according to the texter set, the Astros have the number one ranked bullpen in the major leagues in baseball. Yeah. Yeah, the overall numbers still aren't great. They were that bad to start the season.
It was incredible. They were, remember, even after they had turned it around somewhat, they were still just right down there at the bottom barrel. Remember, they were the worst team in the league in ERA by like a full run. It was absurd how bad they were as an entire team.
Yep. And it felt like they had turned a bit of a corner, and you would look and they're like, no, they're still the worst by like 0.4 of a run.
Yeah.
It took forever. And I don't know in overall ERA, but I mean, it's not, you can just, the last two nights, you can see like, okay, this is a team that's equipped when they get into, a game that's a 1-0, 2-0, 3-1 type of game.
Yeah.
They've got enough arms that are performing at a high level right now to be able to at least stand in with Detroit and Kansas City and Toronto right now.
Sean, they are currently 26th in ERA.
Yeah.
That's how far we've come.
Climbing. Yeah. They're climbing the ladder.
If you include the Rockies in that, they're 26th out of 30th. I feel like they're 26th out of 29.
Out of 29, you don't include the Rockies, a team that won the season series, I think, against the Astros.
That's right. Sean, if you take the Rockies out of it, the Astros are actually well into the wild card. They're vying for the fifth team in the wild card.
It's true. Yeah, the team
you take out those losses,
4-2 against 2-4 against the Rockies. All right, so Take a Mania. We do this every week on Friday. That's our bad take segment of the week. The current champion, the belt holder, if you will, Ron Slavin, the agent for Brendan Sorsby on our sister station 105.3 The Fan up in Dallas, had this to say about the media coverage of his client, Brendan Sorsby.
How many 18-year-olds make really bad decisions? And there is never any integrity of the game violations. Everybody loves to have an opinion, and I'm so tired of watching people get on TV and blab their mouth when they have no idea what they're talking about. And unfortunately, it's not just in Brendan's situation, it's in most situations. And it's your Brendan or Brendan's family or myself and my team, nobody really knows what happened. The opinions out there where, you would have thought this kid committed major crimes and did the horrible things. And the reality is as an 18-year-old, he made some bad decisions from his dorm room when he wasn't traveling with the team in Indiana. But besides that, there's just so much more to the story that will come out later, that Brendan wasn't doing anything that was hurting the integrity of the game. He never bet on college football once he got on the roster, or once he was on the active travel roster at Indiana, and then he never did it at Cincinnati. So this was something he did at 18 that was really dumb, but it also is something that now he's paid the price at 22 years old.
Okay,
he's paid the price, has he?
This take has gotten worse in the last week.
It's gotten way worse because, for one, he hasn't divulged any more of this information that was going to somehow further exonerate him in the eyes of the public and the evil talking heads and media members. But the other thing, though, that really annoys me about it is he does that whole relativism thing where it's like, hey, he didn't commit a horrific crime. Right, but he did do something bad, and for that, there's a punishment for it. Like, there's not...
It's a known punishment.
This notion that somehow either you murder somebody and get death sentence, or you commit some other crime and get zero punishment at all. And every time we talk about this, somebody will say, like, well, yeah, but what about it? Those other things are more morally reprehensible. They are.
Yeah.
The problem is, when it comes to sports, the leagues need to be very, very protective of the perceived legitimacy and authenticity of their product. This is why counterfeiting laws are so severe. Like, back in the day, you'd get, you tried to counterfeit a coin, and it was a death penalty because it violates the trust, and it kind of tears the whole system asunder.
Sure.
That's why. So it has nothing to do with Brendan Sorsby and whether he's an awful person or not. It's bigger than Brendan Sorsby.
Yeah.
So let's not act like people wanting there to be a harsher penalty for a guy, whether he's 18 or 22 years old, when he commits the crime or commits a transgression. Don't sit there and talk to me like I'm an idiot who thinks that, like, oh, I didn't realize it wasn't murder.
Right.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, okay. I thought that when he was gambling on his phone on his own team, that he was also murdering people.
Right.
But now that you explained that he wasn't murdering people, well, yeah, no, he should get no punishment whatsoever.
The reason why I say it's worse a week later is because of towards the back end there, where Slavin, and we'll get to the challengers here. I'll make this quick. Is because when he talks about the whole notion of more will come out. You don't know what you're talking about. We've got more to. He's basically saying there'll come a day where you all will be fully informed on this. It would have been a good idea to fully inform the NFL on it if you were trying to have a supplemental draft. Yeah. By all accounts, the NFL came back to them and said this application sucks. There's no accountability. There's no explanation of what went on. For asking us to vet this in a matter of just a few days without any input from you is still going to be a supplemental draft. Hey, clown. It would have been a good idea for you to tell the NFL some of these things that you are not divulging to the rest of us right now.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's even worse a week later, and I don't know if it's going to get taken down. I think that's a bad take. But here we go. Let's hit a couple Sorsby takes. This is Adam Schefter after the supplemental draft was nixed. Not going to have one. This is Schefter saying why the league denied Sorsby.
NFL essentially sent him a letter. And the NFL is declining to hold a supplemental draft. And honestly, something was amiss with this all along, because every time you spoke to people around the league about when the supplemental draft would be and whether or not there would be a supplemental draft, I always got pauses, and there were never clear-cut answers. And the commissioner's got to decide to have it. I'm like, what is the issue? Well, the issue is that the league, despite any gambling partnerships, the league really does not want any part of gambling, no matter how serious it is or isn't. And anybody that has any role with that, anybody who has any accusations involved with gambling, even though the NCAA said that there were no integrity of the game violations, the league doesn't care. It's the league's supplemental draft, and the league does not want to create a supplemental draft this year for a player who has been accused of gambling. They don't have enough time to vet it. They don't care that they don't have enough time to vet it. It's easier for them to just say, we're not doing this.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. You know what the other thing about this? So for one, you have this incredible sentence where he says, despite the league's gambling, they want nothing to do with gambling.
Yeah.
Just an astounding sentence to say.
Transcribed, it looks really, really dumb.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. But also then saying that the league, let's say he had actually said, meant that, no, they really don't want anything to do with gambling. There are already instances where players have been caught gambling on the NFL, and they do get reinstated, but they want there to be a punishment of some sort. So I have no idea what he was trying to say there. But the other thing is this is Schefter. Man, Schefter seems to be duped by players' attorneys so often and so easily, including in the Deshaun Watson situation. Yep. The NCAA did not broadly say that there were no integrity violations. They found that he didn't engage in point shaving or anything like that. But they used the phrase significant integrity concerns.
Yeah.
They also said that when they filed it in court, they argued that betting on one's own team is treated at the top of the severity scale because it poses a fundamental threat to competitive integrity.
Yeah.
So he's just being a complete shill for an agent yet again here in this situation 100%. In my mind. Which is why he's such a freaking fraud.
He's echoing Slavin.
Yeah.
Is what he's doing.
The NCAA found there were no, first of all, the NCAA didn't find the thing. The NCAA filed the complaint.
Right.
And in it cited a couple of times integrity concerns.
Yep.
So, this is the take of the week for now.
Really? Okay, so he's taking down Slavin.
I cannot ignore, despite partnership with sports books that they want nothing to do with gambling.
That got you. I
was like, how can I kiss Goodell's ass and the agent's ass at the same time?
Okay, so here is I don't know if Florio's is a bad take or it's just a lawyer's view of it.
Yeah.
But here's Florio on the Sorsby situation.
And this all flows from there needs to be a pound of flesh. That whatever's happened so far to Sorsby doesn't count. losing a chance to play for Texas Tech this year, losing the opportunity to win the Heisman, losing a chance to win a national championship, losing a chance to be this year's Fernando Mendoza, that's not enough. We want more. We want our pound of flesh. And the pound of flesh is he doesn't play football in 2026. And, of course, what is that going to do to his draft stock for 2027? Do you think he's going to go up by not playing? Or do you think he's going to go down? The guys who will play this year will be the ones who emerge as the top prospects. There'll be more film, more starts. That's one of the reasons he wanted to play another year of college football. Wanted to get more starts. The Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels dynamic. This belief that seems to be proving itself each and every year. The guys who play a lot of college football are better suited to making the adjustment to the NFL, especially at the quarterback position.
I put this in here just because of Florio's indignant tone that somehow this kid's getting wronged by getting punished.
Yeah, again, this goes back to Slavin acting like he was 18 years old.
Yeah.
What? I mean, you should be allowed to do anything you want when you're 18 years old with no repercussions whatsoever.
Right.
I don't understand. And now he doesn't have a chance to be Fernando, something he actually did and admitted to, and totally, it's like 100% guilty of.
And went to treatment for, yeah.
But somehow the mean old NFL is making this guy have an uncomfortable moment in his life.
I don't know if that beat Schefter, but I felt like it needed to be played on this Friday.
Yeah. No, Payne's honestly, Payne Sorsby out like he's some kind of a victim in all of this is really, because I had no ill will towards Sorsby at the beginning of all of this, and I still haven't really heard him speak or say anything, and yet I'm starting to hate him just because it does feel like everybody around him and every lawyer who covers sports seems to feel like there should be the lightest of all accountability in it.
Does Florio beat Schefter?
No.
All right. Let's get to a couple basketball takes here. Currently, Adam Schefter on why the league denied Brendan Sorsby, saying that the NFL is in bed with the gambling companies but wants nothing to do with gambling, is the champ.
Yeah.
This is LeVar Ball yesterday after his son, LaMelo Ball, got traded to Minnesota. This is LeVar Ball's plea to the Minnesota Timberwolves on how they can be guaranteed an NBA title.
Minnesota Timberwolves, y'all did the coldest move in the game. You went and got that Melo. Yes, but here's the thing. Let me give you the recipe. You got to get the other two ball boys. You get the other two ball boys, it will be the most watched team ever in the NBA. Trust me when I tell you. You don't think I'm just talking? No, I'm not. Melo can't win it by himself, but I tell you, with his brothers, I got a championship. The chemistry and the speed of the game, I never taught my boys to play by themselves, but together, you can't beat them. And with A-Rod, you already a superstar, so you know what to do. You would take a chance. So go get them boys. You can get Lonzo damn near for nothing. You can get Jello damn near for nothing. Guess what? Coming off the bench, starting, team chemistry, morale in the locker room, whatever you want. Wherever them ball boys together, can't lose. You want the championship? Get them other two, and I guarantee a championship. Trust me when I tell you.
Trust me when I tell you.
Trust me when I tell you. But there's one thing I know about the NBA. Bringing in a couple of guys that you can get really easily.
That was the best part.
One of whom I don't think is even playing basketball anymore.
We last saw Jello. He was shoplifting in China, I think.
No, that was he was in the G League for a while.
Was he? Okay.
Or for a spell. I think he's embarked on a musical career
That's true. I think he has embarked. You know what? Fair enough. I think he is in a musical career, which
I can't believe
does not make him equipped to win an NBA title.
29 other teams are too dumb to realize the power, not just in winning, but in marketing, that having Lonzo and LiAngelo on their team would have right now. And you've got the chance to not only do that, but also trio them up with their brother LaMelo. Yeah, boy, usually I cut people a break for sticking up for their youngins.
Sure, yeah.
But
there's a carnival barker element to LeVar Ball too.
I know. I feel like he's saying that with a smirk.
Yes.
Though. Was he? Did you watch the video?
I watched the video.
Was he kind of saying it with I know I'm full of crap on this?
A little bit.
Except I respect the game.
Yeah.
The part, him saying, his Adam Schefter moment in there is like, you can get him for damn near nothing,
I know,
but this is the key.
Boy, what a sales job that is right there. All right, so what do you say? Is it better or worse than Schefter?
This is.
Do you want to hear it again next week?
This is a horrible take that I'm too fond of to make the Take-A-Mania champion.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's the criteria.
Out of respect to LiAngelo Ball's.
Did you know that? I didn't know this till yesterday. Did you know that LeVar Ball had one of his legs amputated because of diabetes?
Really?
Yeah. I didn't know that.
How far up?
Up to his knee. At first, it was just a couple toes, and then it was his foot. Then they had to go all the way up to his knee. He was at Neon's house. He did an interview with Neon, the streamer, and they showed.
Does he have one of those cool prosthetics, like the blade type thing?
No, he doesn't have an Oscar Pistorius blade. He's got just a regular prosthetic with a shoe at the bottom of it.
It looks like it. Well, I don't know. Yeah, did he show the prosthetic?
No, he was walking around in the background in Neon's kitchen.
Aren't all of them nowadays kind of like that blade, that kind of carbon fiber deal now?
I don't know, and I hope to not know.
Did I ever tell you the story? Do we have time for this? Yeah, we got time. I was doing when I was done playing football and I was trying to kind of get my body right, I went to the James Andrews Clinic in Pensacola, Florida.
Okay.
And they do a lot of, they also work with a lot of special operations people.
Yeah.
Especially like what the military does is, at the time at least, they would have them come in and they'll like try to get their bodies right before they retire, save Uncle Sam some money.
Sure.
With all the rehab. But anyway, I'm out there and I'm doing wind sprints with this guy one day, Navy SEAL, and he's got a prosthetic leg.
Mm-hmm.
And, we were talking a little while, and I asked him, I was like, so do you know what you're doing? Like, you got any plans for what you're going to do with the rest of your life? And he's like, oh, no, I'm going back. I'm like, oh.
Hardcore.
I'm the softest person who ever lived. I think I was just complaining about the heat 10 minutes ago.
Dude, I know. My next question for someone like that would be, does it bother you that you defend people like me? Does it bother you that you defend the rights of soft-ass people like me?
He was such a cool day, and we were having he was cool. Like, I was just impressed. He was out there running, doing all the conditioning and everything, and doing really well and looking good. But
oh my God,
no part of my brain thought that he was going back into active duty.
Yeah, you're retired. Yeah. Okay, we've time for one more. Seth, I'm going to give you a choice. I'm going to let you spin the wheel here. Do you want Rasheed Wallace talking about Michael Jordan not being that great of a defensive player, multi-time defensive player of the year, or Draymond Green saying that being 7'5" hurts Victor Wembanyama?
Boy, you know what? I might agree with Draymond depending on what he says about that.
Okay.
So let's go with Rasheed Wallace.
Rasheed Wallace on a podcast saying Michael Jordan, not a great defender.
Mike wasn't all that good of a defender. 10 all defensive teams, that Michael Jordan? All that's NBA. Yeah, we like Mike. We gonna put him out there. I'm talking about being out there. I seen this motherfucker get his ass bust where he couldn't stop a motherfucker against J.R. Ryder. Problem against Clyde Drexler. Don't forget the early Joe Dumars. Saying he didn't play defense. I'm just saying that his defense wasn't as high as most other cats at that time. I couldn't put him on like 10 or 11 consecutive first team all defensive joints, dog.
Okay, well, the writers did.
Yeah.
The writers
Well, the writers did.
Yeah.
You know what? I've got a little bit of that. Like, all right, well, is this a secretly accurate take? But
that nobody's
wants to talk about it taking
so
on
like one of these finally somebody said it moments here.
Did he start off saying he wasn't that good a defender?
Play the beginning again, Ben, real quick.
Mike wasn't all that good of a defender.
Bam. Yes.
Yeah.
Wasn't all that good of a defender.
And how many times was he the defensive player of the year?
I don't know how many times he was defensive player of the year. I'll look it up, but he was a double-digit time first team all defensive player.
Yeah.
Was Michael Jordan. Now, it's got to be worse than Schefter, to win. So we can all agree it's a bad take. Or maybe you don't think it's a bad take. I have no idea.
I think that there's enough Nick Wright actually has a take against with skepticism over Jordan's
He won it once.
prowess.
He won it once, 1987.
I'm gonna table this one.
Okay.
I'm gonna table this one for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Schefter's still the champ.
Yeah.
Schefter remains the champ. All right. Sounds good. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you here. All right, we've got it. Our first Houston Texan to pop up in the NFL's top 100, Seth. It just happened within the last few minutes. It's one that I did not have in my group of players that I had making the top 100.
Oh,
so it's a bit of a surprise.
Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah, so we'll have that for you coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
What is your appetite right now?
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Man, I think the Texans are going to wind up with a lot of guys in the NFL's top 100. They've started the unveil a few days ago. They're dropping 2 per day on social media, on Twitter. and they drop them at 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock local time here. So they just dropped. They've dropped the first 8 players coming into today. No Texans in those first 8 players. Some really interesting names. Brian 98. So his peers voted him into the top 100. So there's some interesting names. We have our first Houston Texans, Seth, in the NFL's top 100 for the 2026 the upcoming season. Obviously, largely based on how they performed last year. And it is linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair, for the first time, has been voted by his peers one of the top 100 players in the sport of American football.
It's been, in terms of validation from his peers, ever since he was suspended after basically, he was suspended because Trevor Lawrence ran into Azeez Al-Shaair. Trevor Lawrence recklessly ran into Azeez Al-Shaair's forearm, and Azeez Al-Shaair was the one that got punished for it. But ever since then, man, after all kinds of people trying to villainize him, after the league's henchmen tried to smear him with letters from formerly dirty John Runyon himself.
Yes.
That, look, he was voted to the Pro Bowl, and I'm guessing that Pro Bowl vote was way more weighted heavily on the coaches and players side of it than the 1/3 of the vote that comes from fans.
Yeah.
So I think it's been a lot of validation, and then this is, like, usually I kind of turn a side eye to the top 100 because I feel like there's a little bit of randomness there, and yet. The fact that it's Azeez and that many players voted on him, I'm happy for him.
I
think
too.
that's really it really means a lot that, like, no matter what people want to say about him, as the fact of the matter is that other football players really take note.
I know one of the things that you said you do like about the NFL's top 100 is the vignettes that they do, the videos that they do are really cool. You get a lot of teammates talking about him. You get some mic'd up stuff. You get some opponents talking about him, guys that play the same position as him, talking about what they think of Azeez Al-Shaair. It's 2 minutes long. You know what? There's enough. It's pretty much like human voices throughout most of this thing. There's not a lot of just like football action that you need video to see. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play on this thing, and I'll tell you, you'll recognize the voice of some of his teammates in this. Dalton Schultz is in this quite a bit. Will Anderson makes an appearance. Derek Stingley makes an appearance. C.J. Stroud makes an appearance. Kalen Bullock makes an appearance. As far as opponents go, Nakobe Dean and Ashton Genty appear in this. The voice you'll hear right out of the chute, and Azeez obviously is in it quite a bit too himself, is Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback for the San Francisco 49ers. So that's the first voice you're going to hear. Here is the tribute video by the NFL to Azeez Al-Shaair, the 92nd best player in football.
I have so much respect for Azeez and how he plays the game because he plays it so fast, so physically, so aggressively. I feel like that's a big reason of why they've been so dominant this year is because of his leadership and just the way that he plays football.
I think I am probably truthfully one of the most complete linebackers in the NFL.
Azeez is like, when it's between the lines, like, he's going to hit the out of you.
He can bring a little bit more tenacity and nastiness to the game that I like.
He's a menace out there. He plays with a great mentality, downhill, physical.
You see him flying around, hitting people, doing his helmet like this, and we just feed off of it.
Come on, boy! To be a Mike in this style of defense.
Close left. Hey, close right.
He's making all the calls. He's dropping in the deep third. He's dropping everywhere. Athletically, you got to be there. But mentally, you got to really be there, too. And I think Azeez really does that.
Come on, man. No. Don't.
I tell my wife this all the time. He's one of my favorite teammates I've ever had.
Hey, communication all day, man.
That's the captain. Relentless mindset.
Fly around, have fun doing it, man. Let's go.
You know, he makes sure the whole defense is on the same page.
Hey, catch your breath. Reload. Lock in right now. Come on.
He knows how to talk to each individual player that's on the team.
Knows where guys are supposed to be, gets guys right.
Hey, corner, get down. Get down.
And he motivates everybody.
Execution in that engine. Let's go. All day. Come on. Let's go.
how he's hitting a lot of people in the video? Just so people know.
That's the sound of people hitting each other.
Yeah, there's a lot of hitting going on.
On the field. Again, whether you know my name or not, you just see that jersey respecting.
Yeah, jersey number 0. Aziz
Zero,
Al-Shaair.
Agent Zero.
He can.
Cool. No, that's awesome, especially the part there, obviously, you're talking about the communication, the leadership, and all of that stuff.
Yep.
But I think in coverage too, that's the thing where so much of what Aziz does, where he rises above and beyond whatever his measurables were in college, is that they've gotten so smart pre-snap, and especially in things like play action, that Aziz is a guy that covers a lot more ground than other guys who might be as athletic as him, more athletic than him. But in pass coverage, it's just by virtue of being dialed in on exactly what he needs to do on that play and what the offense is trying to do, that he ends up being way more of a factor in pass coverage than a lot of other guys who are more athletic than him.
Yeah, the things I jotted down in there, the Dalton Schultz, I think most people recognize his voice, talking about the physical part of his game, but the mental part of his game. Because Aziz has talked about that. We've heard more from Aziz this offseason than usual because he did some charity work. He signed his new contract. So there's a lot of reflection going on about his career this offseason and stuff. And we really got a window. And then that article that just came out in The Athletic from Dan Pompei earlier this week, not a window just into his background, but the relationship that he has with D'Amico Ryans. Like it's a relationship that's definitely built on a ton of mutual respect, but D'Amico is hard on him. He's D'Amico's position, so he holds him to a really high standard, and it's not an easy position to play in this defense. So I thought that was interesting. I also think, too, the value, and hearing the guys talk about the leader that he is, getting guys pumped up on the sidelines, out on the field, whatever it may be, we really got a feel for the value of Aziz Al-Shaair. In some ways, Seth, the game that makes me feel like this top 100 ranking he got this year is validated was the one game he didn't play this year. The game against the Raiders. That's why it was strange having Ashton Genty as one of the commenters in there. Like, dude, he didn't even hit you this year. He wasn't playing in that game. Him not being there was a big reason you ran for 130 yards or whatever it was in that game. They did not look organized in that game. That was a tough game for Henry To'oTo'o with the green dot.
Yeah.
That might be the game of all of them where you look and really felt the value of Aziz Al-Shaair. They let a bad Raiders team hang around all day long with them.
Well, the coolest thing about that Dan Pompei article that I liked is that it sounded like the 49ers were still using the example of Aziz Al-Shaair as a motivational tactic even after Al-Shaair was gone. Like the bicycle that Aziz used to ride to work because he couldn't afford to buy a car or anything with his, after giving money to his family and everything with his signing bonus. They still had that chained up outside the facility for a long time after Aziz left. And D'Amico has brought this up. It's easy to point to Aziz Al-Shaair when you look at the late round draft picks or the undrafted rookies and say, high enough or whatever, you don't have a chance. Like, this is the guy, this is a guy who's a cornerstone of our franchise, and he started off as an undrafted rookie on a team that already had high draft picks and studs at linebacker.
Yes.
Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw he was drafted the same year as Fred Warner, right? Or Dre Greenlaw. Fred was already there.
Yeah, 2019 was the year he came in. So
whatever it was, whichever one of those guys was already there, and then the other one was a high draft pick.
Yep.
He had to scratch and fight and claw just to even get on the field, and he obviously did the most of it.
Yeah, I interviewed him at the Greenbrier, and I remember one of the things he said to me was, I looked at the depth chart when I got there with the 49ers, and most teams take 9 linebackers into the season. I was the 10th listed linebacker on the depth chart. That was his motivation. He also told his story to me when I interviewed him after his contract signing press conference a month or two ago, where I said, when you were undrafted and you got signed by the Niners, like, can you take us back to that day? Like, what was that like? What was the conversation like? The first conversation you ever had with D'Amico Ryans, because D'Amico Ryans would have been the position coach at the time. He said D'Amico probably thought I was some kind of psycho because I was like, I'm going to prove everybody wrong. He was like screaming on the phone call. He said he's
almost like it was like he'd just gotten drafted in the first round.
Yeah, he was screaming at D'Amico. Yeah. So it was a pretty funny story.
Hey, we got to ask. By the way, there's a new employee at Odyssey who went to the same high school as Caden McDonald.
Oh yeah.
Remember where Caden said that from where it came from, to be where I am now, and we were all kind of like, all right, I don't know, there's nothing necessarily like remarkable about where he came from, a suburb, like a nice suburb of Atlanta, right?
This is research we need to do.
We got to find out just what was so hard about that high school.
What's hard scrabble about that? Yeah. Yes. I think the Texans.
This kid looks like an Ole Miss frat boy.
Yes.
So I don't like. I want to find out how he made it out of the tough streets of that town.
Yeah. So Aziz makes it. I think Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter, Derek Stingley Jr., Nico Collins are all locks to make the top 100. They all made it last year. They were all in the top 30 or 32 last year. I think CJ makes it just based on Bryce Young making it earlier this week. I can't imagine CJ's fallen out of favor that badly. Although the smile that you have on your face right now, Seth, indicates that you might think it could be a possibility.
No, I was just thinking about the tough streets of where this kid came
suburban
from.
Atlanta or whatever.
No, CJ. No, as you say that, like you're saying, it's hard to imagine CJ would have fallen out of it. I think a lot of people listening are like, "What the hell are you talking about, Sean?" This is what you need to know: is that about 15 or so quarterbacks make the list.
Yeah,
and CJ has been in the top 100. Both of his first two seasons?
Yeah, he's in the top 40 both of his first two seasons.
Right. So that and Bryce Young just made it in by the skin of his tiny little
98th.
Teeth. Yeah. And so it would actually be a surprise. Yeah, if the league, I think most players in the league still look at C.J. Stroud as a better quarterback than Bryce Young, but might be wrong.
Maybe. But I think he makes it. That'd be 6. So then the question would be Jalen Block and Kamari Lassiter. I think those are the other 3 that have a chance of getting in.
Players love Petrie. The only part there is how do they have the ballot? Because this is where guys like Petrie, guys that play that star position, that nickel linebacker, slot corner type of position, those guys are getting hosed as of late in a lot of the awards voting because there's not really a spot for them on the ballot.
Have you ever seen what a ballot looks like for this thing?
No, because much like many other NFL players, I was never once interviewed for it, even though they claim that they poll everybody.
They do. The NFL has started showing pictures of guys' ballots. Yeah. They don't tell you whose ballots they are. It's basically you just write down like 20 or 25 names.
No, you just 25 off the top of your dome.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jalen Petrie's got an advantage in this then compared to a lot of the way they do the awards.
I think they're just going to think like Petrie's a badass. You just got to write his name down.
They're going to remember he's got the big advantage of having an iconic hit on Sunday night
1,000%. Yes.
Versus Rashee Rice.
Yes.
I didn't appreciate at the time how much people embraced that hit, not just because of the vicious hit, but because it was against Rashee Rice.
Yeah, they loved it.
People really liked that part.
Got my most engagement of any tweet that I've ever posted, period. When I posted that video and I said, "Eat bleep, Rashee Rice."
My YouTube video where all it was me. I was going over some highlights of the game and I had forgotten that this was the play that was about to come up. And it was that hit, and I just couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah, it's great.
It was like 2 minutes of me laughing.
Yeah, man.
And I made like $500 off of it.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's America.
It's a hard job.
That's right. That's right. All right, final segment coming up. All right, does this promo get you excited to watch this particular football-related Christmas movie? We'll have that for you. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop as well. I want to tell you where I'm on my way to. I'll be there probably in about 40 minutes or so is the Men's Tea Clinic.
22. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so we know at the holiday season that there are a lot of movies. The Hallmark Channel has a lot of Christmas movies. Seth, I don't know if you and Brandy
I've heard.
Yeah.
And every now and then, you know what I know?
They're cheesy as hell.
I only know that from
awesome.
like jokes, skits that people and everything out Hallmark videos.
Yeah.
But I know they're super cheesy and they all follow a formula.
They're very
it's
formulaic.
Like you can watch the first 3 minutes and know exactly how it's going to end.
The storyline arc is very predictable.
Yeah.
It's Mad Libs.
They're just churning these things out.
yeah, they make money.
Yeah.
And so they've started to do them where they're tied to. They do have one of the formulas that's tied to sporting events or sports fans falling in love at Christmas time or whatever.
Oh, like you meet like somehow. I like the Red Sox, but she likes the Yankees, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And they hate each other at first, and then is that usually how it goes? Usually you can tell, like, oh, these two people don't like each other, so you know they're going to get together.
So that ultimately there's going to be a wedding scene at the end of this thing. Yeah. So apparently there's one coming up that's about Bears fans. And so Ben Johnson and Colston Loveland, their tight end, head coach.
Ben Johnson, the coach, not the Olympic sprinter.
Right. Yes.
That would be good, too.
That would be fun, yeah. This Ben Johnson is on fewer steroids. Ben Johnson, the head coach of the Bears, and Colston Loveland, their second-year tight end, did a promotion for this Bears fan Hallmark movie that's coming up at Christmas time. I want you to picture both of them kind of looking like they're being held at gunpoint to do these promos. Ben Johnson is at that angle. You ever do a Zoom with somebody, Seth, where it almost looks like they're like Orlovsky does this when he's on McAfee. It's almost like
it's like underneath them almost.
Like you're like 2 feet tall looking up
like
at
them. Like a 3-year-old is filming them or something?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's what Ben Johnson is doing here, and he's staring down soul as he's giving you this promo. Colston Loveland is just sitting on a chair, kind of boring. This is what does this promo, without the video, obviously, does the audio for this movie make you more or less inclined to go find this movie at Christmas time?
What's going on, Bears fans? It's Coach Johnson.
Colston Loveland here. We've got some huge news for you, and it's coming this Christmas.
The Chicago Bears are teaming up with the Hallmark Channel,
the NFL, and Skydance Sports
for a holiday touchdown, a Bears love story coming this Christmas.
The one's for fans and everybody who rides with us in Bear Nation.
My wife Jessica and I will definitely be tuning in for this one.
More to share soon. Until then, bear down.
Bear down.
You know what, Coach?
My wife Jessica and
I totally believe you because of how precisely you read that promo that was handed to you.
My wife Jessica.
My wife Jessica and I shall definitely be watching this movie about a Bears fan.
That definitely is something too. Yeah, that it was written for him. In the way that somebody would definitely not actually.
Yep.
So they're going to be all about it. Okay.
Yeah. So are you more inclined, less inclined, or the same inclined to watch that movie based on Colston Loveland and Ben Johnson's energetic promotion for it?
I feel like they missed the golden opportunity to have the guy who definitely watches a lot of Hallmark movies, Caleb Williams, do that. He seems like he likes to sit down in there's a big furry sweater and some hot cocoa and just take in all the feelings.
Yeah. So he'll definitely be watching it.
Do we have a Texans one of these coming up?
I don't
know. They
know.
have success with it with the Bears. I think we're going to probably
who would do the promo? I'd be fine with D'Amico Ryans doing the promotion
instead.
For it.
I think D'Amico would be good at it. Well, didn't D'Amico's wife dimed him out on being a fan of one of those?
Love is Blind.
Love is Blind.
Yep, Love is
Blind.
Blind.
I think D'Amico might actually get into it if there was a Hallmark movie about it.
Based on that, that's funny you bring that up. Based on that, I think it's 1,000% that D'Amico watches Hallmark Christmas movies.
And he probably because D'Amico.
There's a very big intersection between those two things.
D'Amico's not worried about to being too much of a just a looking like a softie or whatever. And I bet he is full bore into every Christmas tradition and the family and all that. Yeah. So I think D'Amico and Will Anderson would be the best guys.
Will Anderson would be amazing at it, right?
Those are the two guys you would most want at your house for Christmas.
Yes.
Like if it was
turtleneck sweaters, cocoa.
If it's one of those things where, there's a snowstorm and all of a sudden there's a knock at the door.
Yeah.
And it's D'Amico and Will Anderson, and they come in, and let's put this in, let's say put it somewhere in the middle of Iowa. So as old Ebenezer is opening the door, he's kind of like, I don't know if I like the looks of this. But then he finds out, all of my preconceptions about anybody or whatever were totally wrong.
Yep.
And Will ends up marrying his daughter.
Do they start off, D'Amico and Will, by singing a Christmas carol and then get invited in, or do they just come into the house?
They have to know. What happens is first old Ebenezer makes them stand out on the porch. She's like, I'll call the tow company for you, but you guys have to stand out on. Meanwhile, his Ebenezer's wife is she's got a heart of gold.
Yeah.
But she also knows she can't just get into it with Ebenezer right away. She's got to kind of say, she's like, honey, I just,
it's cold outside.
Remember what the pastor said in church the other day?
Yeah.
And somehow, Ebenezer gets litigated by way of the Bible into letting them in. And then that's when they realize oh, wow, maybe I've just been a little too set in my ways.
Yeah.
Maybe some of my beliefs and what have you.
In the
wrong.
final scene, they're all opening gifts next to the tree, all drinking a mug of hot cocoa.
Yeah.
I like that. I would watch that.
But Ebenezer still frisks them when they leave. He says it takes a while. It's going to take a while. You can't tear down Rome in a day.
There's a deleted scene of Ebenezer frisking them on the way out. Oh, my God. All right, I cannot go the rest of this show without reading these quotes for the audience one more time from C.J. Gardner-Johnson in this article, because it's Friday. By Monday, there may not be a shelf life for this article anymore.
I know. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is I cannot tell you. I texted somebody about this story of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, where to lay it out, just to give you he claims that he got into it with somebody who's a friend of Nick Casario's at training camp last year. Why don't you just read that quote?
You want me to read it? I'll just read that part.
I'll give you a text I got when I was trying to dig into this story a little bit.
Gardner-Johnson said his experience with the Texans began to go south at training camp in West Virginia, where he said he got into a confrontation with, quote, the GM's friend.
Yeah.
This is the quote from Gardner-Johnson. But I'll give nobody reasons to cut me. I haven't. I don't. I'm not a cancer. There's nobody in the locker room that says Chauncey's a problem. The media loves me. The only thing that'll do it is something that triggers somebody that has a say in the building that can alter somebody else's mind. That happens every time. That's how I got cut in Houston. One person that's not technically a part of the organization called me a B word at the Greenbrier. I get out of my body, he says something to the GM, and the next thing, I'm cut.
That's the best part of that sentence. The best there is that's what happens every time.
Yeah.
Every step along the way, it's not his fault.
No.
It's that somebody
all 6 times.
Basically, somebody snitches all 6 times. That's what happens every time.
Yeah.
You don't understand how many times I've been victimized by people relaying accounts of something I did to somebody in the organization.
Right. And
every time I just get out of my body a little bit. I know, no explanation for why the guy might have called him the B word, if that person even exists.
Yeah.
The one person that has dealt with him a little bit via the media.
Yeah.
When I was wondering, who could this be? Do you think? This person texted me and said, "My guess is the person doesn't exist because he is insane." So.
And that was our hypothesis earlier.
What's that?
Well, that was our hypothesis earlier. You compared it to that Jimmy Stewart movie.
Oh, yeah, the Harvey the Rabbit.
Yeah.
Where Jimmy Stewart's best friend is a 6'3" tall invisible rabbit. Yeah.
Similarly, CJ's worst enemies are apparently, 6 foot tall human beings at the Greenbrier calling him a B
word. This damn bunny rabbit shows up and starts whispering like he's a GM whisperer.
Well,
I don't even know what's going on.
The best part seems to be him admitting that he got pretty agitated about this person, imaginary
Got out
or
of
not,
his body.
Got out of his body. Yeah, I'll read it one more time. One person that's not technically a part of the organization called me a B word at the Greenbrier. I get out my body. He says something to the GM, and next thing I'm cut. We need to point that out, too. He got cut 7 weeks later. That Greenbrier was the first week of August. You and I were there. The C.J. Gardner-Johnson got cut on September 23rd. What are you talking about? It's the worst yada, yada, yada that I've ever heard in my life.
Like he does it. This is what it was. And I said this last year because I did a deep dive on C.J. Gardner-Johnson last year. And I was kind of like, all right, man, if this, you never know. Different guys just operate differently in different environments. And you got to maybe expect or anticipate there might be some drama, but maybe it'll work out. Spoiler alert, it did not work out.
Yeah.
But like that's when I would go back and watch all these interviews, he kind of goes through these cycles of realizing that he's screwed up and he's got to atone for it and change his ways. But then he goes right back. Sometimes in the same interview, he goes back to like playing the victim.
Yeah.
And making it seem like, yeah, I have all these interpersonal issues everywhere I go, but it's not usually my fault.
Right.
You know, people just can't handle the full CJ-GJ.
That I can think of, they're 1 for 3 in bringing in guys that you know what I'll call them, Seth? Kind of what, who was it talking about Brandon Ayuk? George Kittle. I'll call them good luck with all that, guys. By my count, they've brought in 3, and they've hit on 1. Deontay Johnson did not hit on that.
No.
They cut him like 2 weeks later. C.J. Gardner-Johnson obviously did not hit on that. Stephon Diggs would be the other one, and I would say the Diggs thing didn't work out the way you wanted it to, but that's because he tore his ACL. Things were going along fine.
It didn't work out for any of the there was nothing about it. None of the cautionary tales were an issue.
Right.
You know, there was no drama whatsoever
that we know of
in the building. Right.
Yeah, that we know. I mean, they voted him a captain. So
you know what I'd actually add though too. I mean, as far as like this is a very muted one, and it wasn't a big contract, but like Damon Arnett, for whatever it's worth.
Yeah.
There were never any. He was on the practice squad for a while. You know, like so he came into the organization was all right. I mean, he didn't turn into a great player for him or anything.
No.
But yeah, like so the other part there too is that he claims that somebody that's a friend of Nick Caserio called him the B word, and that he got out of his body, which is basically like doing too much, getting out of character, forgetting who you are. He went full CJ-GJ on him.
Yeah.
And like, all right, so a guy that apparently CJ, like you've been 6 different teams have either traded you or cut you after less than a year being with that team. And yet this is just another instance of you somehow being the victim. And some guy just randomly called you the B word. Like, so if this incident happened, if this even exists, so why did he call you the B word? Like,
unprompted?
Just randomly out of nowhere. Did he just walk up to you and call you the B word?
Unbelievable. All right,
it's really amazing.
It's a great article. Go
He's
find it.
He's a linchpin for the Bills this year, though.
Yeah. All right, you're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Gentlemen, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, how we doing, fellas?
Fantastic.
That's good.
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing great. A little tired. I stayed up and watched the entire soccer game last night.
Was it? Ultimately,
you got to
what?
Got to watch.
Was it good for you? He's like, good for you, and I'm like, I don't know if it was.
You watched.
A little tired. I mean, I was entertained by it.
Okay, well that's good then.
Yeah, I was entertained.
That's good.
But it's like one of those you stay up for an Astros game and they lose in extra innings and you're like, what am I doing? Especially when 4 o'clock hits.
Yeah.
Like, what was I thinking? But it was fun. I'm gonna miss. I texted you two yesterday. I'm gonna miss all this soccer during the day when it's gone. I've gotten into kind of a routine.
God
here.
bless.
Yep. So have you guys seen the C.J. Gardner-Johnson article?
Yes, absolutely.
Did it make the
talking
cut?
about it in the other room.
Yeah.
Who is the other guy?
Yeah, who's the friend?
The one-armed man.
Yeah,
he doesn't exist. He doesn't exist.
Okay.
I don't think he even exists, man.
Seth says he doesn't exist. Do you guys have hypotheses on these?
I don't, but I'm still working it out in my head because I'm like, at the Greenbrier in West Virginia, this is probably the most bare bones that the Texans staff was, right? So I'm like, who are these people that are not within the organization that is just a friend that it happens to be there? You guys might be able to give us more insight having been there.
I don't know. I real quick, Seth, I would say that sometimes people on sometimes have guests that come in and watch the Texans practice or whatever from other teams, from previous lives, things like that.
Yeah.
I would say this, if Nick Caserio were my friend and he was offering to bring me to Texans training camp or invite me to watch training camp, I'd much rather go watch it at the Greenbrier than
100%.
Watch it in Houston just because of the weather alone.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
So maybe it was like somebody from his old. It's not that far from Ohio.
No.
Could have been somebody from the old neighborhood.
The way I
calling
read it,
C.J. Gardner-Johnson a B word.
And this is where, like, C.J., if you listen to enough long-form interviews with him, you see that he's all over the place. And I think that
he's not a reliable narrator.
I think he's referring to him as a friend, as kind of like, like old buddy goes up and tells Nick, like it's just because he said he's not even that closely involved in the organization. So okay, not that closely involved in the organization means, okay, is he not part of the football staff? Is he one of the security dudes, perhaps?
Yeah.
Did for one of the security guards?
No, that's a great point.
So it's like this is what he's referring to as a friend of Nick.
Yeah, but if he's just a security guard, like, why is there a direct connection to Nick Caserio that he wants to make?
A friend of his.
He's a friend of his.
Because what he's saying happens every time. In his mind is like somebody rats him out.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, this guy's Nick's friend.
Yeah.
But using friend kind of loosely there. It's like, he said that. He actually said that. This is what happens every time.
Yeah.
As he's trying to paint himself out as the victim, he's also acknowledging that this is what happens all 6 times that he's been the victim, apparently.
Odds that C.J. Gardner org chart of the Houston Texans when he was here.
Considering that the thoughts were and the reporting was that he couldn't pick up the system, like I feel like he wasn't also picking up the organizational chart.
He doesn't know the defensive system, but he knows the title of every person in a cubicle,
especially at the Greenbrier.
Yeah, right.
Just by face.
Started. Yeah, you're just getting started.
He's like, oh yeah, that's definitely Jan, an accountant. I know.
Listen. I can't stop. I can't end the show without reading this masterpiece of a sentence. This is up there on the level with Adam Schefter's masterpiece of a sentence, where he said, the NFL has gambling sponsors, but they want nothing to do with gambling. This is C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Just listen to the mastery of this, talking about how he's never been a captain. And he says, let's take the body of work. Never legally been in trouble, never physically harmed a person, but I haven't been a captain ever in my life. They say you got to lead the right way. Yeah, it's amazing to me that somebody who's never been arrested has also never been a captain. How much of a leader do you have to be named a captain?
These are our favorite 6 non-felons. They're our captains. Yes, yeah.
These are our 2 captains this year. We would have had 3, but every single one of the other ones has been arrested at some point of his life. Yeah.
That's right. All right, boys, what do you got? What's the question of the day?
I'm still thinking about what you said with the organizational chart. It could have been Matt Burke.
It could have been his coach. It could have been. Seth was saying during a break it might have been Dino Vasso.
It was Dino Vasso, the defensive back. Just what the hell do you know about where I should be in cover 2?
Oh my gosh!
I'm your coach.
He's like, hey, bud, go get me a water real quick.
Anyhow,
it could have been like, so this friend of Nick Caserio who works at the convenience store was all upset about me trying to walk out without paying for these products.
Right.
So this friend of Nick goes and tells him all about it.
Yeah.
This friend of Nick, that bald-headed dude. Are you talking about D'Amico Ryans? What is that?
So anyway, I guess, C.J. Gardner-Johnson might feel like he's part of this question of the day. You saw Ernie bleeping Clement.
I don't think that's his middle name.
Yes, it is. Look it up. I got more votes. got the automatic, start over Jordan.
Over Jordan, yeah.
Who is leading for the Triple Crown.
Right.
So what are some sports/athlete injustices? This is an injustice, I tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
My personal award, not personal for me, but like a player I rooted for that I thought got robbed of an award was actually back when I was in college. Rocket Ismail finished second in the Heisman Trophy. Rocket Ismail, who might be the best college football player I've ever seen. Did you vote for Ty Detmer back in the day?
Oh, no.
Did you vote for Ty Detmer, you bastard?
I've been trying to hide this from you for so many years.
Bastard. What's that? You voted for Ty Detmer.
He deserved it.
Oh, no.
He deserved it.
Oh, my God.
And then
it's really a shame.
Up on his ass.
It's really a shame that somebody got a vote that clearly didn't watch Notre Dame football that year.
I covered Notre Dame that year.
Oh, sure you did.
Ty Detmer's got a little bass in his voice. All right.
Did he throw for like 7,000 yards?
He beat, when Ty Detmer won it was in week 1. He beat Miami.
Yeah.
See,
I know my
at the
voting.
time. Of course, you voted for that guy, but you didn't watch any Rocket Ismail that year.
I watched that game.
Anyways, as you can see, I'm still triggered by it. This almost 40 years later.
One of mine, Seth mentioned him yesterday, and I will die on this hill, as the kids like to say.
Okay.
I think Dan Marino should be on every single top 5 list of all-time great quarterbacks. Every one. He was that good. He changed the game.
He's the first victim of rings culture, that guy.
Yes, he actually was. He changed the game. He threw for 4,900 yards when the second place was like 3,000.
Yeah.
You know, and he was amazing.
He burst on the scene, too. He got drafted way lower than he should have because there were rumors floating around about him and drug use and whatnot. He got drafted 27th to a good team, the Dolphins, and then they benched David Woodley halfway through that year. And he came in and threw for like 2,500 yards in half a season his rookie year.
Yes.
He was incredible. You're right. He was really, really good. He got mentioned, though, because Seth and the Jacksonville defense squashed him and ended his career.
Yes.
Seth ended Dan Marino's career.
Yes,
that's what it's going to turn into. Single-handedly. Yep.
Look,
Yep.
Didn't get arrested once that season.
Nope. Never hit anybody.
Talk about guys who've been screwed. The years I wasn't a captain despite not ever being arrested.
I like that he said that season.
Yeah.
I never got arrested. I wasn't the captain.
That's great. You have any travesties?
I would say, you know what, honestly, I'll kiss up a little bit here, except that I genuinely feel this with each ensuing year. I was only 4 years old at the time, and it's not like my dad was an Oilers fan or anything, but the Mike Renfroe non-catch.
You'll get a lot of that one.
Yeah, that was something I got educated about. As when I got to Houston, I remember talking to somebody about it in 2002, but that was before YouTube or Twitter or anything could just show it to you all the time.
Yeah.
So over the years, kind of, as I got educated about it and watched it over and over again, I'm now at the point where I feel like I might as well have been an 18-year-old kid at a sports bar because it was legal then. While watching Mike Renfroe get hosed out of an obvious catch.
Is that the game? Is that the play that gets brought up the most as far as a catalyst for replay?
No, it's in the book. The NFL has said that.
Oh, really? Okay, gotcha.
They're like an egregiously bad call in a really important game where it's like, no, it doesn't balance. It balances out over the course of the season, but not in the AFC Championship.
Right.
Yep.
1984, Dan Marino threw 48 touchdown passes. Second place, Neil Lomax, 28.
28, and he threw for, I think he threw for over 5,000 yards.
5,084 yards.
I was going to say 5,084. It's one of those numbers that sticks in my head. Yeah.
Why didn't he get the wins then? Quarterback wins.
Well, they were the only team to beat the Bears the following season on Monday Night Football. The Bears were 15-1, and the Dolphins were the only team that beat them, if I recall.
I mean, I know Brady, Montana, I get it. He's top 5 all time.
For you, he's top 5 all time.
Yes.
Or you're saying that's just a fact.
That's the injustice.
That's just a fact. He is top 5. There you go. You know what? I'll throw one more in. Notre Dame getting screwed last year in the playoff. That still sticks in my craw. As much as you not voting. Was he on your ballot at least? He's top 3?
Second place.
There was a great chance for a bid. Yeah. Come on now.
Him saying no.
Yeah, he's just got to lean in.
No.
Who?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. To give me like Anthony Thompson, the running back from Indiana or something like that. Oh, bastard. All right. We are done. We are out of time. Everybody have a great weekend, a great safe weekend out there. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, and I look forward to you enjoying the fake tweet I'm going to make later about you being the friend of Nick. That got into it with CJ Gardner-Johnson.
I called him
a
B. I was there.
A lively weekend, yeah.
I was in West Virginia. Could have been me. And I'm friends with Nick.
That's
true.
Me.
Yeah.
That's true.
All right.
Ooh, you are not beating the allegations right now. My goodness.
No, it'd be good buzz. Yeah.
Local Houston Sports Radio, man.
It was a ball guy.
I need you to start acting like a guy who actually did it, okay? You need to be denying this instead of going along.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah,
why would I
no, Seth, that's crazy. And I can be like, that's exactly what a guy who did it would say.
Yeah, why would I want to get my media credential pulled? Okay? I would never do that. I would never.
That's exactly what you would say if you were trying to hide the fact that you did it.
Yes.
Can't wait. All right, we are done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. Happy Friday to you. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You know the crew. That's the OG John Lopez over there in full OG John Lopez mode. I mean, I'm talking
always
fishing. I'm talking just
no socks.
Yeah, no socks, stanking up the whole joint. I'm just kidding. He don't stink. At least not yet. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this fantastic Friday. Get involved.
Hot takes just dripping off of me.
Why did you say that like that? What made you go with that particular verse?
I just shake my hands and hot takes.
So you over there moist.
See,
I'm moist with hot takes.
That is how we're starting a Friday, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to say, I accept no responsibility for that. None whatsoever. If you want to try and mitigate whatever the hell is happening on the other side of this table, hit us up on the text line, 713-572-4610. I always appreciate you getting involved with the conversation. There, also appreciation to the Mo Karen Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. Always enjoy you getting in on the conversation. And I'm going to be honest, John Lopez, you know what I enjoy? Winning baseball.
I love winning baseball, especially when it's like that, man.
Like that?
Like that.
Like the victory that the Astros were able to get last night.
Yeah.
That one in particular.
And I'm not Mr. Pitching Duel nerd.
I don't know. When you're like, especially when it is like that, it does sound like you're Mr. Pitching Duel nerd.
I'm not Mr. Pitching Duel nerd. I can appreciate them, but that was nails. He had dudes, he being Tatsuya Imai, talking to themselves.
Hey, man, I-45.
They were talking to
I-45
themselves.
is in effect. Hey, Figgy, go ahead and get that shirt out of storage. Get that shirt out of storage, baby. We here.
I ain't got to cut the grass in that shirt.
No, you do not. In fact, if you start cutting the grass in that shirt, a 2-1 victory for the Houston Astros, and it is largely fueled by a pretty fantastic effort from Tatsuya Imai. Like, have you watched the movie Bad Boys?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There is a point in time where Mike Lowry, Will Smith's character, gets out the car and yells at Martin Lawrence's character, "That's how you drive. From now on, that's how you drive." And that's what I was doing on my TV screen.
Yeah.
That's how you pitch.
Yes.
From now on, that is how you pitch. 6 innings, 10 strikeouts, only a few hard hits, no walks issue, or one walk issue, I guess I should say. I mean, that was, and then on top of that.
On the road.
On the road, which, I mean, maybe that, yeah, that's right. It's not just on the Astros. Maybe the mounds are similar. Maybe the mound in Toronto is similar to the mound in Houston. Only God knows. Well, I guess, and also Tatsuya Imai. Yeah. But then on top of that, also quick hands. Like he was in a flow state, right? A ball hit right back at him. Boom. Fielded really easily onto first base. It looks like we're finding the dude that you were supposed to have. And that's great, one, for just Jim Crane's pocketbook, right?
Yeah,
The idea that maybe you did not spend errantly. Great for Dana Brown, at the very least. Hey, one of the dudes that looked like an abject failure for you is coming back around to the other way where we were praising him. And more importantly than any of that, it's great for the 2026 Astros, because if you're talking about you got a Hunter Brown, you got a Spencer Arrighetti, and you don't know, that's a little different. Mm-hmm. If we're talking about the possibility of having 3 dudes that you throw out there and you feel great about, because this Tatsuya Imai, you throw him out there and I go, I am predicting a win, and if you don't, I'll be a little disappointed. That type of pitching performance, on it. And when you start getting 3 out of 5 of your rotation that you feel that way,
then
now you're cooking with
your
grease.
business. And the other thing is, and a lot of times baseball players and pundits like to toss around the term filthy a little too cavalierly, you know? His slider is filthy.
Have you seen the pitching ninja overlay?
Gosh, it goes inside when he wants, it goes outside, and it's the same pitch.
Oh, I'm surprised that you're agreeing that this is the same pitch, because I know you are the pitch.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he does something with his hand, but it's a slider. It's just a slider in and a slider out.
Okay, because I was like, you're usually
it's not a sweeper. Don't go there.
You're usually the pitch connoisseur, and you like gatekeeping this, and like that's not a that's not a splitter. That's a cut fastball or something.
The
like
only
that.
one that drives me crazy is the sweeper, which is a slider, and we're not going to go there right now.
But yes, absolutely disgusting.
He can make his slider go in, and then it's a slider out as well. It's crazy.
He's had the stuff.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that's made it wildly frustrating that it is not performed. It's the confidence that's oozing off the mound. I'd hate to keep coming back to the idea of like oozing, because you already started the show like that, but it is. Like that was the biggest, most impressionable thing to me watching this game as I have it on is, man, he looks like he is just in his zone. We've seen it in various different places in sports where you just see a dude who's got the swagger. And it felt like Tatsuya Imai, way different from the dude that is talking about what time his dinner time is, talking about the mound, talking about not being able to adjust, talking about not feeling like he's at home. That felt like a dude who, I don't know if he's at home in Houston yet. I don't know what his apartment situation is. I don't know what his friend's situation is. But right there on that mound, he looked
well. And I think the you mentioned this earlier. I think a very good indicator was when he snagged that ball behind his back. That's a guy that's just comfortable. You know, he's like, oh, boom. And then he got decleated on one, had to do a backflip off the mound with a shot up the middle, and just got up and got the next guy out, even though he fell behind in the count a little bit, but that doesn't matter. No, he just looks comfortable. I'm not going to necessarily say swagger. Maybe it is. I don't know. But he just looks like a guy that's comfortable on the mound in the game with his teammates. And there's something else that I think, you kind of need to put a pin in. We mentioned this yesterday. You mentioned Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, Tatsuya Imai. How about back-to-back games from the two dudes that Dana Brown hinged his career on? Back-to-back games from Mike Burrows and Tatsuya Imai.
Yeah.
That I think they went. How many innings did they go? Anyway, they only gave up.
It's 12, ain't it? Because Burrows went 6 as well, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it's somewhere in there, and not a lot of hits and not a lot of runs. And to get those two guys who were just an abject failure, for the longest time this year, back to back on top of the other two guys. Well, then now you can start maybe letting your mind wander a little bit. They are in the third wild card spot as we speak.
Yeah, this is why you listen to me. Burrows 1 walk issued, Imai 1 walk issued. See what happens? Just stop walking people. Yeah. It's that simple, guys. Yeah. No, but sincerely, right? And I see you 409 making mention that 4 starters. Don't forget Peter, not Paul, and Mary Lambert, right? Like he has been pretty good. And this was the path, right? This was the thing that we talked about. And this is the thing that you've been pretty heavy on. When the Astros have been good, it has been behind good pitching. Right. There's been as well. You have to have that good pitching. Finally, it feels like it's showing up. And not only that, I feel like it's worth noting. It's also the timing. This was a stretch that we were looking at and we were going, this could be tough. 13 games, 13 days, considering that your rotation, if your rotation falls flat, if guys aren't going deep, 13 games ends up being a real mess. Your bullpen ends up falling apart. Bullpen we still have to talk about, though. But hey, man, you're in a place where this looks so good when it comes to your starters. Even the guys who don't have it on a day are managing to find their way almost to 5 innings, right? Almost to that place to help you in the bullpen. And then shout out to the outfield. This one feels a little less sustainable to me. The pitching feels like, all right, these are guys, and this is stuff that it feels like it's within their range, and now they're just hitting their potential. But shout out to Taylor Trammell, continuing to be a guy in the outfield that gets you what you need, including just you need power out of nowhere here from Taylor Trammell. Here's power with a tank shot. What was that, a day ago or a couple days ago rather? And then you had just getting one down the line in there for a home run yesterday, like getting you what you need. Joey Loperfido getting you what you need. And again, I don't know that this is what these guys are, but just timeliness. This is going to be great to get you back into place and get you to a place where, hey, John Lopez, I think at the deadline it makes sense to find yourself a little bit of a bullpen piece to help it so that you don't have to go Oker King Hader every damn day, right? Give you maybe a left-handed bat so that you have a little bit more sustainability in the outfield. They are making the case as a team, like at the team level, not Dana, not anybody else. At the team level, they're making the case that go help us out. We have an opportunity to contend.
Yeah, nothing big. I don't want them to be big buyers. I do, because you don't want to gut everything because you're still not there. You're looking better, but you're still not there. I will say.
I mean, you just said they're in the wild card spot.
They are. But they're third. I think tied for third or somewhere. Anyway, the way that they won this game. I mean, it was absolute. Taylor Trammell's home run. If there's ever such a thing as a seeing eye home run, that was it.
Yes,
it was just barely looked like it was going foul. Somehow straightened up, went over, and that changed the entire game. And the other thing that was important here, these two games, there's certain areas in the schedule where you go, well, we got to remember that, and we got to put a pin in this or whatever. These two games, you absolutely had to get length from these two starters. The bullpen was just absolutely exhausted, overused. You had to get some length out of your starters so you didn't have to go as much into your bullpen. And you did. I mean, hey, AJ Bluebaugh, give it up for him. I mean, he went 2 and got it done as well.
Yeah, for sure. So salute to the Astros, who are now just 3 games below 500. And definitely more importantly, are climbing up the standings, giving themselves an opportunity, just a game and a half back of the Mariners, who again lost. They lost again, so they're coming back to the pack as well and making this more of a viable circumstance. But the thing that I lean on, actually, I don't know if I lean on this one more. The idea that, God, that's nasty. The idea that they are sitting in a wild card spot as of right now, and that they're now well situated to be able to fight there. I don't know. Actually, obviously, you want to win the AL West just straight up if you have the opportunity to. But the idea that, hey, you're right there in the wild card circumstance as well. Run away from you or something. The idea that you were right there in that mix is huge, and they're turning this thing. It seems like they're turning this thing around. It sure as hell does. And so keep this thing going, especially with this pitching. And you might be somewhere, Astros. We might be back into a summer of fun after the frustration that we've sustained for a good long time. All right, you're in loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Nick Caley talked to the Houston Chronicle after his first year as an offensive play caller. I kind of want to dig into this because I'm fascinated by what happened there. Let's do that next.
In the loop.
The Rockets went into the night having picks 30.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What did you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Friday is going all right. That's the OG John Lopez, Reginald Atatula with you alongside the man, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you here on this Funky Friday. Are we going to get funky, Fig?
Yeah, we can,
We can get a little funky?
How funky?
Not the funky that you talking about, because you was out here talking about dripping hot takes, and that sounded nasty.
Moist, dripping hot takes.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yes.
I really and truly don't.
Yes.
I don't.
How are we going to get Figgy to Japan versus Brazil, by the way?
I don't know, but even
we
if
have to.
713-572-46. Actually, that might be illegal. I was about to say something that might be illegal. I should not do that. But
forget what he just said.
Yeah, whatever was about to happen. Thankfully I stopped there.
Just tweet it.
Yeah, we got. It's not illegal there. We got to get you. Oh, you are hype. You are hype.
Let's go Japan.
Yeah, man. It is situated where we will get Brazil Japan here in the city, and I just can't wait. Look, we just at the very least
we have to.
We got to get Figgy to a place where all the Japanese and the Brazilians are watching him. Like he just got to be around it.
Yes.
So yes, Monday will be very, very fun.
If you know where Japan is going to be partying and hanging out, and
maybe a stadium where that's going to happen. I don't know.
And maybe some tickets are flying around. I don't know. We have spitballing.
No idea.
You know who I need to
let us know.
I need to hang around Sean Pendergast.
Yeah, he be finding his way into these things.
He be falling into some tickets, man.
He'd really do.
Tripping, fall right into somebody's suite.
Well, that's because he's Nick Casario's homie. That's what we found out today. Like that's the reason. He be getting people thrown off the team and finding his way into suites. So clearly, that's the man that we need to talk to. But very exciting World Cup developments. Some not as fun as others, but definitely still feeling the vibes of the World Cup here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But I will stick to our more traditional American football here in this segment, if you don't mind, because the big thing that I am most concerned about, that I'm most intrigued about getting answers to when it comes to this Texans team this year is the play caller. Nick Hughley. Like, that is the thing that most intrigues me, that most scares me. Like, all of those things bundled together in one singular dude and whatever his performance is. And shout out to the Houston Chronicle and particularly Jonathan M. Alexander for getting an exclusive sit down with Nick Hughley about the confidence that he has and the improvements that are needed in 2026. And so I don't know if you tapped in with this piece that came out yesterday.
I tapped in with some links, just some brief quotes that were outstanding on it. So
yeah, I found it to be, kind of interesting, just some of the things that happened. First and foremost, right? Last year, right? Do we have any explanation or feelings about what last year was? And Nick Hughley talked with Jonathan about that. And one of the big things that he seemed to point to was he just felt like last year, he said, I guess I've been sheltered in a way, which was funny. He talked about how he felt like he did not find the right balance of running and passing early on in the season, and he felt like he leveled it. And I just felt that was kind of a funny thing to like, as a singular thing that shows up in last year. There, you could probably, I know that we have criticized him from the outside looking in. That was the thing that jumped out to him first. Like, you know how you ask somebody something, and usually
I think it's really good.
You think so?
I think it's really telling and really good. Because your quarterback wanted to throw the ball more. And for him, this was a direct quote to and about C.J. Stroud. Hey, I didn't think I found the right balance in the running and passing game. I think C.J. Stroud was there going,
but what he's saying there, I think goes the other way. Like, I think that they were pass happy for a little while there.
I see. I read it as, what we've obviously been talking about. Like, C.J. maybe wanted to be able to do a little more. And maybe you can interpret it both ways. I guess only he knows.
Yeah, maybe so. I went and actually looked at it. What was the pass happiness week by week? And early on, it really fluctuated. Week 1, now this is versus the Rams. They ran the ball a lot. They were 22nd when it came to pass percentage. Week 2 versus Tampa, 14th when it came to pass percentage. It was a little bit higher. They were second. They threw the ball up and down versus Jacksonville in that loss. Then they come back. Tennessee, they run the ball a ton, which, I mean, maybe that is also a factor of you beating Tennessee pretty handily. Baltimore, you run the ball a ton. Again, maybe that's a factor of, but then Seattle, you're throwing the football, and again, maybe that's just the game style.
Yeah.
Then they kind of start normalizing in a way where they're throwing the football a good amount. Like 17th versus San Francisco, 13th versus Denver, 4th and 6th again versus Tennessee and Jacksonville. Then they lean into we're throwing the football a ton.
But that's later in the season. Didn't he say earlier in the season?
But he's talked about is when he started finding a level, I mean, running the football somewhere around 50% of the time as opposed to like the 60s that it could get to at some of those places where the middle of the season, then they're running the football in the heart of that, run of wins to end the season. I think that's where he's talking about where he felt like he found his groove, which is when you're running the football 52% of the time. Or sorry, you're throwing the football 52% of the time, running the football nearly 50% of the time versus running the football 40% of the time. He wants to run the football. That's something that's clear and something that he's talked about and that the team has talked about. And I found it interesting that he was like, I just couldn't find the right balance. And I wonder why that is the big question I ask. Like, I know some people would say that that's a D'Amico Ryans kind of coming down, and I do wonder if maybe the leveling out that you found was D'Amico Ryans putting his hand on the shoulder and going, "Hey, buddy."
Right. Well, look, I read it as, I think, because the first 4 or 5 games that you listed there, it was much more running than passing, and
much more passing than running, rather.
No, much more running. You said 22nd.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. You're right. My bad.
And so I think that's what he's talking about. Like he needed to find his feet, so to speak, his stance. And I read it as, oh, okay, I am just programmed to be, tight ends and offensive line and run the ball. And I know they want to run the ball anyway, even this year, maybe even more. But I think what he's talking about is maybe I shortchanged the passing game a little bit.
And he said you always want to balance, and each game is a little different. I think we found a way to even that as the season progressed. So finding a way, and balance doesn't necessarily mean 50-50 run pass, but it's always also a usage of different players. And I found it, the idea that he said a usage of different players. The second part of this article then also leans into that because, I mean, having all, or the third part, because I know they talked about Shaplinski and Gerard Johnson as well, but the idea that, hey, man, they have so much personnel, so much more personnel to be able to utilize with the tight ends. He speaks to the tight ends and some of the guys that they have and different ways that they're going to hold the edges. And this makes me feel like, hey, we're leaning very hard into, and it feels like it's valid to bring up, but we're leaning very hard into the tight ends seem to be some level of unlocking what this offense was supposed to be. And he is seemingly admitting that as well here. And so I have to hope that ends up being the major point of development here with this offense is you have tight ends that can actually help you block in the way that you want to and hopefully impact the passing game when you do get out there.
I think that's what he's talking about. Yeah,
that's what he's talking about. That absolutely is what he's talking about. I was hoping to come out of reading this article and have more confidence in feeling like he has a very clear idea of what went wrong in year one, and I don't know that I feel that way, John.
We're going to be an offense that's going to be an offense.
Well, maybe not that bad.
Definitely not to that point. I'm definitely not there, thank God.
Maybe not that bad. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I read that differently. I think he's like, boy, I should have really done more and balance and pass the ball a little more early on. And maybe that's what he's really going to try to focus on, even though they are going to be a running team, but be able to mix it in more, especially with the tight end.
If we got to go 3 and out and punt it, we're good.
No.
We're not good.
No.
We're not good.
We need to ask him about the offense.
Well, I don't think
you just got the answer.
And that's also the big thing with this. Shout out to Jonathan Alexander getting this. I don't know how much time he had to talk with Caley, but Nick Caley tends to talk in somewhat general terms, and I would have loved if I don't know if Jonathan got a time to like really dig deep with them. That's where I think I would get some feeling on some level of confidence on, does he have a pinpoint idea, or is this all just kind of general speak that we're hopefully going to figure it out?
the old everyone has a plan until you get punched in the mouth.
Yeah, because everything I hear from Nick Caley, it sounds right, but it's all very general. And I compare it to, and maybe we get a chance to come back to it, The Athletic actually talked to 6 of the first-time play callers from last year and asked them what their advice was coming off of it. And so much more of those responses were a lot more particular than what we had from here, right? Guys talking about, obviously, the collaborative effort, but like the play clock coming quickly, the ways that goes, right? Some of the other challenges that happen with play calling, like they're very particular. Yeah. And Caley, I guess the one particular thing that he is talking about is like making sure that you find the appropriate balance. But even that felt very general in the way that he discussed it. So I don't know. Like, maybe this is going to be a point where I'm not going to find any level of comfort in this until he starts playing, because I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. He is right that he did not have those. He didn't have those linebackers, and that you can see, or not linebackers, those tight ends, and you can see the ways that there was fluctuation in the play calling balance at the very least. It's hard for me to believe that that's the only reason why the offense wasn't as productive as it should have.
I'm with you. I can't. I mean, we're not going to know until we see it 4 or 5 games in or more.
Right, and there's no speaking to being creative, making sure to use Jalen Knoll, making sure to get guys and things are just left to the imagination. And so if I had to put it on a scale of 1 to 5, I still remain like a optimistic 3.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Right?
An optimistic 3. Yes.
If I wanted to probe down deep and be as honest as I'm kind of on 2 with this.
I'm with you, man. It's the story of the year.
We'll see what the offense ends up looking like. Hopefully training camp will give us some more illumination, because shout out to John. I don't know that I felt very much better just hearing from Nick Caley in his own words. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day, where Yordan Alvarez somehow has been bested on All-Star votes when it comes to, well, I guess All-Star votes, I guess is what I said. And that feels like a travesty. So that guy's going, what's the question of the day? What are some sports or athlete injustices dating back to the beginning of time? 713-572-4610 is the number to text to jump in. Let's do that next.
Payne and Pendergast. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
How the hell did Yordan Alvarez not get the most votes? How the hell?
They hating on my mans.
Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. So I'm looking at the MLB stat leaders right now. Let's go to the American League, shall we? Let's go to the American League because you're looking at Yordan Alvarez. How about, I don't know, what do you think? Home runs? Leads the league in home runs.
Who's second behind him?
Tied with Byron Buxton.
Oh, that's right. Buxton has been cooked. Yeah. That's been, honestly, it's not surprising that Buxton's putting up numbers. The surprising thing is that he's healthy. Because Byron Buxton has been like the ultimate, at least in my estimation, he's been the ultimate, damn, if he could stay healthy, he'd be great.
Yeah.
And then there he is.
Yeah.
Actually healthy.
I mean, just in every, how about batting average? You want batting average? Yordan Alvarez. Oh, he's second right now behind Yandy Diaz.
And Yandy Diaz ain't a power hitter, is he?
But he's not a power hitter, no. How about, what else? Give me another stat. You want OPS?
Please. You know I do.
1,055. Yordan.
Is that good? I haven't heard about that. No, Yordan is absolutely raking. It's one of the reasons, honestly, quietly, I'm enjoying the Astros finding a little bit of a stride. I don't want to speak too soon, but finding a little bit of a stride because it would have been, this would have been one of the injustices also that you could put in this segment. If you have a MVP caliber season that goes absolutely wanting. In fact, I think it's one of the answers that you were mulling on, if I saw this correctly, is like Mike Trout did this for ages.
Yeah, Mike Trout is one of my, well, let's get to the question, but he's definitely one of my question of the day. What are some sports/athlete injustices? Ernie Clement is the leading vote getter and automatically in. Batting .294, okay. 7 home runs.
Wait, really?
7 home runs for Ernie Clement. Now, obviously, he's a second baseman, so everything is.
Yeah, it ends up being a little bit more defensively.
How about RBI? Guess how many RBI Ernie Clement has? Your leading vote getter.
20.
I was going to say maybe 35.
28.
Okay.
I mean, come on. What do we? Yeah. You know what his OPS is?
And is it in the 8s?
Nope.
Is it in the 9s?
Nope.
Oh no, it's in the 7s.
It's in the 7s.
Damn.
What? 753.
Damn.
753.
Damn.
So is this like the year where Shaq and Steve Nash was kind of going back and forth, and Steve Nash actually won the MVP over Shaq? Was it some? Is it? It kind of remind me of this a little bit.
He's got a 753 OPS.
Thankfully, it doesn't rise to that level because it's not going to be an MVP conversation. This is just like votes for All-Star.
Man, and yet Yordan finished second to him. It is an injustice, I tell you.
All right,
an absolute
this guy
injustice.
Must really be popular, huh?
He played, and so all the Canadians, I imagine, also lathered up with the World Cup being hosted in Canada as well, are feeling all of the national pride, and so they were rocking with their boys. And so maybe that's what's happening. And you know what? It probably doesn't help that Yordan is, at least to this point, had been on an Astros team that was, I guess left something to be desired is the nice way of saying it, Now
guess how many Astros have an OPS of at least 753 like
Oh, you are really laying it on thick.
At least 750. How many Astros do you think have that?
Let me see.
The Astros, not exactly, up and down the lineup, murderer's row.
3? I'm going to say 4.
6.
Is it 6?
Isaac Paredes, Christian Walker.
Oh, 750. Okay, yeah.
753, yeah. Taylor Trammell.
Oh, Taylor it's probably jumped recently. I haven't thought about that.
Carlos Correa, even though obviously he's out.
Oh, okay. So those are the hidden ones that I wouldn't think about.
Well, that's just one. Jeremy Pena and Yordan.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
Have at least what the American League leading vote getter has. It is an injustice.
All right.
That's me slamming my fist on the table.
Thank you. I appreciate you bringing.
Yes.
So again, what are some of the other great injustices in sports? Honestly, I have to say the one that's very obvious. Barry Bonds not being in the Hall of Fame. Point blank period. It's
that's a good one.
It's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing that makes me happier than when a Barry Bonds stat or like fact figure, interesting note comes across. Because it's always the most absurd thing that you've ever seen, right? It's like if you take away all the walks that if Barry Bonds had not stepped up to the plate with a bat, he probably would still have because people were so afraid of him, they just walked him.
Yeah.
Like they would rather walk in runs than pitch to Barry Bonds for a large period of time. And of course, you could talk about the juicy juice, and obviously that ends up being a large part of why he's not there. It's not the only thing, right?
Yeah.
It's also because he's an incessant jerk. But before we have documentation about where it probably started for Barry Bonds. Before that, he is a Hall of Famer, period. Talk less of with the entirety of the career. That dude, it is an absolute injustice that a dude of that magnitude that possibly is the best player to ever play the game
Clemens
is not reflected in it. Honestly, like the Roger Clemens case, a little bit murkier for me.
No, there is a line of demarcation on Roger Clemens where he started to slide for a couple of seasons, and then vaulted back up. So if you want to, blame, whatever he did or did not take, you're right. I think it is a little stronger argument with Clemens. But sports injustices, I mean, I'm not a big fan. I just think it's an injustice. Mike Trout.
Yeah.
That poor bastard.
I mean, there is some he did it to himself. Like there was instances where you could get out of there. But yeah, there's no way that a team with that good of a player should remain as bad as they have, especially considering it's not like they haven't spent money. They just did it.
They had Shohei.
Terribly. They did it terribly.
They had Otani. I mean,
that's going to look so weird in 50 years, man.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not, because we're never going to think about the fact that Shohei played there. We're going to be like, oh, you mean the Dodger?
No, when you look at it, like, let me look up Shohei. Yeah. Oh, wait, he played with Mike Trout?
Yes,
what the hell happened?
In fact, shout out to Mike Trout, because Mike Trout probably Shohei Ohtani. He looked over there and was like, "Oh, that's what it can become here. That's what can happen."
Hey, young brother, chase your dreams, man.
Mike Trout might have told him, "Yes, you need to get out, brother.
Hey, man.
You need to get out.
You don't want to end up like me, young buck."
That's right.
You know what the trap?
That's like the alcoholic telling the young kid, "You don't want to be like me, drinking the beer."
That's right.
There was a point in time where Mike Trout's statistics would have told you that on the trajectory he was going to be the greatest player to have ever played.
Oh, for a long time. And absolutely, yes.
And they beat it out of him.
They sucked the life right out of him.
They beat it out of him.
They sucked the life right out of him.
Like, as baseball fans, you don't have to give a damn about the Angels. As baseball fans, we've been robbed of greatness by Artie Moreno and the rest of the Angels. That's
Biggie, do you have any sports or athlete injustices?
Yeah. So the first one I thought about, I got a couple. The first one I thought about was, I think the Oilers trademark should have stayed in Houston, man.
That's a good one.
Like the Browns?
Yeah, I think they should have did.
Man, I wish I'd have thought of that. That's good.
It should have stayed here. It should have stayed in the trunk until Houston got another team back, man. I think it's totally wrong that they are able to just move like that. And I know it's a little tricky because you got the Vegas Raiders doing the same thing and all that stuff, but I think this situation is so stupid. And then the other one, I think it's crazy how Charles Barkley ain't win a championship, man. That one is crazy because I feel like a lot of people disrespect him a little bit just because he ain't got a ring. And what's up, Draymond Green?
Yeah,
I think it's crazy that he don't have a ring. I think if he had at least one, I think
at least Barkley is widely, not universally, but widely considered one of the greatest that's ever played the game. That was mine earlier with Dan Marino. He's never on these top 5 all-time greatest quarterbacks, and he is. I mean, he absolutely is if you do any type of dive into it at all. And, of course, I have to mention Wilt. Because
what about him?
I think he's top 3, at least top 5 of all time.
That probably is it. And it's not just the Wilt itself. I think it's probably a great travesty that we got so locked in on a Michael Jordan versus LeBron James as greatest of all time debate, because it really does isolate some of the great players that are around them. Don't say Kobe Bryant, I'll whoop your ass. But like some of the great players that are around them that really should be considered a little bit more and who don't have their legacies. Examined is not the word that I want, but like revisited, right? There's something about the debate that allows us to constantly keep thinking about the greatness that was Michael Jordan, the greatness that is LeBron James. But it kind of sucks that we never do go back and revisit, like Wilt, and see, damn, this was kind of crazy that you had somebody that was averaging 50. That. There's something that is an absurd thing that we rarely get to come back and sit with because there's not as many occasions that bring us back to him.
No, I completely agree. There's a lot of injustices. And Seth mentioned this earlier, the Mike Renfro catch. That was as big of an injustice in an actual game that mattered to go, to the Super Bowl.
Can I ask you something? Because I think there's a lot of people, especially in the city of Houston, right? This is going to be the easy one to get over the line. that goes the Oilers win instead of the Steelers, and the Oilers win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, or is this just too much of a butterfly effect? Can you then paint me the picture for me, if possible, of what Houston sports looks like after that, instead of where it ultimately did go?
Well, I will say Earl Campbell probably would not have been traded, and Dan Pastorini probably would not have been traded.
Yeah, you wrote about that.
Yeah, and so both those guys. Now I don't know how much Earl had left in the tank. He had one good year when he went to New Orleans, but he would have at least had that. But Pastorini, the gunslinging quarterback was really, really good, and they ended up with Stabler, who kind of fell apart.
Yeah,
then
Pastorini's career fell apart too. Like you had two careers, kind of.
Well, he got a shoulder thing that was all messed. That ended his career. He actually went to a Super Bowl and didn't. He still doesn't even take out the Super Bowl ring because he was Plunkett's backup when they won it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you talk about his shoulder. He also just found one of those instances where the dude in charge don't like you. Mm-hmm. Right? Like the dude in charge just absolutely does not like you. Yeah. And that was the complete opposite of what it was here with the Oilers.
Right. So butterfly effect, who knows? Maybe they would have been not a dynasty, but maybe they would have made another run right there. And then all of a sudden the whole landscape of football in this city changes.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah. So the longer length of that is also even more tragic. Somebody said Wilt is number one for doing that other thing off the court. I appreciate you for putting that in there. One of the obvious injustices that comes in from the 8-3-2 and the 2-8-1, J.J. Watt not winning MVP.
Yes.
The year that he scores 5 touchdowns.
That's not.
He ain't even played offense.
Anytime I hear it, and I've known it, obviously it's out there, and we all experienced it. But I'm like, that dude scored 5 TDs as a defensive end.
I got another one real quick. This is an older one, so Lopez, you could probably
Who won in 24? Sorry, my brain is going.
You probably know more about this than me, but Ted Williams didn't win the MVP back in 1941.
Come on, man!
After hitting 406, because Joe DiMaggio had a 56-game hitting streak.
Oh my gosh! You're talking about 1941?
Yeah, no,
you were just a kid. I know it's hard for you to remember the early days, but
curious. I figured you was a baseball guy. You probably I ain't saying you was there during that time.
Well, you kind of did. You kind of.
Oh, and I said it explicitly. Yeah.
56-game hit streak.
Yeah, because they'd never seen that before. I
guess.
He
was a Yankee and a 56. Come on, he's going to win the MVP.
But Ted Williams, he hit 406.
Oh, you can argue Ted Williams is the greatest baseball player ever, even though everybody thinks. And I think Babe Ruth. Yeah,
that got to suck.
But you can make that argument. You can make that argument. Yeah.
You know what? For me, one of the great injustices is Satchel Paige not playing in the majors until way later. Satchel Paige was a monster by all accounts.
Well, I did that big thing on the Negro Leagues back in the day at the Chronicle, and literally every old Negro League player I spoke with was like, "No, you don't know." They're like, "No, you don't know." I'm talking about like Buck Williams and all these other guys. Or what's his name? Was it Buck Williams?
I think so. Who are you talking about?
Some of those greats.
Buck Williams is a basketball player.
Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, I got him confused. But anyway, was it? I can't remember. Anyway, yes, what you're saying is absolutely correct.
Buck O'Neal.
There we go. O'Neal. Yeah, all right. Buck O'Neal.
Yeah, man. It felt like Satchel Paige, if he had the opportunity to play not just his waning years in the majors with integrated baseball, but like the entirety of his career, I think that Satchel's already well regarded. But I think that you have him along with the greats of the game that I don't think that he often gets enough credit for, because so much of that happened in the Negro Leagues, and that is not appropriately celebrated, at least in my mind. Keep those coming in on the text line. Somebody said Vince Young should have won the Heisman in 2005 when they won the Natty. Yeah, but he went and repossessed. I feel better about the ones where guys went and effectively repossessed it. Like, again, the people that talk about the Hakeem not winning MVP over David Robinson that year. He went and got it. Don't worry about it. He went and got it himself. And that's a great one. 713, Nolan never winning the Cy Young.
Yes. Oh, my gosh, yes. Another great one.
See, now I just need to go back, because, again, I have not done this. Who are the people that were saying won the Cy Young?
He's pretty good.
I need to go back in every year and be like, all right, let's compare these line item wise. Who are you telling me is better than this cat right here? Yeah, I'm going to go do that in the break. Here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where a Buffalo Bills safety is talking about his time in Houston, and I am just fascinated by this story. CJ, what the hell are you talking about? We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about Ability Trees and AbilityTrees.com, which means I get to brag about my
Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And the Houston Texans have been mentioned in a piece for The Athletic that has to focus, John Lopez, with C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Oh, well, this will be fun.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, once a Texan for a few short weeks in 2025. Obviously, an acquisition that the Texans made that we thought was going to hold down that safety spot, bring a level of veteran experience, Super Bowl experience to the defense, and it just kind of didn't work out. And we heard all the noise of people saying, "Hey, man, this dude is something or the other or whatever," and we were like, "Nah, man, I think he's grown up." Come to find out, was not the case. And so Tim Graham of the Athletic wrote a very intriguing piece. As now Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who last year found a home eventually with the Chicago Bears, he will now be applying his trade at Orchard Park, New York, with the Buffalo Bills. And he, kind of just, it was a little feature piece just to get inside of what C.J. Gardner-Johnson keeps doing with changing teams and apparently what the NFL gets wrong about him. And I'm going to be honest, before just reading this, John, I feel like you also dug into this. I know this guy that is C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the guy who everything that happens, it wasn't his fault. It was just some other circumstance that happened, and everything is an exception to the rule. Nothing falls in line with a trend. It's all just, no, but that was something different, and this was something different, and no, I am not the common denominator. That's the issue here. When is it, like second, third grade, when it's never the kid's fault that somebody else did it to him? I believe so. He's a second grader.
It's always the teacher's fault.
The teacher hates me. That kid did it, not me. You don't understand, blah, 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 blah,
remember
blah.
that. I remember them days. Boot, man, why you got all Fs? All the teachers don't like
Teachers hate me, man. Teachers hate me, man.
Yeah.
That's the vibe that I'm getting on this. Now, I don't know, is there any shred of truth to like this?
With the Texans in particular, because he was talking about just himself in general. That's what I was mostly mentioning, although it came down. Like, he has been named the NFL's most annoying player in various different like anonymous player polls that The Athletic has done. He's had almost $200,000 worth of fines in his career at this point. But for him, obviously it all points somewhere else and whatever. But the big thing that I got attention here was that he talked about his time in Houston, and there was a couple of notable things that come up. One was the reporting that had come out that he had at some point like talked about somebody's deal, right? That I think it was Aaron Wilson who had made the point that reporting that he had exhausted the team by complaining about his role, requesting a trade, and criticizing teammates, notably the size of one player's contract that I think us locally seem to believe might be Jalen Petrie. This is his retort, quote, "That's a lie. I never said bleep about nobody's contract. I'm on a $33 million deal. Why the bleep would I talk about somebody's contract?"
I just, you said we all know this guy. We also know this guy that you don't know when he's lying, but he definitely lies a lot.
It's like, I could see this being true, but also you tend to lie.
Yes. We all know that. Like, you're like, well, last time he said this and it was completely false, although he's also said some things that kind of have some shred of truth.
That's the worst part about those type of people.
Yeah.
Because once in a while they be telling the truth and they come out, you like, damn, he was right on that one.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, there's no way that's
followed by 4 more lies.
Exactly. The most intriguing thing to me is well, all of this, but especially the whole timeline and I guess, flashpoint of why he got cut.
Yeah, this is C.J. Gardner-Johnson's side. I think for us, especially shout out to the reporting that DJ Bieniemy did after C.J. Gardner-Johnson was cut after week 3, and then all of a sudden there was a couple of wins that came in. Not to say that those are directly tied, however,
not to say that they're not.
Do with that what you will.
Yeah.
But I think DJ did a great job of clearly getting some insight from the locker room as to, hey, these are the responsibilities. Because, this is the thing that's tough about analyzing football or any sport, really. You're not in the room. You don't know what the actual what the coaching points are, what the actual play call is, what the responsibilities are. DJ came out with, hey, you see this play where, it looks like Kalen Bullock is out of place, but that's because he's having to pick up for something that clearly isn't happening. Yeah. Right? Like these things of going rogue and seemingly not playing nice, whether because he did not know the system or because he decided to go into business for himself, clearly factored into why he did not remain with the team, on top of maybe grating on people and, maybe not being,
according to him.
According to him, and I will read this verbatim from in a segment that I like to call Reading. Gardner Johnson said his experience with the Texans began to go south at training camp in West Virginia. Earlier than I previously thought, but at training camp in West Virginia, where he said he got into a confrontation with, quote, the GM's friend, close quote. He went further to say, if y'all are going to cut me, but I'll give nobody reasons to cut me. I haven't, I don't, I'm not a cancer, press pause. I'm still in the middle of a comment, but I have never given someone a reason to cut me. Buddy, how many teams is this?
Yeah, it is.
Everybody is just deciding to cut you out of nowhere or move on from you.
Well,
anyways.
When you hear someone say, I'm not a cancer, what do you think that person is? A cancer.
You might not be a cancer, but
you a disease.
Yeah, you sure you're not like a virus, maybe, or just a cough at least.
Yeah.
Anyways,
you're a polyp.
Okay. I feel like that's because of something that happened recently.
You're not a cancer. You're a polyp.
Anyways, I continue. Right? He says, I give nobody reasons to cut me. I haven't. I don't. I'm not a cancer. There's nobody in this locker room that says Chauncey is a problem. The media loves me. The only thing that'll do it is something that triggers somebody that has a say in the building that can't alter somebody else's mind, that can alter somebody's mind. That happens every time. That's how I got cut in Houston. One person that's technically a part of the organization, technically not a part of the organization, let me get that correct, called me a B word at Greenbrier. I get out of my body. He says something to the GM. Next thing I'm cut. Close quote.
All right. So
well, it's funny you say that because I think it's.
Was he a visitor, or did you hit a button?
I think I might have hit the button.
Which one of them dudes is that?
That's awesome. That's awesome.
What are you trying to do right now? You got to at least hit the reckless speculation sound on before.
That's funny right there. I laugh at that all the time.
What if it is?
I feel like we would have known if Easterby was at the Greenbrier. Somebody would have said something.
Yeah, unless it was on the DL. No, I'm just saying.
You think they still tight?
Yes.
Nick Caserio,
yes.
I'm talking about
Caserio said so after he was fired. Remember that? But we digress because I don't want to make any false accusations.
My bad, Nick.
But still ain't play that reckless speculation.
The question is, who's the friend? And was it someone outside of the organization? It could have been, and the guys this morning and us were talking about this. It could have been somebody he just didn't even know. Keep in mind, this is West Virginia. This is training camp. You're like maybe 2 months or a month. No, because he came in late, right?
No, he came in before camp.
Yeah. But either way, it's still early.
Yeah, you don't know that many people.
You don't know the security staff. You don't know some of the. I don't know.
Wait, didn't he get hurt a little early on? Was that him? Where we thought
that happened in West Virginia.
It was scary. Yeah, it was
happened in West Virginia.
Yeah, and it could be someone who actually was part of the organization, but he just didn't know him, or it could have been Nick Caserio's friends.
What are the chances this is Lipford or Blanco?
Not zero.
Yeah, what are the chances that this is just an AGM?
Yes.
Right?
I think Matt Burke is on the table.
Hey, this ball headed dude keep yelling at me. What's happening?
Who the bleep is this guy?
Why does he keep talking to me?
That's the defensive coordinator. Oh, okay. Regardless, how much of this do you think there is?
No, there's no way this is the reason.
Hold on. I don't think any of us believe this is true and one led to the other because it was 6-7 weeks later.
Yes, he gets cut after week 3. You still had the rest of training camp and the preseason, and then the season.
No, I totally agree with you.
So he's trying to purport this as somebody called me a B. I acted out, which, by the way, that this is the epitome of something that happens on social media a lot that I hate, which is a fight video or something crazy happening starting in the middle where I go, I need to know how this started because that dictates a lot of what happened here. He's just dropping us up in the middle. Somebody allegedly called him a B. He acted out his mind. And then 7 weeks later, somebody was moving and shaking to ultimately get him fired 2 months later.
Okay, so
or a month and a half later.
I don't think anybody in this room and really anybody who's reading this story or hearing about this story will say this happened and then he got cut because it's just silly. Yeah, because it was 6-7 weeks, as I said, timeline. But what I was going to say is how much of what he said about that confrontation is true.
Oh.
Because there are things that people kind of file away. Remember that time he went off on the GM's friend. We don't know who it is. And, all of a sudden, that got
Let's
back,
just say
that's
Sean
kind of festering.
P. Let's just say Sean P.
Yeah.
For the sake of our... Or you know what? Maybe that's... Sorry. S. Pendergast. Maybe that's the way we should go about it.
Probably. That was, interestingly enough, that's his reaction. That was his reaction. But I think there probably is something to that.
Yeah, because I don't think Chauncey does not seem like... And again, I don't know this dude well enough at all to say definitively. But again... He gives me feelings of people that I've known that do similar things, right? Mm-hmm. And so in that feeling, as I try and flesh out who he feels like in this, as we've heard more, he seems like the dude that does not make things up out of whole cloth. Mm-hmm. But he does seem like told is not the fullness of the circumstance. I could easily see there being like a back and forth with somebody.
Sure, that's what I'm saying.
I could even see somebody actually call him a B word, right? Mm-hmm. Like I could absolutely see that have been the case.
Mm-hmm.
I highly doubt that, one, he ain't do anything to instigate that, right? There's a possibility that there was some level of instigation, because I have a hard time also thinking, knowing how in the space of a training camp, the players are highly respected in those cases, right? I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, if you've seen instances in your time covering the NFL where dudes just talking crazy to the players in those circumstances. Usually, there's a lot of deference given there.
Yes, there is.
I feel like somebody got into it, he went wild, and maybe there's a possibility that somewhere in your mind you go, oh, yeah.
Remember that time. It kind of stays with you.
Those are the things that we had heard in the past that had been a problem with C.J. Gardner-Johnson that we were hoping that with a fresh start here, we would move away from.
No, I think there's definitely something to it, but I think largely there's a lot of lies involved. There's a lot of weird, I guess, leaps of whatever faith or whatever you want to call it, that he's talking about. I think it may well be not even a friend of the GM's. It may well have not even been a factor. And so it's hard to take seriously.
Yeah, no, the big thing for me is that this is in his mind where he goes, this was the issue. Only God knows the other things that he is just completely wiping from his memory that matters in this. And ultimately, the thing that is very disappointing to me, and I'm glad you're in a place where you've found another safety in Reed Blankenship who can hold down this job in a similar way as what you were hoping for C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
I really, and this is self-centered, I recognize I really did I bought the hype. Like I bought the belief that, hey, this is a dude who has gone through some things and is matured for those experiences.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing it laid out this clearly, right? I know we're almost a year away from having this all play out where we were like, damn, you were wrong.
Yeah.
But seeing the way that, in his words, he's talked about all this, it's clear that he ain't learned a lesson number one in none of this.
He showed you who he was and hasn't changed.
Yeah, that's very, very disappointing that that's the case for a dude like him, because honestly, if he was not a bad MFer as a football player, he wouldn't be in the league.
He would not. He absolutely would not. Yeah.
And it kind of explained why I know at the time we was kind of like, man, he got a steal off of him.
Mm-hmm.
Kenyon Green and fifth round swap or something like that?
Yeah, for C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, so now it kind of explains. I know it's hindsight, but now it's kind of like, damn.
And we knew that, right? We knew, hey, you're taking a little bit of risk with the history, but was it him on the Pivot podcast that we played some of the audio of him there where it felt like, okay, there's a maturity here that seems like there's a corner turn. No, man, like that it's not, right? It's a continual thing that happens.
Yeah.
For his sake, I do hope that he could find some level of awareness. But the scary thing is, I was hoping that was the case where once he landed in Chicago, he found a way to level out, and that would be an opportunity for him to continue to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
He's already gone to Buffalo, and this is the way that he's thinking right now before they go into the season. I am deathly afraid for his sake that this is going to go by the wayside again.
Yeah,
because again, you're going to make in this article he's talking about his different personalities and how the one that he calls CD Deuce is one where he's liable to just wild out. It's the one he brings out on game days because people don't want to see him. And I'm like, I understand the idea of having kind of these multiple personalities, maybe not even in a clinical sense, but just in a way that you separate these things out. I can get that to some extent. the idea that you kind of give yourself a pass for behaving badly in some of those instances.
That's what it comes down to.
It's
wasn't my fault.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in there.
Yeah,
and I hate that for him because he should be a dude that is much more highly regarded for the capabilities. That's the thing I can agree with him on. He is not widely regarded highly enough because of his capabilities, but it's also his doing.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, more things as we continue around the NFL. Did I talk about Caleb Williams and the Iceman trademark?
You did not.
So Caleb Williams, you recall back in the day when, was it a few months ago, where he had put in a trademark request for Iceman. You know, obviously he did the ice in the veins type thing, like he's trying to make that go. And that trademark he put up, and I know that yourself and our guy B. Scott, not very for that. Did not feel like that. Felt like that was a real affront to the George Gervin, the original Iceman. Well, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has agreed with you. They have initially refused the quarterback's application as of Wednesday. It's not due to.
I know the reason is funny.
It's not due to though George Gervin or anything like that. Apparently, quote, the marks are too identical in a meaning to a likely confusion of a trademark that was filed in 1988 by Lacrosse Footwear for Insulated Boots.
I remember Lacrosse. Y'all remember Lacrosse?
No.
Yeah.
Lacrosse Footwear? Mm-hmm. What is that?
Is that the same brand as the polo shirts?
I don't know.
No.
Is it Lacrosse?
You're thinking Lacoste. This is Lacrosse, like the sport.
I thought y'all
it
said
spelled
Lacoste.
like the sport lacrosse.
Okay, I thought y'all said
It's with two
Lacoste.
S's, right?
Yes, and an E on the end as well.
Yeah. No, I do remember that, and
they make duck boots.
Good for they make all kinds of boots,
hunting
and shoes
boots and stuff,
and like socks and stuff.
They had
like
an Iceman line.
They had an Iceman line, and this is one of those where I think somebody in the office says we don't want to give this guy that. Come on.
This is just we need to find an excuse.
Let's find a reason. Round up the usual suspects. Shout out to to the movies. But I think they just said, well, we got that lacrosse thing back from 1988. Remember that? We can use that.
No, it sounded like George Gervin sent the call in like, hey, come on, man.
You got George Gervin moving like he's Jay Prince.
Hey, he probably is, man.
Yeah.
Actually, I love George Gervin, obviously, for the way he played basketball. He is one of the OGs of basketball that seems like they really respect the modern game.
Very much so.
He gives them a lot of deference in a way that sometimes the older guys are like, nah, man, they couldn't play in our league. If I could play, he's just like, no, they're better because they've come after us and they've been able to build on what we did.
And he's just in the Hall of Fame of cool. He's not just in the basketball Hall of Fame. He's like just cool dudes.
Yeah, 713 says that's right. That's right, and that's why I imagine that he's got plenty of the lacrosse Iceman boots. I'm certain that's how that went. All right, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, B. Scott not able to be on with us today because he'll be holding down the fort on the drive later on today. But we still wanted to get B. Scott's thoughts.
And we got him.
Yeah, we do, and we'll get into those next.
In the Loop.
The Rockets went into the
Scoop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
All right, I feel kind of bad because I know when you hear that, you're expecting to hear one man and one man alone. It's Brandon Kyle Scott. B. Scott from Hiram Clark are one of the dudes that we are very happy to have the opportunity to work with. In fact, so much so, he's holding down the fort on the drive today from 2 to 6. Make sure you tune in with him. Luke Morrow also holding down the fort for Clint and Ron. But we still wanted to get his thoughts, even at absentia, I believe is the way that you say that. And so, B. Scott, he has a fantastic podcast called a B-Block Podcast, and he had a very interesting thought on the Rockets that we kind of want to get into.
I can just see B. Scott driving around right now, driving into the office going, wait a minute, I'm not there. What are they doing?
Yeah, hear that music, and he's like, what the hell?
Hey, congratulations. Your song is on the radio.
Yeah. Honestly, knowing B. Scott and how humble he is, he probably heard that and was like, damn, was I supposed to be up there?
He's zipping through traffic.
He's like, oh, snap, I'm late.
But anyway, so, I was obviously perusing. You want to always catch up with what they're saying on the B-Block podcast. And I heard this. I said, that sounds like a B. Scott thought. So let's play it.
They obviously need more talent. They need more shooting. They need more playmaking. And they need more star power, which is really the issue with the Rockets overall. They need more of everything for as close as a lot of people wanted to think that the Rockets are. And honestly, they are still a competitive team. I mean, finished fifth in the West. I mean, they are. It's like close but not close enough. Somehow close but nowhere near. They need more of everything: more talent, more shooting, more playmaking, more star power. And I think LaMelo Ball would have given you that in spades. I do think he would have given you that.
All right, there's a lot there that sort of made me think about.
He's on the LaMelo Ball.
Well, he was. Yeah, that's part of it. Okay. But I think the other part, and this is where we had this discussion yesterday, where yes, they're good. And he put it better than I did, because it's not just, if you have Kevin Durant, you should, just by default be a contender if you have any semblance of a squad around them. But to say, they need more of everything, I mean, he's right.
Yeah.
Even after the draft, they need more of everything.
And that's something that we had identified in some ways, which you go, what is the strength of this team? And one of the things we talked about, not just this past season, but the season prior. Yeah. It was, we're going to play defense and we're going to rebound. And the idea that you get into, on the offensive side of the basketball, the strength that we're talking about is when we miss, we're going to get it again. It's kind of a crazy thing to hint. It's a great thing to have, is being a great offensive rebounding team. But that works really good if you're hey, we're great at getting to the basket and scoring there, or we're great at putting up 3-pointers and playing the math game there. And then we also add on top of that we're going to rebound. So not only are we hitting you on one, we're doubling back and hitting you again. Yeah. Their circumstance offensively, and it's one of the things that was most maddening with the Rockets, especially 2 years ago, is that they're a great offensive rebounding team. But what is the actual thrust here? And so when you talk about you need everything, that's that. The question that came into mind when I heard him talking about you need a little bit of everything. Maybe this is the Pendergast School of Radio Broadcasting that I have apparently enrolled myself in. How would you power rank the things that they need? What would hit you as this is the most important, this is the second most, as you're trying to put it together?
Well, that actually ties in with what my takeaway is on this. And so it's kind of an answer to your question.
Please.
Worth discussing. Because the way I looked at it is okay, they need everything, huh? All right, so let's see where they're closest to elite.
Okay, I like this.
Let's see where they're closest to elite.
That's a better question than I had. Why did I even start talking? What an idiot.
Because if you're going to compete, and this is where we've what we've been talking about, if you're going to compete with Oklahoma City and San Antonio, and really maybe even Minnesota and others, you got to be elite at the places that they're elite. All right, do you have an elite front court? Forget potential. Forget, maybe this, maybe that, changing this, changing that. Do you have an elite front court?
You don't have an elite front court. It's a weirdly built front court because you have Jabari, who who in theory is a good spacing four, because he gives you, defensively he gives you great help defense. He can actually stretch so that he can guard multiple positions. So you can keep him on the full floor more, and you can have a little bit of size. It's just Alperin is not a great defensive center. He did his best this past season, but he's not a great defensive center. And offensively, if he just works around the edges, he can actually be pretty elite. Like, he's been really damn good. I don't want to undercut that to the point of being like an all-star. He just needs to be more efficient on bunnies, which feels like something new, right?
Yeah.
More efficient on bunnies, and maybe if that range extends a little bit, or if he plays a little bit faster. These are things that feel like they're tweakable, as opposed to like some of the jumps that we're kind of asking that feel a little bit further away. So I wouldn't say they're elite, right, starting there, but I do think that they're better than, like, they're not bad by any means. I think that it's a pretty good front court.
But again, if you need more of everything, you have to ask yourself, where are you elite? Do you have elite rebounding?
Yes.
To the level of what you're gonna have to go through.
Yes, but the question that comes up for me is it elite when you don't have Steven Adams? It's very good when you don't have Steven Adams, and it's on the borderline of elite even when you don't have Steven Adams. But my thought is, would you say it's elite when Steven Adams?
Spoiler alert! I think this is where they're closest. Of all the things that I'm going to go through here, I think yes. I think Steven Adams changes things. They still need some help. To be Scott's thought. You need more of everything. I still think they need some help, but I think they can be elite at rebounding. Do you have elite shooting?
No.
Do you have an elite backcourt?
Well, the first question, the answer is no.
Yeah.
Who's in your backcourt?
Yeah.
Who do you consider the two guard?
We're assuming Van Vliet.
No, and that's the thing is, I assume Fred Van Vliet.
Amen?
But yeah, like if it's a men, then the answer is no. Even though a men obviously has some elite quality to him. In the weird way, Kevin Durant is kind of your two guard. The way that they play.
Sure, yeah.
Except like he's 7 foot, right? Like he's 7 foot two guard. It's not actually the case there.
Yeah.
But if you do that, right? If you go Fred Van Vliet and Kevin Durant as your backcourt, is that not?
It's not elite.
Okay.
No, it's good. Do you have an elite bench?
No, and that's the part that I think that's actually a part that I think they can do better. Like this is the offseason where I think that's where you get a lot better, is finding a bench that sits a lot closer to that elite.
So that's where I am, and if I'm missing a category, feel free. But I like the way he put that. You need more of everything, because you're not bad. You're a contending team by definition, because you're right in the middle of the Western Conference standings, and you were second last year. You're really, really good. But are you at a place where you can get by with what you have?
You did forget one.
That is?
Elite coaching /
I was going to say that, but I was thinking more like, but that fits.
I think that's part of it, because the thing that I think is worth considering, because I know that we're thinking about, hey, what are the elite portions of the team that you have? And one, we have to start by saying you're not going to have a whole bunch of elite things. That's not the way that any of these sports are built, especially not with the salary cap, and especially not with the NBA having the hard salary cap with the tiers that make it damn near impossible. We're seeing teams rip apart viable teams because they just don't want to deal with the monetary circumstances of it.
No, coaching fits, for sure.
But the thing that I was thinking is it possible that this could be a team that is sum is greater than sum is greater than the parts kind of thing, where
Knicks
because you have a lot of things that could be pretty good, and if you raise all of them a little bit, right, going again to the need a little bit more of everything. If you do get literally a little bit more of everything, could this all work together where you get really good that comes together? And that's why I bring up coaching, because that's where coaching shows up, right? If we have a lot of good things, how do we stitch these together to make a really good team?
Coaching.
And that's where the coaching comes in, and that's where hey, Imai and your staff, I need you to not just care about defense. I need you to care more about the offense to make that possible, because that is actually the closest way, I think, that this team gets to being some facsimile of an elite.
Yeah, so I thought it was an interesting, good way to put it. So, B. Scott, thank you for throwing your voice wherever you are.
Yeah, always appreciate B. Scott's thoughts, whether we're getting them live and direct or getting them, I guess, via recording. You will get those live and direct, as, again, he's sitting in for the fellas of The Drive, 2 to 6 p.m. We'll talk to him with the crosstalk. But those are little B. Scott's thoughts here on a day. I'm glad that we moved quickly away from the LaMelo Ball of it, though, because can you imagine?
Well, I can. I can.
Well, the basketball is fun. And honestly, the scary thing with LaMelo Ball is, like, all the talent in the world, not mature.
No.
You saw him get in the accident and be out here whipping with his car. That's in Charlotte, North Carolina. Can you imagine him driving
Houston
around in
LaMelo?
Houston? LaMelo would have car accidents every Thursday. Every Thursday he would have an accident in this city.
Why Thursday?
I don't know. I just wanted to pick a day. Thursday felt like a good day.
Okay. That's an accident day.
I kind of wonder, what is the most accident-prone day in the city of Houston?
Got to be Monday or Friday.
You think so?
People going to work or people getting out of town?
713-572-4610. What do you think is the most accident-prone day in the city of Houston? I don't know why that came to mind, but it's up there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including US. It had to look like that. We'll talk about some World Cup next.
Payne and Pendergast.
What is your appetite right now to get?
SportsRadio.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into what's popping on this Friday. Seems like people are leaning in on the idea of Friday being the most accident-prone day in all of Houston. So,
I have an answer.
Oh, do you?
I have a long-time friend and listener, Steve, tow truck Steve.
Okay, so
tow truck driver
That's
Steve.
Okay, all right. So he's got some anecdotal evidence for sure.
Yeah, who's gotten me out of a pinch here and there as well. Shout out to Steve.
Just cars, or are we talking about other pinches?
No. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know what kind of trouble you be getting yourself into. We've heard about you driving drugs before and stuff. Like you be doing nonsense, man.
The answer to your question, John. It doesn't matter. Houstonians cannot drive. No matter if it's sunny, it's raining, or it's a hurricane, they just can't drive, and that's why I'm still in business.
All right. Okay.
Man, I want to see a documentary on tow trucks in Houston because it was
get with Steve.
Dog, it was one time I was driving by, and you know how an accident might happen.
Yeah.
And then it's like 5 tow trucks pull up at the same time,
and they're driving like a bat out of hell.
Yes. And I guess it got to a heated discussion to the point it was a cop right there. He made them flip a coin to who was going to take
That's
what car.
crazy.
Don't they have coins?
I
think every tow truck driver has a coin, and they put it in a bag, and then they pull it out.
It's so funny because I was just sitting at the light, and I seen all this happening at one time. The cop, he was getting to all of them. He like, flip a coin. You get that. Whoever get tails, y'all get this.
Yes.
It was just, and they did it right on the spot.
Yeah.
And the guy that lost, he was just kind of threw his hands up and just got back in the tow truck.
Well, help me out, tow truck drivers and tow truck drivers.
It's aggressive out there, man.
I think they have coins and they put them in a hat.
Someone said they have chips, which I'm guessing is a similar idea. You have a particular token, and so we literally draw straws for who gets to get this money here.
At that point, I don't think they had a chip, man.
They were just yelling.
And I was impressed the cop had a coin in his pocket.
Yeah, that's true,
He just pulled out a quarter or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn. And I'm sitting at a light looking at all this.
Enjoying the show.
Yes.
I hadn't thought about the idea of like the tow truck driver being like, there's a call, and they just got like, we got to get there.
Yeah.
Like just sliding down a pole, like literally as if they were some level of firefighters because they got to be.
No,
they got
I
to
was
get there
first.
Hey, they go
I got there first.
Fast.
Got to go get that money.
You've been passed by them, I'm sure.
Yes.
Holy smokes.
I've been past like 3 of them at the same time where I'm like, damn, something bad must have happened.
Well, they just want to get there. Got to get that paper.
Got to get that money. Thankfully, no accidents at all in the Astros game last night. How you like that one? I felt proud about that one.
A little bit of a reach.
What?
Yeah, a little bit of a reach.
No, I mean, with Tati Imai on the mound, Imai on the mound, there have been a lot of accidents.
I see where you're going.
No accidents, no traffic on the bases neither. How about that?
We need to start rating Reggie's transitions.
1 to 10?
1 to 10. Hit me with it.
After he explained it, I'm going to say 6.5.
I'll take that.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
I'll give it a C.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah, no, Tati Imai, a fantastic outing. One of the better ones that we've seen from him this year. Not just because of the number 6 innings, 10 strikeouts, only 1 walk issued, but also because like the confidence that was there. I mean, his pitch mix still, his pitch mix was mostly fastball slider still. Like, remember we were talking about,
throw the change up some.
Minimally.
Yeah.
Very, very minimally. It was like, hey, man, you need to mix up these pitches. Apparently, he just needed to be confident and, like, feel good about it. And that's what it loading a pretty tough behind the back kind of grab, like with ease.
Yeah.
He looked really, really good last night. And shout out to Taylor Trammell adding a big run, big shot to give him the lead and ultimately be the separator in this game. And the Astros have won 3 straight games and are now sitting very comfortably in the AL West, only 1.5 games behind the Mariners in the lead, and they currently occupy the 3rd wildcard spot in the American League.
Yeah, the story yesterday was Imai, certainly, just a different guy from what was really looked like he was just an absolute mess and almost a lost cause. But it's one thing to throw. This is what I think has really been key for him. You mentioned he still doesn't throw 3 pitches, which you generally want your starters to have at least 3 pitches. But I think what the key thing for him is command of that slider.
Yeah,
it's one thing to
filthy
to throw strikes, but to be able to throw your out pitch in in high leverage 3-2 situations. And I remember one in particular late, and I forget who was batting, but it was a 3-2 count. He had just thrown a slider inside. Next pitch is a slider outside that actually split the strike zone because he had the confidence and he had the guy just guessing. They were talking to themselves. I mean, there's multiple times they were just shaking their heads, the Tigers.
This is the Tatsuya Imai that was promised, and I'm not even just saying that figuratively. Literally, remember in spring training,
$18 million worth, man.
There's clearly that, right? The money speaks. But remember in spring training when some of the other Astros were like, his stuff is
in spring training,
This is literally what they were talking about. It's just they're talking to themselves. Yeah, they're like, what the hell is he? Literally same grip. The ball is going the different direction, and it's not just that it's going the different directions minimally. We're talking about
it's a foot
difference one way and the other. And you're like, how am I supposed to see that out of the hand and be able to tell what the hell is happening? That is the benefit that you're supposed to have with Tatsuya Imai.
Yeah.
Last night you got to see it, so that was really, really awesome to have.
Absolutely awesome. Very, very huge. I was going to say big. It's a huge development on top of Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti, who you can clearly count on, and now him, if you can count on him. That's three. I mean, a lot of contenders don't have more than three.
Yeah, there's also Peter Not Frampton Lambert, who's been pretty solid himself. Like, again, if those guys are all living up to the best versions of what we've seen this year, not even like, hey, what's the optimism? What we've seen this year, that is a pretty fun rotation. And now you're cooking with grease, and you're not asking too much of your batters, especially as you continue through
your
this
bullpen.
Well, your bullpen's been solid as well.
No, it has, but I'm saying they've been taxed.
They have been.
Like the last 2 days were huge.
But yeah, I think also when you see the last 2 days and Joe Espada go to the same exact guys the last couple of nights, it makes you go, yeah, when we get to that trade deadline, you do need to add an arm. Like I think that also, okay, correct me if you think that, or tell me if you think I'm wrong here. I feel like Joe Espada might be turning the corner on the season. Like, I think he is reaching that point because I know that the drive got on him really heavy about why are you mixing guys in? I think that he's reaching that point where he's like, all right, now we kind of have to hit the guys that we need to hit multiple days in a row to get to where we need to go.
Brian, seventh inning king. I mean, it's like clockwork, right?
Right.
It's just like, oh, we need him. Get up, Brian. I think he has almost out of necessity, in terms of the players out of the bullpen that he can count on. So it's almost, out of necessity. There is the option of, Mike Burrows looked real good day before yesterday, but there's going to be a starting pitcher that ends up in the bullpen. Once you start getting these guys back, if they are at all, productive, whether it's Javier or McCullers or whomever, they're going to have to move some guys to the bullpen as well.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So, but again, those are probably front of the bullpen type guys, and maybe that makes it easier. Right? Maybe Brian King slides a little bit further back. You use him in some more high leverage circumstances, or at least later in your games. I don't know. That will remains to be seen. But what we're seeing right now is an Astros team that's strung a few games together, that's playing better baseball. We'll see if they can continue it tonight. It's Spencer Arrighetti back on the bump for the Astros. He's facing off against Keider Montero, 3.68 ERA. That didn't stop them yesterday from being able to get after the pitcher a little bit. They'll have to do it again. And
although he had a no-hitter going into the fifth.
He did. He
did. Yeah.
But why are you bringing up old stuff? Ain't nobody worried about that no more.
That's right.
You got 2 runs across, and it didn't matter. Who cares?
No, you did. But he was Troy Melton.
What a way to break up a no-hitter, mind you.
A seeing eye home run.
Yes, just like sneaking it around the foul pole. Like, damn, we can't get nobody on base with a hit.
Yeah.
How about we just put it in the stands?
Yeah, right there in the third row.
Yeah, just put it up there. That's a way to get it done.
Yeah.
I was about to say, how did you take in the U.S. men's national team final group stage match? Didn't have real stakes. Obviously, they're going to be in. They won their group, Group D, so they will be playing in San Francisco come Wednesday. But they had their final match of the group stage versus Turkey, who was also eliminated. So there was literally no stakes here besides pride. The U.S. does the full substitution thing. It's just a whole bunch of new guys, an entire new 11, including the keeper. And they looked like the U.S. team that we were afraid might show up.
No, I didn't.
To the tournament.
I didn't even bat an eye. I didn't bat an eye at all. You mentioned the lineup. Clearly, they didn't value this win. They tried to get it, and you did get Pulisic a little bit. But I didn't. Nothing to worry about in terms of what you're getting moving forward. And you mentioned it's the USA and Bosnia. USA and Bosnia is going to be the match. That one is set. Round of 32. That's going to be in San Francisco. A lot of interesting matches, including Japan and Brazil going to be in Houston.
That's going to be in Houston come Monday. So, we're starting to get some of the knockout stages. I am excited for those two groups of fans to be here because they also, like, I saw people talking about, like, the Cote d'Ivoire and some other team match where it wasn't exciting. This one, there's going to be excitement in the city of Houston. They bring a lot of people out, whether it's like local fans of Brazil or just like Brazilian fans in general, Japanese fans, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have to call this the Figgy Bowl come Monday.
We got to get Figgy there.
We got to find a way to get him as a correspondent out there. So USA, it was good to see at least in their match last night, even though they lost in the later moments of the game after fighting back. Up 1-0 early, then they went down 2-1. They got it back to 2-2, and it felt like maybe they were just going to run it out for 1 point and just a draw. They get scored on late. So the defense, I'm still a little concerned about, even though those are not the defenders that will be playing. It was cool to see Christian Pulisic play the last 30 minutes of the game. He came on, and you could see the instant impact on the entirety of the team. So one, he's clear. The calf thing that he had in the first game it does not feel like it's going to be an issue. But two, you can see how much impact he individually has. So,
that if you want to take away, like he gets on the field and it's a different team.
Yeah, it was organized.
Just the way that he organized, but also the pressure, the ability to draw defenders and still be able to get things done. Monday is going to be one of the best days of soccer you will see. You've got Brazil, Japan at noon right here. Germany is playing. I think the likely opponent, that one's not set yet, but I think it's Paraguay is one of the likely opponents for them. And then the Netherlands and Morocco, two of the best teams on the planet, are going to be
they are both top 10 teams on the FIFA rankings. You don't have to go that far for great soccer. Today, you've got a match between Norway and France. Like, you've got some bona fide goal-scoring monsters in Erling Haaland and Kylian Mbappe. Talk less of like Ousmane Dembele and some of the other guys on France as well. That's going to be a fun one that happens at 2 today as well. So there's some good soccer happening all the way around what we're doing. And Houston has one more match that's happening tonight as well. So I don't know if you're moving and shaking on a Friday night, 7 p.m. at Houston Stadium as they're corner right now. Cape Verde and Saudi Arabia. We'll finish out the group stage here for the Houston matches tonight as well. Worth noting, mind you, 44 matches still to be played when it comes to the World Cup. Already set an all-time record in attendance.
That's something.
Shout out to the U.S., man.
Yeah, and big stadiums. The U.S. has some, obviously Estadio Azteca doesn't hurt with 110,000.
No, not at all.
In Mexico, I don't know what Toronto's, but it's mainly because the U.S. stadiums are all monsters.
Yeah, Toronto's like 45, which I think that's around, if I remember, the minimum of like stadiums have to be around 40-something, and so you're dealing with like 50, 60, 1,000-seat stadiums at times.
Yeah.
Here in America, everybody's like 80,000 seat stadiums up to 100,000 seat stadiums like with Azteca. So, yeah, man, we're packing them in, having a good time. And clearly, there's going to be good reason for the possibility of the World Cup coming back to the United States later on. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we like having a little fun on a Friday. Let's do a little Would You Rather. Text in 713-572-4610 and play along with these various Would You Rather statements when they come up next.
The Drive with Stu. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Anatula.
Been a funky Friday here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hopefully you're having a good time. I have to take a personal moment to shout somebody out. Shout out to the homie Jeff that I met out at the Phoenix on Washington watching a little bit of USA soccer. We was hanging out, having a good time, drinking brews, eating pretzels, watching the U.S.
Yeah, man.
Dude, they got real good pretzels out there for some reason. I don't know.
And you put mustard on it, right?
No, they had queso.
That's good too. No, I like them both. Yeah.
But this is weird. I feel like when you have a pretzel, usually they have beer cheese, right?
Yeah.
They had straight up queso.
I'm good with that.
Okay,
Yeah,
it felt weird.
Yeah.
That's kind of like a sleeper, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it was good. Don't get me wrong, but I was like, I ain't never seen nobody be like, "Here's your pretzel with queso." Not like I asked for queso.
Yeah.
It was just queso.
To me, it's one of those things where you get it, you like, this actually.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
Right. But I don't think every restaurant offer queso with pretzels.
Yeah, it was odd. It was odd, but it was a good time. It was a great time watching USA soccer. I hope other people had a similar good experience. Like it's been fun being outside for these events, I gotta admit. All right, that's neither here nor there. Let's play a little game here on Friday. A little Would You Rather. 713-572-4610. It's a great way for us to just kind of think about some of the teams that we have here in the city of Houston and maybe even beyond.
I'm going to start with one that I could not remember. You guys remind me. I had this on a Would You Rather a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
But I can't remember if we got to it or not. If we did, just tell me I'm an idiot. Would you rather the USA win the World Cup?
Oh, you haven't done this one.
Win it. Or the Texans get to an AFC championship game with no guarantees.
You pulled this one back. This is good because there have been people that are asking this on social media.
No. We know the Super Bowl is it.
Yeah. And I was like, guys, what are we doing here?
No. The USA wins the World Cup.
Yeah.
First ever, one of the greatest feats in American sports history.
Correct.
Or just get to the AFC championship game with no guarantees.
I think a majority of people are going to say AFC championship game, no guarantees. Like, I think, because this is the thing. Me and you, we are in a place where...
I was going to say, am I a bad fan? Because I want the USA. I would take the USA winning the world. It would be in the same neighborhood, not neighbors, not next door neighbors, but it would be in the same neighborhood as the Miracle on Ice.
What neighborhood?
It would be in the...
That's a big neighborhood.
It'd be in a big... It'd be a block away. Not next door, not the same. But it's in that neighborhood.
Yeah, I feel like all the trappings of winning a championship, I think the U.S. isn't fully situated to enjoy those. And the reason why I say that is, man, speaking of the USA bar, I'm glad that this has actually been useful for me now, watching the match at a bar that's really a soccer bar, so there was a lot of soccer people in there. There was some Brits over on the side, and they started chanting, and all the people in there had was USA, USA for them, right? Like, they didn't have clever banter to go back.
Yeah.
You just drowned them out with USA, which worked because we were outnumbering them by a great deal. So, you know what I mean? Like, we could get you on the USA, shut up USA, right? But some of the fun, right? Can you imagine winning the Super Bowl in the ways in which we're going to talk crazy to everybody? We're going to talk crazy to Jags fans. We're going to talk crazy to Titans fans. We're going to talk crazy to Colts fans. Now we're going to talk crazy to Chiefs fans. We're going to talk like we have the infrastructure where Cowboys fans, y'all going to get it, right? Like,
oh my gosh.
Can you imagine the conversations? Can you imagine?
Oh, it would be owning them.
Be like, hey man,
owning.
Y'all won
Remember
a Super Bowl?
the mid-90s?
Y'all had all these quarterbacks. Y'all won all these games. We got terrible, then got up and still got a championship before. Like, we would have so much fun with it. I don't think the average US fan and US resident has the ways to tap into the things that make winning a championship as fun. I would love it. I think I would get more burn out of a championship.
So what are you picking?
So it'd be the AFC Championship because also it would be a step forward for where this team has been individually. But I think it would mean, and it would put them in a circumstance where they to win it.
I would probably say AFC Championship game, to be honest.
And I feel like a bad fan. Give me that World Cup.
Really?
Yeah.
To me, I feel maybe it's me because I'm still kind of getting into soccer a little bit. But, man, we've been starving for an AFC Championship game for a very long time.
But just imagine America, the U.S.
You know what's funny?
Winning the World Cup.
It would be a good feeling.
On home soil.
If I was somehow the Reggie in a different lifetime that ended up being a teacher or actually a Reggie that became an architect, the answer would be the World Cup. I work at Sports Talk Radio, baby. We're going to have a lot more fun if we're talking about an AFC Championship game with an opportunity to go to a Super Bowl.
But those
so
no
much
guarantees.
Yeah, no, but even then.
No guarantee. You're just getting the AFC Championship game.
I agree. But, do you not – I think in order for them to get to the AFC Championship game, is C.J. Stroud not playing a better brand of quarterback?
Of course.
Right? That helps a lot of what we're doing here. Now you have an opportunity. I know that the Texans will do this if this is the next step of where you are. But also, you see the ways in which national media is starting to talk about this defense. What if they just expand that to the team in general? And now the national conversation constantly has the Texans as a contender. Not just, they're a dark horse this year, which we've seen from time to time. No, you come into the season and the teams in the AFC to contend with are Texans, number one, then this other team, then this other team, then this other team. You know what I mean? That is the space that the Texans could be in. I think that clinching that AFC Championship, getting into that, would be a part of that, putting them in that.
I love all the texts we're getting. Sorry, Figgy. But back-to-back texts. AFC Championship, not even close. The next tech, World Cup. Not even close.
But this is the thing. That also represents a stark move, because there was a point in time where you couldn't get nobody to say World Cup in these parts.
Yeah, how would you feel, Lopez, if it was an AFC Championship game hosted here?
Oh, that's right. You didn't even guarantee that it'd be hosted here.
That might affect it, but no guarantees means no guarantees. So
somebody said, "Can I guarantee the AFC Championship or the AFC Championship game next year?" Actually, I think you need to do it this year.
Yeah, this year would be it. Yeah, this year would be it.
If they don't make it again this year, I think that you start seeing some fissures create. I don't know exactly where those are, but I think you start seeing some fissures created in the facade of what this thing is.
All right, would you rather, and this is going to be something that we revisit maybe even again today, but all the latest proposals from MLB versus MLBPA and their contract, their agreement. Two of the hottest topic ones are, and this is the would you rather. Would you rather there be a salary cap in Major League Baseball or the Crane Clause, which is shorter free agent contracts? I'm calling it the Crane Clause.
Yeah. It's
6 years.
That's one of those. Yeah. I would love something to be named after me. Wait, not that.
Not that.
Wait, not that. Honestly, I think the Crane Clause.
Yeah?
I think the Crane Clause puts us in a place where we're kind of already going a little bit, except for the
Astros
top
for
end,
sure.
the very, very top end of things, which is obviously you still getting the Juan Sotos with 12, 14-year deals.
Was it 10? I don't know.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But it feels like baseball management is coming to a place where we're not in the same era where we're paying dudes for what they used to do, and they're trying to mitigate this a little bit by getting to guys early, right? They're trying to pay guys early. Think about what's my guy, Tatis, right? Fernando Tatis Jr., right? They got to paying him early. Maybe it was a good decision, maybe it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
But because they know that having to pay these long deals in order to be competitive and commit this money, you want to get to them early. I think that we'll see players maybe be able to stick around a little bit longer if you can't even sign them to anything longer than 6, right?
Yeah.
You'd be willing to, I think, pay some guys a little bit later on that right now teams get a little bit squeamish around. I think that that could be good. I don't like the idea of instituting the salary cap, even though I do think that that's supposed to be something that spreads out the parity. Baseball is already a sport that has a good amount of parity. I don't like the idea of the salary cap necessarily.
Salary cap or shorter free agent contracts, Figgy?
I'm probably leaning with Reggie, shorter free agency contracts, man. I'm not the biggest fan of the 10-year deals and all that type of stuff. I know it could be beneficial, especially if you got like a young superstar. But to me, anything can happen in baseball where you see a lot towards the end of those contracts where it's just awful.
Well,
it start off good, but it end awful.
Which do you think that the players want?
Oh, they don't want a cap.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Yeah,
no way.
but there's
that's going to cause the lockout or strike or whatever it is. We will not be playing baseball.
But see, the shorter contracts would benefit the really good players where they could always keep going back to the table.
This is true.
Not necessarily if you have all this guaranteed, because once you get these big contracts guaranteed for 14 years, you're like, all right, cool. Yeah. Coming back to the table would be awesome, but we're getting what we want, which is the guarantees all the way through.
Then you guys know this. I am all about the players getting what they want. I hate that the MLB is saying, oh, it's for the fans. The fans want parity. That's why we need a salary cap.
I'm surprised that none of us went with salary cap, though, because that is one of the things that most people point to is supposedly being an issue is looking over at the Dodgers and seeing how much money they have to spend and how nobody else really feels like they can compete.
I think
when it
shorter
comes to
free
that.
agent contracts leads to parity. Just because if you can't get it here and it's only a few years, then you have an opportunity to go somewhere else with more money, et cetera, depending on what they want to spend. All right. Would you rather the Texans improve by at least 10 spots in rushing offense or passing offense?
Oh. So what you're getting
there... So they were, if I'm remembering it right, I looked this morning, they were 22nd in rushing offense.
Just yards-wise?
Yes, yards per game.
So we're not even talking about efficiency.
Yards per game.
Okay.
And 19 in passing, I believe. Something like that.
Are they that low in yardage?
18 or not yards per game.
That's interesting.
But either way.
Because you know me, I typically look at the efficiency numbers, which are a little bit more stark. You think you were around 15 passing and 27.
Yards per game rushing, yards per game passing.
That's interesting.
I could be off on that, but it's generally... they weren't top 10.
Passing yards per game, they were 14th.
14th, okay.
And then rushing yards per game, they were 22nd. So you were pretty close there.
10 spots. Rushing offense.
So passing, they'd be 4.
Yeah, they would be in a...
Rushing would be pretty damn good. They'd be 12th.
Yeah. And that would...
With that defense?
Yeah, that's the thing.
And you keep the passing at 14?
Yes.
The thing that my brain goes to is I want to call passing.
Mm-hmm.
I want an elite passing game in the modern NFL. Like it's a thing that feels like it keeps going. It would speak to CJ Stroud. Like you have yourself a quarterback that is not just good but great, right? You know you have that, and I feel like that works. With what they want to do, I feel like if they were answering this question, it'd be the running game.
That's where I am.
But I want to go passing game.
I would love to see the number 4 passing team in the NFL. But if they get to 12 with this defense, what do you like to say? Cancel Christmas?
Yeah, Christmas is over.
Yeah.
Go ahead and take away all the packages. It don't matter. Cancel Christmas is over.
Yeah, I'm gonna take rushing, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think as much as I want passing, just to prove everybody that CJ is that dude.
Yeah.
But man, if they have wherever's they rank 19 or not 19, but 24th rushing,
22nd in fact.
Yeah.
22nd.
Can I do something for you here?
Mm-hmm.
Can I do something for you here? This is not going to be an exact science by any means. Would you like to take a guess at who was the 12th best rushing team last year?
Ooh,
by yards per game.
I know I scrolled right past it looking for the Texans.
Right.
Yards per game.
Correct.
No idea, man.
The Los Angeles Chargers.
Okay.
The 11th team was the Seahawks.
Okay.
So that's
How'd
cool.
that season end
The
up?
13th, they won a championship. The 13th was the Miami Dolphins.
But here's the thing: the Seahawks with that defense and 11th. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
The
fourth best passing offense, the New England Patriots.
How'd they end up?
With the Detroit Lions ahead of them and the San Francisco 49ers behind them. So if we're going by that, and of course, not exact science, doesn't really tell you all that much if we're going to be all that honest.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're talking about the subset of 3 teams in that general block, you kind of want to go with the running teams, right? Because of what Seattle did and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But I find it hard to fight against, even as we're seeing the league move a little bit more towards running the football, controlling the clock, those types of things. Damn it if I don't still want to see the ball go up and down. Because also, not only is that, right, CJ Stroud, you know something. I think
it would be the world.
I think you know a ton about, I think in that instance, you know a ton about Jaden Higgins. You know a ton about Jalen Noel. You probably know a little about Marlon Klein.
Yeah.
Or Merlin Klein, right? Like
I
think that those things are so enticing
that
to
would
me.
be cool, and it's enticing.
And CJ going to break the bank.
$55 million a year. All right, let's get to the Astros.
Yeah, I would love to be in a place where I know who my quarterback is rather than I have to start thinking about what am I going to do.
Would you rather Christian Walker get hot again or Cam Smith?
Oh, this is good. I mean, the answer in a 30,000-foot sense is yes. The answer is just one of them.
Yeah.
And this isn't the way
Christian Walker's been struggling. We talked about it a little bit
over the last couple of months. Yeah. This isn't the way that you should look at it. It is the way that I'm going to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
One of these dudes is getting paid a lot of money. And that is Christian Walker.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
And his defense isn't the same. Like, he's not the same Gold Glove defender at first base.
He's had a really good year
He's not
defensively,
bad.
though,
He's not bad by any means.
Yeah.
But I think it becomes a lot less palatable to see a Christian Walker who's struggling in the same place than having a Cam Smith who might have, be average or whatever when he's still playing Gold Glove outfield, right field right now.
Yeah.
So I think that's the way that I would go. Not really a great way to make this, but I think that's the way that my brain works.
Figgy?
I would honestly, I would probably go Cam Smith.
Me too, because of where he is generally in the lineup.
Christian Walker's usually higher in the lineup. Oh, but because But then he moves up the lineup if Christian Walker's struggling.
Not necessarily. Yeah, well, maybe for Christian Walker.
Did you see the way that they shifted up the lineup last night?
But also to have an outfielder that you can count on.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's an absolutely fair point.
All right, one more for you here, if I may. This is an interesting one to me.
Ooh, good point. People are mentioning the speed element that Cam would also bring on base.
Yeah. Would you rather Dalton Schultz again lead the team in receptions, or Woody Marks again lead the team in rushing?
Oh, wow. So you were like, look at all these good options. Hear about these bad options.
No, these aren't bad.
No, these are bad.
Woody Marks might have 1,100 yards.
Yeah, but if he has 1,100,
the way I'm looking at it,
there's no way that this is the case.
With Imai on the team?
That's what I'm saying. With David Montgomery on the case,
but
I think it's a bad thing if he
they have a record of changing up their rotation in the lineup, in the running back lineup, depending on who's hot.
What creates the circumstance where Woody Marks is that much hotter than David Montgomery?
What if Woody Marks just has a breakout season and he gets 1,100 yards rushing? There's all kinds of ways to look at this. I hear what you're saying,
buddy. They was in here putting Nick Chubb in the game. And we could see that it wasn't very much juice. It's going to be catastrophic if that's the case.
So you want Dalton Schultz to lead the team in receptions again?
Yes.
You don't seem very confident in that.
Yes, I do. No, because football. Mm-hmm. And so I think that it hurts them more if they're not able to run the football. If Dalton Schultz is catching the ball a lot, it could possibly mean that they're spreading the ball around a lot. Mm-hmm. I'm really trying to find the sell here. Both of these feel like both of these feel like they'd be not great circumstances. To be completely honest,
I'm going Woody Marks. I think because I know it sounds like it's something bad happened, but maybe Woody Marks is just so hot you can't take him off the field. And maybe you got to find somewhere else for David Montgomery or something like that.
Figgy, that's exactly where I am. I'm with you because he's a young player. Let's say the split in carries is 60-40, but in his 40, he busts out a couple 100-yard games. All of a sudden, he gets more carries, and
it kind of happened like that up in Cleveland with Nick Chubb when he was a rookie. Yeah. They had Carlos Hyde.
Yeah, I remember.
And they couldn't take Nick Chubb off the field.
Hell, it happened to David Montgomery.
With Jahmyr Gibbs?
With Jahmyr Gibbs.
But at least they worked it as a duo.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the Texans are going to use a duo type of running game. I think they
I think they will, but there's going to be a bell cow.
I think they're looking for a bell cow.
Yeah.
That's also the thing that doesn't help is it feels like we're leaning further and further to a David Montgomery bell cow situation. Mm-hmm. I think it's fair, right? If you could convince me that is a circumstance where David Montgomery is cool, but Woody Marks just becomes an entirely different animal.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Which I guess is somewhat possible because he was doing that behind the offensive line that was there last year. That wasn't incredible, right? So maybe if this offensive line takes off the way that it seems like it's possible, and they are just creating canyons, and now Woody Marks is able to go off. Mm-hmm. But then again, that brings me back to if they're not able to do it too,
right?
That would be the scary part for me as well. But hey, ultimately that all works out the way that it does. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Another reason going backwards. Sorry, can't let this go, right? The reason why I also go to the passing game, if they're fourth, I feel a lot better about Nick Haley. Like, I feel so much better about Nick Haley. If they're like, oh, man, they're a fourth best passing offense, I go, okay, I feel a lot better about this offensive coordinator. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you playing a little Would You Rather with us here in the loop. Coming up next, we get our lunchtime confessions.
In the loop.
The Rockets.
Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Apologize to you up front.
Appreciate you doing that.
For my
man.
confession.
No, he wouldn't even apologize for any of the other nonsense. This is some new nonsense he's about to bring.
Premeditated apology here. So, Figgy has been all about Japan, like all about Japan in this World Cup.
He has.
Kind of got me wondering. I got to admit, I got to confess. Does he kind of have a thing for Asian women?
Where the hell did that come from?
It's funny you said that.
Okay, see?
I'm actually about to. I'm going totally against you.
It got me thinking, though. I can't be the only one.
All right, don't go too far against him. Hey, wait.
I can't be the only one who thought that.
Don't get yourself in trouble going too far against him. I just want you to be.
I'm actually going against you on this one. Like, look, I don't have an issue with any.
Okay, all right. Let's start there. God bless.
Equal opportunity.
But you know the crazy part about this? Like, I felt like a lot of countries that been in America, a lot of their women been on camera,
especially South American and
Cabo Verde and all that stuff. Brazil.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of Japanese women
he wants
like that.
He wants more.
No, that is, you heard something entirely different. What?
I feel like the ones that been taking up the camera time is the guys on these news, like the Japanese guys on the news.
Yeah, and it's not just that, right? You're talking about like the camera time on local news,
social media and stuff like that. Yeah.
Allow me to piggyback on what you're saying here. Hey, man, I'm really mad at the FIFA Worlds feed because I don't need to see Brad Pitt twice. Where are the baddies at, man?
Yeah, that's true, too.
Why do they keep showing me all these celebrities? I don't care that Will Ferrell's in the building.
I don't want to see Patrick Mahomes, man.
Yeah.
We see him all through football season.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the baddie from Mexico? That's what I'm trying to see.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Lopez, I don't have a thing for...
But you do miss seeing him a little bit.
I wish we could see more.
There we go.
How did you manufacture this out of nowhere?
He agrees with me.
I said I wish we could. I wish we can see more. They're not showing them enough.
Yeah. He's honestly doing it for us. He's doing it for me, really. He understands. He's doing it for me. He's like, Reggie wants to see more of the Japanese.
We see a lot of Cabo Verde.
And by the way, I'm not passing judgment.
Really?
No.
What does it sound like when you are?
I mean,
it sounded judgmental as hell.
No, I'm just curious. It's a called confession. I'm like, I wonder if part of it is he just has that.
I think I got a confession based off of your confession.
All right, well, then you go next.
I got a confession. Let me hit the drop. There we go. This wasn't even my original confession, but I got to confess, I think Lopez might be a little disappointed in me picking Japan as my second team.
Really?
I think so, because I think you were expecting me to pick the country with, hot women or something like that.
Well, in your mind, you did.
And I feel like I feel like Lopez is probably not the biggest fan of Japanese women.
No.
I think that's what it is.
No. I am a fan, but
because you put it on me, like I think he got a thing for Japanese women.
It's because I've been thinking about it. So I decided,
you wouldn't have said I got a thing for Swedish.
Yes, I would have. Yes, I would have.
If I would have picked Brazil, you probably would have knew the assignment already.
Who doesn't?
If I would have, you would like
who doesn't?
But you called me out over the Japanese women.
It just made me curious. That's
I don't
why
think you were a big fan of them.
No, I am a fan. I wouldn't put them at the top of my list.
What's the list?
Generally speaking,
tell us the list.
Top five right now.
Of all the World Cups I've been to and all the fans and stadiums I've seen.
He's actually doing the list.
I will give you a list off the top of my head. Number 1, Argentina. Argentina was
not mad at that.
Very, very strong.
This is a very weird segment.
Number 2, I would have to say, tell you what, man, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with Brazil. You just can't go wrong with Brazil.
I'm not mad at that.
I'll say Argentina, then Brazil. You know what? Different country. South Korea was strong. Very strong. South Korea was strong. Then I'll go with take your pick between the Netherlands, Sweden, and Switzerland because they all share a certain characteristic. Yeah, so that'd be my list right there.
The man was just like Scandinavia is
Yes,
fifth.
yes.
The entirety.
Blondes.
You said it explicitly. Very good.
Blondes.
How did you know what? Don't even worry about it. We're just gonna keep moving. Yeah, you left Columbia off of there. That's crazy.
It's up there, yeah.
what a weird circumstance that we ended up in there. Actually, somewhat soccer related. My confession. I think Lopez, you've worked enough with me at this point. Figgy, you've worked enough with me at this point to know that I just view myself as being built different in certain places. Like I do not get allergies. And it's sheer power will. I don't drink caffeine because I'm like, why do I need that for? I am a machine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, keep telling yourself
I view
that.
myself as that.
Keep telling yourself that.
I will never be fat just out of sheer power of will. Like all these things.
Remember you said that.
I believe myself to be different.
Yeah.
And I understand that some of this is the soaring ignorance of youth, but I decide to live in it in this moment. I gotta confess, I think that standing up in a pub for 3 hours I might be out the game.
You're out of that?
I went to that pub last night. I got there an hour early. I was standing up. I was drinking my brews. I was chanting with the boys. Buddy, I walked out that pub at 11 something. My legs felt like they were about to buckle. I was like, hold on.
Had the spaghetti legs.
Figure you know this, and I really know this. That's how it starts.
Yeah.
That's how it starts.
Reggie, welcome to the family.
No, see, here's the thing.
The three old men.
I refuse to acknowledge it, though. There's still something in me fighting because I was like, yeah, but you just did a workout.
Yeah,
I just worked out earlier.
Sure.
Come give us a hug, man.
I just worked out earlier. So it was
give us a hug.
If I hadn't worked out, and I did a whole bunch of steps too. Like I walked the line and I worked out. If I hadn't done that, I'd have been straight.
Come on home. Come on home, buddy. Reggie reached the point where now if I got to go to a place, they got to have chairs in the middle.
No, I never want to be that. I never want to be. I mean, if they had a chair, it'd have been nice.
They ain't
but
got
I
no
never want to
chairs
be
or
that.
kitchen.
Reggie's going to stand up, start making the noises, and then when he sits down,
Hey, wait till we go to a concert now. Man, they ain't got no chairs. It's standing only.
all those little
I'm not gonna. I walked. And I was like, yeah, I was standing up for a long time. I was like, it was only 3 hours. It really wasn't. In my head, I was like, yeah, I was here early. It was maybe like 5 hours. No, it was only 3. It was only 3 of them.
I was staying for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Now I'm looking around. Where's some chairs at?
Yeah.
We got some chairs and tables.
Yes.
Y'all got a menu? Y'all got a food menu?
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I take this one. So I'm not sure if this is real or not, but the confession is I saw this post going viral of a woman proposing to her boyfriend during the Tunisia versus Netherlands match. I ain't gonna lie, I don't trust anything now because everything looked like AI and all that type of stuff. But outside of the actual video and all that, I'm not the guy that's sitting here tough. Everything, man, got to do this, man, got to do that. But I look at guys funny if they just sit there and let their girl propose to them.
Really?
Actually get on one knee. Everybody.
Toxic Figgy.
Look, man, I would tell my woman, nah, don't do this. Don't do this. You know what? Give me the damn ring. I will get on one knee.
I'm the man.
Like, don't you get down on one knee.
She gets on the knee. He gets on the knee too. So now what we doing? Now what we doing? We both on knees.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if this is real, but this woman in this video actually got down on one knee.
Mm-hmm. I saw it.
Pulled out the ring.
I didn't know either, to be honest.
Yeah, he kind of celebrated a little bit. Salute to them, but I can't. Man, I can't. And like, nah, don't do it. It's kind of like if a woman just going out her way to try to open the door or something. You like, no, you go ahead. I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. It's kind of like one of those. That's something, man. I can't.
I do like the way you explained it. Like, get the ring and say, no, let me do it.
Yeah.
You know, not because you're necessarily the man, but I think it's cool. And
this ain't
traditional.
This ain't just no surprise, happy birthday, here's a gift for you, and you acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Now, I can't sit there while she's getting down on one knee, or some of them both, and just sitting there asking, you the mirror. Like, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Like, nah, baby, give me that ring.
And just like that, I feel young again. Appreciate you, Fig. Thanks. He was like, I can go older.
Is that an old man?
I think so.
thing?
I think that would feel maybe because again, it's like more like the traditional gender roles type thing, which again trends closer.
I've never seen a positive comment about that.
No, I agree. I think the way you framed it was right. Like, you know what? Let me do it. That kind of thing.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
I didn't know that was just a young person thing, man. I feel like people been talking about that from the beginning.
No,
of the
people
time.
have been talking about it, but I feel like the younger generations are probably more open to it, just kind of by the nature of things getting decently more progressive, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just the general thought. Maybe I'm wrong. It happens. It happens from time to time. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Having a ball here on a Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the reason why we might not be having a ball. It seems like baseball is in a dead sprint towards a lockout, and we've got more information that points to that being the case. Let's parse it all out next.
Payne and Pendergast. Jacksonville's Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. People still talking about Japanese women on the text line. That last segment, good God, man. Like, there's some times where
I did not see that coming.
Even as it was happening, I didn't still didn't see it coming.
Lopez, I'm glad you apologized.
I couldn't have been the only one thinking that.
Maybe.
I do have a love for Japan for some reason, man.
Yeah,
I was watching the doc on the prisons in Japan. It just came across the YouTube for some reason. This was way before the World Cup, by the way.
Yeah.
And they're actually pretty nice in the jail as far as like the way they're organized and all that stuff. Yeah. It looked like one of the nicest
Usually
prisons.
you see those and it's like, oh my God.
It's like, I would be scared to go there.
Yeah.
But no, it's very strict. I will say it's strict.
Also, it's like them Scandinavian countries where it looks like you in a hotel.
Yeah. It's very clean, too.
Yeah.
It feels like this is not a transition. My bad. My brain got locked in on where we're supposed to be going here. But yeah.
F.
Honestly, wasn't even trying. That's why I stopped midway, because I was like, hey, I was about to do that thing that we all have happen to us every once in a while.
Speaking of prison.
No, it wasn't even a speaking of.
MLB
It's like
about to be locked out.
It's like when you're talking to somebody, hey, that's actually not bad. I like what you're doing there.
A+.
I don't know about an A+. You might be giving yourself too much credit there.
Yeah.
But you know how when you're talking to somebody and you say something and it's clear they didn't listen to you at all, they just said something else different? I was about to do that right then. So I apologize to you as well, Figgy. But yeah, we does look like baseball, even though we're in the midst of this season, we're headed towards a lockout. Actively, while the baseball is happening, MLB and the Players Association are trying to work out a new collective bargaining agreement. And, buddy, they are far away from each other right now.
They are so far. If you didn't see yesterday's news out with, I guess, the latest proposal or whatever in the next CBA, it said they're proposing a max contract length of 5 years for free agent players switching teams and 6 years to retain your own player. And I've been calling it the Crane Clause because that is right in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Literally, those are the numbers that we've talked. In fact, if it came out that Jim Crane and his associates were the ones that brought this up, it would actually make a lot of sense.
He might be the one that brought it up.
We don't know. Maybe.
He might be standing on the table saying that one.
Yeah. And then no deferred contracts. Qualifying offer is gone. And only 5 years to free agency as a player, unless you're for players 30 or older. It's still 6 years for under 30, but that you get to free agency. But the big one is, clearly salary cap is what they seem to be kind of hanging their hat on.
That is the main goal. I think in any of these types of negotiations, you can go for either side and go, what is the main thing that they're trying to get, and what are some of the things that are maybe secondary or just these are things that we have in here as negotiation points. We kind of want this, but if we have to use this as a chip to get something else, that's why this is in here. The salary cap is their main goal. The baseball wants to get to a place where they don't have the endless infinity on top that they have to spend to, that they have a salary cap so they know exactly what their expenses are going to be at max any given year, and they could kind of roll that over. There obviously are some quote-unquote benefits that would happen for the players. Because if you put it in a cap, you have to put in a floor. There's guaranteed, and with the floor now you can guarantee shared revenue is an issue that baseball is dealing with, right? Without having any level of salary mandates, the idea of what is the revenue share between players and the teams is never explicitly stated. It's never guaranteed. And I would venture the guess that the players aren't getting what would be near a fair share that they could negotiate on a percentage if there was a salary cap.
Yeah, and it took about a minute and a half for the MLBPA to respond with a statement of their own. Now, I won't read the whole thing because obviously they went through the line items basically why they couldn't agree to them. But this is where it stands out, and this is where you start to think, yeah, this is definitely happening. I mean, there will be a lockout. There will be a long work stoppage because in the midst of their response, they said, while MLB claims to be acting in the interest of fans, their proposals thus far are entirely consistent with owners' long-held goals of suppressing player salaries and maximizing club profits. Owners' attempts to pit players against players are nothing new, but they failed in the past and will fail again now. We are committed to achieving a fair deal, but then there was this. I will tell you with all honesty, this was just a separate quote. I will tell you with all honesty, I have never seen this degree of unity at this point among agents and players. The league has done us a favor because their proposals are in fact so obviously and extremely bad for players at all levels that it's actually been a benefit for our unity. Anybody who's banking on Major League Baseball players cracks never happened. It's not going to happen. That's why we're the only ones that don't have a salary cap.
That is such a fascinating quote. Do you know who gave that quote specifically?
That was the MLBPA, and I don't dropping.
Was it the director?
The director, yes.
I find that to be fascinating. Now, one, he's incentivized to present that strong front.
But boy,
right?
It's never happened. It's never going to happen.
And here's the thing. I think with his premise.
Bruce Meyer.
With his premise, Bruce Meyer, I was a little afraid that his premise is actually wrong. Mm-hmm. Baseball does feel like it has been losing some of its strength as what has clearly been in the history of American sports, the strongest players union that has existed. Mm-hmm. They have been so incredible, whether it's been introducing free agency or, I mean, any number of things. Like, that's just the first thing that comes to mind, but there's any number of things that this union has been great about. I've thought about, though, as the money has ticked up and as the stratification of those type of players has come together, the incentives for, the quad A player that plays at the major league level sometimes, and the Juan Sotos of the world that make multi-millions, and just Shohei Ohtanis that make crazy millions of dollars, those incentives have gotten further and further apart. Yeah. And so it gets really hard for a union to have all these people that have different interests, really, but are supposed to be, in theory, working as one to a singular interest. It gets harder to pull them all together. And baseball, at one point, had such a strong, was able to fight against that because they had such a strong culture of this is what we do when we sat there. And it's honestly the reason why baseball players look at football players and they kind of make fun of them because that culture isn't there to the same degree. Different inputs or whatever. I was afraid that baseball was losing that culture. I think that, at least the baseball union, I think that the MLB has stepped so far that he might be right. They might be helping re-strengthen a union that I think was actually starting to lose a little steam.
I don't know how much, if any, they were starting to lose steam, but that's exactly where I landed with this too. I do think they are stronger than ever, and I absolutely, those two lines when he says it's never happened, it's never going to happen. Very, very much. You can just feel it. You can just feel like that is, in fact, the case.
That all sounds well and good, though. The thing I will say, though, is that the team owners, they do have a lot of strength here. And some of the arguments they're making, I don't necessarily believe that they're valid, right? Especially because they have very convenient excuses in some of these instances, right? The money that they're making when they will not open the books is kind of a tough thing. And they will have to open the books in order to have some level of, revenue share conversations, salary caps conversations, so on and so forth. I do think, though, that they do come from a relative place of strength here. Like, I don't think that it feels like they've overstepped by some of the stuff that they've had, like, doing the I'm going to negotiate really hard here to see if we can come back to a middle that I enjoy. Yeah. I do think that they have had quite a strength here in the possibility to get this over the line. The only problem I have is because they are playing so strong and now the Players Association is bravado. Is this going to hurt baseball generally?
Oh God!
Because 94 could have killed baseball.
Boy, I was there. I mean, I was writing about it, and that's kind of where I was going. Next, like 1994 baseball was on the brink. I mean, it was, and here's the other thing. You're right. Owners, every owner in every league, I should say, has power and an edge over the Players Association and players. But they always lose the public.
The owners? Usually the players get the owners, get the public
the players get the individual, you're lucky to play baseball, you're a millionaire, go get a real job. You get that noise. But here's where the owners suffer. They start getting missing baseball. Fans start missing baseball. And
then they're just mad at the entire
and they're mad at everyone. And then the other thing, I don't know how right this is. I've always said this. If you really want to know how a labor dispute in baseball gets settled, go to the minor leagues. because they have great relationships with minor league owners, minor league stadiums. Sometimes they're not the owner, but minor league stadiums, minor league players, minor league, those guys lose money quickly.
Yeah.
They lose, like the owners can withstand a lot. Minor league owners and minor league stadiums and minor league cities where all these players also will be locked out, and those guys have a lot of, they have a lot of pull. They ultimately say, man, we're going out of business.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of times where the owners have to buckle.
Another thing they would consider is 94 as a data point matters because, as this texter rightfully points out, one of the things that helped baseball die is too strong, but not die in 94 was, we got to be honest, the steroid era.
That's a given.
Right? That pulled them back out of it.
I think Cal Ripken Jr. in the steroid era is what saved baseball from really going away. And by the way,
what's your modern steroid era? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like what pull? And again, I don't think you can intend. Well, maybe they were intentional about the steroid era there, but like, I don't know that in this particular this particular era that you can pull that again. I don't know that there is a similar, pull the nose up type maneuver as the steroid era once was, and that would be very scary to me when it comes to a lockout and gives the players a lot of leverage, but at the same time, it's a game of chicken. Like they're playing a deadly game of roulette, both sides, and trying to fight for the future of baseball, which ultimately, if they're both too hard-headed, could be nothing for either of them.
I think the other edge that players have and the Players Association has this time around is baseball has become a regional sport by and large. So you're not the most dominant. You're not as dominant as you once were. In the 70s, 80s, and into the 90s. You have now the NHL with an expanded footprint. Hell, look what the World Cup is doing. Maybe there's going to be some options there. I don't think
soccer stepping into the...
I don't think very much. I'm just saying there are so many more options that fans are going to... baseball's losing its vast footprint. It's more regional, really, really difficult for them to regain the stature that they have right now that took, 25, 30 years to regain?
And what's funny is I think that your argument is fair, but it might be missing something because you're talking about baseball, you're talking about the possibility of soccer. We're in a time period where no longer is anybody really competing in the genres and niches that you think you are. I mean, we as a radio station, we're not just competing against radio stations. We're competing against podcasts and digital spaces. And similarly, man, in sports in general, with young people, you're not just competing against sports. You're competing against
everything,
tablets and phones and TikTok, and like you're competing for the attention of folks. Because I was thinking,
YouTube. There are things to occupy time.
And if people take their habits away from baseball, with baseball not being there, do those habits come back to baseball when baseball comes back?
They don't have the stronghold, maybe is the proper word. They don't have the stronghold they once had. And they barely survived in 94.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a scary proposition, but what's tough is that baseball does need to reimagine itself. So, like, they do have a real challenge in front of them. And it kind of sucks because inherently it's a labor negotiation that is going to be, it's going to be adversarial. They kind of need to be working in tandem because there's a very steep cliff on the other side of this if they don't manage to thread the needle here. It's a terrifying thing to think about. And I don't know who, like, if you had to take a guess, we're very far out, and obviously this is not going to be an easy fix, I don't think. Which side feels like they have like the most opportunity baseball looking the way that they want at the end of this?
Oh, I think it's the players. The owners are going to withstand a lot, but I don't think they're going to be able to withstand all the noise of fans, arguing, even if they're blaming players for being greedy or whatever. I think they just don't like the fact that they will not be playing. I think a lot of times what we just talked about, the option of, oh no, it's slipping away, guys. It's slipping away. Now it'll always be dominant, but not as dominant as it once was. It's more of a regional sport. I think they're realizing that. They do realize that. They've been trying to grasp at ways to expand their audience for the last decade. It's slipping.
It's going to be a fascinating thing to see, and right now it's relatively early, even though it's not, right? But I think that
lines are being drawn.
Lines are being drawn early, and they're pretty far apart, and it's going to get more and more contentious as we go, I imagine. So it's going to be a place that we here on In the Loop are definitely watching, because I'm fascinated by labor negotiations, and this looks like it might be one of the biggest of the decade. All right, you're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the NFL Top 100 continues to roll out. But Pete Prisco of CBS put out his own top 100. I don't know if we'll determine how real it is and what does it say about the Texans next.
All right, guys, knockout stage.
Weekday here on Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I think John can attest that in the breaks, I've just been doing extra nerdy sports things.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to find
What day is this?
But fair enough. You got me. But also, in this way, I think they're more like the nerdy. I think I'm a GM sports things and looking for ways to help Houston teams. I was looking at an outfielder that I think might be traded at the trade deadline for the Astros. Maybe we bring that up at some point. But Isaiah Joe just got traded from the Oklahoma City Thunder. They clearly have a lot of players, and they can't roster all of them, especially once they start drafting these young guys. But they have salary conversations as well that they have to. They just traded earlier today Isaiah Joe, a sharpshooter, to the Detroit Pistons. 2 second-round picks.
Ooh, baby.
Isaiah Joe, $11 million average salary, or I guess technically $12 million average salary, but the next 2 years it's 11.3, and it's a club option next year as well. So this year after, right, 27-28.
That's a good deal.
That feels like a
deal.
thing where I go, were the Rockets in on that? Like, did the Rockets know about
and
this?
If not, why not?
There you go. Right? Because when we talk about, for me, I can see a possibility where I could agree with the Rockets if they manage to add shooting, add some kind of wing help, those types of things around the edges to make the rotation better, and then go again. That's the type of player that I would be thinking about in that circumstance.
Especially you're talking, what have we said a million times? Margins and, being able to help the shooting. Yeah.
For a couple of first-round picks. I mean, second-round picks. You traded a second-round pick to help you move up 8 spots in the draft yesterday.
Exactly.
That's what second-round picks is for, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Right.
Stuff like that.
Right. And so that's not to say that they weren't involved and invested. Like, again, OKC, I bet, probably would like trading folks to the East as opposed to a team in the West that is trying to contend against them. Maybe that was a part of it. But Isaiah Joe shot 42% from 3 last year.
How about the Thunder, though? It's like, we got plenty, man.
No, but this is
we got all we need.
This is part of the it's not that. It's more this is the salary, and you have to salary cap. You have to start creating roster spots and really more importantly shedding salary.
All they need.
Have you ever been to a kid's house where they got so much stuff where you be like, hey, can I have that? Sure. I don't care. I don't play with that.
I got plenty. That's exactly what it feels like.
Yeah. So I mean, you definitely would have had to beat. You definitely would have had to beat an offer for the Pistons because, again, you have to incentivize them to take an offer, again, that keeps this guy in the West and contending against them. But it makes me wonder. And, of course, the answer could be that they did have an offer in and that OKC really just didn't want to work with the Rockets. It's possible. But you see those things and you go, damn, I would like that. I would like that thing. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Shout out to Pete Prisco of CBS Sports because he is John Lopez out.
I love Angry Pete. He's a long time friend, and he knows how to do top 100 lists. Figgy, he released his top 100 list yesterday. You know how many of them he released? 100, which is how you do it.
Don't worry about it. I got more.
Not one at a time.
By the way, give me the update.
I got an update on this. I got 2 more of the NFL's top 100.
Oh, we got 2?
Yeah. You get 2 a day, remember? Yeah. You see you over here being a jerk there. You actually get 2 a day. How about that? So I took you through some of the top 100, some of the most recent ones, just notable ones. I mentioned that Travis Etienne, now of the Saints, is 96. 94 was Creed Humphrey, the center for the Kansas City Chiefs. Coming in at 92, the first Houston Texan on the list.
Okay.
Azeez Al-Shaair, the middle linebacker. Obviously, 103 tackles last year. Only 1 tackle for loss for some reason is surprising to me because the way that he tends to fire downfield, but a couple quarterback hits, a couple of interceptions. Remember, that was really cool for him last year.
Yeah.
And I kind of have some of the audio from the vignette if you want to get into.
Let's hear it.
This is some of the guys talking about Azeez. This is how his little video about him being 92 in the top 100 started.
I have so much respect for Azeez and how he plays the game because he plays it so fast, so physically, so aggressively. I feel like that's a big reason of why they've been so dominant this year is because of his leadership and just the way that he plays football.
I think I am probably, truthfully, one of the most complete linebackers in the NFL.
You hear Azeez giving you that. I honestly, that was surprising to me. Hear Azeez say most complete linebackers in the NFL straight up. He seems very
surprising,
humble.
right?
Yeah, he seems like he operates very like he's assured in himself and what he does, but he usually plays it very humble. That was a little bit of bragging that I don't usually expect from Azeez.
Was it bragging though? I felt like he's just like a supremely, because he's not a bragging type of person.
Exactly. Yeah,
He seemed very confident.
Yeah, I think he's just like, well, yeah, I am.
I mean,
I guess that could come across easily as bragging,
right?
Yeah, but
and it's deserved and earned because I think he's right, and it goes to say that everybody that talks about him, you hear it. Here's more. And I believe this starts with our very own Dalton Schultz talking about the linebacker on his team. This is more guys talking about Azeez.
Azeez is physical, dude. Like, when it's between the lines, like, he's going to hit the out of you.
He can bring a little bit more tenacity and nastiness to the game that I like.
That's in Kobe Dean.
He's a menace out there. He plays with a great mentality, downhill, physical.
You see him flying around, hitting people.
Will?
He doing his helmet like this. And we just feed off of it.
Will is so funny. The little expressions he does, and just gets into every answer. Like it's the most important. Like he's answering it at the combine or something.
No, for sure, right? But I mean, some of that also is Will, but some of that is the way that Azeez plays, right? The joy that comes out. I found it interesting that you had Dalton talking about how physical he is.
I'm sure he's familiar with his work.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yeah. All right, so this is actually some of the players on the team come in and really lean to just what makes Azeez so special.
Come on, boy.
To be a Mike in this style of defense,
Close left. Hey, close right.
he's making all the calls. He's dropping in the deep third. He's dropping everywhere. Athletically, you got to be there. But mentally, you got to really be there, too. And I think Azeez really does that.
Come on, man. No. Go.
I tell my wife this all the time. He's one of my favorite teammates I've ever had.
Hey, communication all day, man.
That's the captain. Relentless mindset.
Fly around, have fun doing it, man. Let's go.
You know, he makes sure the whole defense is on the same page.
Hey, catch your breath. Reload. Lock in right now. Come on.
He knows how to talk to each individual player that's on the team.
Knows where guys are supposed to be, gets guys right.
Hey, corner, get down. Get down.
And he motivates everybody.
Execution in that energy. Let's go. All day. Come on. Let's go.
That's D'Amico.
Didn't it sound like it?
100% D'Amico. You want to know why? One of the biggest reasons why it works, that D'Amico looks in the mirror and sees Azeez Al-Shaair, and that's what he wants. It's incredible.
No, it really is.
I mean, you could take that quote from however many years ago it was that D'Amico was doing it.
Yeah, and he's coach. He's literally coaching. Yeah. Some of the he's obviously telling guys where to be, which you expect somewhat from a linebacker that knows what he's doing. Mm-hmm. He's also doing the hey guys, catch your breath. Yeah. Reminding guys some of the things that are outside of the X's and O's.
All the nuance.
Really and truly.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it does make me wonder just how different this team looks with replacement level middle linebacker.
Well, we've seen some of it, and it wasn't nearly
the Raiders game with Henry with all due respect to him.
It's different.
It makes me feel a little bit more like it's less about Henry and what he can't do and more about just what Azeez does. Yeah. So shout out to him for being 92, which now I'm very intrigued to see how these things line up. Montez Sweat, defensive end for the Bears, is 91, and that's where the NFL player ranked top 100. But what about Pete Prisco? What are we looking at here with his top 100? Yes, Angry Pete, as you would like to call him.
Angry Pete, who I say that very lovingly. I really do love that guy. All right, so how many Texans do you think made the top 100 list, Figgy? How many Texans made the top 100?
You got Will. I'm gonna say 6. I'm gonna just take a shot in the dark and say 6.
Reggie?
Ooh, I'm doing my. Yeah, I will also say 6.
All right, and we all know the top ranked Texan, correct?
Will Anderson Jr.
15 overall.
Okay.
Does that seem about right? So I'll go through the top 14 just so you can see if it feels right. 1 was Myles Garrett. 2, Matthew Stafford. 3, Josh Allen. 4, Jamar Chase. 5, Joe Burrow. 6, Penei Sewell. 7, Patrick Mahomes. 8, Justin Jefferson. 9, Puka Nacua. 10, Lamar Jackson. 11, Patrick Surtain. 12, Micah Parsons. 13, Jackson Smith and Jigba. 14, Aiden Hutchinson, and then Will Anderson, 15.
That one hits me.
I mean, are you taking Aiden over Will?
No, I'm not. Great.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Aiden is great, and I will acknowledge I have bias here. I watch Will all the time. I literally am watching every snap that Will has, so I'm going to have some bias here. That said, also, and maybe I'm doing too much here because you can't really control this. The Aiden Hutchinson injury.
Well, that's actually why he's one spot ahead of him.
Is he?
According to the list, according to Pete, because I'm with you. I'm biased toward Will Anderson. I'm with you both. I would rank him ahead of Aiden Hutchinson. But he said, keep in mind, he had 14.5 sacks last season coming off a broken leg that was pretty bad.
Yeah, I guess
so.
That's
Coming
fair.
off the injury, he had 14.5 sacks.
So he probably would have been higher.
Yeah. No, it's, I mean.
So I think that's fair.
He's also not splitting his sacks with Daniil Hunter,
That's
right?
fair,
Like,
too.
I think there's also something in there to. But look, this is actually not the thing that upset me more. You know what upset me more? Where'd you put Patrick Surtain again? Or rather, where did he
11.
play Surtain? We know that not in the top 15 is Derek Stingley. I don't even think Patrick Surtain is better than Derek Stingley, but if they are, they should be handcuffed.
Well, hold that thought.
Right? Like, they should be handcuffed together. So this is at the very least 4 spots difference between Surtain and Stingley.
So Will Anderson is 15. Again, remember you said that. Next Texan, 37, Daniil Hunter.
Ooh, not even Stingley. And I'm glad Daniil Hunter getting some love.
Yeah, but not
Dang.
Stingley.
What is he doing here?
40, Derek Stingley Jr.
What's the blurb? I got to hear the blurb that he has here.
His play dipped a bit. He remains one of the top corners in the league. His ability to cover is a big reason why the Texans are so good on defense. Last season, he had him at 23. This season, he has him at 40.
That is wild.
So why did it dip?
Well, I mean, they weren't throwing to him, at him.
Maybe you also look at the early portions of the season where safety help was an issue, right?
Maybe.
We were literally talking about that when we were talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I could maybe see some instances where you go, Derek Stingley got a little bit, but he plays cornerback in the NFL. Like,
Exactly.
you're going to get got to some degree.
But he's not that far from Patrick Surtain.
I think that it's wild to have such
That's
a big
pretty far,
difference.
man.
11 to 40.
I refuse to
Look,
accept that.
I would understand if it was 11 and maybe 16 or something like that.
Yeah, I could find a way to, like,
if they both in the top 20, I got
Maybe.
10 to 20.
Especially if he says, hey, it dipped a little bit, whatever. All right,
All right,
next.
so yeah, 15, Will Anderson Jr. Where was Daniil again?
37.
37, which it feels like there's a certain level for Daniil, and yet it still feels like there might be underselling a Daniil.
Totally with you.
And then you had Sting at 40.
Next, you have Nico Collins at 79.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
All right, just to... So
Pete don't know ball.
From perspective...
And we already at 3.
That's 4.
Oh, 4. That's right.
4.
That's right. 4.
Laramie Tunsil, 76. Zach Allen, 77. Deion Dawkins, mostly linemen. Then Nico Collins. The next receiver after... let me say the next receiver before Nico Collins. That would be Chris Olave at 71. And they have Nico at 79.
Yeah. And Nico...
You took Chris Olave over Nico.
That's actually an argument.
Olave's been great.
I just threw it out there. I'm actually really thinking.
That's a really good question, to be honest.
We're saying a lot.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot. I don't. I mean, we're all biased, with the guys that we see all the time. But Olave's a really good player.
See, this one feels like Nico is getting dinged on two parts, which is the injuries, which I think that it's fair to bring up, like the availability of it. But 2, this is where not having the offense be what it should be.
Yeah.
Like, even with them being
That's
the
fair.
15th offense, they're not, because he's getting stuff and he's still being very much focused upon on defenses because this offense has not yet given defenses other things to look at.
Yeah. Number 95, Kamari Lassiter gets some love at number 95.
Ooh.
And the next, so that's 6 Houston Texans.
I was
right?
waiting for him to get some love, but 95.
So who's the next Houston Texan?
I mean, there's one more on the top 100?
Nobody.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, you already got to 95.
No Azeez Al-Shaair.
He said, we good.
And no C.J. Stroud. Remember when?
Who's the last ranked quarterback?
Well, I'm glad you said that too. I'll go through them real quick here.
I ain't gonna lie. I was looking for Bryce Young. I'm like,
count the quarterbacks, and you listen.
Are you going from the top?
From the top.
Okay, I'm with you.
Number 2, Matthew Stafford. Number 3, Josh Allen. Number 5, Joe Burrow. Number 7 would be Patrick Mahomes. Number 10, Lamar Jackson. Number 43, Dak Prescott. Number 51, number 57, Jared Goff. Number 61, Drake May. Number 63, Justin Herbert. Number 65, Trevor Lawrence. Number 69, Jaden Daniels.
Nice.
Number 70, Caleb Williams, his little brother.
Iceman.
Number 72, Sam Darnold.
Hey, yo.
Number 75, Brock Purdy. Number 80, Baker Mayfield. Number 84, Jalen Hurts. Number 87, Bo Nix. And that's the list.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. He has 18 quarterbacks being better than CJ Stroud.
At least 18.
Yeah, there's no way.
Huh?
There's no way.
Remember Reggie talking about, oh, yeah, no way.
Yeah, but I mean, we're already seeing the players having more respect for Texans players than Pete Prisco has, if we're just using Azeez Al-Shaair, who's the only guy that we have at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's going to be more respect for C.J. Stroud than to have.
What Reggie say? 110%.
102%.
102. I added 2 more. I mean, I would have gone to 10 if I needed to.
It felt like 110.
He said it like it was 110.
Yeah, I can't get with this being the case, and I feel like we've already made some of the cases that the list is a little funky in my imagination. But yeah, it seems like at the very least Pete Prisco not having as much of a love affair with the Texans and their players.
He had Jordan Love over Justin Herbert. Mm-hmm. That was a little bit surprising.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. But yeah, that's another full top 100, how player top 100 will play out. But it's interesting to see like the ways that this team is viewed, where I mean there's only 3 top 50 players in their mind, in his mind.
Yeah. No.
Will Daniil and Sting.
Yeah.
That's it. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, bro?
Yeah, so I want to know what would Lopez do if he was on the boat and come across a shark.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, speaking of Lopez, I think you got something in common with the raging Italian.
Oh, wow.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, wow.
I definitely got to see this next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Then call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Lopez.
Yeah.
Have you ever came across a shark while you was out on the boat?
Multiple times.
I think you did. I think one caught your
my stringer.
Yeah,
no,
right.
yeah, I was a wade fish. That's the one that's most memorable. I've caught some sharks, here and there, seen them running by my boat. But the one that was most memorable is I was wade fishing and I had a couple of trout on my stringer back in the day, and I felt like a little tug on my hip, and then I looked around. There was a shark taking off, and the 3 fish I had on my stringer were cut in half.
Wow. Clearly, I know, but for the people in the listening audience that don't know, what's a stringer?
Back in the day when you keep fish, well, some people do it now. I'm mostly catching release, but either way, you have a string with, you catch a fish you want to keep, you put it on the stringer, has a float on the end of it, and it floats away from your body. It's about 12, 15 feet
So you
away.
was just riding out here with chum.
I was fishing, and I had this fish on my stringer, and it went boom, and I went, what the heck was that?
Yeah.
So it's like walking through hell with gasoline.
Yeah, gasoline draws on.
Yeah.
And needless to say,
Shark was just like, ooh, look, food.
Needless to say, I did get back to the boat pretty quickly.
Like a big shark? Or...
Well, all 3 fish were in one bite. I had 3 fish on the stringer, and it went whoomp, and I felt the tug, and then I saw the shark go away. But I'm not exactly sure how big it was, but big enough to have 3 fish in one bite.
Okay, so what would you do? Let's say you on the boat and you see a shark. What would you do? Would you try to go away from the shark or
in a boat?
Yeah.
Nah, I'd be looking at it. Yeah, I'd be looking at it. Okay. I mean, unless it's Jaws, But most sharks, I'd just be checking it out.
If it's Jaws, what would you do?
I would get out of there.
Okay.
Good answer, huh?
Good answer. Good answer.
Well, let's go to ABC 7 in Los Angeles.
All right.
You
did that right. You did that right.
Yeah. Shout out to Jamie Lee Curtis.
That's funny.
With that one. So let's go to ABC 7 with somebody. I guess it was a story about somebody who came across a shark.
Some terrifying moments for 2 paddleboarders as a great white shark was spotted on drone video stalking behind them. This happened off the shore of Santa Barbara yesterday. The pair said they had heard of a shark sighting in the area, and then they went out to try to find it. I'm not doing that. The woman's uncle sent up a drone to try to help find the shark and point the paddleboarders in the right direction. Maybe it was the wrong direction. When they got back to land, they were shocked to find they didn't find the shark. The shark found them.
Real quick, I'm going to hit pause.
Mm-hmm.
What race do you think this?
Oh, man.
100% white.
I mean,
don't think too much.
I was like, I'll come up with like a more fun answer.
This is some WP.
I was like, I don't got another fun answer to give you, big dog.
Hey, salute to all my white folks out there.
Love you out here.
This is some WPS right here. Anyway, here's
real quick. The fact that it was a shark, whatever. If you're swimming in Galveston, there's going to be some sharks around you. And a lot of people don't like to admit that, but they are. But a great white, a great white shark.
Here's more from the story.
We paddled pretty far out because we went to the drone, and then he said that he saw something and that we had to head back to shore right now, but I didn't see it because I was just looking forward paddling. So I didn't know what he saw, how big it was, so we just went straight back, but that was a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, so again, to review, they're on a paddleboard, 2 of them, and they're looking for the shark. Kayla went out twice to try to find the shark. She says she would go and do it again, and she hopes she can find an even bigger shark next time.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
She is lying.
That news anchor, you could tell he was just like, what in the world?
What are you doing? Yeah, how dumb are you?
So he said, again, to review, they were on a paddle boat.
These 2 numbskulls.
These idiots right here.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you ain't come across a great white.
No. I've come across some big sharks, but the biggest was probably 6 feet, 7 feet, something like that.
Woo.
Yeah.
Couldn't be me.
Yeah, it won't be me.
It won't be me.
Again, shout out to all my white folks out there. But this is some WPS right
Shout out to the white people.
Ooh, it's a shark in the water.
Paddle boat looking for a shark is crazy.
Ooh, let me.
Like if you're a boat,
Right.
fine.
Right. There's a little bit of distance, a little bit of protection.
I'm at this point, man. Like, if it's a shark, I don't care what kind of shark it is. I'm like, whoa, hold on. Let me get up out of here.
That is what we call having a healthy respect for a natural predator.
Hey, it's some fish where I'm like, yo, hold on. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I feel like this is the Lopez segment because I got to ask you again.
They're all the Lopez.
They're all there.
Yeah, I got to tell you, man. You definitely have something in common with the Raging Italian.
Oh wow!
Can you take a wild guess what you have in common?
Ooh,
and I'll tell you.
My potty mouth off air.
Is the Raging Italian really? Is he fond of wine?
He got to be right. He's Italian.
Yeah,
he got to be.
I would imagine so.
I don't know if he a wine snob like Lopez.
See, that's what I was thinking.
I can't guess where you're going with this.
He is a big fan of bird watching.
Oh, he's a birder.
He's a
There's
birder.
no
My
way.
guy. My guy.
A man that angry is not peacefully watching birds.
Oh,
There's
man.
no way.
Total new respect.
And so do you got a bird feeder outside?
I got 2, and I got a camera.
How often do you refill a bird?
Probably once a week.
Once a week?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The Raging Italian actually do the same thing. He got a bird feeder outside, and he took a bit of an issue with the birds because the birds apparently a little too hungry for his liking.
Keep it on the bird feeder. You should let them starve.
Dude, the bird feeder's emptying. I don't know what the is going on. I filled it last night. Every day I come out, it's empty.
So
I don't
fill
know
it again.
Dude, it's cost a leg. It's like I'm going
Dude,
to a
what's
bag.
bird for $20?
$20 a bag. I'm going to a bag every 2 days, dude.
Oh, God.
2 days. That's 3 bags a week is $60 a week to feed birds, dude. What are you out of your mind? I don't know what the is going on. I don't know if a bear, but if the bear was taking it down, it'd be on the ground. The birds are eating that much food. Gavones. It's like get a job then. I'm tired of buying.
Get a job like it's a
Yeah, but you know what? It's a expression. It's enough's enough with the bird feed, dude.
What
I'm
an
out
idiot.
here every day filling it up.
Get
It's
a job.
It's costing
That
too
word
much
is just-
money. Let them eat worms or something.
His sons are emptying it, aren't they?
No, it's probably like a raccoon or a squirrel.
It could be a squirrel, yeah, or squirrels.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it usually.
I don't think the son was playing a trick on this one.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Actually, this is one of the few times where I actually side with the kid
Yeah.
because he's like, "How are you? Like, it's a bird. If there's food there, they're gonna come get it." He's like, "Get a job. You were nobody asked you to start feeding the birds. Why are you mad at the birds now?"
He's the one that's feeding
It's
them.
your idea.
Yes.
Right? You're like, it's costing me too much money. Then stop. Nobody told you had to feed the birds.
He's throwing the bread out there and mad that they eating the bread too fast.
Exactly.
Damn it! And this is the good bread. It costs too much money. This is Pepperidge Farms.
Well, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's like stop. Just don't do that.
Man, them birds eating that food in 2 days or every other day.
They
That's
go
crazy.
through. Depends on what time of year.
Is that typical?
About a week? Every week I got to refill it.
And it's not. And they're not
I've
getting in there.
I've got 3. Well, I've got 3, and so that's a lot of feed.
Yeah, well, you're rich. We know you got it. You got it covered, money bag Lopez over there.
Yeah.
But and it's not any of the other vermin. It's just birds eating up all the
No,
seed?
some squirrels try, but I have some deterrents for the squirrels.
Oh, that sounds scary.
I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, boy. He out here shooting squirrels off of his porch.
Nobody said that?
He at his porch just cocking back and just, I got another one. I got another one.
He fooling them with rat poison.
I said I had deterrents, and y'all took a big leap there.
Hey, how many dead squirrels is in Lopez's backyard?
13 minimum.
There are
13 minimum. He got a squirrel graveyard back there.
All them white chalks out there for the squirrels.
Little squirrel paws. Little squirrel paws. Long tail. Chalk outline. Nah.
Jeffrey Lopez over here.
I don't kill them. There are some deterrents.
Dahmer Lopez over here taking these squirrels
I can
out.
see the squirrel tail. Chalk outline.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Big shout out to Dolly Parton. She has a new business, and she decided to throw a little jab at something we all like here in Texas.
Mm-hmm. Well, sitting in Cornersville, Tennessee is the newest Dolly Parton attraction for the state. It's a travel stop all about the Queen. And it's a bit of a surprise because look who showed up at the ribbon cutting.
How's everybody doing today out in that hot boiling sun?
It's The Queen herself, Dolly, stopped by her new stop to cut the big ribbon. That building is a bit of a haul if you'd like to check it out. It sits right off I-65 in Cornersville. That's about an hour south of Nashville. It is designed to be a one-stop shop for anyone on the road, tourists, truckers, pets. It's sprinkled in a little Dolly magic as well.
I'm sure some of you wondering why I wanted a truck stop. Well, I couldn't leave it to beavers.
No shade to Buc-ee's.
Kind of a bar,
Dolly
though.
said she's confident there's room on the road for all sorts of stops.
Real quick, buy or sell. She said she was just playing around. There's room for everybody. Do you think she's lying on that?
I mean, she better because Buc-ee's is expanding.
Didn't we see yesterday another 14 stores or something?
Yes, Buc-ee's is expanding there in Arizona and everything.
Yeah.
Girl, you're not going to keep up.
Yeah, they finally made one in Ohio. Buc-ee's finally got one in Ohio.
Oh,
I want to say towards Columbus, I want to say. So
how far is that from your people?
Or you know what? It's not Columbus. It's actually outside of Mansfield.
Oh, so your people not that far from it.
Yeah. It's like an hour and a half drive.
Yeah.
What are you going to tell them to go do?
I ain't got to tell them to do anything. I'm sure they already trying to drive down there. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, if you were going to like recommend, all right, this is how you attack Buc-ee's. This is how you get the best out of it.
It ain't no way to attack. Side note, I hate going into Buc-ee's because it's just so packed.
It is.
And it's just overwhelming because I don't go in there to shop. I'm usually going in there,
take care of business,
go to the bathroom, let me get something to drink real quick. And it's just so much going on. But I will say the brisket sandwich is the chopped brisket sandwich is pretty good.
It's a cliche because it's good.
It's average.
Oh my God, here you go.
No, it is. I've said that before.
Wine snob.
It's not my brisket
snob.
No.
It's not my brisket.
It's very 713-572-4610.
It's better when you make it at home.
I brought this up before.
You have.
And a lot of people had my back on this.
Yep.
Awesome. This brisket is meh at best.
I mean, this ain't Killings, man.
Well, no, even like I'll take.
It's a gas station.
No, but the place in Centerville on the way to Dallas. What's it called? Woody's.
I have not been.
Like
I've
that.
not stopped at Woody's.
Give me that brisket sandwich any day of the week.
That's wild,
and it's
bro.
the same type thing.
Hey, between the squirrels and the Buc-ee's take, he gonna have some vermin on his front porch.
Lopez over here expecting Pinkertons and all his.
It's gonna be a beaver on his porch when he get home. Like, hey man, come outside. We just want to talk.
Nope.
We're not gonna jump you.
Nope. We're not gonna jump you.
All right, a couple more shout outs real quick. Ashley, I need you guys to put in your work day or days for November 19th.
November 19th.
You're saying put in PTO? Yeah, no problem. I got you. I will do that.
Yeah, you ain't got no PTO. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You just got to ask Parker to give me a day off. He got you.
Oh, that's Colts at Texans that day.
Well, no, not that day. So,
that's Thursday. That's the Thursday night game,
November 19th.
Well, I might take off that day. I don't give a.
You better be here.
I don't give a damn because GTA 6. That's the official release date.
Oh yeah,
and the pre-order is now available, $79.99 for the game. And I think this is the most for a standard, like big time game like this. So they kind of up the price on the brick.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of these games though that when they charge this, I'd be like, no. GTA, they've been working on this for like 8 years.
It's been forever.
So I feel like it should probably be cost the $8.
13 years. The last 2013. And by the way, pre-orders already going on now.
Mm-hmm.
They already estimated like a $4 billion in revenue before they even launch. And this is just off the pre-sale.
I don't even know if they're going to launch it then. At this point,
I think yes.
No, I mean it's been 13 years.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the thing I will say about Rockstar.
They put a date on it. They got the pre-sale going, so I think it's official.
Once they say they're going to launch it, they launch it. But they're usually like, "Hey, this is the date we're thinking," and before that date comes up, they're like, "Actually, we're pushing this back." That's their game. Once they've gotten to this point, the game coming out.
By the way, Figgy, real quick before you get your next shout out, just came across my timeline. A Buc-ee's spokesman has confirmed to Fox Business. More locations are set to open this year in Texas, Arkansas, and Tennessee.
They heard that. We're like, oh, word, Dolly?
Take that,
You
Dolly.
think we punks, Dolly?
Take that, Dolly.
Oh, no. We want our corners.
Hey, I love Dolly, but
I love Dolly.
Don't throw no shot at Buck. This ain't even a fight.
Dolly, you're not going to win that one.
Hey,
I'm going to be in there, though. I want to see what she got.
You better hope just your little truck stop survive long enough.
Exactly.
I do want to see what the Dolly truck stop looks like.
I do, too. It look kind of cool.
All right.
Yeah, it look kind of cool.
Very good. All right. Another fantastic edition of the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. 1:20 p.m. every weekday. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit them up on social media at the Figgy Fig. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll draft the weekend as well. Next.
How you feeling about the USA and
always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Best little whorehouse in Texas. Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Been a fun Friday here on your Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The fun only stands to continue here in a little bit when we have Luke Morrow, B. Scott, and T-Mill take over with the drive. We got to draft the weekend, but and we'll talk about that a little bit after what you just mentioned. I will take the first selection here, gentlemen. I think that is fair that is the case. And
I haven't done it in a while.
I have not. I am not just stealing this, but it kind of does feel like it because I'm very excited. You guys know that I'm World Cup up, and so with that being the case, I am very, very excited to select with my first pick a game that is starting here in about 10 minutes. It is Norway versus France.
Yeah.
This one is happening over in Boston or Foxborough, I guess I should say. I know that Erling Haaland isn't starting, but Strand Larsen, I believe, or sorry, Strand Larsen rather, is up top for them, and he's a big goal scoring joker like Haaland himself. But Mbappe's playing, Olise's playing, Dembele's playing. Like France was just like, what? You think we're gonna stop?
Yeah.
So it'd be a goal scoring extravaganza.
No, that's going to be a good one. Did you see what the Norwegian group of Norwegian fans did at the Travelers Championship in the
No.
yesterday? Did you see it, Figgy?
No.
So you know what? I did it. I did see that.
So about, I'd say a good 15, maybe more, close to 20 Norway fans went to go see Victor Hovland and another Norwegian golfer. By the way, following them all day, and they shot a 64 and a 65.
Oh, wow.
There it is.
And they were doing
doing the row
whenever they make birdies. Yeah, listen.
World Cup fever is all over the country right now, all over the continent.
And so Hovland made a birdie putt, and they started going, ooh, and then he joined them.
Oh yeah, because that's like a cultural thing for them.
Yeah. So that was at the Travelers Championship. That is not my pick. Am I second or is Figgy second?
I mean, yeah, you got it, big dog. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
big dog. You got it.
I mean, we got to see what the Astros are doing.
That's a good call.
Got to see what the Astros are doing tonight.
You're taking tonight's game?
You got Arrighetti and Meatballs.
Yeah.
And then against Kiter Montero, who's got a 3.6 ERA, good pitcher. And so,
trying to make it 4 games in a row.
Trying to make it 4 in a row and win another series.
Yeah, if they win this one in particular, you get yourself, especially if the Mariners keep sliding, you get yourself that much closer to the top of the AL West. But more importantly, you start to really climb even more of that wild card circumstance. Yeah, no, and you get yourself even closer to being at 500 baseball. Like this, this is kind of the most incredible time to make this run in the midst of what's supposed to be a difficult game of 15 days. What a great time it would be to add yet another victory. Astros, funny enough, they're not the odds-on favorite tonight either.
Really?
It's still the Tigers just by a little bit. First pitch is at 5:40 again. But yeah, the rest of this whole weekend is probably a good one to select if you really wanted to, Fig. But I'm interested. Where are you going?
Yeah, I want to ask y'all this because I know it's draft the weekend. Can I technically draft on Monday?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I think you might be drafting what I want to draft.
Okay, if you was going to draft
it's your pick. I don't got the pick.
I know. I was wondering if that was allowed. Because
I don't
Monday,
know.
Technically not the weekend, but
we've done Monday Night Football in the past, haven't we?
No, because we usually talk about Monday Night Football on Monday. But
well,
you know what?
True, yeah.
I think in this exception, go ahead and take your Monday.
Yep, I'll do that. Japan, Brazil.
Okay,
right here.
Okay,
of course. Of course. I still would have taken the Astros, but just because I want Figgy to get every taste of Japan and Brazil that he can.
Yeah, I think that we've established that this is something that means something to you. Who else is pitching this weekend? Because I think, have we gotten...
You got Fromber for the Tigers tomorrow, but TBD for the Astros.
That's what I'm saying is, in a weird way, it's either Saturday or Sunday when inevitably Christian Javier returns for the Astros.
I saw that it's trending that way for Javier to pitch Saturday. That would be kind of cool for Javier against Fromber.
That's the thing is, yes, there's that, but more importantly, the Christian Javier return last time did not go the way that you're wanting. But it feels like, and maybe we need to give a shout out to Josh Miller, the pitching coach for the Astros. Maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe it's not.
Yeah.
It feels like the pitching is starting to stabilize, and you've got to hope slide and do exactly that. Because again, think of the last 4 pitchers that you've gotten in.
Yeah,
Hunter Brown, It's him handling his business. Peter, not Frampton. Lambert gets out here, handles his business. Was it Kaiway? No, Imai gets out here last night. Tung was in there as well. Everybody's kind of like lining up and kind of finding whatever deep within themselves, even if the stuff's not there.
Yeah.
If Christian Javier jumps in as well and is just like, we're going to keep the line moving, so to say, in a pitching sense, maybe not in a hitting sense.
Yeah.
I think that would be gangbusters. Like I am in on that, so I'm very much excited for that one.
No, that's good. You got another one?
That was my.
That's it.
That was my second one.
Okay, so I guess. I know these games are not meaning quite as much on this third round.
Well, I'm interested which one you're looking at.
I want to see Houston again. It's just cool, man.
Cape Verde and Saudi?
Cape Verde and Saudi Arabia is going to be here.
One of the things I'm afraid of, because it was the third match that was over in, I want to say Philadelphia, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. That was between Curacao and Ivory Coast. It was Thursday. At 3, I believe, and Ivory Coast won 2-0. But those are two relatively small nations that didn't have a large traveling contingent. And I heard that the building was kind of light.
Oh, really?
Like it wasn't as jumping as you would imagine. Obviously, relatively jumping still.
Right.
And it's in part because it was also going to be the cheapest probably place that somebody could get in that particular building. And so a lot of people did that. I think that the Cape Verde Saudi Arabia match also serves as that.
Yeah.
Where people who were like, oh, I didn't realize the wild card. I had to work at some point. I wonder if
they have the great goalkeeper. They flew his mom in, so she's going to get to watch it.
Yeah, is that room? Is that the gentleman that's the goalkeeper there that played really well for Cape Verde?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm thinking about someone else. Yeah, Vizina.
Yeah.
So his moms will be here to watch it and everything.
It's going to be cool, and it's just cool to see Houston in the.
I hope that the building is jumping, because Curacao, Curacao, even as a small nation, they kept jumping. I'm interested to see just how excitable the building will be with Cape Verde and Saudi Arabia. I don't know if it's going to be lively, if the people of Houston are going to come out and make it lively.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to keep watching those numbers, because I might also be another one of the Americans that's I just got to get in.
Yeah.
I don't know how responsible I'll be there. Fig, you got one more here?
Yeah. I guess I go with this one. This is just me, just people watching, crowd watching. I'm going to go Colombia and Portugal.
Oh, yeah. I wonder why.
It'll be fun if
that's strong. That's a great pick.
That is good people watching. I understand what you're doing there.
Yeah.
But also, if the people is also Cristiano Ronaldo, that isn't a bad one, because he finally broke through for the world. I say finally, like it wasn't his second game, but he broke through after having a really frustrating first game.
Yeah.
Does that continue? Like, is he going to try and see if he could close the gap between him and Messi when it comes to goal scoring in this?
Don't they?
Portugal?
Yeah, because they tied that first one, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. Depending on how they get through, I think that they probably get through either way.
But they're also looking at opponents and stuff.
Yeah, but you probably want to make sure that you do the thing you're supposed to do, which is actually win the group. Yeah, they're currently sitting in second rather. Colombia has 6 points, so yeah, they do if they want to win this.
Yeah.
They'll go through, though. Like, that's the thing, is the stakes aren't so high that they can't go through. But if you want to give yourself an opportunity, like Portugal should, of actually trying to go deep and possibly win it, putting yourself at first place is probably the best case scenario. Okay, all right. I think we put ourselves together a nice little weekend there. It's not a part of the weekend, but I saw that Serena Williams is actually gonna she'll go and play singles at Wimbledon after telling us and lying to us that she was not going to, but she will play. So Wimbledon's starting Monday. That's not a part of the weekend, but I am interested in seeing what Serena, one of the greatest individual tennis players and individual athletes in American history, what she does in a return from retirement. But there you go, a little weekend drafting there in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation to D&M Auto Lease for the opportunity to crosstalk, and a reminder that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station as we welcome in the fellas holding down the drive for yet another day. Luke Morrow, B. Scott. Luke, what's happening, man?
How we doing? Good to see you guys again.
Man, great to see you, bro. I didn't check on what your shirt was, because usually you come with a good shirt. It's the Morrow Insurance shirt.
That's right, yeah.
It's a classic.
A different Morrow Insurance, yep. Free advertising today.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Why not? So, Luke, I know that B. Scott is deep in this. I'm interested if you also are intrigued in the way that I am. We were just talking about this in passing, but then, Lopez, you saw me. I started doing the actual work on my computer. The Oklahoma City Thunder are dealing with this salary cap circumstance that the new world order that the NBA has, and you can see they're kind of letting out some of the salary on their new players, and they deal with the growth towards those aprons. And Isaiah Joe, sharpshooter for him, he shot 42% from 3 last year, I think. He got traded to the Detroit Pistons for 2 second-round picks, a very small sum.
Yeah.
I feel like, obviously, one, that's a player that the Rockets should want.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they couldn't get a deal done.
Right.
I do wonder if him going to Detroit, would you be interested in this circumstance, right? Duncan Robinson.
Yes,
I
would be interested.
Yes, I'd love a David Robinson. Duncan Robinson, different guy, shooter, not great defense. Would you be interested in the possibility if they release him in Detroit? Is that a guy that you would want to see on this Rockets team?
Yeah, I'll take him. Like, I don't know if it moves the needle, but I'll bring him in. I think more needs to be done. But sure, I would have some level of interest in him. It's the point with the Rockets. We were talking about this yesterday. We'll talk about it more today. But they're kind of stuck in the middle here, where, obviously they didn't get Giannis, and I'm fine with that. But Jaylen Brown, I don't think is a. We'll see. I don't know. It doesn't seem realistic.
By
4
the way,
first-round picks.
I just saw reporting earlier today. I think Shams Charania was the one who put this down. 4 first-round picks is the starting point that the Boston Celtics are asking.
So I wanted Jaylen Brown. I don't think I'm interested anymore.
Not for 4 firsts?
I don't think so. Yeah. And I love Jaylen Brown. And I'm not even a big draft guy. I'm more like Les Snead. But I don't know about 4 first-round picks, and then I'm sure there'll be players involved too. It just seems like a lot. And as we were talking yesterday, then once Durant leaves, then you try to build your team around a 32-year-old Jaylen Brown who's making $70 million. It's not an ideal scenario. So my point with all this is, those are the types of play that would probably be best case scenario for the Rockets at this point. So it's a long-winded, we circled around. But to get back to your original question, I would be interested. I just don't know how much it would still move the needle for me.
Yeah, I think that would matter because, as we were talking about in our B. Scott's thoughts in absentia, was that they need to get better at a lot of things, and shooting is one of those. Duncan Robinson definitely brings that 41% shooting. The question that I was really going back and forth with that I think is the more interesting part of this is, do you think Ime Udoka is willing to kind of, compromise a little bit when it comes to players like Duncan Robinson? Duncan Robinson, not a good defender, but he brings real notable shooting. And we had this tested, I guess, a little bit with Reed Sheppard last year. Mm-hmm. But Reed Sheppard, not a good defender, but he's not the guaranteed knockdown shooter that Duncan Robinson at least has proven to be.
Right now,
Reed seems like he could profile to be that and better. Mm-hmm. But a proven shooter that's definitely going to bring something that you need. Does Ime Udoka feel like he is willing to compromise his clear, I want to be a defensive identity, to incorporate a Duncan Robinson into his team?
I don't think so. I think it's a good point. And I actually do love Ime, and I've been defending him on these airwaves with many. But that is the one issue I do have, of that stubbornness. Mm-hmm. And was my biggest issue with this past season of how he managed things, especially with Reed Sheppard, as you mentioned. I think for me, that was one of the most important things to figure out this past year. Of what exactly do you have in Reed? And at a certain point, you just had to kind of throw him in the deep end. And his stubbornness or his unwillingness was really annoying, and I think it would play out there. It's always be the more important thing. So if you can't play,
which is a problem.
It is right. I love Ime, but I don't like that part of it.
But see, I think that's why it's even more important to force his hand. Like that's why it's even more important to get shooters on the team. Like it is an issue.
You gotta play.
Like how much is he going to maximize it is his own question about him as a coach. But you also do have roster issues where you do need to surround him with. It's almost like you're bailing the coach out a little bit. I felt like Kevin Durant did a lot of that, bailing out the fact that they didn't have a lot going offensively. Yeah. Well, to bail out the roster issues and the fact that you've got a coach that doesn't have a perfect offensive scheme, you need shooters. That's what makes the roster even more important. It has to almost be. It's like Rafael Stone has to be even better to make up for Ime Udoka's shortcomings, and Ime Udoka has to be even better to make up for Rafael Stone's shortcomings.
That's part of being a team.
Brings us back to the point of leadership, and do you have the right pieces in place from the top to the bottom?
Yeah, because I mean, the way I think about it is, hey man, if your coach has weaknesses, he's a human being, but that's the reason why you have other people. Like like if you're building a team together, this person has a weakness, you put guys next to him to be able to hide that or minimize that.
The problem is he's the head coach.
Yeah, similarly at that level, you need to be able to.
You can put all the people you want around him, and he's still going to say nope.
And and we all know this, but you can't arrive at a place where you're not adding specific players that are. Like that you need shooting, right? You're not going to add that because you don't trust the coach to maximize it. Like you got to force the coach's hand, and then if you get to a point to where the coach just doesn't work, then he's got to get out of here. As many shooters and as many good players as you possibly can.
Could you see the Duncan Robinson ad? Like, again, the Isaiah Joe goes to Detroit. Maybe Duncan Robinson, who's currently $16 million, I think is what his average annual value is for the next 2 years. But they only are guaranteed. He's only guaranteed 2. So they might just eat that 2 to get off of his money, and now he's a free agent. Maybe one of these exceptions that you have, you can absorb him into. That feels like that would work, right?
Yeah, no, a mid-level exception. It's the kind of move that absolutely makes sense for the Rockets and the type of move that we're talking about, especially if you're one of those people that doesn't want them to blow things up, doesn't want them to trade either Alperen Sengun or Kevin Durant or one of their more expensive players. Well, this is a way to add along the margins.
Yeah.
You only have 2 guys making over $35 million a year, and those are the 2 guys. So you can go with the mid-level exception and add along to the margins and to the depth of the team.
We'll see. We'll see if this, but I mean, this is also one of the things to remember is that the guys that are free agents right now aren't always the guys that ultimately show up. The dominoes are starting to fall in off season.
But this is the big problem with the team. The thing that I've been trying to hit on is how they've got issues. When I say that they, and y'all played this earlier in the show, when I say that
thank
they
you for your thoughts.
Well, I mean, right.
Wait, hold on.
Y'all thoughts.
Yeah, go ahead and get your thought out. But he told me a very funny thing in the break about this.
Yeah, so I was actually coming out of the car wash. Literally, had just turned the radio on. And I don't actually always listen now on the radio. I watch on YouTube. I carry it around on my phone. But I turned on the dial on 6:10 a.m., kind of old school, like I never do these days, to be honest. Yeah. And the first thing I hear is my song, right? And so I check my phone. I'm like, was I supposed to be there?
That's what we thought.
Did I miss something? Ray and I communicate before Friday, and I'm like, did I miss something? Oh, no, they're going to do something with the same. So I appreciated that. But my whole point is the Rockets are stuck between a rock and a hard place because they need to improve the depth of the roster on the back end, but they also what was revealed to them is that their top end guys outside of Kevin Durant, and Kevin Durant is old, are but so good.
Yeah.
Like, how much do you believe in Alperen Sengun and Amen Thompson, and specifically as a pairing? And as I talk with Luke about, neither guy can shoot, which presents its own problem.
Yeah.
So they got dilemmas.
They sure do. And I know that you guys will be talking about that and so much more in a 4-hour edition of a Friday Drive episode. J-Lo?
Let's do it again Monday.
Maybe. I'll think about it.
Maybe not.
I'll think about it, and then we'll see if we want to just stay. No, of course. I'll catch J-Lo and Figgy Fig for Monday around the weekend. By the way, I need to find somewhere to watch Cape Verde and Saudi Arabia because it sounds like I would like to be around the Cape Verdeans. But regardless of that.
I'm sure you would.
Regardless of that, I'll catch you over the weekend. Y'all have a wonderful weekend. I leave you in the capable hands of T. Millie along with B. Scott and Luke Morrow because right now, the Drive is live.
Yes, sir. Happy Friday. Appreciate you jump-starting the weekend with us. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation on the text line over the course of the next 4 hours. You can also get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats. Our buddy Champ Slice saying he'll be at the game tonight, so there you go. Have fun. Congratulations. This was the one. I was looking at tickets originally like months ago because I was like, man, how cool would it be? You got to go. And I think... Was this the one game? There was one game in particular. All the tickets were like $1,000, but there was one game where they're like $200. It was this one, yeah. And I should have grabbed them, and I didn't. But I won't be there tonight.
Yeah,
so Champ Slice, have fun.
Lifetime experience. You know, you might not
500. Is that what you said?
500.
Not bad.
Yeah, I look for a once in a lifetime experience, something that you'll probably never get a chance to do, at least not in your home city. Like you might be able to get to another World Cup game, but what are the chances that it's in the actual city that you live in at that point in time? So I think that the novelty of that alone would probably be worth it. I just don't want to deal with the crowds.
Yeah, you're at that point.
I am enjoying it enough on television, and I'm happy enough for everybody else that I just the other day we were going to do steak night, and I saw just the bar crowd and couldn't find a parking spot, of course. Yeah. And so I bailed out. But I'm happy for everybody else, and I do think it would be worth it if you do want to do it.
You're that years old where you're done with crowds.
Yeah, not entirely.
No.
It's just it's nothing about
like the hassle of it.
It's not the hassle of it.
I get that. I heard Reggie earlier lamenting in his confessions about how last night standing while he was watching the USA game at the bar, he had to stand for 3 hours, and he felt the repercussions of that afterwards, and was talking about how, like made him feel old. That's another one. That's another indication, I guess, that you're getting older. Not old, but maybe you're getting a little older, and you don't want to deal with crowds anymore.
Yeah, I want the tourists to enjoy the city, and I want them to have a great time, and I don't have anything against them. I'm just not really trying the time with them.
Yeah, I get that.
Nothing against them. Enjoy the city. I'm going to enjoy it from my home in Missouri City.
I'm with you. I'll be doing the same tonight. James Slice saying tickets started at 130 originally, and now they're 1,000. Yeah, I missed my chance. We were looking at tickets originally, and I was like, ooh, there's this one game, and I don't know anything about the World Cup. I don't know anything about these countries either, to be honest with you, but I saw this matchup, and I thought, I don't know why, but for some reason this game is like 5 times cheaper than all the other games, and I never went back to actually go purchase the tickets.
My favorite thing yesterday was how I got in late on Ecuador and Germany, but I couldn't tell who was who until the game was over, until the match was over.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, shout out to Ecuador, because I didn't really know what was going on exactly. And I thought I'd be able to just kind of eyeball it.
Yeah, right.
Couldn't do that.
Yeah.
So,
interesting.
Yeah, shows you how lost I was.
Yeah, you and me both. Hey, let's. Speaking of something we saw yesterday, Imai for the Tigers, or against the Tigers, I should say, for the Astros, turned in another fantastic outing yesterday. Back-to-back great starting pitching performances for the Astros from two maybe unlikely heroes, at least entering the week or a few weeks ago, certainly about a month ago. And we were talking yesterday about the Astros. Are you all the way back in with this team? By the way, they woke up this morning with a playoff spot in hand. By percentage points, because they've played more games than the other teams, but still, they currently hold that final wild card spot. If the season were to end today, the Astros would be a playoff team, 3 games under 500, but they'd be a playoff team. Yeah, maybe.
It officially puts them in the mix.
Right.
I mean, you can't say you're not in the mix when you technically have a wild card spot.
Yeah, they're holding
in
it.
hand. So
we'll see how long they lose tonight. They may not hold it any longer, but I couldn't get there, and I still can't get all the way in. I gave you the numbers yesterday. You know, still, as you wake up today, 3rd worst run differential in the American League, which I think is important. 2nd fewest wins against winning teams in the entire league, which I also think is an important indicator. But I will say, after what we saw the last 2 nights, I can certainly believe a lot more. If you get that pitching performance from Burrows, if you get that pitching performance from Imai last night, I mean, this is what Dana Brown had in mind for this team. They had 4 hits in that win 2 days ago. They had only 5 hits yesterday. Didn't have a hit until the Trammell homer in the 6th inning. Had a scratch across a run in the 9th, but the pitching has been so good that they don't need a lot of offense. If they can pitch like that, let me state the obvious here. If they could pitch like that, then absolutely I'm buying in. But most importantly, because it's not Hunter Brown or even Spencer Arrighetti who's pitched well this year, it's the guys that have almost lost their spot in the rotation that are now shining.
Yeah, you're on it. It is especially Burrows and Tatsuya Imai, who's actually been pretty good or decent for a while now. Definitely the back-to-back starts or a few starts now. But with Burrows, right? If Burrows can pitch like that, that might be a little bit more than what you would normally expect from him. But if it's like I said, more of a trend than an outlier, that's what I need to see more of. Is that what we're seeing from guys like Suyamai, the outfielders? I've been talking that to death. But again, you're getting production from outfielders and guys who were pretty much nothing for you in the lineup. These things are starting to come together. I talked about this yesterday, and as of yesterday, they had the 2nd best record in the American League since May 21st. We did a show on that. That was my birthday. We did a show that day.
Yep.
Now, with last night's win, they have the best record since May 21st. So they are the best team in the American League over the course of a month and some change. And I do think they deserve some credit for that. And you have to start taking notice. As much as I've dismissed a lot of what I've seen lately, now that I'm seeing guys that haven't been really producing for them starting to produce, I can start to see where this team could be good. I just need to see more of it to really drink the Kool-Aid like we talked yesterday, or to really fully be bought in.
Trammell had that another towering homer yesterday, broke up the no-hitter.
Yeah, shout out to him, man.
What do you feel like is more sustainable? What we've seen from these starting pitchers lately, or what we've seen from the outfield this week?
Yeah, definitely. As much as I want to tip the cap to the outfielders, but we're talking about younger guys. Joey Loperfido, who was a hero in back-to-back nights for them in Toronto. Taylor Trammell, who you mentioned, who something's gotten into him. And if Cam Smith can turn the corner, that's probably the one that you feel the best about, because you know that the upside is there. And really a lot of the future of the Astros, a lot of it does hinge on guys like Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews, and like from a low Profito, but the Yonder Diaz's of the world, guys like that, some of your younger players stepping up for you. And we've seen that over the last few days. How sustainable is that? I believe much more in what I'm seeing from Tatsuya Imai. And Mike Burrows is kind of the wild card, somewhere in between. I can't see where he pitches better, maybe not like he did a couple of days ago, but I would go with the pitching. And we're just talking about the Astros in general. You trust pitching more than hitting anyway.
It's true. I've always been I liked the Burrows move, and even as he struggled this year, I still believed in his ceiling or his potential. Kind of like Christian Walker was that guy for me last year, where I kept defending and I was saying it's a bad year, but he's going to turn it around. And he made me look really smart in April this year. And now he's not doing so well. And it seems like that April was just the outlier instead of the norm for Christian Walker. But Mike Burrows is that guy for me this year, where I've defended him throughout, and I've been saying, even if he has a down year this year, don't give up on him. It's a new organization. It's a new league. He was pitching in the NL. He dealt with some injuries in Pittsburgh. He's still all that sort of stuff. I like the ceiling for Burrows. But my point in all this is that they did change his arm slot before this start more towards what he was doing in Pittsburgh. And I know it sounds like one of these new nerdy analytical things, but if you do look, like that arm slot is the most important thing for these pitchers. When you see, like, why is this guy struggling? Let's go to the tape. Oh, actually, his arm has dropped quite a bit, and now his pitches are a little more flat. Or you could just get, you could pick it up a little bit better. Arm slot has become like the almost like the tell-all for pitchers, that it's not so much about the plant foot. Like if you talk mechanics, it's always so much about that arm slot. And maybe they figured something out with Burrows this week, that he's not going to pitch like he did the other night every time out, of course, but maybe he's going to be better than what we saw the first 2 months of the season, because I think there's still a lot of potential there.
Yeah, and you talk about the adjustment with the arm slot, and a lot of it just fundamentally was about that fastball being such a meatball batting practice pitch, and your four-seamer cannot be a non-competitive pitch.
Yeah.
Just it's a non-negotiable, right? So they had to figure that out. This is what they diagnosed as the problem, and then we see him come out the next time, at least as a starter, and it looks pretty good. Let's see what it looks like the next time around before we really start. I mean, we can tip the cap and give him credit, but before we really start buying in, let's see him repeat it a little bit. I do trust the Astros and their pitching adjustments, kind of to my earlier point. I trust them with pitchers much more than I feel like, let's say, Taylor Trammell is going to be able to keep giving you what he's giving you. Got to see more from Cam Smith, who I do believe in as a long-term prospect, but he's got to find it. And, Joe Espada talked about this early in the season. Like, we've got to stay on this journey with him, which was acknowledging there are going to be some struggles along the way. There have been a lot of struggles along the way, but the last several days have looked pretty good. Last couple of days or so have looked good, and you can see where he could turn the corner at some point.
Chip Slice still the typing in said, I'm not buying in on the Astros. Remember, we swept the Dodgers July 4th weekend last year, and they had the best record in the AL. It was all downhill for the Astros after that. Yeah, after that Dodgers series on July 7th, the games over 500, 7 games up in the division. We know how things finished. Obviously, a lot more injuries as the year went on last year, too. But the point being, baseball's a long season. I mean, we were all out completely on the Astros in April, and now they've been the best team in baseball the last 5 weeks, and then who knows? They might hit a slump again. It's the peaks and the valleys of a baseball season. But, again, let me state another obvious case here. Pitching still wins World Series. If you go back, you look at the World Series champs in recent years, they've all had good ERAs and towards the top 10 in the league in ERA. So if the Astros can pitch like they have lately, that travels and they'll continue to win games. Their bullpen has the number 1 ERA in the last about 5 weeks, probably since your birthday as well. And we know how bad the bullpen was to begin the year. Hader coming back has been huge for that bullpen, although since he was unavailable yesterday, they almost coughed up that game. But, if they continue to pitch like this, then the Astros obviously will be competitive, which then takes me to the question, we're getting more pitchers added to the mix now.
Right.
Javier's going to make his return this weekend, I believe tomorrow. Lance McCullers pitched well on a rehab assignment last night. I think Blanco also had, was that last night? Did he have a rehab performance as well? He pitched well. What do you do? Who are the odd men out, I guess, is the question. What do you do with this rotation where it feels like the Astros are going to shoehorn those guys in, whether they should or not? Maybe to the detriment of the rotation, but some players obviously are going to have to move. How do you handle, or how would you handle this in pitchers, the Astros coming up?
I am actively trying to decide whether this is good news or bad news. Obviously, I'm biased toward, got a soft spot for Lance McCullers. Think the guy's a badass when the Astros were in their heyday and want all good things for him, understanding the way things have played out. But man, do you want to disrupt what seems like, as we've talked about in this segment, what seems like has turned into a fairly good thing? Do you want to rock the boat? Lance McCullers is the one that it does seem like you would have to shoehorn into the rotation. And to me, that just means Kaiway has to come out of the rotation and go to the bullpen. But then you still kind of got 6 guys at some point, right? So Burrows, especially once we're talking about Christian Javier coming back, right? So who is that extra guy? Who's that last guy? I think Christian Javier and Burrows are both guys who are candidates to go to the bullpen and be like long relief guys. Yeah. I think they've got, certainly Javier has the experience doing that much more so than Lance McCullers. So, and then Burrows is somebody who's, if we're just being real about it, has been one of the worst ones of the guys that would be a candidate, right? So he would just lose his job by performance unless he, shows you something. But yeah, so I feel like that's got to be it. Burrows, last guy out, along with Kaiway.
By the way, yeah, Blanco, somebody asked, is he coming back? He did pitch in a rehab appearance. Last night he pitched 3 1/3 innings of scoreless baseball. So they are going, it's a good problem to have, but they are going to have to hear Seth saying that, like, with the way they're playing right now, it's not worth it to try to disrupt things with experiments. Right. Hoping that, like, hey, Lance, he's healthy. He's going to find. Yeah, all these Blanco, Javier, like, now that they're healthy, just put them in there. They'll be fine. We'll figure it out. You can disrupt the good. Don't let good be the enemy of great or something, whatever that expression is, or vice versa. Don't let great be the enemy of good.
Would it be disrespectful to just ask Lance to keep pitching in AAA because he's getting paid a lot of money and say we love you to death? Put some butts in the seats out there in Sugar Land.
Yeah.
No offense. I love the guy, but let's just be real.
Become the assistant bench coach. Not the bench coach, the assistant to the bench coach for the rest of the year. You can hang out in the dugout. You could be good for the team morale. We'll pay you all that money, but just hang out with the team. Stay loose on the side in case we actually do lose a couple starters and we need you. Real quick, last thing for Imai, scale of 1 to 10. How much do you trust him right now?
I'm at a solid 6 now, like above average, right? I probably need to see more to fully trust him, but I'm in a good space with Imai now. I am where I can stop making the whole adjustment excuse. He feels well adjusted at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well adjusted. That's what we should all aim for. He has seemed a lot more comfortable, of course, since the season started, the way the season started. Coming up, Nick Caley spoke about the Texans' offense in year 2 compared to year 1. What should we expect? What stood out from that conversation? We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
It can rocket ship to the stars.
The Drive with Stoerner.
He's moving forward. You're not that team.
Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott. Team Mill's still here, though, holding it down on the steel wheels. And you as well on a Friday. Happy Friday. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation on the text line throughout. Nick Caley spoke to Jonathan Alexander in an exclusive, I believe. You know, people always say that exclusives when it's really just like they were talking to, even if it's just like the press conference or whatever.
Yeah.
But this, I believe, was truly just a one-on-one. And it's a good article. You can go find it on the Houston Chronicles website.
Texans do a good job of getting you exclusives, too. Like, you can ask for them, pull somebody aside, even when they're available for a press conference, and they do a good job of going off to the side and doing those exclusives, maybe giving you their number where they can call you later or whatever it is.
Nice.
So they do a good job with that.
Yeah, that's been Alexander got that one-on-one with Nick Caley heading into his second year. And Caley talked about how year one went and maybe a little bit of what to look forward to in year two. But you already know by now Nick's not going to give up a whole lot. Not a whole lot of secrets to the whole thing. And by the way, hand in hand with this, The Athletic did a really interesting article, too, about first-time play callers. And they focused on the first-time play callers in the league for this year. But you can go read that, too, to see what it's like for these guys. And as The Athletic pointed out in that piece, 3 guys were fired. 3 first-time play callers were fired after just 1 year last year. So it is obviously a tough thing to do. But Caley admitted in this article that he said perhaps he was a little too ambitious coming into his first time as a play caller last year and realized that the personnel on the roster didn't fit what he was initially trying to do. That's always my biggest pet peeve with football coaches specifically. I feel like they're very stubborn with that, where they try to make the pieces fit the system as opposed to a system that fits the pieces. I mean, maybe you can make the case that Imai Udoka is guilty of that at times, but coaches can be stubborn like that. I think more so in football, but I did not like reading that. I know this is revisionist history. It was it was the start of last season. He said he made adjustments. But I never like when I hear a coach say that, because it just seems like that stubbornness of trying to fit a square into a round hole, whatever that phrase is.
Yeah, square peg into a round hole. I saw it less of stubbornness and more so just an ignorance of what he had. Like, because if they were stubborn, I don't think they would have their credit. I think they did adjust.
Yeah.
But I think he went in there assuming, and especially from reading this article with Jonathan Alexander in the Chronicle, it seems like he went in there assuming that they were going to be able to throw the ball a little bit more and a little bit better than they were able to early on, and they weren't able to block it. And what ended up being reality for Nick Caley was trying to thread the needle of the offensive line and what can the offensive line actually do. And we know from the in-game numbers that they were not good really run blocking or pass blocking. So trying to find the right balance of run versus pass, when you don't really win up front either way, you're having to roll out a 6 offensive linemen. And, of course, that was an adjustment that they ended up making, right? Oh, we don't have tight ends. We're going to have to figure out a way to make Blake Fisher our quasi-tight end 6 offensive linemen. So they did this throughout the season. I think early on they thought they were going to be able to block it well enough to allow C.J. Stroud to throw the ball a little bit more, and it turned out that they couldn't do that. So I don't know if it was stubbornness as much as it was ignorance. But what I did like was that he wasn't so stubborn that he didn't recognize the need to adjust. And we saw that. Some of it was health with the offensive line. But they did evolve as an offense, as weird as it is to say, because they were never really good. But they did evolve as an offense from the beginning of the season to the end of it.
That's a fair point. He did adjust. So I don't know if I can say stubbornness in this instance. Some other coaches are stubborn, and they'll try to push the issue all year. I guess more so than my disappointment would be that you did have the offseason. And look, it's different in games. And Belichick or even Andy Reid uses September to figure things out. But to come out and have the wrong formula for the pieces that you're working with feels a little frustrating. But he's also a first-time play caller, so it could be more of that ignorance. As he said, they wanted to find that balance in the offense. You know, they made some adjustments as the season went along, thought they found more of the balance. You know, what I find interesting, and I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill. I don't want to stoke the whole Mills-Stroud thing.
Come on, it's radio, man. That's what we're here for, especially on a Friday. It's
That's
just
right.
us, the Drive family.
But I've said this before. I do find interesting. Davis Mills, if you take the 3 starts and then the end of the Broncos game, he averaged. So let me back up for a moment. Kaylee was talking about maybe being too pass heavy early on, have to run the ball more, and they did make those changes. C.J. Stroud's highest pass attempt games were the early games of the season. He didn't throw it as often as the season went on. But what I do find interesting is Davis Mills then came in and averaged 37 pass attempts on average for his 4 games, which were also in wins. So it wasn't like necessarily they're behind by 20 and he has to throw all game. And for C.J. Stroud, he only got to that number 3 times all year, and it was at the start of the season. So again, don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but I do find it interesting that when you look back, when Mills was in the game, it became a little bit more unbalanced. I'm not saying they trusted him more, but he did throw the football more than with Stroud, where it seemed like they wanted to focus more on the balance in the CJ games down the stretch.
Now that you fan the Flames, I'm going to go here. Davis Mills had run the offense before. Like CJ Stroud was newer to the offense because obviously Davis Mills has been in the league longer, but they ran some version of this before. So I think it was a more familiar offense for Davis Mills. And also, like, a lot of his stuff, like, I give Davis Mills credit for this. He was getting rid of the ball quick. C.J. Stroud has a tendency to hold on to the ball. He wants to make plays downfield. Sometimes, that's been a criticism of his, is that he'll panic. I think it was Robert Mays from the Athletic Football Podcast that was mentioning this sometimes, that like you'll see some panic in the pocket at times. Mm-hmm. And Davis Mills, I will say to his credit, since we fanning the Flames today, he does do a better job, I think, of just getting rid of the ball, or at least did a better job in that stretch. And that was one of the kind of the hallmarks of his play during that time. So, but does that make him a better quarterback or a better option? No, it's just like, thank you for the backup quarterback for showing a little bit of acumen. But he did have a little bit more experience in the offense.
Fair. Yeah. And also in the article, which you go and find, Kaylee said that Stroud has looked better this offseason. He's continuing to progress. Also said, alluded to that's why they go out and get Montgomery and Foster Moreau, is to be more balanced, to get a little tougher on the edges, to use that tight end as an extra offensive lineman. So if you read the article, obviously the big theme was, number one, Kaylee, it was a bit of a learning curve last year, of course, first-time play caller. Still striving to have that balanced attack, and that's how they want to approach it this year. And as he explained, it's not necessarily 50-50, 50% pass, 50% run, but more of that feel of being balanced on offense.
That point I mentioned earlier about the tight ends, how they didn't have any, and they had to throw Blake Fisher out there, that is something I'm really intrigued about. We're intrigued to watch with the Texans offense is, first of all, what does the tight end end up looking like? What does the tight end room end up looking like by the time you get to the season? And how do they use them? They've talked a lot about wanting to win on the edges. He even mentions that here in this article that we're talking about here, but they've mentioned it before, wanting to win on the edges and be able to get out in space and run after the catch and all of that kind of stuff. Where's that going to come from? I think it's going to be a big part of it is going to be in that tight end room.
On the text line, somebody said, well, CJ had a concussion. If you're good enough to go out there and play, then I can't use the injury excuse for why you're not doing something in particular, because then that just seems like a win-win for those folks. If you're good enough to be out there, then you're good enough to run the offense and do whatever else. You can't say, well, he had a concussion. That's why things were different. Hey, coming up, how far off are the Rockets from the top contenders in the NBA at this point? We'll talk about it next here on The Drive.
In the Loop.
The Rockets went into the night having
39 Plus. We are now streaming live and on demand, so you can watch what you want, when you want. What's on there? Local news, weather.
We could see a little shower or two.
Traffic, and other really unique shows. Best of all, it's available right now. CW39 Plus. Download for free on your TV and start watching today.
And I love the Rocket.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
How far off are the Rockets truly to the top contenders in the NBA? It's The Drive. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott. Team L on the ones and twos. 713-572-4610 to text the show. Already coming in on the text line. The distance between the Rockets and contenders is miles to go. B. Scott, what say you? How, at this point, oh, by the way, I should tee this up with a trade that was made today. And we talked about this yesterday, that Rockets fans just want to see something done. And it makes you feel worse as a fan when other teams are making moves and your team's not doing anything. And you're thinking, why can't we do that? And I loved people were using the meme from Matthew McConaughey, where they changed the phrasing to all these teams are getting better and we're just staying the same.
Yeah,
with the Rockets logo. But Isaiah Joe is the trade I was referencing, traded by the Thunder to the Detroit Pistons, and Rockets fans thinking, how come we can't get a guy like that? But with all that said, how do you look at the Rockets' place right now in the Western Conference? How big is that gap between, say, the Thunder and the Spurs and then the Rockets?
There's obviously a gap, right? I think that goes without saying. There's clearly a gap, but the thing that I don't like about the conversation is how it seems like too many people are quick to use whatever gap there is to justify whatever move that they want to make. So, like, if they don't want you to be aggressive, it's like, well, we're not close anyway, and Jaylen Brown's not going to make you any closer, right? And so they'll use that, hey, you're not that close to justify it. Or let's say that they do want you to go star hunting. They're saying, man, we're nowhere close. We've got to do something. We're desperate. We don't have any other options. We've got to do something because the gap is so wide. I think the gap is there, and we got to acknowledge it. I don't know how you wouldn't acknowledge it, but I don't feel like we got to overstate it and over-exaggerate just to make our point about what we think they should do going forward. I think the gap is there, and I think at some point the gap has probably been overstated just a little bit. I will believe this. I will go to my grave believing this, that a fully healthy Rockets team that they were trying to put together last year would not have won the championship, but would have been a competitive team in the Western Conference, and we wouldn't be talking the same about the supposed gap that there is. Now, what was revealed to us because of the injuries was that the younger players weren't nearly or are not nearly as good as we thought they were, not nearly as ready as we thought they were. And it also exposed the fact that the team it was not nearly as deep as it needed to be. We learned those things. But the team that they were trying to put together, do I think that there's a significant gap between that team and, let's say, the Spurs team that actually went to the finals? I don't. If they were able to put that same team together going forward in the next year, and that's the part that we're all shaky about because now you're relying on a lot of different stuff, which we talked about. Fred VanVleet being a year older and coming off the injury. Same thing with Steven Adams. Kevin Durant banking on that at 38 years old that he can give you a similar season to what he did the year before. That's a lot of ifs. Mm-hmm. So I do understand that that's dicey. But in a world where all of that comes together the way it didn't last year, I could see where that team could be competitive and there not be a super large gap between them and the top teams in the Western Conference. So there is a gap. I think that at this time, like in the offseason, when we're trying to talk about we overstate the gap a little bit to make the point that we want to make about what they should do in the future, whether that's star hunting or staying pat and being conservative.
You say competitive. Can you quantify that? Like, if we look at the standings, and maybe the regular season is not the best judge in the NBA, but the Rockets finished 12 games behind the Thunder, 10 games behind the Spurs. Like, how many of those games do you think adding Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams can make up.
Yeah, no, I don't even want to do that, right? Like, I don't want to focus too much on Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams because I think that it is a dangerous roll of the dice. Like, hey, that's going to fix it. These old injured guys are going to come back and fix it. So I understand why people don't want to do that. What I'm saying is they're in a perfect world scenario where those guys do come back. It is a competitive team. And you're asking what is competitive or what does that actually mean? I think it's a team that could go to the Western Conference. I like their matchup against OKC before they got injured. I'd been saying that all offseason that, hey, don't just bank OKC into the NBA Finals. I think there are teams that match up well with them, and the Rockets are one of them. Now, they ended up not being that because the team fell apart.
Yeah.
But I do see the vision there, even if it's more risky now than it was a year ago.
It's only June 26th, so it's so early, but humor me in this, that if we were to stack up the Western Conference right now, because we got into this a little bit yesterday, and I know even the day prior, you guys were talking about the Utah Jazz and how they look good for the future, and it could be a scrappy season. But you were also a fan of like what the Timberwolves have done so far. So if we were to look at the Western Conference, I assume Thunder, Spurs are top two, and then right now, as we sit here today on June 26th with still so much to be figured out here this offseason, how many other teams would you say are ahead of the Rockets in the Western Conference that they do need to find a way to try to like leapfrog in this offseason?
Yeah, I would only put Thunder, Spurs, and probably Minnesota now with the LaMelo Ball move. And they were already kind of in that argument just with Anthony Davis alone. With Anthony. I keep on doing the Anthony Davis, Anthony Edwards thing. Anthony Edwards, clear difference there. With Anthony Edwards alone, but now with LaMelo Ball in the mix, I will put them ahead. But the Rockets are right there in that tier to me, and it's the next tier, to be clear, with Denver, the Lakers, who they lost to, of course, and whoever else is going to enter that chat. Phoenix possibly, but they're one of those teams. The Clippers, they would be in that range.
On the text line, someone said, I lost it here. There it is. Would you rather have sharpshooter Isaiah Joe for 2 second-round picks or move up in the second round to draft Bruce Thornton, a.k.a. Timu Kyle Lowry?
Hey, I don't want to disrespect Bruce Thornton, but that's a fine text. Shout out to you, texter. I get the point. Now you're talking about does Sam Presti want to deal with the Rockets and make them
That was going to
better
be my follow-up.
when he's clearly, by making that move, he's making his own team worse. Do you want to make the Rockets better when you're making your team worse? Probably not, especially when they are close. they are at least close enough to the Thunder. Probably want to keep them at bay. But think about it like this. Did anybody this time last year think the Knicks were close to a championship? Did anybody the year before that think that the Pacers were close to going to the NBA Finals? I don't want to hear about how close you are. They weren't close this past year. There's no doubt about that. They lose in the first round to a decimated Lakers team. There is no defending that. There's no argument for that team. But this upcoming year is going to be a new year. That's why we're talking about the moves that they should be making, whether that's being aggressive or whether that's being conservative and adding along the margins. But it's not a matter of them not being close. They are close, and that's why there should be a certain level of urgency with Kevin Durant here and with these young players not being as young anymore. There should be the feeling that you are close and that there is an urgency to up the ante a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I was saying at the time, I know everyone was rooting against the Knicks unless you were a New Yorker. But I was saying that as a Rockets fan, you should be pulling for the Knicks because that should give you hope. I mean, we are in an era here where we have more parity in the NBA than any other time since the 70s. And when we thought the Thunder were just going to dominate the West for the foreseeable future, and they might still do that, but they didn't even get to the finals this year. And then we're saying, okay, so now the Spurs in just 2 years' time have taken over the Western Conference. And then they lost to the Knicks, who nobody saw coming. So
there you go.
If you're a Rockets fan, like, you should still have hope that, to your point, yeah, nobody saw the Knicks, or very few people saw the Knicks actually winning a championship this year. Even once the playoffs started, I don't know how many people were picking the Knicks to legitimately win a championship.
I mean, even up until the conference final, about how the real finals was going to be the Western Conference finals between the Spurs and the Thunder, and we see how that turned out.
And I come from a family of Knicks fans, and to be honest with you, even we were saying when they matched up with the Spurs in the finals, like, let's just hope they get it to 6 or 7. And we didn't give them the Spurs just seemed like such a better team, and then the Knicks obviously outplayed them in the finals. So yeah, we're at a point here right now in the NBA where it's not so much like the Lakers three-peating and whatever, Jordan and the Bulls. Like it's open for teams to be able to make that right move and make the big jump up. What are those moves? That's to be determined. But somebody asked, do you trust, or I'm going to paraphrase, do you trust Rafael Stone to make the moves after somebody like Dorian Finney-Smith last year? Where are you on Stone and the offseason?
Look, fair point. I mean, right, like Dorian Finney-Smith and the Clint Capella contracts as your marquee signings of last offseason, that's an albatross, right? Like just point blank period, that's an albatross. If you question the acumen after that, I think that's fair. Rafael Stone has done a good job with contracts, and he's done a good job with trades. As far as like the free agent signings, I give him credit that the Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks signings worked out a lot better than I think I was looking at them at the time, so I'll give him credit for that. But like, there's no justification for these contracts that he has on there now. Like that is a rough sell. So I'm with you there. But to the earlier point, I just say like let's not be so early crown teams. Let's not crown and anoint a team too early as the next big dynasty, and let's not rule out teams too early, right? We've had 8 different champions over the last 8 years, so that tells you enough. All you need to know about the parity in the NBA, you are in the mix. It's about what you do from here and how you want to attack it, what moves are available to you, what makes sense. Jaylen Brown's out there. Running it back is an option. You've got these draft picks where you could just reset this whole development phase. If this year doesn't work out, well, you got 2 draft picks in next year's draft, and maybe you're starting all over from a developmental standpoint. You've got options, but I don't want to hear nothing about not being close. Like I don't like that. Obviously, you weren't close last year. Don't let that mean that you're not going to be close next year and just kind of concede that point.
Yeah, I could get behind that. By the way, only 2 teams had more than 2 wins above the Rockets in the Western Conference. You know, they've won over 50 games the last 2 years. So they are at that level. They just have to take that next step forward, and we'll see what happens this offseason to try to do so.
They run it back. They should be a 50-win team again.
Right.
How could you say that that's not close?
Yeah.
You know, maybe not close enough. And I think that's the issue. Not close enough.
Mm-hmm.
They are close.
Yeah.
They're probably a 50-win team if healthy, and if they run back the exact same team next year.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, I mean, they probably should be a top 4 team in the Western Conference. Does that mean that they can actually go win a championship? We'll see, but they are in that conversation of, yeah, there's a lot of teams that are much further away from them. Hey, we'll keep the positivity going because I've been thinking about this lately. And we'll get to it. Shouldn't the Texans be the favorite in the AFC? We'll talk about that next year on The Drive.
Payne and Pendergast.
$700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shouldn't the Texans be the favorite in the AFC? Let's talk about it here on The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott, in for the guys today. T. Mill on the steel wheels. Happy Friday, 713-572-4610 to join the conversation on the text line. Can always get to us in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. I've been thinking about this for a while, to be honest with you. And look, I'm titled as like the negative guy around here, but I'm going to be really positive here when it comes to the Texans.
You think they should be
Texans to be the favorite of the AFC?
Okay.
There might be one other team that I might put ahead of them, but let's walk through this because I was looking at the odds today. I've been thinking about this, ruminating on this for a couple weeks. I said, let me look at the odds. Where are the Texans actually? Because I know they're not number one. Right now, the Ravens are the favorites in the AFC. The Bills are second, Patriots third, Chiefs fourth, Chargers fifth. Texans are painted sixth across all the betting books, the sports books, and at some they're tied with the Broncos, tied for sixth. So there's six other teams in the AFC that are in the conversation for being better or as good as the Texans.
Those are betting odds.
Betting
right?
odds.
Betting
yeah,
odds.
to win the AFC.
Right.
Yeah. I think the Texans should be the favorite in the AFC or maybe like number two. Because if we were to run through these teams, Ravens, Bills, those are the top two favorites. I honestly, maybe I'm going to be proven very wrong because Vegas usually isn't off by a lot when they are wrong, if they are wrong. I am surprised by everybody putting the Ravens as the favorite in the AFC. They have a first-time play call, or I should say they have a first-time head coach and a first-time play caller on offense. And so they have some things to work out, which also takes me to the Bills, who have the second-best odds. Similar idea. New defensive coordinator and a first-time head coach.
Yeah.
By the way, and we're just talking winning AFC here, not necessarily winning the Super Bowl, but only 2 times in the history of the NFL has a first-time head coach won a Super Bowl. It happened in 1970 and 1989. It's been a long time since that happened.
Yeah.
So the Ravens and the Bills would have to make history if they were to actually win the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, and the Bills head coach is going from play caller to head coach, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, now, like, how does that impact? And I don't know if he's going to – does he have an offensive coordinator that's going to call plays for him?
I don't know.
He might. But either way, that's an increased responsibility on a guy that used to just be calling plays. Now he's the head coach.
Yeah.
How does that impact the offense?
So those are supposedly the top 2 teams in the AFC. 2 teams that made coaching changes and have first-time head coaches. And I'm supposed to – even though I know they have the quarterbacks, they have Lamar, they have Josh Allen, they got other pieces, but I'm supposed to buy in on those 2 head coaches – over everyone else in the AFC. Then you get to the Patriots, third best odds. And look, they made it to the Super Bowl last year, so I get it. But if we're being honest, I think we all expect a step back for the Patriots this year. Last year was, I don't want to say flukish, but they had the easiest schedule in the league. In fact, they had the easiest schedule in about 25 years. It's not going to be as easy this year. Plus, you want to throw in the whole Vrabel-Rossini thing. We were even just talking about it again in the commercial break. Like, maybe that's a distraction. Who knows? But the Patriots... This is, I don't have the strongest case for them other than I think they just will naturally take a step back.
I mean, even that playoff run against a Chargers team that was not impressive, and then a Texans team that turned out to be injured. You know, even the playoff run was kind of underwhelming.
Right.
When you look
Broncos,
at
that Broncos game.
Right. When you look at the opponents.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's true.
There is that. I thought that their defense found a rhythm and Drake May, but I agree with you on their regression.
So Patriots, third best odds. Then we get to the Chiefs, fourth best odds in the AFC. This is the one team just simply based off of history that I might always make the number 1 team in the AFC. But if I'm for the sake of this bit, let me make my case here. Obviously, Mahomes is coming off an injury. Apparently, he's going to be ready for Week 1. Seems crazy, but it looks like it's going to happen. But their offense has not been top 15 the last 3 years, and now you have a quarterback coming off of a torn ACL. For the record, There has not been a quarterback to win a Super Bowl coming off an ACL injury. They've gotten close. Burrow almost pulled it off. He made it to the Super Bowl, and we're just talking winning AFC here for this conversation. But again, just like the Bills, the Ravens, if the Chiefs were to actually win the Super Bowl this year, they'd have to make a type of history in that Mahomes coming back from an ACL injury wins the Super Bowl.
If there was one quarterback in NFL history who you were to bet that could do that, who would it be?
Yeah, it'd be Mahomes.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm saying the Chiefs probably should be the automatic favorite like every year until we get a new dynastic type of team. So they're the one team that I might put ahead of the Texans. But then next on the list is the Chargers. And honestly, actually, now that I'm thinking, the Chargers are another team that would be up there. I like the Chargers. I've always been a Harbaugh guy. Everyone loves the offensive coordinator hire. But they have 2 new coordinators as well. So if we're looking at like questions on these teams, I already talked about the head coaches for the Ravens Bills. Can the Patriots repeat that run? Chiefs have an injured quarterback and are coming off that bad year. You get to the Chargers, 2 new coordinators. Much as we love Mike McDaniel, he was also under Kyle Shanahan. Like when he was the offensive coordinator, it was Shanahan. And I know he was calling the plays in Miami, and they had some success as well. But my point being, like, I got to see it before I totally buy in this idea of, like, he's going to be this offense. Watch out. This Chargers offense is going to be unstoppable.
It seems like a lot of people are doing the exact opposite with the Mike McDaniel thing. Like, not only are they not using that as a reason to be skeptical or to say I need to see more, they're viewing, because they already like the quarterback and the head coach combination, the offensive head coach and the quarterback combination that they have. Now you bring in the whiz kid type of play caller, and people are thinking that is a reason to bet on them more so than to be skeptical.
Yeah, right.
So I see what you mean, but it just kind of depends on how you look at Mike McDaniel and that fit with Justin Herbert and Harbaugh.
Yeah, how much of a fan you are. But they have 2 new coordinators. They have a quarterback in Herbert who's always been lousy in big spots, especially in the playoffs. We know it well here in Houston. And the Chargers are the one team that I will say, if they can put it all together, if McDaniel is that great hire, I think they do have the pieces. I think the Chargers could win the AFC this year. So they're certainly in the conversation for me at the top of the conference. But then we get to the Texans, who are tied with the Broncos, first in the Broncos. Broncos have a new offensive coordinator, first-time play caller. Sean Payton gave up play calling. Now, of course, you still have Sean Payton as the head coach, so that's a good buffer. That if the offensive coordinator is struggling, Payton can help or can just take over. Most teams don't have that option with others. But then you also have a quarterback in Bo Nix, also coming off an injury. And then you get to the Texans. And the Texans, if Stroud, he didn't have to play great in the playoffs last year. If he just played decent, they're in the Super Bowl most likely. They have one of, if not the best, one of the best defenses in the league, and we expect the same this year. If you look at their division, the Colts, Daniel Jones is going to be out for a while. They're a big question mark. The Titans, just drafting number 1. The Jaguars, I believe, will take a step back this year. They were impressive last year. Didn't have a great offseason. We talked about it yesterday. Just expect natural regression for them.
Nobody seems to believe in the Jags.
I know.
I'm here for it. I think I do more than others, but I'm totally here for crapping on the Jags.
Jags gonna jag, man.
Hey, if that's what we want to do, you don't have to threaten me with a good time. Let's do it.
Yeah, they're about 9 or 10th in odds in the AFC alone. So a few spots behind the Texans, even though the Jaguars won the division last year. But when I look at all these teams in the AFC, and driving around, maybe I didn't make a convincing enough case. Maybe you disagree, but I see big questions for all these other teams. Ravens, Bills, first-time head coaches. Chiefs, Mahomes coming off an injury and a down year. Chargers, 2 new coordinators, and they're still trying to figure it out. At least Herbert's trying to get to that level where he can actually go win the AFC and go on a playoff run. The Broncos, injured quarterback, new play caller. The Texans, obviously, we're still trying to figure out the offense here in Houston. I'll grant you that. But that was the same question last year, where the Texans should have been in the Super Bowl if the quarterback, the worst playoff quarterback in NFL history, and they would have been in the Super Bowl winning the AFC. Shouldn't the Texans come into this season as the favorite? If we're looking at how the teams have handled the end of last season and the offseason, shouldn't the Texans be number 1? That if we use that context of they were the best team in the AFC playoffs last year. They just had the worst quarterback of the bunch, so to speak, in one way.
So I like your argument, and I absolutely think that the Texans could go to the Super Bowl this year. I wholeheartedly believe that. Do I think they should be the favorites in the AFC? Not necessarily. I've said this before. I think they are on the short list, and whatever that list looks like of teams that could go to the Super Bowl and even win the Super Bowl, I think that the Texans are on it. But I need y'all to help me out, both you, Luke, and T. Mills, since y'all bet more than I do. Help me out with the odds because, and correct me if I'm wrong, are the odds not less so about specific ball knowledge and more so trying to guess what the public will bet on? Right? Is that not what the odds usually are swayed to? Like, what does the public think? What is the perception as opposed to what is the reality? Not to take anything away from the case that you just made, but are they looking at it more so of Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes? People, the betting public is going to trust that group of quarterbacks and those teams, Joe Burrow, whoever else, right? Those teams, the team that just went, Drake May and the Patriots, those teams more so than Texans team whose quarterback the last time you saw him was coughing it up, and a Texans team that quite frankly has just never done it before, right? So that's what I question is like.
The short answer is I think it's a blend, a mix of those factors.
Fair enough.
Now maybe more weighted, you tell me if I'm wrong, Luke, but more weighted, I would say, towards the public and how they're betting and thinking with any given matchup.
Yeah.
But I'd say it's a mix at the end of the day.
Yeah. Because I'm not trying to say that they're completely guessing, but I do feel like they're trying to thread a needle of what is the public going to put money on? And look, I think the Texans are right there. Does most of America, or does most of the, let's call it the NFL betting public, whatever it is, do they believe in the Texans the way, let's say maybe we do, or the way Texans fans do? Do they view the Texans in the same way? I would guess that the majority of the NFL betting public has serious questions about the Texans and probably trusts the Chiefs, the Patriots, the Bills, the Ravens, Lamar Jackson. They trust those guys more. So that's how I would explain it, even though I'm probably thinking along the same lines that you are in terms of how these teams shape out. I think the Texans are right there toward the top.
And that's certainly a fair point. Vegas does set the lines to have, equal amount of money on both sides, or when it comes to like futures like this, they don't want one big liability out there. So that is true.
Yeah, I was asking that question in earnest because I don't bet a lot. Most of my betting comes from telling Tyler's best bet. Most money. But I was just thinking about that. It's like, what are these odds really being set on? Is it real ball knowledge, or is it ball knowledge like kind of how Tyler is saying, mixed with what they think the public thinks?
Right. It is a blend because they don't just simply just do that. Because if you look, they're right more often than they're wrong. It's actually pretty crazy, especially when you look at these point totals.
Yeah.
And Vegas has 48, and then sure enough, the game ends right at 47. Wow, they're really good at this.
It makes you think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, it's not completely far off just to try to get people to bet in one direction. They're usually spot on with these things. And the Seahawks were a big outlier last year when you look at their preseason odds, and then they ended up winning the Super Bowl. But prior to that, there had been a run of Super Bowl champs who were all top 10 in odds. So, yeah, obviously, Vegas doesn't always nail it, but they're usually pretty close. And more so than the betting odds themselves, I think just the conversations, I imagine with the Stroud rhetoric, most people are not putting not saying that, hey, the Texans, they might be the best team in the AFC this year. And we did, when I was in with Lopez on In the Loop a couple weeks back, we looked at NFL.com, put out a list of the top, I think they only did the top 8 teams in the NFL, top 8. And they didn't include the Texans. Maybe it was top 10, and they didn't include the Texans. And so I'm just surprised. I guess I shouldn't be because it's the Texans. I mean, what do you expect? It's not Mahomes, or it's not even the Cowboys, these other big brands. But I am just surprised with the conversations, with the amount of love for the Ravens and the Bills and overlooking their quest. Like I said, the Chargers bringing Mike McDaniel, that's exciting. And the Broncos and the Patriots, all these other teams. I feel like the Texans, because of how poor Stroud played on the national stage, have now become maybe vastly underrated in the AFC.
Yeah, I think the Broncos and the Patriots actually make sense because you could call last season fluky, but they got really good defenses and young quarterbacks. Now, how much you believe in those young quarterbacks? Drake May, I think, has kind of solidified himself as being an MVP candidate. But Bo Nix, I don't know how much people believe in that. But they've at least got something going, something to believe in. And then, of course, you got those other well-established teams in the AFC. You know that Josh Allen is going to be a factor. The Bills are going to be a factor. The Ravens are – they feel like they're primed for a bounce-back year. Like last year was a major fluke for them with all the injuries that they had. And then it's like Joe Burrow and the Bengals are always lurking. They ain't been to the playoffs in 3 years, but you always got to just kind of file them away for later. I haven't even mentioned Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs yet. I would just put right now, who would I put above the Texans? Mm-hmm. Right now today, as funny as it sounds about the Patriots and the step back, I do still think that the Patriots are above the Texans because I believe in the quarterback and I believe in their defense. I am not sleeping on the Patriots and the Broncos too, honestly, because I like what they did over the offseason. I still like the Texans over some of those more well-established outfits that we're talking about.
The arrow's pointed up.
So I would literally only put the two teams that finished better than them ahead of them right now and would have them.
I'm in a similar boat. I said the favorite in the AFC, but as I said, for me, it might be the Chiefs and the Chargers, actually.
Yeah. I could look like a fool by the end of the season if Patrick Mahomes is back, Josh Allen is doing his thing, Lamar Jackson is running all over people. Could be.
And I think that's a big part of what it comes down to is this idea that, Lamar can't miss the playoffs 2 straight years. Or, the Chiefs, they're not going to have a losing season again like last year. And obviously the Bills, as long as they have Josh Allen, everyone's going to be buying into them. And I get it, rightfully so, unless they're playing in Houston or playing the Texans. So I do get that. I think a big part is the quarterback, and that's a lot of the feedback on the text line as well. If CJ didn't implode in the playoffs, the Texans would be the talk of the NFL right now.
I agree.
Somebody said, I still don't trust Stroud. I don't think he has the killer instinct. Somebody else said, yeah, but the Texans still have the same quarterback. So that's why they have only the 6th best odds.
How far we've come, man. These are Texans fans. These are people in the city of Houston more than likely. See the text line. They're mostly Houston area codes that are saying this about the quarterback. And how could the national and general public believe in a team where even in its own city they don't believe in the quarterback? It's gotten that bad.
It's true. Yeah. If Houston can't believe in Stroud, why would the national media or NFL fans?
He's better than the text line's giving him credit for. I will say that.
Of course.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
But I get where we are.
For sure. And I appreciate the one text from the 979 who said, for being the negative guy, you're far more positive than they called out Clint and Ron. I know that negative at times.
Yeah, we fit right in.
Yeah.
We fit right in here on the drive.
I get it. I have the reputation of being negative as well. Coming up, who is Nick Casario's friend, really? We have to get to the bottom of this, and we'll do it next year on The Drive.
The Drive with Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. And the Dynamo Soccer Celebration presented by Kroger is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 6 The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Let's hear it for the great.
Who's Nick Casario's friend? It's The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott. In for the fellas today, Team Mill on the ones and twos. And you can always join the conversation on the text line 713-572-4610 or on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. In case you haven't heard the story yet or seen the story online, Tim Graham, who covers the Buffalo Bills, I believe, right, for the Athletics. That Tim's, I believe that's what Tim Graham does. He did an interview with C.J. Gardner-Johnson for the Athletic, like I said, I believe. And he even said like it was like a 30-minute conversation. He didn't sit down once. He kept like walking around. It seemed like a whole scene. But as it relates to the Texans, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was talking about his time in Houston. And the first part, because he had a few things to say. And we all know how things went. 0-3 start, moved on from him. Defense got so much better. He became the top defense in the league statistically the rest of the way. But he said in this article, quote, if you're going to cut me, cut me. But I'll give nobody reasons to cut me. I haven't. I don't. I'm not a cancer. There's nobody in this locker room that says Chauncey's a problem. The media loves me. The only thing that'll do it is something that has a say in the building that can alter someone else's mind. That happens every time.
Every time, huh? What is it about that? Why is it that ultra-specific thing that happens to him specifically every time?
Yeah.
That's the wild part.
Ultra-specific, but not all that common either.
Yeah.
And it happens everywhere you've gone.
Just you.
Yeah. No matter where he goes, it keeps happening. I can't explain it.
Yeah.
It keeps happening to me for some reason.
You ever have like a friend like that, either a guy or a girl that's like, I don't know, I just don't know why I can't get into a good relationship.
Yep.
And it's the same story every time. You're like,
exactly.
I might be friends with the problem.
Yeah. They're like, oh, I just have the worst luck. I've had so many bad roommates.
It's like, who wants to tell him?
Yeah.
Or her?
Maybe it's you. I'll give nobody reasons to cut me. He's been on 7 different teams now in the last 5 seasons. He's never been on a team for multiple years during that stretch. So I think he is giving reasons. But when he talked about his specific exit from the Texans, as the story goes, according to Gardner-Johnson, it all started at training camp in West Virginia last year when he had a confrontation with, quote, the GM's friend.
Come on, man.
And the GM, whoever this is, quote, unquote, GM's friend called him a B, apparently.
This is absurd.
And C.J. Gardner-Johnson did not like that, and then that's what this other quote that I just referenced refers to, where somebody has a say in the building that can alter somebody else's mind, and so the friend I guess, getting Rio and them being like, oh, we got to get rid of this guy, which, by the way, then happened months later. It's not like we had this fallout in West Virginia and then he's gone.
Well, and let's go back to that time. He got injured back then.
Yeah.
Like the story about C.J. Gardner-Johnson going back to West Virginia was him suffering this knee injury that everybody was glad to find out wasn't worse than the way it looked when it happened. So, if anything, the narrative about C.J. Gardner-Johnson coming out of training camp was about health and wishing him well and hoping that he gets back, and he did get back, but there wasn't any of this of, man, they really out there calling him the B word and mad that he's got something to say about it. We really don't want him around. Like, there was just so far-fetched. So far, and I'm not saying that this didn't happen, as crazy as it does sound. Maybe some version of this story happened, but to make the connection of that and his release feels like a leap, feels like a bit of a stretch.
I'm with you on that. This could have happened. I don't think it played into his release, or maybe very, a small portion in a list of things.
It feels like, who is this friend, though, to your question? Because it feels, I will say, pretty ambitious, ballsy to be calling one of the NFL players a B word, and you're not one of the other NFL players. Like, I don't know how many guys out there are even ready to defend themselves in a situation like that, unless you're a fan. But imagine that you're in Serio's dime, or as a guest of somebody, not a player yourself per se, or maybe this is, I don't know. But you're calling one of the players the B word? Like, that doesn't sound like a good idea at all.
You got to be on your best behavior. If you get invited, like, just say, one of my friends I grew up with became an NFL GM. And he was like, hey, why don't you come out to training camp? I'm like, awesome. I'm not going to be on the sideline calling guys Bs.
You'd be nuts.
Absolutely.
You'd be an insane person.
Yeah. You're on your best behavior. I'm staying out of the way.
And the thing that's not going to happen if you did is
You're crazy.
They're going to take your side. No, because you're now the jack A.
Right.
You're the idiot. And they're going to take the player's side if the player objects to that. Because what are you doing?
Yeah, that's not appropriate at all.
None of this is logical. I'm just saying. Not that it didn't happen. It just doesn't make any sense.
So that's where I think this could have happened, or somebody calling that. I do not think it was just, quote unquote, Nick Casario's friend hanging out at training camp.
No, that's wild.
Had to be somebody in the organization, I would imagine. Even that's kind of crazy too, but I can only see, for me, only a coach. I could see coach. I grew up with hard coaching. I have no issue. If a coach was saying, like, hey, you're acting like a B, or stop acting like it at practice, I get that. I don't have an issue with that. Even if somebody in the front office said that to a player, I'd be like, that's a bit much. You might be crossing the line a little bit.
I just don't get why they let him play 3 games after that.
Yeah.
Like, if that was the straw that broke the camel's back, or whatever the term is, if that was it, then why did he even play the 3 games? And that's a much, I guess, explanation for C.J. Gardner-Johnson than the one that DJ Bijani provided in ESPN not too long after he was released.
Mm-hmm.
That, and let's just be fair, what DJ Bijani describes in that article from about a year ago, is pretty consistent with everything that we see from C.J. Gardner-Johnson in terms of having a little bit of an independent streak and just wanting to go rogue and off script. And that was his issue here. Like, if we want to just bring it back to ball, it wasn't about nobody calling anybody a B or responding to being called a B. Because I think there's some grace for guys in the NFL to object. That, like, they want a guy who, when he gets called a B, is going to show you that he ain't one, right? That's kind of like an NFL macho bravado type of thing. I don't think that's going to get him cut. What they don't want is for you playing outside of the structure of the defense, going rogue, trying to make your own plays, and leaving your teammates compromised or exposed, which was the issue with C.J. Gardner-Johnson's actual play when it came down to it. So that felt like it had a lot more to do with why he's no longer here or why he was gone so quickly, more so than who called him a B and what he had to say about it.
Yeah, what's your best guess? Let us know, 713-572-4610. Who could have been the quote-unquote friend of Nick Caserio that might have issued that phrase to Gardner-Johnson at training camp last year? Also, I hate the idea. It seems so – I hate having to say, like, the B. That should be the FCC fine instead of actually saying the word. It just sounds so lame when you have to do that?
Yeah, trying to keep it close or play it safe, I should say.
No, of course, it's what we have to do. But it's just it just feels so weird.
We don't play my drop anymore, do we, Tyler? I don't think we do.
No.
Yeah. So,
not because I want to not be playing your drop.
And that's why I said B, because I was like, I got a whole drop for this.
Yeah.
I got to redo your intro.
Yeah, but if we're not playing that, then I'm definitely not going to say the word. I want to be invited back.
It reminds me of that terrible name. There used to be that sitcom that didn't last very long, but they always advertised it during the NFL. Like, Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23. Every time I saw that, every time I heard that name, I was like, this has to be the worst show ever. I think it lasted 2 seasons. C.J. Gardner-Johnson's on the Bills now. Do you think this adds a little extra fire to that Week 1 matchup?
I do. Not that it needed it. I think it was already going to be there, especially considering the way the Texans have handled the Bills. You got to figure that they're going to come in here motivated and wanting to prove their doubters wrong, or at least to kind of one up the Texans a little bit, considering how things have gone the last time they come here, or that they've come here. But yeah, that's got to add a little bit to it. I cannot wait now to see the Texans go out there and win with Reed Blankenship, the other Eagles safety that they got a year later from that Super Bowl team, against C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and kind of put this whole thing to bed.
That's true. By the way, I love the idea on the text line that it was Seth Payne, because they were out there at training camp last year.
That's hilarious.
And I just love the idea, seeing it in my head, of Seth on the sideline calling him a B.
Dude, now Seth is out of his weight class. Seth would squash C.J. Gardner-Johnson like a bug.
Yeah. I would like to believe that would be the case, or that was true, that it was him, that he's Casario's friend.
What would he have to be doing for Seth to call him that, though? That's what I want to know, because I could see something setting Seth off.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Him going rogue on a play. Listen here, you little B.
I would love to see it. Hey, coming up, after the latest report today, are you still in on the idea of Jaylen Brown trying to get him here to Houston? We'll talk about that next here on The Drive.
In the Loop. 26. Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Are we still in on the idea of Jaylen Brown after the latest report today? It is The Drive. The fellow tomorrow alongside Brandon Scott. T-Mill on the other side of the glass as well. And you can always text the show, 713-572-4610, such as the one person from the 281 reaching out defending Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23, saying that show was hilarious and it lasted 3 seasons, by the way.
Get your facts straight.
Yeah. Well, actually, 3 seasons.
I love the text line.
Me too.
Love the text line for pulling that out. I was not expecting that retort.
And I guess James Vanderbeek was in the show and was a great parody of himself. He just passed away, right? So R.I.P. to him. But, yeah, maybe I'll give that show a try. I'll be honest with you. I don't really have a show that I'm watching on my own. You know, when you start watching TV with the significant other, then you can only watch TV with the significant other. So when she's not around or during the day when I'm home, like, oh, what am I going to watch? All my shows, I have to wait.
Yeah.
So I have started to watch. I've gone way back to Taxi.
Okay.
I've started to watch.
Taxi?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's like the 70s.
Exactly. Great show.
Yeah, that was a Nick at Night special. I don't know if you're old enough. Tyler, you got to be old enough to remember Nick at Night back in the day. But I feel like Taxi, that's how I became familiar with it. Taxi used to come on at Nick at Night back in the day.
Yeah, I don't really have any familiarity at all with Taxi, and I don't remember it on Nick at Night. I take your word for it. But I do remember, like, I Love Lucy and some of those older shows they'd play. I liked Nick at Night.
Yeah, man, that's a good one. That's a good pull, man.
Yeah.
I was a Nickelodeon kid.
I was both. I was probably lean more Nick. But I was a Nickelodeon and Disney kid growing up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, man. All of it was good.
Yeah. Cartoon Network as well. I consumed it all. I was an avid endorsement. The other show, though, that's more of a deep cut is it's called The X's. And it came out, I think it was like a TV Land show, and it came out in 2011. I've started to watch this show, and it's like all the folks from like sitcoms, like B-rated sitcoms almost, or not even B-rated, but like the backup characters, like Newman from Seinfeld is one of the main characters.
Okay. The Exit, what is it? The X's?
The X's.
Okay.
Donald Faison, who is in Scrubs.
Oh, yeah. Big Worm.
The woman from Third Rock from the Sun, if you remember that show from the 90s.
Apple teeny, please. Easy on the teeny.
Yeah, there you go. So it's, anyways, Leah, I could never say her last name, Ramini from King of Queens. It just took like all these people from various successful sitcoms and put them together in this other show, The X's. It's not bad. It's kind of corny, but it's not bad. I think they did like 4 seasons. So anyways, I'll have to add Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23. Maybe I'll check that one out.
I do want to correct myself. I called Donald Faison a big love, or big worm from Friday. That's actually Faison Love. Oh, so okay. I got my Faisons and my black actors mixed up. So I'm acting like them folks. My bad.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, those are good pools. Good pools.
That Faison Love is supposedly. Isn't there a lot of stories about him being like a...
Oh, no, he's got stories. he has got stories that are not exactly redeeming.
Yeah, right, exactly. All right, sorry, text line. Someone said, what are the rumors about Jaylen Brown? Don't bury the lead. All right, 70s sitcoms and get back to modern day. Sham said the report today that the Celtics are asking for 4 first-round draft picks for Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
I would also imagine players would have to be involved, too. Oh, well, especially like what, the matching salaries and whatnot.
For sure.
So 4 first-round picks and players involved. I love Jaylen Brown. I would love to have him on the Rockets. But then when I heard that price tag, and look, maybe you just throw that out there and work your way to a more realistic offer eventually. But if that's really what it would take to try to get Jaylen Brown, I think I'm out on this idea of trying to get him to Houston. That just seems like too much.
So I've been back and forth on this, so I want to firmly plant my feet in the take here as we talk about this, right here on the drive, right here in this segment, because I've gone back and forth on this, and I have been favorable on the Jaylen Brown trade for Jaylen Brown, more favorable than not, right? Kind of going back and forth, but it wasn't this price tag or this news development that got me, because I kind of figured this already. I figured it was going to be expensive in both draft picks and in players, just in terms of having to match the salaries. So I always knew that the price was going to be really high to get Jaylen Brown, but the more we talk about it and the more that I've had time to think about it, the part that really scares me more than anything, more than the 4 first-round picks that they're asking for, more than the idea of having to get rid of some combination of Alperen Sengun and Jabari Smith Jr. or Alperen Sengun and Reed Shepherd, which less so Alperen Sengun, but one of those other guys that I'm kind of like I would at least run to an extra piece, just like as a complimentary player. I'd like to have them. So, look, as much as I don't love that, I was okay with that price until I started thinking about the back end, because we got to talk about the front end of it and the back end. The front end price is the trade assets, the 4 first-round picks and the players that you're going to have to send away. I'm okay with that because I do think you could put a team together with, let's say, Fred VanVleet, Amin Thompson, Jaylen Brown, Kevin Durant, and now your big task is going out there to go find a floor spacing big, right? Like, and if that's what you got to go do, I can live with that. What I don't really want to live with is the world 2-3 years from now where you've signed Jaylen Brown to an extension and he's making $70 million a year at age 32, 33, 34, whatever it is by then. Kevin Durant is gone, and all you got now is Jaylen Brown, whatever's left from the trade to get him here. And, oh, by the way, all those first-round picks, or a lot of them at least, 4 of them, are now gone. So I don't want to be in that world where I'm like the Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce era Nets, where I've got this aging, older star who might still be pretty good, but maybe not $70 million a year good, and certainly not $70 million a year. This is the guy that I got to build my whole team around good. I like pairing him with Kevin Durant and what's left, like as a proposition for next year and maybe the year after that. But there's a second part of the conversation that can't be ignored. So to firmly plant my feet in the take, I say all that to say I am out on the Jaylen Brown trade. Not because of the 4 first-round picks, not because you got to get rid of Alperen Sengun, but because of what it actually means, what that entails on the back end, which means signing him to an extension and now building your team around Jaylen Brown in, say, 2028, 2029, 2030, when he's well into his 30s, and he's all you got left. I'm not as interested in that.
And for those reasons, I'm out. On the text line, it's split. Someone says, hell no, not for 4 first-round picks. Giannis didn't even get that. Somebody else said, 4 first-round picks, I'm good with that. It's not required to build through the draft in the NBA.
Yeah, but they gave up a lot of players for Giannis, and Giannis is a couple of years older with the injury history. So, I mean, I get it. I get it. And just because they're asking for 4 first-round picks doesn't mean that they're going to get 4 first-round picks. Maybe they get 2 or 3, and they have to like it. But I wouldn't let 4 first-round picks be the thing that keep you from going back to our earlier conversation on how close do you really think the team is. If you think this could make you a much more serious outfit, I'm not going to let what I call ninth graders, the first-round pick in 2030 or 2033 keep me from trying to be good next year.
I do hate how far out you can trade these picks. Like the Rockets this year, the draft was impacted by the Russell Westbrook deal, 7 years ago? It seems crazy.
Yeah, 6 years ago.
Yeah, it seems crazy. Oh, yeah, that's right. From 2020.
Yeah. It's the NBA that you can't do in the NFL. That's why when I saw the Giannis deal and I saw that Milwaukee was giving up picks, obviously they gave up 13 for this year, but they were giving up picks in 2030 and 2033. I was like, yeah, you could have signed me up for that because those picks haven't hit puberty yet.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
You have no idea what shape you're going to be in or they're going to be in or whatever.
Yeah.
Trading that far in advance.
Exactly. The picks, their voices have not changed yet.
Yeah, that's right.
Or barely, maybe. I'm not worried about that. But for me, it's the back end conversation. I think Jaylen Brown, and it's weird observing the conversation because I've heard a lot of downplaying of how good Jaylen Brown is, and the opinion on him has changed over the last couple of years, right? Like he wins Finals MVP a couple of years back, right? Then the next year they come back and Jason Tatum clearly separates himself as the best player on the Celtics team, and Jaylen Brown is clearly the number 2. Maybe even you could even argue he was just one of the other guys on that team before Jason Tatum gets hurt in the playoffs. Not this past season, but the previous season. And so the opinion about him changed. Oh, he was a Finals MVP, but how good is he really? Then Jason Tatum gets hurt in the playoffs. The following season comes, which is this past season. And Jaylen Brown goes out there and has an all-NBA season and is top 6 in MVP voting. And it's like, okay, well, now he's reemerged again as a potential top guy. It's the back and forth that I think people are having a tough time reconciling with. Like, is he really a top 10, top 15 player, or is he a top 20 guy, was asked to do more and stepped up and did it?
Right.
So the opinion on him as a player isn't even as consensus as it is, say, a Giannis or a LaMelo Ball, even with their downfalls. Giannis and the age and the injury, LaMelo Ball and some of the decision-making stuff.
By the way, on ESPN.com, they put together a story of for each team to how to ace their off seasons.
Yeah.
And so for the Rockets, and this was put together by Ben Golliver, who I didn't know he was with ESPN. I used to talk to him when he was with Washington Post, so good for him. He's writing for ESPN.com now.
Yeah, remember Washington Post got rid of their sports writers.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad he landed on his feet then.
I don't remember if he was part of that, but that did happen.
That's true. I forgot about that. Anyways, he said how to ace their offseason for the Rockets. He said the Rockets should gauge the trade markets for Durant and Şengün. The two stars did not strike up instant chemistry, and it's best to prepare for every contingency. So that's how at least Ben thinks the Rockets could ace this offseason.
Yeah. I mean, he's right. They should at the very least go down this road. And just like if you throw this in the trade machine, try to make salaries work. I'm talking about Alperen Şengün. You can trade Jaylen Brown. This is just salaries. Forget the picks for a second. Jaylen Brown for Alperen Şengün, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Reed Shepherd works for salaries. Jaylen Brown for Alperen Şengün, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Jabari Smith Jr. works for salaries. You can make those salaries work. Then it just becomes a conversation about how many picks do you need to give up. And I mean that is tough to at least not go down that road. For me, it ends with, okay, am I paying Jaylen Brown $70 million 2 or 3 years from now, and do I want to do that? And what kind of team am I building if I am doing that?
Let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610. Would you be interested in a trade for Jaylen Brown if it cost you Şengün, Reed Shepherd, and, say, multiple first-round draft picks? Is that too much to give up, or would you sign up for that today to get Jaylen Brown here? Feel free to let us know on the text line. Coming up, time for Dirty's Daily. Even though Clint might not be here, we'll still hold it down. And today, there's this, not even a debate, but there's this situation where we talk about an expansion team in the NHL, and apparently they're deciding between Austin and Houston. So let's give our reasons why it shouldn't be much of a debate, and Houston is the far superior choice over Austin. Feel free to send those in as well. 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. Why Houston's much better than Austin. Let us know on the text line. We'll get to it next. It's The Drive.
Payne and Pendergast.
What is your appetite?
SportsRadio.com/regulatory.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all about puppy trash? Hell no, that's Python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is The Drive. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. And T-Mill on the steel wheels as well. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. In fact, text in and let me know why you believe Houston's a better choice than Austin for an NHL team. Clint might not be here, but we will do Dirty's Daily nonetheless. I'm certainly not Clint, but I have spent time with Quincy Carter before, so we have that in common.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
It's the little things that count.
That's right. Actually, he came on my radio show one time, and he wouldn't stop swearing, so it was quite the experience. Why the NHL should choose Houston over Austin? You know, this has become the thing. According to the reports, the stories, if you want to believe them this week, the NHL wants to expand, and it seems like it's going to be between Austin and Houston. They want to have another team in Texas. So we seem to have a 50-50 shot here. We seem to be pretty close to getting an NHL team. And I'll tell you right now, I'm going to jump on that bandwagon, and I'll be the biggest hockey fan around. I grew up in Connecticut. We had the Hartford Whalers. They took our team away from us. I haven't had a hockey team in almost 30 years. I haven't cared about the NHL during that time. Now, if you add a team to the city I'm in now, I've always wanted season tickets to some team. I might get season tickets to the hockey team here. I'm going to be all about it.
I would be into it as well. And I did not grow up in any kind of hockey culture, but I feel like that's the only reason why I'm not into it. Like, the only thing that's keeping me from going full on into the NHL experience is just not having, like this past year, I spent the bulk of the year trying to pick a team. Like, who's the team that I want to root for?
Yeah.
So if you just bring one here to Houston, even to Austin, and I want to be clear, Houston would be the better choice.
Mm-hmm.
But even if you were to bring one to Austin, I could convince myself to check it out.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll be in. And plus, at least from what I've heard, they're talking about they would build the arena by the Texans, by the stadium.
Makes sense.
Which we can see here from outside the window. And that's right down I don't live far here from the station, and so I don't live far from there. So I would love it. Have an NHL team about 2 miles away. That'd be great.
Yeah.
So I'm all in. I hope we do get an expansion team here in Houston. I'll be the biggest fan. So I was thinking we have to do our part here on The Drive and make it clear why Houston is a better choice than Austin for those in the NHL offices that are debating. And we know Gary Bettman's a big fan of the show, of the station. He's listening. So I had ChatGPT, which, by the way, this is going to become the new excuse. Whenever you try to write something or pull off something that people don't like, it's just, I had ChatGPT.
Yeah, that wasn't me that wrote it.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence.
That's right. But in this case, it really was ChatGPT. I had ChatGPT do top 10 reasons the NHL should choose Houston over Austin, David Letterman style. So Letterman top 10 lists. Top 10 reasons, this according to ChatGPT. Top 10 reasons the NHL should choose Houston over Austin. Let's see what you think of these. Let's grade these out. Number 10, Houston has 2.3 million people. Austin has 2.3 million people telling you they've moved there before it was cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be hard to top for me. Like, the amount of people in Austin relative to the amount of space that is Austin is crazy. You can bring an NHL team to Austin if you want to. Good luck trying to get to the damn game because it's hard to move around with all them bodies out there. It's a small town with a big city feel with no reason to have all them people down there.
Number 9, Houston already has 4 major league teams. ChatGPT. Austin's biggest professional sports tradition is borrowing the Longhorns.
You just made the list.
Here's a fact. Their best professional team is not a professional team. It's not even the best college team.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Number 8. We have an arena already. Austin's still trying to decide if it should be condos instead.
You just made the list.
The whole build it and enable well, we already got it.
That's right.
We already got it here.
Number 7 on the reasons why the NHL should choose Houston over Austin. Hockey players don't care about kombucha flights and beard wax.
Yeah.
Take that. Austin hipster.
Take you a long way now.
What a
For
shot.
my bearded gentlemen out there, some good beard products. I have multiple.
It's true.
They can take you a long way.
But you know the Houston, whatever they would be, they ain't going to care about no beard wax, no hockey players.
Yeah.
Now.
Austin hipsters. Number 6. Houston traffic prepares you for a 3-hour hockey game.
There you go. There you go. Now, Austin might have a case for that.
I was about to say.
Austin might have a case for that because, like, inadvertently, but it takes you back to the first thing, the reason number 10 of all those damn people.
Yeah, Austin's traffic is wild sometimes, man, because their city officials are dumbasses, to put it frankly. I mean, they put in the one highway, the one major route folks can use to get around, one highway in the city, and did not anticipate their city blowing up like it did. And it is a nightmare.
They need to have, like, mental health professionals on the side of the road because, like, Austin
just period in Austin.
Austin
yeah.
traffic is bad enough for, like, self-harm. Like, make you want to just drive off the side of the road and just end it all.
I'll tell you what, sometimes the Houston traffic makes me start feeling like that.
But at least you know you're headed somewhere.
Fair. Just very slowly. Number 5 on the top 10 reasons the NHL should choose Houston over Austin. This according to ChatGPT, David Letterman style. Number 5, Austin keeps saying it's weird. You know what's actually weird? Playing an NHL game in a city that thinks hockey is just frozen pickleball.
You could see. Are you going to the pickleball match or, the hockey match? What do you think the Austinites, I think that's what they call themselves, what do you think they much rather do? I could see people in Austin skipping hockey for pickleball.
Yeah.
Like, you want to go to a hockey game tonight?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a hockey crowd.
Oh, it's Thursday. We play pickleball today. And, I could see that.
For sure. Number 4, Houston has NASA. Austin has a bunch of influencers filming themselves at coffee shops.
Yeah.
We have a liftoff.
Is that still a thing? Coffee shops? Like as the influencer thing?
I know in like college towns specifically, I feel like it is, and I guess Austin's technically one.
Yeah.
But there were a couple in College Station that are still there that I know are very popular.
Yeah. I don't know how much you're winning with NASA though. Like
I love Space Center Houston, man. I love it.
I feel like it's a very specific, that's a very niche, almost as niche as hockey is. Mm-hmm. Like, do you like space? Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of kids grow up wanting to be astronauts.
Fair enough.
I know I did.
Yeah.
I even as an adult, seriously, I love going to Space Center Houston and just spending the day there and nerding the hell out. Because even if you're not into it, like you're saying, B. Scott, like maybe space isn't your thing, maybe you don't know a lot, maybe you've never even thought about it. Once you get to this city in Houston and you can go over there and check all that out at the Johnson Space Center, maybe you get into it then.
There's a lot of cool stuff at the Johnson Space Center, no doubt about that.
Yeah, I haven't been. I should go, but I'm not one of those people. I didn't want to be an astronaut. I was never self.
And they got stuff from actually out there, man.
That's pretty
actual
cool.
Space artifacts.
Maybe they'll get aliens soon, since they're sharing all their secrets now.
Now, that might freak me out. I was literally just having an alien conversation with my daughter last night. I was like, man, what do you think the chances are the aliens out there are just like us? The folks on Pluto just feel slept on.
They feel slept.
Folks on Pluto are just like, man, they didn't even call us a planet for a while. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
I can see it.
They'd be the ones that would try to take us down.
People on Jupiter are like, what you think Earth is like? Think they cool over there?
Heard they were rude.
It is fascinating. It is really weird to try to think about.
Like, are they actually aliens, or what if they're just regular people?
Yeah.
And there's a reason why we can't get to them, and more importantly, they can't get to us.
Or we're the aliens to them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like it might just be fate that we never meet, but what if they're just like the exact same as us?
Yeah, that's interesting. It's a whole nother conversation.
Just over there doing radio shows on Jupiter.
Yeah, what's the big sports topic today in Jupiter?
Right. I'd love to know.
Number 3 for the top 10 reasons The NHL should choose Houston over Austin, according to ChatGPT. Unless you like these, then I wrote them. Houston doesn't need to convince people it's a big league city. We've already got championships, Fortune 500 companies, and every major sport except the NHL.
You just made the list!
Yeah, take that, Austin.
Yeah.
Yeah, suck it, Austin.
Number 2, Austin already stole enough from Houston. We're not letting them take our hockey, too.
Damn thieves.
And the number 1 reason, the NHL, because when the Stanley Cup comes to Texas, it shouldn't have to stop in Austin before it gets to a real city.
Amen to that. That is perfect for number 1.
I mean, what do you think? What do you think actual NHL players would rather do? I think they'd rather take it because they're not college kids. Okay, I think you could make the case for Austin for a college kid, but like a professional athlete going from city to city, where do you think they would rather touch down? Austin or Houston?
Yeah, Houston, I would say.
I feel like it's pretty easy, pretty clear. Not to even mention again the part about the like moving around. I think like Houston has bad traffic, but I've mentioned this before, we also have the space for it, which I know doesn't feel like it whenever we're in bumper to bumper traffic on one of our many highways. But we do have the space for all the people here. Austin does not. Austin has completely outgrown itself. It is absurd how many people are there for the amount of space that they have.
Right. Yeah, that's like some of these cities are like that. Like even like Boston was not built. It's because it's such an old city. It was not built for the traffic of today. They have these tiny one-way roads and like cobblestone roads and everything. And then they have however many people trying to drive on those streets. A few that were left on the cutting room floor, by the way, from ChatGPT. Houston already knows hockey. We had the Arrows. Austin's biggest hockey tradition is putting ice in their Yeti cooler. That one I thought wasn't bad.
Nothing wrong with a Yeti cooler.
The NHL wants eyeballs. 4th largest city, I think 3rd now. Houston is the 3rd largest city in America. Austin's biggest audience is people watching bats fly out from under a bridge.
You moved in the wrong direction. We're 5th now, man.
Really?
Yeah, they got us moving down in the rankings.
Falling off.
Man, I thought we got up to 3rd. Now down to 5th.
I felt so seen by the Yeti cooler thing.
Yeah?
Felt attacked.
Sort of what you were just saying. Visiting teams can actually fly directly into Houston. Austin's airport is basically one delayed flight away from becoming a Buc-ee's.
Now, I can speak directly to this.
I was going to say,
that Austin airport sucks.
It's all I've heard. So y'all know my girlfriend's from Austin. I've never flown into Austin, but her and all of her friends have at some point at least flown out of Austin.
It is a nightmare.
And they hate the airport. Some of them even come to Houston just to travel, right? Like they'll drive to Houston, maybe like day drink or have a good time in Houston for a day and then catch their flight the next day just to not deal with the Austin airport. I've never been, but I've never heard a good thing about it.
I have flown in and out once to the Austin airport. Fortunately, I had no issues. I did not know of this reputation, so I'm glad I made it through unscathed. And the last one, this is, as somebody who's not from here originally, I don't know how this plays, so I wanted to include it and see if this was like a very good local connection for ChatGPT or what. I don't know.
Okay.
But the last one that they had that made it on the cutting room floor, hockey players would fit right into Houston. Missing teeth? Around here, we just assume you played football at North Shore.
Oh, now.
I don't know about that.
That's terrible.
That is, and I don't think there's much truth to that.
That's awful, man. There's some good-looking folks out there on the east side.
Yeah, North Shore has all that damn money from being so successful at football. I think all their guys wear face masks.
Yeah,
they ain't missing teeth.
I was gonna say, man, the North Shore guys might surprise. I'll say this as somebody that went to school for a period of time at Yates, like in the trenches of the city. We knew people out in out at North Shore, and they were considered to be like the fancy guys, kind of like pretty boys back then to us. But I guess to others, maybe they see all of that football success in North Shore, they think it's a lot rougher than it is.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all.
Nah,
the
man.
Robot is way off on that one.
Come on,
Stupid
now.
ass machine.
Now I don't want to call out maybe some. I don't want to call out maybe some places where the teeth might be missing. I don't want to do. Especially since we do some remotes out in some of those places, so I don't want to alienate those folks. But North Shore is not it. That's not where you can find some missing teeth in some places. I don't want to lie to you, but I don't feel like North Shore is it.
ChatGPT. The top 10 reasons the NHL should choose Houston over Austin, according to AI. On the text line, by the way, someone said the Austin airport is pleasant compared to Bush. Yeah, I don't enjoy that airport either. I try to use Hobby as much as I can.
I'm a United guy, and I hear people, from time to time complain about the international airport up there at Bush and everything. Man, I don't know if it's just frequency. I try, but I have no problems really.
It's just too busy, man. In comparison,
comparatively,
I like Hobby, and I'm also a South Sider, so it always means that I got to drive far just to get there, and then it's busy on top of that. So Hobby, it's not really much of a distance, but in terms of direction, it's better for me because I'm already south. And then when I get there, it's just so easy to do. Whereas when I go to Bush, I feel like or is that what they're still calling it? IH. Yeah. It just feels like, I don't know. It's too much.
I get it.
It's too much of an event.
Yeah, I've only flown out of Hobby a couple of times. Like I said, I have like United membership, whatever, so we do that most of the time. But comparatively to Hobby's so damn small.
Yeah. You can roll out of bed and get to Hobby in decent time. If you're going to Bush, man, you better leave on time. You better have all your P's and Q's, and which I'm sure you do, Tyler. But
that's another thing. I live like just a few miles from the international airport.
Yeah, that helps.
Feels like a lot less room for error when you go there.
Yeah, it goes back to what we were saying to start with, avoiding crowds sometimes. Hobby, I much prefer. It just seems a lot easier. Bush seems like a whole ordeal every time I'm there. And I end up there too often. Coming up, the NFL's been doing this top 100 list, and they've been releasing 2 names a day. We have our first Texan on the list. We'll let you know who that is next here on The Drive.
The Drive with 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Texans have made their first appearance onto the NFL's top 100 list. It's The Drive, but the guys are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott. T-Mill on the ones and twos. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this Friday as we kickstart the weekend. You can always join in on the conversation via the text line 713-572-4610 or on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. NFL's top 100 list. Unless it's a Texan, which is what we're going to talk about here, I'm in the John Lopez school of thought. I don't really care. Like, give me the whole list, and then we can talk about it.
Yeah.
But you do the two names at a time, and it's hard. Like Bryce Young was, I think, number 98. But until I see all the other quarterbacks, I don't really have the context to have an opinion number 98.
Yeah, I get why they do it like this, but to me, it's a lame, slow play. Just give me the list.
Yeah. Which Pete Prisco put out a top 100 list. We might get to that in a moment. But the NFL's top 100 rankings, I bring it up because we do have our first Texan on there, and he's making his first appearance. They announced number 91 and 92, and today, coming in at number 92 of the top 100 players in the NFL, Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair was number 92. First time he's cracked the list. And we'll have to see, again, once they finish the top 100, to see like how many other linebackers would be there, to see where he would rank amongst linebackers. But still, props to him for making it on there. First Texan in the top 100.
Yeah, I knew immediately that Azeez Al-Shaair was going to have a major impact on this team. I didn't know how good he would be necessarily. I didn't know that he would show the kind of improvement that he has over the last couple of years to become a Pro Bowler and now be on the NFL top 100. But I think all the way back to when he first signed here and before they even played a game, all the way back now to 2024, before they even played a game, we did one of those Texans events. Tyler, I think you were probably there. It was like I don't want to call it Taste of Texans, but it's one of those things where we go to NRG and we try the new food around, and there's players there. I forget the exact name of the event. But we're there, and you remember, Tyler, I think we had dinner with Robert Woods. And I don't know if you were there or not, but
I wasn't there, but I remember what you're talking about.
We sat around, had dinner with Robert. He was at the table next to us, and Azeez Al-Shaair pops up. I can't remember if he was speaking or if we just saw him kind of in passing. But Robert Woods kind of just taps us and kind of just starts like looking up, saying, "Hey, that guy, he is already the leader of our defense. He already." His exact words was, "He runs our defense." Like immediately. This is before they ever played a game. So I'm thinking about that having been 2 years ago and where we are now. The big question with Azeez Al-Shaair from his first year to his next year with the Texans was improving in coverage. Well, he dedicated to improving in that area in the offseason, and you look up last year and he was pretty much a do-it-all linebacker, So I think this is well-deserved. He really emerged. I talked to him about this when he was available with the media during either OTAs or minicamp, whichever one it was. And he just talked about just kind of being glad that the work and the results have kind of finally matched for him. But this does not surprise me at all. He's been excellent for them.
So he's the first Texan to make the list at 92. How many more Texans would you expect? Last year they had 6. And those 6 players a year ago were Derek Stingley Jr., who was 18th, Danielle Hunter, who was 25th, Nico Collins was 32nd, C.J. Stroud 39th, Will Anderson Jr. was 46th, and then Joe Mixon was 58th on the list a year ago. So they had 6 total last year. All 6 were in the top 60. We just got our this year. How many more would you anticipate coming for the Texans on this list?
Yeah, so you're obviously taking off Joe Mixon, and I think you're taking off C.J. Stroud, unfortunately.
Really? Out of the top 100?
Yeah, and I don't know if this is necessarily what I believe, but I think this is going to be the recency bias of how the season ended and just the narrative around C.J. Stroud right now. I think he still should be in the top 100. I don't think that he will be. So I'm going to go with 5. The 4 that were already on there before, plus Azeez Al-Shaair, that's 5. And no C.J. Stroud, and, of course, Joe Mixon is gone.
Wow. That was going to be my next question. Was I was going to ask you how far you would guess that Stroud would fall.
Yeah. I think he should be on it. I don't think he will be on it.
Well, that'd be a big drop. He was 39th last year, 39th best player in the entire league, and now I'm curious to see where he is slotted this year. Bryce Young, as I mentioned, the only quarterback so far, he was 98th. So kind of going back to our conversation yesterday.
Aren't they similarly situated in terms of narrative and public perception on what kind of quarterback they are? Right? Like, I still think that C.J. Stroud is a better quarterback than Bryce Young.
Me too.
I cannot be mad at somebody for thinking that they're in a similar tier or at a similar level right now. And if their recency bias makes them put Bryce Young ahead of C.J. Stroud, I would disagree, but I could understand it.
Azeez, number 92 on the list. Oh, I know what I was going to say. We were talking yesterday about fair or unfair criticism for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And I guess you've already sort of answered my follow-up to this top 100 list was going to be that Pete Prisco put out his 100 list, and he released all 100 names. He did not have C.J. Stroud in the top 100. And I was going to bring that up, but now that you think Stroud's not going to be in this top 100 anyways, then I guess it's not as big of a shock for Pete. But I was going to ask if you thought that was, if we could file that away in the fair or unfair criticism.
Yeah, I think it's unfair, and I think it's going to be consistent. I think all of this ties together, right? I think it's going to be consistent. Pete, I don't think he's necessarily indicative of, but I think it is going to be pretty consistent with the NFL list, right? I think it's going to be more of a, hey, this is how the season ended, and that sort of bird's eye view on C.J. Stroud, the idea that he's regressed since the rookie year or at least has not matched that success. I think that, along with the way the season ended, is what's working against him. And so it's kind of similar to a stock up, stock down thing, a segment that we do right here on The Drive every week. His stock, quote unquote, air quotes, is down right now.
All time low.
Does it mean he's actually not a top 100 player, or that the stock is down and he's just not viewed as one right now? That's what this year I think is going to be largely about for him individually. It's going to be a lot for the team, a lot more than that. But for him specifically, it'll be, think about it this way. If a year from now we're having a similar conversation, not sure if C.J. Stroud's on the top 100, or God forbid talking about him just flat out not being on it, that will be a bad thing for the Texans. I can't even imagine what that means for his contract, what the future would look like for the team. Like, he needs to be working his way back onto this list, even if he's not on it right now.
Yeah, certainly. I do agree with that. The other thing I wanted to float by you to see if we would file it in the fair or unfair categories was CBS Sports put together their 2026 NFL Bust Alert candidates. They had 4 names: Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Penix, Malik Willis, and C.J. Stroud as the 4 bust candidates for 2026. And let me first provide additional context in that they weren't saying a bust. I don't know. They didn't really give a good explanation. They weren't saying necessarily a bust for like the entirety of their career, or saying C.J. Stroud would be a bust as the number 2 pick. But I think maybe the phrasing they should have used was maybe more like a make or break type of season.
Yeah, I get what they mean, though. The only one that I really see, or I change that, the only one that I don't understand on that list, look, as much as I like C.J. Stroud, I get why he's on that list. So I don't have a problem with him being on it. I don't really get the Michael Penix one, though. Like, the bust, it feels like it already happened because they brought in another guy who looks like might be a better version of him, like just a better left-handed quarterback at Tua.
Yeah.
And that guy might actually win the job. Like, is it a bust if he doesn't beat out Tua for the job, if he's a backup quarterback?
Probably. If you're a backup to Tua at this point.
Probably, I guess so.
And you're that first-round pick, you probably are already a bust.
But I'm just saying they brought him in for a reason because they already don't seem to believe in Michael Penix.
Yeah,
so I don't know what he's where are we starting from? How far are we falling really if we're, fighting for a job with Tua at this point? A team that drafted you in the first round, by the way.
Right. Which why, in a similar sense, most of the comments were saying, how come J.J. McCarthy's not on this list?
Oh.
Similar idea. They bring in Kyler Murray.
It should be the exact same thing.
Right. They're already they're not sold on you. They've already brought in somebody else to most likely start instead of you. On the text line, someone said Dalton Schultz will be in the top 100. I wouldn't put him in my top 100.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, but that is one that I just kind of forgot about. So sleeper top 100 guys in no particular order for the Texans, and I'll even throw C.J. Stroud in there because I don't think he's going to make the list, and these are all three who I don't think will make the list but are sleepers. C.J. Stroud, Dalton Schultz, and I'd even throw Jalen Petrie out there.
Yeah, a few texts came in for Petrie, and then others said Lassiter and Bullock as well.
Oh, you know what? I didn't include Lassiter. So 6. Because the guys that were on your list, plus Azeez Al-Shaair and then Lassiter. Bullock is another sleeper. So he could be on there, but I think Lassiter's going to be on there. So give me 6. Thank you, Texter.
So pretty crazy. They could have they maybe should have 6 with like another 3 as potential.
Yeah.
Imagine if they wound up with like 8 of the top 100 players. I don't know how many other teams are going to put 8 guys on the list.
Yeah.
But that speaks to what I was saying earlier. I mean, like this is obviously, as we know, this is a good team. They should be certainly one of the favorites in the AFC
with contender status, and they are at least that. Even if they're not one of the betting favorites, they're sort of low on the list. This would be consistent with their contender status in the AFC, I think.
Well, we'll see how. Give it another. What would that be? 46 days, and we'll see what the full top 100 is. Because we've only gotten through 8 names, and they're doing 2 a day.
Yeah.
So let's circle back. Mark your calendars for the middle of August, and we'll see what the full 100 list brings.
Goodness gracious. Hopefully we're not in nursing homes by the time we find out.
But you know what?
Only got one life to live here.
I know we just did a whole segment on this, but I don't really care for the top 100 list. But for radio hosts, especially as it gets a little slower this time of year, you kind of appreciate the daily content that every day, they're putting out 2 names, and that could be a conversation if you wanted to do it. It could be a conversation or part of a conversation like every day.
Thank you, NFL. We can book a segment with your idiotic way of rolling out the top 100.
Exactly.
We'll take it.
Make it a little easier. Ooh, I know we're supposed to hit the break, but someone just said, do you think Montgomery will make it top 100?
That's interesting. He's definitely not one now.
Swiss knife.
But that would be great. That would go a long way toward the Texans' run game. That would say a lot about the Texans' run game improving drastically from what it was last year.
Joe Mixon was 58th on the list last year. How big of a gap do you think there is from Joe Mixon a year ago to David Montgomery now?
Yeah, it's significant.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I would say significant. Yeah. I mean, Joe Mixon is like a running back out of a comic book. He's tall, he's big, he can run. I mean, I think it's a different type of animal. But I do like David Montgomery, especially in the context of what it is that they're trying to build around him. Joe Mixon was out there having a Pro Bowl season with nothing in front of him, just making something out of nothing. I don't expect that to be the case for David Montgomery. And if it is, I don't expect him to have a good year. The offensive line's not going to be good. I don't expect David Montgomery to have a good year. So if they are good, I think he can have a good year. Joe Mixon was a guy that you could just throw out there almost no matter what offensive line you had.
Right.
The one from 2 years ago, anyway.
I could agree with that. Yeah, that's a fair point for sure. We'll see as this top 100 list continues to see how many other Texans get in there. Hey, coming up, my issue with the World Cup. I'll let you know what it is next here on The Drive.
In the Loop.
minutes and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
My issue with the World Cup. I'll let you know what that is coming up here in just a moment. It's The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott. Tyler Milner on the steel wheels. Happy Friday. Happy weekend. Hopefully you're hopefully you're already out of work. Your weekend's already begun.
Yeah, man, get out early.
Yeah, it's a summer Friday. Come on. What do you got going on? 713-572-4610 to text the show. You can also chime in on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. We'll get to the World Cup in a moment, but my algorithm, you could do a daily segment on whatever your algorithm's feeding you that day. For some reason today, it was all about Sylvester Stallone. I don't know why. I don't think I've Googled him lately.
What's Sly got going on?
Nothing, but there's a clip that's gone viral of Seth Rogen on a podcast putting down Stallone.
Oh.
And saying that Stallone...
Because Seth Rogen doesn't get enough clicks and downloads already.
He's become like a... I don't know if I'd say controversial figure, but a lot of takes lately that people are like ripping Seth Rogen for.
What a day today for the Canadians, pissing people off.
Yeah, right? Supposed to be friendly people. Seth Rogen set the over-under at 4 for good Sylvester Stallone movies and took the under.
Oh, man. A pot shot.
Yeah. He said he doesn't like any of the Rockies because he hates all sports movies. So
okay, well,
that hurts.
All right, well then that doesn't work.
Yeah, it's hard. You take away such a huge chunk of Stallone's catalog there, and I think he liked movies. 2 or 3 movies Stallone's done. I've always said Copland is one of the most underrated movies of all time, and that was a Stallone vehicle. He was the star. Great movie. If you haven't seen it, watch it this weekend. Copland is so good. Got De Niro in there. Great cast. But I will say what I did agree with that Seth Rogen said was that Schwarzenegger's filmography is much better than Stallone. And I do have to agree that if you're talking like action stuff, Schwarzenegger doesn't really have a miss in there. Other than the Batman movie, that was pretty lousy. But really, almost everything Schwarzenegger did was a hit.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Everything but Mr. Freeze.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, I can see everything that Schwarzenegger did was a hit, and Stallone has a lot more fat. Mm-hmm. But the good movies are still pretty good. Like, I don't know. What do y'all think about if we go past the Rockies? What about Assassins? I don't know. Did y'all see Assassins?
Never saw it.
I don't think I've seen it.
Cobra? Y'all seen Cobra?
Never saw it.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so this might be making the case.
I've never even seen all of the Rocky movies. So it might be better for me to sit down.
When do the Rocky movies start to get bad?
It's a good question.
After, what, 3?
I've only seen the first 2.
Yeah, I think probably after 3. But now they've had a resurgence with like these creeds, if you want to count those as...
Yeah, I do count
movies.
those, and I thought all the creeds were good.
Yeah.
At least they were good to me. I thought they were good.
I do like the Rambos. Even the late, I think it did one when Stallone was like 60. That came out a few years ago.
I've never seen Rambo.
I do like the Rambos. I'll give Stallone that.
What about the Expendables, which he also directed?
Ooh. All right, I'll give him credit for that then.
And you mentioned the Rambos. That's got to be in there.
He's got, just alone on Rocky and Rambo, he has 2 great film series there. I mean, Rocky won awards, and Rambo, like I said, they're coming out with a new one like next year. The Rambos are great.
Is Demolition Man not in the?
Demolition Man's good.
I mean, is that not in the chat?
That's on the list.
I feel like we've named more than, how many did he say when he put the over under at 3?
He put it at 4 and took the under.
He might. I don't know. He might be onto something.
If you exclude the Rockies, then maybe Seth Rogen has something. What about Tango and Cash? It's a popular one.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, come on. You had Twins. You had The Terminators. You had Kindergarten Cop, which is fantastic.
Yeah, you're right.
Total Recall. True Lies is tremendous. Schwarzenegger. Jingle All the Way, one of the best Christmas movies ever.
Agreed.
And then that's when Schwarzenegger did start to lose it. He did the Batman and Robin. He did Mr. Freeze, as we mentioned. Not great. And after that, he hasn't really made a great movie in the last 25 years. But in the 80s and 90s, Schwarzenegger was putting out hits.
Dude, I'm looking at it here. Stallone's got a lot of stuff that I just have never heard of.
Yeah.
A lot of fat here.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of stuff where he plays himself. Which he's so synonymous with the Rocky movies. Do those not just feel like he's playing Rocky? Like,
yeah,
when
right.
When Stallone plays himself, is he playing Rocky?
It's true.
Kind of feels like it.
I think that actually is part. It's like a sitcom actor who gets typecasted. I do think that's part of the problem for Stallone. Is he kind of put himself in a box with all the Rocky movies.
A little too much Rocky.
Yeah. And then even Rambo is a different character, of course, but it's that similar style of character, at least. And obviously, that's what Stallone mostly is. He's just that action guy. I don't know if he's really a great actor.
Right. Now, I'll go with that.
Yeah.
I'll definitely go with that.
Which is why, like I said, I do love Copland. Copland's the best movie I think Stallone's ever done. It's better than Rocky because you actually do see his acting chops in Copland. He does a good job there.
Did y'all see First Blood or Over the Top?
First Blood is good. I think that's the movie I was trying to reference. Do you have the year on it right there?
First Blood is 1982.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. First Blood is good. Yeah. One of the Rambos.
Yeah, John Rambo did.
Yep. First Blood is a good movie.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one.
I like the Rambos. Those are good, too. Yeah, on the text line, multiple people saying Tango and Cash. I mean, that's a popular movie.
Yeah, Tango and Cash, yeah.
Someone said Rocky IV was great. Expendables, they're all really good, all of them. Demolition Man rules just for Sandra Bullock. All right. Running Man, Eraser, Cobra's a really good movie.
Running Man. Okay, I forgot about that. Yeah, Cobra I mentioned earlier. He's got more than 4.
Oh, he does. If you do include the Rockies and you include all the separate Rambos, I mean, he's got like 7 from those 2 alone.
I forgot he was in the second Guardians of the Galaxy. I do not remember that.
Yeah,
I don't remember that at all. That's definitely not going to go down as a Stallone movie, but he's got a credit for that.
Yeah. Actually, someone just said that in the text line. He makes a cameo in the Guardian of the Galaxy movies. Tulsa King, so he's got the TV show now, Tulsa King, Stallone.
King. Does that count?
Not a movie. I guess not, if we're being honest for this conversation, but it's still a credit to him and his filmography.
I don't think I saw The Specialist either. Did y'all see that?
No, not familiar.
Yeah, it says he played Captain Ray Quick in The Specialist, but I don't remember that. That's 1994. That would be in my wheelhouse, 90s movies.
So that's the thing. I know I keep referencing Copland, but I do think that kind of resurrected his career. I feel like between the Rockies and Rambo and Copland, I think Stallone had nothing going there in those 90s. I think he put out a lot of duds in the 90s. And then he did Copland in the late 90s, I think it was, and has maybe had a little resurrection since.
Yeah. And then eventually in the 2000s or more so the 2010s is when the Rockies, the Creeds,
right? Yeah,
kind of bring them back again.
You get that? They did one of the Expendables, right? They brought back Expendables.
Yeah. And then there's a Rambo in 2008. There's Escape Plan. I've heard of Escape Plan. And I don't think and that's 2013. So
yeah, we got to do the Rotten Tomatoes comparison. I always like how Rotten Tomatoes, you can go to an actor and it'll just show all their movies in order of how they're graded on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, man, he's got a lot of skip, mid skips on this whole thing, man. Like, I didn't realize there was so much fat here. Guys got to have work, though.
Working in the Iceman shout out. I dig it.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's a lot of those. He's got a lot of those in here.
Yeah, last 40 years.
Like, what is back? I think I mentioned Backtrace. He's got some voice roles.
And I love Sly, but so I agree and I disagree with Seth Rogen. I would put the over at 4. But with that said, I think I might also take Schwarzenegger and his list over Stallone. But it is hard because Stallone has 2 classics. I mean, you got Rocky and you got Rambo. And not a lot of actors have 2 film series that have made At this point, I don't know, 8 movies each? What do they do for Rambo? Maybe only 6 now? They're coming out with a new one next year.
Impromptu, would you rather for the audience? 713-572-4610 and Sports Radio 610 on the YouTube. Would you rather action star Arnold Schwarzenegger or Sly Stallone?
If you're talking careers, I would rather have Stallone's career.
Yeah. But then, of course, Arnold did go off and do something different.
Well, yeah.
He could have kept making movies, and he had other ambitions.
That's fair. That's true. Like I was saying, mid-'80s to mid-'90s for that decade, everything Arnold was in was great.
Is this like a Terrell Davis versus Frank Gore type of, longevity versus being the best for a very, very short period of time?
Yeah, Stallone's become a compiler.
Yeah, he is the movie star, the action star Frank Gore.
That's right. And I do give him props. The whole story about Rocky is great. He's told the story. In fact, he turned it into like a one-man show and did like a stage performance and everything. It's great how he got that made. He was broke. He wrote the movie. He didn't, all that stuff. I give him credit for that too.
Yeah, it's aspirational kind of stuff, actually. You're like, oh, man, look at him. Is that the whole pull yourself by the bootstraps type of thing?
Right.
Kind of did that with the Rocky stuff.
Meanwhile, Arnold took steroids. That's how he got there.
Hey, look, there's more than one way to skin a cat. All right, more than one way to get the job done. So shout out to both of them.
Rock and roll, meow.
Real quick, let me pay off the tease. My issue with the World Cup is that you get it once every 4 years, and then you get to a situation last night where the game was meaningless, or the match, sorry. The match was meaningless.
You're such an American. Game.
Yeah, excuse me.
You mean game?
Yeah, how dare I?
Bet you're going to start calling the pitch a field now.
Yeah, that's right.
You beat me to it. I was about to say, I bet you call it a field, huh?
Yeah, I watched them running around on their field last night in their little game, and
their little feet.
Yeah.
Kicking the ball and whatnot.
That's right.
Kicking that ball around.
Yeah. The game, it didn't matter. In the end result, we U.S. played, most of their players and whatnot, but it was like an exhibition game. It's the World Cup. You get it once every 4 years. Every game's supposed to be a big deal and whatnot, and it was sort of meaningless.
I was trying to process that exact emotion last night because they were losing, and I'm like, well, I want to be upset that they're losing, but it doesn't feel like it matters all that much that they're losing, so I'm going to save my outrage a little bit. So, yeah.
It was a tough loss. So you stayed up? You watched it?
I watched pieces of it. I did watch pieces of it. I was kind of just checking in on the phone, but with the game on my phone and, actual stuff on the TV.
Yeah.
No offense to the World Cup, but Love Island was on. So.
Oh, well, there you go. No conversation.
Yeah,
But yeah, I mean, we get draws. We got a game that doesn't even matter last night.
Yeah, the best thing was while we were in here doing the show and Ecuador upset Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Like that felt like the most eventful part of World Cup yesterday. Certainly not U.S. versus Turkey.
Yeah, tough loss for. Well, now how do they say it?
Turkey, yay.
Turkey, yay.
My bad.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Those are the same place, though, right?
I assume so.
I was so confused. I'm like, man, do I need to look up Turkey, yay as a different spot on the map? But then I caught the flag. Fortunately, here in Houston, we have a star from Turkey, and I'm a little bit familiar with their flag.
Okay.
So I was like, I think that's the same place.
I'm terrible at flags. I think this texter put a nice bow on the conversation. I prefer Stallone, but the best Arnold movies stack up more than Stallone's best.
Fair enough.
I think that might be the case. Steeper, just simply off of Rocky and Rambo. But the top of the top, I think Schwarzenegger might have him. Let us know, 713-572-4610. And when we come back, we got to get to the 5 o'clock fire. It's The Drive.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Payne and Pendergast.
What is your appetite right now to give C.J. Stroud
stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
The Drive is live.
I have made fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock.
That's right, 5 o'clock fire. Happy 5 o'clock on a Friday. Hopefully you are already out of work. Got some fun plans tonight and this weekend. Appreciate you hanging with us. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott in for the guys today. T-Mill on the steel wheels. 713-572-4610 to text the show. Also YouTube and Twitch as well. Keep weighing in on the Stallone versus Schwarzenegger debate. But 5 o'clock fire, let's get you caught up on everything going on. We have the Astros and the Tigers, game 2 of this series, getting underway in just over 30 minutes in Detroit. 5:40 first pitch Central Time. Spencer Arrighetti on the mound. He has almost a 9 ERA in his last 4 starts. It hasn't been as good as the way his season began. But this Tigers team, I mean, as we saw yesterday, it's not a great offense. Yesterday was also pretty conducive for pitching with the shade and the lighting and whatnot in that ballpark. So the Astros have gotten good pitching performances the last 2 outings. Maybe this is the matchup against the Tigers. Arrighetti needs to get back on track. But, B. Scott, what do you expect or hope to see from Arrighetti, especially after what we just saw from 2 guys at the back of the rotation and how well they've pitched the last 2 nights?
Yeah, I don't want to set the expectation too high, but I don't want to set the standard too low. So I want Spencer Arrighetti to be much better than he's been over the last handful of starts, even if he's not going to be pitching up borderline Cy Young level like he was when he started the season. So, look, he's 7-3. If you want to go over his last 12 starts, 7-3 with a 3.13 ERA. But of course, that smaller sample size is the problem. Can you get the pitcher of the month, Spencer Arrighetti, pitcher of the month in the month of May, when he had the 4-1 record and the sub-1 ERA? Probably not. But can you get something closer to that? That's obviously what the Astros are hoping for tonight.
Starting lineup, Jeremy Pena leading off, playing short. Jordan batting second, DH. Isak is playing third and batting third. Christian Walker cleaning up and first base. Jose Altuve bats fifth, plays second. Loperfido batting sixth and playing left field. Yiners behind the plate, hitting seventh. Cam Smith in right field batting eighth. Taylor Trammell back out there in playing center field batting ninth. I liked last night, as the game was unfolding, top of the ninth, Astros trying to scratch across an insurance run. Pena gets on, if I remember this correctly, Pena gets on and steals second. And I was thinking, oh, no, what are you doing? Now they could just walk Jordan. You open up a base. They didn't walk him. Jordan pushed him over to third, and then he came in on the Paredes flyout.
Shout out to Jordan playing a little bit of small ball.
That's what I was going to say.
Unselfish MVP candidate right there. I like it.
Yeah, I love it. As an old school guy, I love to see that small ball from them. Get on, get over, get them in. And it worked perfectly, and boy, do they need that run after the homer in the bottom of the ninth.
So I've got an idea, as we talked about already, but also just the back end of this lineup, right? The Yainer Diaz, so the outfield and the catcher. The Joey Loperfido to Yainer Diaz, Cam Smith, Taylor Trammell, a lot better as of late. Small sample size, but a lot better as of late. What are you going to get from those guys? Of course, you want Christian Walker to wake up. You know what Jordan is going to give you. You feel pretty good about the top end of that lineup. Mm-hmm. Those back end guys, if they're going to keep contributing, it doesn't have to be all of them. We don't need Taylor Trammell to look like Barry Bonds. We don't need any of that. We just need the guys to show up and to do their part. They have done it as of late. If they can continue doing it, I feel a lot better about where the Astros are.
Certainly. I am curious now. Maybe if I have some downtime this week and I'm bored, I'll look it up. How often have the outfielders, excluding Jordan, how often have the Astros outfielders hit in the top half of the lineup this year?
There's no reason why they would. I mean, think about who would even be a candidate to do so. Cam Smith would be the only one that you could probably figure out a way to like squint and put him up there.
Yeah.
But you're not putting Joey Loperfido and Bryce Matthews and Jake Myers and guys like that. The Zacks, they used to be out there.
Mm-hmm.
You're not doing that. You know,
Yeah.
And no offense to those guys, it just doesn't make any sense.
Which is kind of sad that the outfield and the catcher are the bottom four.
Not a single guy that you could put in the top four. Forget the top third, the top three, but even the top 4 or 5 guys, none of those guys would be it.
Yeah, those are those been solid offensively. Jordan, obviously carrying the way as the DH. But yeah, the outfield and the 2 catchers. Vasquez started off great, but he has not been the same. And Yainer has been swinging a better bat since coming back, but still.
I mean, look, Ron got on me for this, but when he hit that home run on Tuesday, I think it was the day game when we were all in here watching together. We had that day game, and Yainer hits the bomb, and I just kind of say flippantly, he better. I mean, he better because that's what he's out there for. It's not like
that's true.
It's not like he's going to be a plus behind the plate. You just kind of hope that he's not a negative, but. Yeah, that's what he need to be out there doing, hitting bombs, and it's good to see the outfield join the party when they can.
Yeah, certainly. It's huge. The pitching's been better lately. Outfield's been good this week, but it makes this lineup and this team a lot better when those guys are hitting. 5:40 first pitch in Detroit.
Jordan's a go for launch.
5 o'clock fire.
Elsewhere in baseball, the big news today is the Mets finally pulled the plug on their manager, Carlos Mendoza. They're 34-47, and there was plenty of times this year where they could have made this decision. The big story here, though, is the Mets have the second highest payroll in baseball. They pay a lot, over $300 million, and they have the third worst record in the NL. And under Steve Cohen, he's been willing to spend the money, but boy, has it been a disappointment for the Mets. He promised a World Series within the first 5 years. We're past 5 years of his ownership now, and now getting all the money there towards the bottom of the National League. Jim Crane's probably saying, like, see, this is why we don't need to. I don't want to spend all this money.
Yeah, unrelated but somewhat related. I love the timing of yesterday. We find out what the potential salary cap could be for MLB players, and then the next day, one of the teams that's probably spending the most recklessly or wildly outside of the Dodgers, the Mets, not getting a return on their investment, fire their manager. Let me find out that MLB is trying to save Cohen and the Mets from themselves, because that's what it feels like. Like, look, man, these guys spend all of this money. They can't get it right. We'll at least try to throw them a bone here and make it to where they can't spend $500 million on a guy anymore and have to fire their manager the next year.
Yeah, it doesn't get you what it used to. And David Stearns, the essentially their GM, he's should be on a very hot seat as well. They made a lot of moves this offseason, and they have bottomed out this year after getting rid of Peter Alonso and Brandon Nimmo and bringing in Bo Bichette and Marcus Semien and all these guys, and the offense has been terrible. So the Mets are a mess, and they fired their manager today.
I do wonder what conversations, if they ever talk at all, but like what are conversations like between Steve Cohen, and Mark Walter, the owner of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and it also just recently bought the Lakers last year, I believe. But I mean, they're doing effectively a similar thing, the same thing, just throwing money at all their problems. It is working out tremendously, and not at all for the Mets. I wonder if I don't know if like the ego and the pride would allow him to do so, but if he's like, hey, Mark, what is the secret sauce? Because we got the same dollars. Yeah. We spending the same money, but y'all are figuring out something over there in L.A. that we have not figured out here in Queens yet.
I would be so frustrated if I was Steve Cohen. If the Dodgers didn't exist, then it's one thing. Like, you're spending all this money, it's not working out. But yeah, when it's like, I'm spending all this money, we're in last place. The Dodgers are winning World Series.
How?
Yeah, that's got to be frustrating. For as much money as Steve Cohen has to just essentially throw away over $300 million this year, that probably hurts.
5 o'clock fire.
The CFL has now announced, the Canadian Football League has made an announcement that they're not going to let Brendan Sorsby come and join them for this season. So Sorsby's just left without a home. Obviously, can't go to the NFL yet. Now can't go to the CFL. I don't know if, what do they call it? I should know because we have the team here, right? The UFL?
USFL.
USFL. I don't know if they've made a decision, but their season just ended, so that wouldn't be till the spring, right? Next year anyway. So
I was going to say, I haven't even heard of him linked to there.
Yeah.
I guess we just got this news about the CFL not welcoming him, so I guess he might be on the bat phone right now trying to figure that out.
Yeah, but that's not until the spring, almost a year from now. So anyways, Sorsby, I guess, is going to have to sit out a year and try to enter the draft next year and hope somebody picks him up in the NFL, or maybe the CFL changes their mind and he next year.
And they say no.
That's what the CFL said today. Actually, I don't know. I don't think he's the I used to know the commissioner of the CFL. I don't think he's the commissioner anymore. But what are your thoughts on the CFL making this decision?
I mean, first the NFL decides not to hold its supplemental draft, and now this news with the CFL, it means that Brendan Sorsby is literally a man without a country right now.
Yeah.
Literally a man without a country when it comes to playing football, at least. Guy's going to have to take up golf or something. Pickleball. He's going to have to figure out some kind of way to take up his time, because it doesn't look like he's going to be playing football. I said this to Tyler earlier in one of the breaks, man. I'm not super punishment punitive guy. Like, I'm a pretty relaxed guy. You can even ask my kids. I'm a pretty easy-go-lucky type of dude. But this is what consequences look like, right? Like, whatever happened to consequences. And there's some of this is probably unfair and how the conversation is, and some of the hypocrisy of it all with the gambling. And I'm not trying to ignore any of that. But this is what consequences look like. You gamble on games, there's a chance that you might not get to play at least the next year, perhaps ever.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I kind of feel bad, but this is also, I don't know, as somebody that's been a young person and had to suffer consequences before, obviously nothing to this degree, I kind of get this. This is you reap what you sow, is what they say.
Yeah, I'm torn on it, because I do agree with you and everything you just laid out. But then what you also mentioned is the other side of the hypocrisy, and also as a gambler,
it's hard to ignore.
I can kind of empathize. Like,
it's hard to get sanctimonious and self-righteous about a thing that you don't feel like is even really all that bad to begin with.
Exactly.
But you know the rules.
It's true.
And you got to figure that they know the rules too, especially when you have the potential that this kid apparently has. They're talking about him as a potential first-round pick. I mean, what are you doing? You got a future ahead of you, kid.
Yeah, that's fair. He's made his bed, now he has to lie in it. I just think the NFL, I understand the supplemental draft, but they shouldn't close the door entirely, because with everything they have going on in the gambling world, and also you have, who was it, Calvin Ridley? Like, they have players in the league who have gambled. So I get if they don't want to have the supplemental draft, but I hope they don't say it's not a Pete Rose scenario where they ban him completely from ever being able to enter the NFL. But for the time being, Sorsby's going to have to just figure things out. It's almost like it's different, but somewhat of a similar scenario to the COVID year. Guys took off the COVID season because they didn't think it was worth it, and then just went to the draft. They were preparing on their own. I think Caleb Farley, that cornerback for the Titans, did that from Virginia Tech.
Yeah, he's going to have to do something like that.
Right, you just take a year off and train and hope that you're ready for the draft next year.
Yeah. What was that commercial? Just keeping his arm warmed up?
Yeah.
You just got to keep the arm warmed up, man.
On the text line, someone said the rules are the rules. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I hate to even be that guy, but someone's been that guy to me before and said, it's true. Man, look, sorry, Charlie.
It's true.
Say it.
Someone else said DraftKings.
Yeah, the industry should start a podcast.
Yeah. And another text said, which everyone's been clamoring for, come on down and play for the Houston Gamblers, because, obviously the fitting name. Yeah. Yeah, if the Gamblers turn their backs, I mean, talk about like hypocrisy.
Yeah.
And
his future is really in doubt. You can't even go play for the Gamblers? The Gambler can't play for the Gamblers?
That's true.
He's really a man without a country in that case.
And I will say this before we hit the break. I do agree with a lot of what people have been saying, is that, like, if he showed some remorse, then maybe people would be more on his side or feel bad. And I do agree with that. I can empathize with the whole gambling thing because I'm a degenerate myself, but the fact that he has really dug his heels in and is coming at all these people at lawyers instead of just accepting responsibility and admitting fault, that has annoyed me. I will say that. And it goes back, I always compare the steroids. Andy Pettit apologized for taking steroids, and we all forgave him and moved on.
Yeah.
But A-Rod always denied it, and you look at him differently. If you just own up to it, we can move on a lot faster. You can have more opportunities.
Does Sorsby have a Southern accent? You might want to tap in with Andy Pettit on that, too, because I felt like there was something about falling on the sword and sounding like a good old boy, all shucks kind of vibe.
Yeah,
helped him a little bit. Sorsby might want to take a page out of that playbook.
A lot better than Palmeiro in the Supreme Court wagging his finger.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Hey, coming up, is this currently? Are we on redemption tour? We'll talk about it next on The Drive.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
The Drive with The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. And the Dynamo Soccer Celebration presented by Kroger is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 present The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Are we currently on the Dana Brown Redemption Tour? It is The Drive. The guys are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott. Tyler Milner on the ones and twos. 713-572-4610 to text the show or get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats. By the way, we were talking about comparing Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Somebody made a really good point on the text line just now. That it is amazing both guys had the careers when neither one can speak all that well. And they both became successful actors.
Yeah, it does make you think a little bit. It's like if I had just applied myself or if I had just had that one niche thing that I came up with, like Stallone and the Rocky thing, like if I just had something, you know, it's kind of similar with music nowadays. You know, it used to be folks who were successful musicians were really good musicians. They could sing, they could play an instrument or something like that, right?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, well, I'm just not as talented as that person.
Right.
Today's music, you're like, man, I feel like I could have, if I had applied myself at least just a little bit, I could have figured that out.
Yeah, right?
You know?
Like that Alex Warren guy that has all these hits now.
Oh, man, it's like you can hum a tune. I don't know, man. It just feels like I could have done that. They do have that feel. And Jack or whatever, having the look, I guess. Not everybody looks like that, has that perfect Rocky look or the Terminator look, but it's like, man, I feel like I could have done that.
Yeah, they were great actors, even though they don't talk all that well.
They don't. Well, and at least with Schwarzenegger, there's a language thing going on there. Stallone what's going on there?
I don't know.
You know?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what
Does he speak another language? I think it's just
that's just
bad English.
That's just how he talks. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's got like a speech impediment type of thing. But
that's why he plays himself. That's why he's Rocky.
Yeah,
some version of Rocky and everything.
Yeah, that's why.
Now I feel like I'm Rogan. Like I'm Seth Rogen crapping on Sylvester Stallone now.
Yeah, that's why he plays Rocky, who gets hit in the head, and he plays Rambo, who has like PTSD from the war. So he can be these crazy characters.
Man, why did I not find my niche?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why couldn't I find the niche? Play the Southern guy with dreadlocks.
Hey, there's still time.
Yeah, you know where's my Jamaican role and everything.
You can still be discovered on TikTok. You never know.
Yeah.
Still time for you.
Yeah. It's true.
Is there still time for Dana Brown as well? Is this the redemption tour? Was he just really a genius all along and we were wrong about him? That's obviously tongue-in-cheek, but things are looking pretty good, at least this week. At least these last couple of games. You have Imai yesterday, both pitched really well. You have even Loperfido, who he traded Jesus Sanchez for, and Jesus Sanchez is having a good year, OPS of almost like 800.
Yeah.
But Loperfido came up big in a couple of wins this week. How are you feeling? I asked earlier, we talked about it yesterday, about how we're feeling about the actual team of the Astros now compared to a few weeks ago. How are we feeling about Dana Brown? Have we been too harsh on Dana Brown? How do we look at this roster right now?
It was looking really bad early on because a lot of the key Dana Brown moves were the ones that were biting the Astros in the backside the most, right? It was the Mike Burrows and Tatsuya Imai additions that were supposed to be really key additions. Kind of goes without saying. We understand that. Key additions to the Astros rotation, and they were not working out at all. Mike Burrows, just up until recently, looked like a disaster. And Tatsuya Imai, for $18 million a year and for all the attention that signing got in the offseason when they made it, was a disappointment early on, just from the standpoint of having to sit him down and to have him reset and to figure out what it was going to take to get him properly adjusted to the American game. And so these look like two major whiffs. And then so that's just looking at the off-season acquisition angle of it.
Mm-hmm.
Then when you start talking about young players, young talent, what does the future of Astros baseball look like? A lot of that was going to lay at the feet of Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews. There's not a whole lot in the farm system. We don't talk a whole lot about it, but when we do, to mention that the Astros farm system for a while now, and especially now, is not good or is not highly thought of. So your young players are supposed to be those guys, and they weren't doing much for you either. And it's still kind of a question mark for the Astros. What are they going to get from these younger players? So when you think about it, either from a acquisition standpoint or from a developmental standpoint, none of it was really looking good really up until the last few days. And that's why I kind of tongue-in-cheek come up with this idea of the Dana Brown Redemption Tour earlier in the summer. I guess around the time we were doing OTAs and minicamp, I talked about the Nick Caserio Redemption Tour because I think that's kind of what they are on with the offensive line and the run game, bringing in David Montgomery and Nick Caserio, especially with the Keelan Rutledge pick, trying to prove that he can put together a decent offensive line. I switch it over now to Dana Brown, looking at his acquisitions. Is this the start of, are the last few days of what we've seen from the Astros between the Blue Jays series and then the first game of this Tiger series, are we starting to see the beginning of a Dana Brown redemption tour? For the Astros' sake, I certainly hope that is the case. Do I think even a redemption tour would be enough to save his job, or should be? No, not necessarily. But for the sake of this season, to salvage the 2026 campaign, I damn sure hope it is.
Yeah. I mean, at the start of this week, I think it was, the pitchers that Dana Brown signed this offseason had a combined ERA of like nearly 6 this year.
Yeah.
So, pretty big disaster. But it has at least started to turn the corner a little bit, certainly with Imai here this month, and then Burrows, at least the other night. We'll see how long he can keep it going. But this is what we were waiting to see, or kind of what we needed to see early on. We would be having much different conversations about the Astros if these guys lived up to the expectations from the start of the season. Imai was really good again yesterday against the Tigers. And actually, I meant to play this earlier. Tyler, do you have the audio from the Tigers broadcasters about Imai?
Oh, yes. I got that ready right now.
Awesome. Yeah, I thought this was really funny. The Tigers on their TV broadcast with Jason Benetti, and forgive me, I don't know who his analyst is, but they were both good in this clip when they were marveling at Imai's slider and how he was keeping guys off balance last night.
You're not going to do anything with that.
It's got different shapes to it. That one cut down and in to the left-handed hitter. Well, he threw one earlier in the at-bat that had arm side run on it. It's a pitch with its own personality. It's got multiple personalities.
For Outman from Imai. That's there. Strike 3. That's 3 different pitches, all with the same name. It's like George Foreman's kids.
That's a good reference. I don't know who the color analyst is either there, but that was a pretty good reference. That is the
Huffman Zone.
Yeah, that was very, very good. But that is the read on Tatsuya Imai, that he's got pitches, his slider in particular, that's got movement unlike we've ever seen, right? So that's supposed to play. Hopefully it does. We'll see. It did last night.
How much do you trust Imai to the point of, say, look, right now the Astros are holding a playoff spot. So let's say the season ended today. Playoffs begin. What would be your rotation for a playoff series for the Astros right now as we sit here today on June 26th?
I'm going Hunter Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going Spencer Arrighetti.
Mm-hmm.
And I think after that, I got to go Tatsuya Imai.
I think I do the same.
I think I got to go Tatsuya Imai. After that is when it gets really dicey.
Yeah.
But at least for my first 3 games, I feel like I know who it's going to be. It's going to be those 3 guys if it were to start today.
Right, of course. when we'll see about these reinforcements. The only other one I would think about, but I don't think I would trust, would be Lambert.
Yeah. Which, if we're talking about the Dana Brown redemption tour, for as much slack as he's got to get for Mike Burrows and Tatsuya Imai before he started to figure it out, Kaiway and Peter Lambert are kind of found or hidden gems or found money by him.
Yeah.
You know, Kaiway is somebody who he noticed as similar to the Ronell Blanco thing of a bullpen guy who can be a starter, and they needed him. Turns out they really needed him. And Peter Lambert, who I don't think any of us had any expectation of. You got to give him some credit for those, and hopefully the bigger name acquisitions start to do their part as well, or continue to do their part.
It is funny. Dano, when asked about it, did not take credit, and he said Peter Lambert was brought to him by a scout. So I know that's how it works. A decision maker in the Astros front office. He has a scouting department, all that sort of stuff. But I did think it was funny that before Imai turned it around and before Burrows the other night, that Lambert was the one guy you could point to. But then even he was like, oh, that wasn't Dana Brown. That was somebody who brought him to Dana Brown.
Yeah, fair enough.
But obviously Dana Brown's the ultimate decision maker, and they wouldn't have signed Peter Lambert unless Dana Brown thought it was a good move.
And they're his scouts. Right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, since he's the general manager. So.
Yeah. So take the good and the bad. But no, that Peter Lambert has been a good move for them, and that's worked out well this year. The Astros get underway here in the matter of minutes in Detroit. We'll see what Spencer Arrighetti can do tonight. He's been roughed up lately, but the way the Astros are pitching right now, hopefully Arrighetti can keep it rolling against the Tigers in Detroit here this evening. Just about to get underway. When we come back, we got to put a bow on this Friday. Get you out of here for the weekend. After the latest development today, are you still interested in Jaylen Brown? We'll talk about it next year on The Drive.
In the Loop.
vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's a tough song to cut into.
My bad, bro. It's a jam, though.
Yeah, love it.
Shout out Bijani, gave me the idea to have this as a bumper tune.
There you go. Good choice from Bijani. I'm impressed. Little Dire Straits. Round out a Friday here on The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott.
Was not expecting any kind of music recommendation from Sean Bijani, as much as I love him.
He's got some good music taste.
Yeah, good job by Sean.
Don't ask him about movies or anything.
Yeah, right?
Dude does not know cultural references when it comes to movies or shows. Love you,
crazy.
Kind of lives in a bubble. Or like, I don't know, maybe he's stuck in like 1998. It's like he got to 1998 and was like, I like it here. I like it here. And it was a good year, to be clear. It's not a bad place to be, but he likes it there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. He likes his documentaries. Doesn't really watch the movies so much.
Treasure hunts, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with a good documentary. They should make more good ones these days. Spend a lot of time watching bad documentaries these days.
It's become such a big thing because it's it's a lot cheaper to produce those.
Looking at you, Netflix.
Exactly.
They got some good ones too, but the sports one are awful.
Yeah.
They got some good like real topic documentaries out there, but yeah, man.
So these documentaries though, like kind of like the Michael Jordan one is like they're produced by the person they're about, so it's you're not really getting the true story. It's a little slanted towards the person.
Yeah, but that one was so well produced.
Oh, it was great.
It was so well done because it has all of those kind of hiccups that you mentioned, but it was so well done that I think everybody's now trying to catch that Jordan lightning in the bottle, the Last Dance lightning in the bottle, and probably even before that, the OJ Made in America type of lightning in the bottle. That's a special kind of story.
Yeah.
But it feels like that's the needle that they're trying to thread and not quite doing it.
All we had in COVID was The Last Dance and Tiger King.
Yeah, right?
That's all we had.
That's true. Tiger King is a documentary.
Yeah.
That's all we had, man. Those two shows got us through.
Maybe that's why documentaries have taken off now.
Not to derail us, but have y'all seen the Crash documentary?
I've wanted
to.
Dude. Bruh.
Hold on.
Audience, if y'all have not checked it out yet, The Crash on Netflix.
That bee is nuts.
Will blow your mind. I'm very curious to see where people land on it after they do. Maybe the next time we do a show together, folks who are listening can tap back in and let us know what they thought about that one.
That one is nuts. And that's a story that takes place right here in our great state of Texas.
Wait, does it?
Yeah.
The Crash?
Northeastern corner of it. Yeah, they lived right on the border of Texas and Arkansas.
Okay. Yeah. Luke, you got
it's been on my list. I just haven't gotten to it.
Yeah.
On Netflix, I see it there, and I've heard plenty of things about it.
You got to check it out, and we must discuss afterwards. We must discuss. And oddly enough, I don't remember this story. Like, this is obviously a true story, a real thing that happened. And happened
not that long ago.
Not that long ago. Yeah. I don't really remember it.
I didn't either. I thought that was weird.
Yeah.
I did watch the Hulk Hogan documentary, and I know, obviously he's not a very popular guy, and that was another one where it was done from he was involved in it, and that's on Netflix. But I actually did think it was really good, and they touched on some of the negative stuff. I mean, certainly kind of brushed over or moved quickly through it, I'll say. But just in general, I'm an old school wrestling fan, so anything wrestling from that era I watch, and I thought they did a good job.
I don't know if there's something about having watched that Hulk Hogan, like the Hogan family reality show was from 15, 20 years ago, however long ago it was. But I feel like I just learned everything I needed to know, and then we found out a lot more, way more than we wanted to about him after that. I'm like, I'm good. I feel like I know the story already.
Yeah.
I'll probably check it out too, though. I just haven't gotten to it.
Yeah, it's his whole career from his upbringing and everything, and throughout his wrestling career. So yeah, I love those old school wrestling documentaries, or new documentaries about wrestling from 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Anyways, multiple texts about Maternal Instincts on Netflix. Check out that documentary.
Also a great documentary. I've seen that one as well.
I'll put it on the list.
Yeah, I will too. I have not seen that one.
Yeah, multiple people shouting it out.
Here we go.
Coming up after us, Texans All Access with John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, 6 to 7. Of course, Area 45, the aforementioned Sean Bijani. I believe the regular crew's in tonight. Bijani and PC and Seabass.
Kick his ass, Seabass!
From 7 to 11, running things tonight here, right here. So stay tuned. We got you covered here all of Friday night and into the weekend. But before we go, obviously Giannis has been moved. Cross him off the list. Next name that Rockets fans have been hopeful for is Jaylen Brown. And with another trade today, with the Thunder trading away one of their guys, people are getting a little further antsy, thinking, when are the Rockets actually going to do something? And you might be hoping that something is Jaylen Brown. But Sham said the latest report today on ESPN that the Celtics are at the asking price is 4 first-round picks. Now, the Celtics continue to claim, that they're not going to move Jaylen Brown. He's part of the organization, yada, yada, yada. But the asking price, at least to begin the conversation, apparently is 4 first-round picks, plus they'll have to include players as well. So I ask you, 713-572-4610, is that price tag too rich? Are you out on Jaylen Brown, or do you feel like, that's worth it? Even with the 4 first-round picks, the players as well, we got to make this happen.
Which first-round picks? Not to get too in the weeds, but I do think that is an important part of the discussion. Which first-round picks am I willing to give up? Now, I said this earlier in the show, and I maintain that price is not too much just on the surf. 2 players, an expensive player, and then 2 others that help match the salaries. One of those would probably have to be one of your younger guys, either Jabari Smith Jr. or Reed Shepherd. But that combination with 4 first-round picks for Jaylen Brown does not scare me on the surface. But once we start reading the fine print and start asking which first-round picks would they want, I mean, I can't imagine that the Celtics wouldn't want the Brooklyn pick from next year or for next year, the Phoenix pick. We're talking about pick swaps here for next year, right? As opposed to the 2030 or 2033 type of picks that yielded the Giannis trade. Got to imagine that they would start by asking for those, and maybe they want the 2028 that's the Rockets' own pick, or some of those valuable 2029 picks that the Rockets have, or something far beyond that. But those picks next year, I ain't gonna lie to you, Luke, and I ain't gonna lie to the Drive family. Ever since the Rockets kind of flamed out there in the playoffs, I have started to attach myself emotionally to next year's picks. Next year's picks specifically, the pick swaps with Brooklyn and Phoenix, because you're betting on their futures or lack thereof, their failure, if you will. And Brooklyn specifically is one where I could see their pick turning into a top pick. So this is something to truly weigh and think about, be nervous about it. I try to negotiate some other first-round picks to make a part of this deal, but I can't imagine that Boston wouldn't want to bet on Brooklyn's soon failure. Yeah.
Would that be a crazy idea to kind of, I wouldn't say punt on this offseason, but to not push all your chips to the middle of the table, with the idea being that you could potentially have those 2